Mechas embody the romantic aspirations of man, and conquering the cosmos with such mechanical marvels is indeed the pinnacle of masculine romance. In the vast expanse of the universe, 5 great empires, subdimensional beings, cosmic aberrations, planetary lifeforms, transcendent warfare, and atomic calamities abound. To conquer the universe, one must not be weak. This is the tale of a young mech warrior who relentlessly strives to grow stronger and dominate the cosmos. Chapter 1. Unlocking the Gene Lock. Today marks the momentous occasion for the second young master of the Karen family to unlock his genetic potential. At this moment within the Karen family, guests arrive in droves, extending their congratulations to the family head, Karen Clarence. In the grand hall stands a young lad, approximately 16 years of age, possessing a handsome visage, with black hair and eyes distinctly different from those around him. Strangely enough, this young man's expression bears an air of bewilderment. Even amidst the esteemed nobility of the empire, he casts not a glance at anyone. His gaze remains fixated on the mechanical components in his hands, as if they alone hold his interest within the entire hall. This young lad is none other than the protagonist of today's event, Karen Sumin. At 16 years old, he is at the ideal age to unlock his genetic potential, the perfect moment to witness the fruits of his efforts and innate talent over the past 16 years. The sturdier the foundation laid, the greater the talent. Thus, the energy levels generated during the initial unlocking of the gene lock will be exponentially powerful. As a descendant of an apocalypse-class powerhouse, even though many perceive Karen Sumin as somewhat dim-witted, they nonetheless harbor immense expectations for his potential. After all, Sumin's elder brother, Karen Sue, shattered the imperial record 2 years prior when he unlocked a gene lock. Genetic energy level, 13 points. Brain domain energy level, 15 points. The genetic energy level signifies an individual's combat prowess, with the average person's level ranging around 5 to 8 points upon their first unlocking of the gene lock, while the eldest son of the Karen family astonishingly reached a level of 13 points. Even more astonishingly, Surue's brain domain energy level soared to 15 points. The brain domain energy level denotes an individual's capacity to pilot mechas. The higher the level, the more formidable the mecha one can operate. Although at a certain level of combat strength, one may not necessarily be inferior to the mechas. However, in circumstances of equal combat prowess, those capable of piloting mechas are undeniably invincible. A family of warriors produces no weaklings. Surue has already proven that a scion of an apocalypse-class powerhouse is far from a simpleton, and it is certain that Karen Surue will become a pillar of strength for the empire in the future. And now, as the younger brother of Karen Surue, Karen Sumin is poised to once again astonish the world today. It is no wonder that the family head, Clarence, returned directly from the battlefield to witness his son's ascendance. As the time draws near, Clarence smiled and addressed the elder before him. "Mr. Isaac, let us commence." Isaac nodded, producing a syringe filled with a dark green liquid, which he proceeded to inject into Sumin's arm. This is the genetic essence, a product of technological civilization reaching its zenith, gradually unlocking human combat potential. It enables the unlocking of the gene lock within the human body, granting the ability to transcend genetic limitations. Upon the injection of the genetic essence, a sensation of revival surged through Sumin's body. Clarence observed his second son in the center of the hall, nodding slowly with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. At this juncture, it nearly signifies the successful unlocking of the gene lock. All that remains is to await the opening of Sumin's gene lock and attest his 2 values. Beside Karen Clarence stood an exceptionally handsome youth, whose gaze shifted towards Sumin in the hall, revealing a fleeting shadow of malice in his eyes. This young man is Sumin's brother, Karen Sue, renowned as the foremost genius of the empire in the past decade. However, the look he cast upon Sumin lacked the warmth of a brotherly bond. It was filled instead with the vigilance and disdain reserved for a rival. At that moment, a sudden surge of energy emanated from Sumin, breaking free from its restraints. "Congratulations, Lord Clarence. Your son has successfully unlocked the gene lock. The empire will soon boast 2 new pillars of strength," exclaimed the surrounding guests in unison. A flicker of amusement crossed Clarence's eyes, yet he maintained a humble demeanor as he replied, "My son has yet to verify his 2 values. We mustn't rush to conclusions. Mr. Isaac, please assist in assessing Sumin's energy level." Isaac nodded with a smile, promptly placing a device against Sumin's arm. Instantly, the device displayed 2 rapidly appearing values. The crowd hastily directed their gaze towards the instrument, curious to scrutinize the numbers, and upon seeing 1 and 3, their eyes widened in disbelief. The readings of 1 and 3 indicated that Sumin's genetic energy level was merely 1 point, and his brain domain level fell short of even the average individual. Is the testing device malfunctioning? Let us try another. Isaac flusteredly retrieved another instrument. Yet the outcome remained 1 and 3. After several attempts, the results were consistently the same. At this revelation, the guests in the hall exchanged glances, each reflecting an incredulous sentiment. Karen Clarence's second son, Karen Samin, the second young master of the Karen family, is deemed a failure. A genetic energy level below 3 points upon the first unlocking of the gene lock almost categorically labels one as a wastrel. The future offers nearly no opportunity for cultivation. How could this be? The eldest son is extraordinary, yet the second son is a mere incompetent. I had a feeling that young Master Sumin, with his dim-witted appearance, would not possess great energy levels, but I never anticipated he would be this weak. Now, this is a spectacle to behold. The descendant of a revered apocalypse-class powerhouse is not only a failure, but also a simpleton. Karen Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Karen Samin, before abruptly slamming his hand on the table, directing a furious inquiry at a nearby attendant. Has Sumin not practiced at all in these past 10 years? Even the slightest effort in cultivation would yield a better result. The attendant immediately trembled and knelt, stammering, "Forgive me, my lord. The second young master is obsessed with mechanical components, refusing to part with them at any moment, and would wail uncontrollably if separated, rendering him incapable of normal cultivation." Witnessing this scene, Surue's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph as he exchanged glances with someone in the guest seats. Subsequently, that individual stood and addressed Karen Clarence, saying, "Lord Clarence, according to imperial law, during wartime, any citizen aged 16 or older who demonstrates no cultivation talent must serve 5 years on the logistical planets at the front lines. As a distinguished marshal of the Empire, I trust you would not use your authority to evade this matter, would you?" Kaluan Calarensi cast a cold glance towards the individual before him, a bureaucrat from his rival political faction, unexpectedly launching an attack at such an inopportune moment. The audacity of speaking so brazenly in front of so many dignitaries rendered it impossible for Calarensi to leverage his authority to protect his son. Nevertheless, who was Calarensi? He would hardly be swayed by the threats of a mere official. He disregarded the bureaucrat, directing his gaze towards Summing and slowly inquiring, "My son, pray tell, will you diligently pursue your cultivation henceforth and refrain from becoming ensnared by mechanical components?" The laws of the Empire dictated that one without innate talent for cultivation was barred from practicing. However, should Calarensi choose to invest substantial resources, Summing could still have a chance at cultivation in the future. Now he awaited but a single word from Summing. At that moment, upon hearing that someone was preventing him from analyzing mechanical components, Summing grew anxious and exclaimed, No, I'm just one component away. Let me finish this first." His declaration elicited a wave of laughter throughout the Grand Hall. In such a critical moment, the second young master remained fixated on tinkering with mechanical parts. Truly a case of a fool who could not be salvaged, a worthless simpleton. A profound anger flashed in Calarensi's eyes. His son truly was a nincompoop. Even if he wished to safeguard his son, it seemed an insurmountable task. With such blatant disregard for his cultivation, what grounds did he have to protect him under the watchful eyes of so many imperial dignitaries? Very well, my Kaluan family requires not such a dim-witted young master. Retaining him would be futile. Let him be sent to the logistics planet to work for 5 years. Disappointment washed over Calarensi's expression as he waved his hand dismissively at a nearby attendant, instructing, "Since he wishes to toy with mechanical components, send him to the mechanical maintenance department so he may indulge to his heart's content. The Kaluan family has no need for useless individuals. From this day forth, strip Summing of his Kaluan surname. Now escort him away." Calarensi uttered slowly, not casting another glance at Summing, as if the youth before him were a blight upon the entire Kaluan lineage. Upon hearing Calarensi's words, an attendant rose, supporting Summing as they made their way towards the exit. Just as they approached the threshold, Summing, fixated on the mechanical component in his hand, suddenly uttered a decisive click as he successfully disassembled it, transforming it into 2 distinct parts. "Hehehe, the final piece. I have finally completed it." Summing's foolish voice echoed from outside the door, prompting another round of boisterous laughter from those within the Grand Hall, while Calarensi's complexion darkened further. However, unbeknownst to all present, an unusual electronic voice resonated in Summing's mind at that very moment. Ding! Achievement of analyzing 1 million mechanical components reached, activating the Mecha Martial Sovereign System. Ding! System activated, consciousness unsealed and returning. Ding! Commencing genetic alteration, transforming carbon-based life forms into starlight entities, acquiring the 9th radiant stellar body. Ding! Acquiring the cultivation technique Limitless Celestial Art of the Stars. Chapter 2. Journey to the planet Nopu at last. This infernal system has relinquished its hold on me. Upon departing from the Grand Hall, Su Ming was ushered into a vehicle that sped toward an interstellar teleportation station on this planet. Unbeknownst to the others, Su Ming, seated alone in the vehicle, gradually transitioned from a state of bewildered stupor to clarity. A flicker of divine insight sparkled in his eyes, and he promptly began to voice his grievances. Su Ming was not of this world. He was a traveler from Earth, specifically from the lands of Huaxia. Yet unlike other travelers, upon his arrival, his consciousness was imprisoned by a system known as the Mecha Martial Sovereign, confining him within a separate space. For the past 16 years, he had been compelled to cultivate a technique called the starry, boundless heavenly art. His physical form, in a state of lethargy, could only complete its task of disassembling 1,000,000 mechanical components to liberate his consciousness from the system. However, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Corn Su Rue, was it? And those supporters lurking behind him. Although Su Ming's consciousness had been unable to return to his body during this period, he had witnessed everything that transpired in his physical form with utmost clarity from his isolated space. During this time of stupor, Corn Su Rue, the so-called elder brother of this life, had employed various underhanded tactics against Su Ming. For 16 years, Su Ming had scarcely trained, partly due to his own dull-witted body, which only understood the disassembly of mechanical parts. More insidiously, this individual named Su Rue had secretly instructed the attendants to deny Su Ming any opportunity for cultivation. Even the news of Su Ming's lack of training had been suppressed by Su Rue, preventing their father, Clarence, from learning the truth. Just wait, I shall return, and I will not spare your foul visage, Su Ming thought resolutely. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from the system, surging into every corner of his body. Under the influence of this energy, a series of transformations began to unfold within Su Ming. At the deepest genetic level, profound changes occurred. Originally a carbon-based life form, he gradually transformed into a peculiar hybrid of energy and flesh. Ding! Genetic alteration successful. The host has acquired the 9 radiant star body. Physical attributes matched. Star points functionality activated. Ding! For every mechanical part disassembled, the host will automatically gain 1 star point. Star points can be utilized for cultivation, healing injuries, and converting into attacks or physical enhancement. If anyone had stood beside Su Ming at that moment, they would have observed the energy levels emanating from him escalating dramatically. Initially, his physical energy level had been a mere 1 point, but with the system's automatic conversion, it soared to 21 points. Simultaneously, as his consciousness returned, the mastery he had gained over the starry, boundless heavenly art over the years had forged his mind into an exceptionally formidable entity, elevating his mental energy level to 25 points. This was an extraordinarily formidable power. To put it into perspective, the so-called genius Su Rue of the Empire, renowned for his brilliance over the past decade, could only manage an energy level of 13 or 15 points upon unlocking his genetic lock. Yet Su Ming's energy levels had reached 21 and 25, leaving Su Rue far behind. In a certain sense, Su Ming had surpassed the limits of what humanity could achieve upon his first unlocking of the genetic lock. Ding! Below are the host's attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 21. Mental energy level, 25. Genetic lock unlocking level, intermediate level 1. Physical vitality, 100. Body refinement level, level 1. Star points required for next level, 100. Star points owned, 0. Amidst this whirlwind of change, Su Ming felt the vehicle carrying him come to a halt. The door swung open, revealing an attendant who regarded him with a mix of disdain and derision. What a waste, squandering such excellent resources. If I had half your fortune, you would likely be beneath me, groveling at my feet. But look at you now, the so-called second young master of the Corn family, cast out and reduced to nothing. This attendant spat contemptuously. In truth, within the walls of the Corn family, when no one else was present, both maids and attendants alike held Su Ming in disdain. Some of the more resentful servants, having suffered indignities at the hands of other masters, took their frustrations out on Su Ming, believing him to be a fool who knew nothing but the disassembly of mechanical parts. As long as they did not seize the mechanical components from his grasp, this fool was left to be beaten and bullied without protest. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, for he remembered all too well the atrocious acts these attendants had committed against his unconscious self. Do you truly understand the words you speak? He replied coldly as he stepped out of the vehicle, fixing his indifferent gaze upon the attendant. The attendant, taken aback by the unexpected response from the once dim-witted second young master of the Corn family, now devoid of his previous foolishness, was momentarily stunned. What is happening? The fool is speaking? The attendant, seething with anger, retorted, "What do you think? You still believe you are the same second young master? You're being assigned to work in the border star regions, where you will be treated worse than a dog, and you dare raise your voice at me?" With a mocking sneer, the attendant extended his hand, preparing to slap Su Ming. He was fully aware that Su Ming's physical energy level was a mere 1 point, insufficient even to match that of an ordinary person. His own energy level was 3 points, enough to easily reduce Su Ming to a state of unrecognizable bruises. Yet, just as his hand was about to connect, Su Ming swiftly grasped the attendant's wrist. With a gentle but firm twist, a sickening crack echoed as the attendant's wrist shattered under the pressure, likely beyond repair even with medical attention. "Ah!" The attendant screamed in agony, his incredulous and terrified gaze fixated upon Su Ming. Wasn't it said that the second young master of the Su family had only 1 point of energy? How could he possess such immense strength? Before he could ponder further, Su Ming retaliated with a resounding slap, rendering the attendant unconscious in an instant. If not for the laws against murder on a main star, you would not have merely suffered a shattered wrist today, Su Ming stated coldly, bending down to retrieve the attendant's star coin card and pass. Straightening up, Su Ming proceeded toward the teleportation station ahead. According to imperial law, any youth aged 16 without cultivation talent must unconditionally work for 5 years on the logistical planets at the front lines. Since this fate had been decreed, Su Ming saw no option but to comply, lest he oppose the entire empire's laws. Moreover, since the Corlin family has severed ties, Su Ming is perfectly poised to venture to other planets and carve out a realm of his own. Chapter 3, Monte. Who goes there? Where are you headed? Su Ming. Here is my identification card. I am bound for work on planet Nopu for 5 years. Su Ming addressed the staff at the space transfer station in a calm tone. Su Ming, the station attendant, upon receiving the identification card, perused Su Ming's credentials, and was taken aback upon noting that he was formerly the second son of the Corlin family, now stripped of his surname. His gaze turned peculiar as he regarded Su Ming. Without further ado, he handed him another card. Insert this card into the device at the transfer station, and will transport you to planet Nopu, the attendant instructed. Thank you, Su Ming replied with a light chuckle, making his way toward the space transfer station. However, as Su Ming passed through the detection area, the energy level testing apparatus suddenly displayed 2 conspicuous numbers, 21 and 25. These figures represented Su Ming's physical and cerebral energy levels. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing these readings. Am I seeing this correctly? Just activated the genetic lock today, and he possesses such energy levels? This must be a once-in-a-millennium genius. He murmured to himself. Why would such a talent renounce his surname? Why send him to a border planet for 5 years? Does the Corlin family not realize they have squandered a prodigy of unparalleled potential? Yet, before he could regain his composure, the spatial transfer conduit sprang to life. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's figure vanished from the transfer station. Whoosh! With technological advancements reaching their zenith, space transfer technology is exceptionally sophisticated. The nation Su Ming hails from is among the 5 cosmic superpowers within the human realm, known as the Montcall Empire. In terms of spatial transfer technology, it ranks at the pinnacle of the universe. Without experiencing any discomfort, Su Ming found himself on a planet that exuded a distinctly industrial ambience. Planet Nopu. Approaching him was a robust man who, upon seeing Su Ming, grinned widely and said, "Kid, you've come to work? Haven tea you?" Su Ming nodded and promptly handed his work identification to the man. In truth, Su Ming could have easily disregarded the Corlin family's plans and sought a life of leisure elsewhere. However, upon learning that his workplace was a logistics mechanical repair factory, his interest was piqued. For each mechanical component he disassembled, he would earn a bit of starlight points. What better place than a logistics mechanical repair factory to acquire components ripe for disassembly? Moreover, during his aimless years, Su Ming had been dismantling various mechanical parts, and the Corlin family could procure even the rarest of components. Over the span of 16 years, he had disassembled over 1 million pieces. This extensive experience in dismantling mechanical components had endowed Su Ming with an abundance of knowledge and expertise. He gazed toward the logistics base, steeped in industrial essence, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable gleam. Mechas are the dreams of every genetic warrior. After dismantling 1 million different mechanical parts, who has to say he couldn't assemble a mecha of his own in the future? The man took a glance at Su Ming's work identification, scrutinized his physique, and noticed the opulent attire he had yet to change into, causing him to frown slightly. "Kid, your work identification indicates a technical position? I thought you were just a janitor or statistician, non-technical roles." You're not one of those so-called scions from wealthy families here to gild their resumes, are you? Let me tell you, this logistics line leads straight to the battlefield, a place of peril. Don't come here to complicate matters, you affluent brat. The man regarded Su Ming with an unfriendly expression. Su Ming chuckled softly and replied, I have practiced mechanical disassembly and assembly at home. I am more than capable of handling this job. Mechanical disassembly? The man sized up Su Ming before sneering. All right then, let's see if you can walk the walk. I'll give you a few mechanical parts. If you can disassemble and reassemble them, you can work in the mechanical department. Otherwise, you'll be stuck as a janitor. So don't make a mess. Su Ming smiled, no problem. Follow me. The man led Su Ming to a vast mechanical production room. Newcomer, is it? Monty. Inside the mechanical room, several individuals were engaged in disassembling and reassembling machinery. These were machines damaged in the frontline battles, sent to the logistics mechanical repair factory for refurbishment. Upon seeing the man bring Su Ming in, the others began to tease him. Look at this newcomer, with that pretty boy face. He must be a gilded disciple sent by some big family. Wank, fetch some mechanical parts. Let us see how this kid fares. Wank, a lean mechanic, burst into laughter at the man's words and retrieved several ordinary-looking mechanical components from the damaged machinery before him. Here, try these simple ones first. Clang. The mechanical parts were tossed before Su Ming one by one. The surrounding mechanics, who found their daily tasks rather monotonous, were now intrigued to witness a newcomer-esque trial and turned their attention to Su Ming's workstation. All right, Su Ming, begin disassembling and assembling, the man said, watching him with a detached demeanor. As Su Ming surveyed the mechanical components before him, he suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the parts. Rather, his vision, augmented by the system panel, allowed him to perceive intricate internal details of the components. It was as if his eyes had transformed into X-ray vision, revealing internal damages at a glance. Various metrics instantly appeared before him. Torsion strength, damage degree, hardness, and so forth. It felt as if a pair of glasses, capable of seeing beneath the surface of objects, had manifested before him, making the task of disassembly remarkably straightforward. Su Ming couldn't help but feel elated. One must understand that the complexity of mechanical components often lies in mastering their structures and corresponding functionalities. Only then can one dismantle them while avoiding crucial areas prone to damage. Given the current technological advancements, many components contain circuits measured in microns and nanometers, tiny and densely packed. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic failure, resulting in the complete destruction of the entire part. Now, with this newfound capability, disassembling the components became exceedingly manageable. While Su Ming was momentarily lost in thought, the man named Monty displayed signs of impatience. Well, don't overestimate yourself, kid. Don't waste our time. Go to the mechanical cleaning room for a task. He sneered at Su Ming. Hearing Monty's voice brought Su Ming back to reality. He smiled at Monty and replied calmly, Don't rush, just watch and see. Chapter 4, Restoration. Su Ming, with confidence and poise, directly picked up a somewhat battered mechanical component from the workbench. He then extended his hand, preparing to disassemble the intricate parts of this mechanism without hesitation. The onlookers were taken aback by this bold move. Shouldn't he first scan the component with a scanner? If there were any hidden damages within, recklessly opening it could exacerbate the damage or even lead to total failure. One of the mechanics, witnessing Su Ming's actions, exclaimed in surprise, voicing his concerns. However, Su Ming paid him no mind, continuing to meticulously disassemble the mechanical part. Another mechanic, observing the scene, shook his head in disapproval, noting the uneven force of Su Ming's arms. Without the aid of a robotic arm, it would be exceedingly difficult to control the force applied, risking harm to the millimeter-sized circuits inside. This young man clearly lacked even the most basic knowledge, appearing to be a mere pretender lacking understanding. Mont, a burly figure, cast a more hostile gaze towards Su Ming upon hearing the mechanic's remarks. Should Su Ming damage the component, he would certainly ensure that the young man learned that there is no remedy for regret in this world. At that moment, a faint clicking sound emanated from the mechanical part in Su Ming's hands. Everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of what was unfolding. Soon, astonishment washed over their faces as they beheld the component being flawlessly disassembled into two distinct parts, laid out neatly on the workbench. How could this be? It seemed as though it had been perfectly dismantled without the use of a scanner. One of the nearby mechanics voiced his disbelief. Yet, Su Ming remained unfazed, fully engrossed in the task at hand, retrieving another piece to continue his disassembly. Click! Another soft sound resonated, and the onlookers were once again stunned to find that the parts Su Ming had disassembled bore no signs of secondary damage. Secondary damage refers to the additional harm that mechanical components might sustain after being sent to the repair department following battle damage, often due to improper handling by mechanics. These secondary damage indicators are typically much newer than the original damage, making them easily recognizable. It is quite normal for secondary damage to occur. A competent mechanic typically manages to reduce the damage rate to around 40. Yet, the crowd watched in awe as this fair-skinned youth, having flawlessly disassembled the second mechanical component, immediately picked up yet another piece to dismantle. Click, click, click. The rhythmic sounds filled the repair workshop, transforming the initial shock of the spectators into disbelief, numbness, and even reverence. By now, he had successfully disassembled 9 mechanical components, with a secondary damage rate of 0. It was utterly astounding. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the workshop. Not relying on a scanner was one thing. Seasoned veterans might accomplish that. However, disassembling by hand required an intimate understanding of the intricate structures within each component. With precise control over the applied force, too much or too little could result in damage. The fact that this young man maintained a secondary damage rate of 0 suggested that his experience and skill in mechanical disassembly far surpassed everyone present. Had he been honing these skills since infancy? One mechanic mumbled, his eyes wide with incredulity. No, it wasn't merely from infancy. He must have practiced extensively, likely dedicating at least 10 hours a day with unwavering focus to reach this level of proficiency. Another mechanic quickly dismissed the previous assertion, deeming it nearly impossible. Who would devote their childhood solely to mastering mechanical disassembly? Little did they know, Su Ming's dedication was strikingly similar to what they described. Since childhood, he had been inseparable from mechanical components, disassembling them at every opportunity, except for when he was sleeping or eating. This relentless practice had cultivated an almost obsessive familiarity with each mechanical part. Merely touching a component allowed him to discern its issues. At last, the final soft click echoed, marking the successful disassembly of the 10th mechanical component. The workbench was now strewn with a collection of individual mechanical parts. The atmosphere in the workshop grew so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Mont, preparing to speak, was interrupted as Su Ming disregarded the audience, casually dragging over a precision engraving machine. He picked up one of the parts and placed it on the device, commencing the intricate task of engraving micrometer-level circuits onto the component. He intended to repair it. One mechanic, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "His disassembly skills are remarkable. Surely he must know how to repair as well." Another mechanic's eyes widened as he fixated on Su Ming's hands. Mechanical repair involves numerous distinct steps: cleaning, disassembly, repair, and reassembly. The cleaning step is undoubtedly the simplest, requiring minimal technical skill. However, disassembly, repair, and reassembly each present increasing complexity, often leading mechanics to specialize in one area, passing the final reassembly to another. Yet here was this young man, not only dismantling but also intent on repairing. The crowd refrained from interrupting Su Ming. His earlier performance had already captivated some of the mechanics present. As they watched him prepare to continue his repairs, they collectively held their breath, anticipation evident in their expressions. "His hands are so steady," one mechanic murmured. Mont pondered aloud. What is his brain domain level? With such steady hands, it must be impressive. The stability of one's hands is governed by cognitive control. While physical ability denotes power and force, cognitive domain level represents control and finesse. Mont retrieved Su Ming's work ID, curious to investigate further. Upon reaching the section indicating brain domain level, he was astounded to find a bold 3 inscribed there. Mont's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own vision. His brain domain level is 3? Surely this must be a mistake. Even Mont was left bewildered. Wait, something is amiss. The component he is repairing is the N-265 Model Energy Rifle's X3 circuit board. However, the circuitry he is engraving does not conform to the established design. In fact, many of his engravings contradict the original specifications. At that moment, one of the engravers squinted, standing up with a serious tone, addressing the assembly. Chapter 5, Astonishment. The workshop's occupants gasped at his words. He is engraving it incorrectly? A disassembler furrowed his brow, questioning. Though he lacked expertise in engraving, he understood the fundamental principle that if the engraved circuitry contained contradictions, it could lead to a catastrophic failure of the circuit board due to electrical interference. In such a case, not only would they fail to defeat the enemy, but they would struggle to preserve their own lives. Errors in engraving are strictly taboo in mechanical repair and manufacturing alike. For once a misstep occurs in the sculpting process, the repercussions would be dire. Should we halt him? Monty furrowed his brow and inquired. The sculptor observed Su Ming's technique intently. watching as he skillfully recarved the circuitry on the already damaged circuit board. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. It was peculiar. Although Su Ming's carving paths seemed contradictory, they harmonized beautifully once interconnected. The sculptor murmured to himself, "Is there truly any danger? Monte preste." His brow still knitted in concern. The sculptor shook his head and replied, "I cannot comprehend it fully, but to ascertain the final outcome, we shall wait until he completes the carving and conduct a reinstallation test." Upon hearing the sculptor's words, the onlookers redirected their gaze towards Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming had commenced the repair of a second component, still employing the engraving device to meticulously etch patterns onto the piece. However, unbeknownst to others, a series of soft chimes echoed within Su Ming's mind. Ding! Disassembly successful. Acquired 1 starlight point. Ding! Disassembly successful. Acquired 1 starlight point. Ding! Repair successful. Acquired 1 starlight point. To Su Ming's delight, successfully repairing a component also yielded starlight points. This implied that if he were to fully restore a weapon, he could potentially garner dozens of points. This maintenance workshop was truly my paradise. Su Ming's spirits soared as he deftly repaired several components, accumulating a total of 20 starlight points in an instant. Gazing at the restored parts in his hands, he wasted no time in commencing assembly. The surrounding mechanics were left in a state of shock, staring blankly at Su Ming, who had just completed repairs and was now poised to assemble. "Well, you can also reassemble machinery? Is there anything you cannot do?" Reassembly is the most challenging step in repairing mechanical components. It requires the precise connection of every micron-level circuit, while ensuring that the gaps between two pieces remain below 1 micron. This task demands an exceptionally high level of skill from the mechanics. Even Su Ming, during the reassembly phase, concentrated intently, meticulously piecing together the components before him. After considerable effort with more than 10 parts, he successfully assembled a complete mechanical unit. As Su Ming finished the assembly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the entire mechanical repair workshop. All eyes were fixed on Su Ming's actions, and upon witnessing the successful assembly, a wave of unspoken tension was released. Success! The circuitry system of the N-265 energy rifle has been restored. Su Ming beamed at the mechanical part in his hands, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Restoring a damaged component to its rightful function embodies the allure of mechanical repair. What is wrong with you all? Su Ming then noticed that, at some point, he had been encircled by everyone, all eyes fixated on the mechanical component he held. "Su Ming, is it? Why does the circuitry in this component differ from the original?" The sculptor gulped and quietly asked. Su Ming's recent display had left him utterly astonished. Even though he perceived that the circuitry did not match the original, he found it difficult to discern whether the mechanical part had truly been restored. "Oh, I merely felt that some aspects of the original circuitry were somewhat illogical, so I made a few adjustments." Su Ming replied nonchalantly. "Illogical? Just a few adjustments?" The sculptor could not help but chuckle inwardly. Such a statement sounds simple, yet executing it is far more challenging, akin to creating anew upon an existing foundation. This operation, without the finesse of a master, is typically arduous to accomplish. Is there a test rifle for the N-265 energy rifle? I'd like to try this circuitry system. So meaning Wayev. Upon hearing his words, the crowd snapped back to reality. Indeed, regardless of whether Su Ming's repair was successful or not, the best way to verify it would be to replace this component in the original weapon. As long as it achieves at least 75 of the original power, it would be deemed satisfactory, over 90, and it could be considered a perfect restoration. The crowd hurriedly retrieved a test rifle from the warehouse and handed it to Su Ming. Accepting the test rifle, Su Ming promptly replaced it with the mechanical part he had just repaired. He then proceeded to the testing area and fired a shot at the target. Zing! A surge of energy instantly coalesced within the rifle, and in an instant, it was unleashed through the muzzle. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the test target wobbled violently. However, constructed from super composite materials, the target remained intact despite the assault. Soon, the results of the test were announced. Ding! The N-265 energy rifle test results are as follows. Power is at 130 of the original value. Shooting energy storage time decreased by 20. Trajectory speed increased by 20. The overall effectiveness of the repair component is rated at 130 of the original. The displayed figures sent shivers down the spines of all the mechanics present. In mechanical repair, the term repair implies that even if a weapon is restored, its power would still fall short of its original pristine condition. Yet, the energy rifle that Su Ming restored was now exhibiting even greater ferocity than before its damage. This was no mere repair. It was creation. Su Ming had innovated a new circuitry method for this energy rifle. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Su Ming, their eyes alight with admiration. Achieving such a feat is the hallmark of a mechanical master. This seemingly unassuming youth, who appeared to be merely going through the motions, possessed master-level mechanical prowess? Monty's breathing quickened. He began to realize that his repair workshop had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 6, Starlight Points. Su Ming, this will be your residence, Monty said with a beaming smile, addressing Su Ming. Indeed, true strength and value are the best means to earn respect. Initially, Monty had shown little favor towards Su Ming, but now he had reserved the finest employee accommodations for him. Su Ming glanced around. While the staff quarters were certainly not as lavish as those within the Collin family estate, in the context of a logistics planet like Norp, it was quite commendable. Satisfied, Su Ming nodded and then inquired, Captain Monty, what tasks will I be required to undertake? Monty, still smiling broadly, responded, It's simple. Disassembling 20 components in a day will fulfill your work quota. Each component earns 1 star coin, and any excess beyond 20 can be counted for additional compensation. Naturally, both repairs and reassembly are also compensated. 2 star coins for repairing a component, and 3 for reassembly. After a brief pause, Monty lowered his voice and added, With your level of skill, Su Ming, you will undoubtedly complete the tasks with ease, so... Mont glanced around, lowering his voice as he spoke. If you wish to earn more star coins, you might consider taking on some side jobs. I can assist in bringing those opportunities to you, and we can split the profits evenly. Upon hearing Mont's words, Su Ming remained non-committal. He smiled and replied, Should the need arise, I will seek Mr. Mont as assistance. However, for now, I prefer to stabilize my situation first. Mont chuckled in acknowledgement, a sheepish smile on his face. Indeed, let us allow the young master to acclimate to his new surroundings first. I shall take my leave now. Feel free to inquire about anything whenever you need my guidance. Thank you, Mr. Mont. After Mont exited the room, Su Ming plunged his mind into his own system. At that moment, he discovered he possessed 32 star points. As this was Su Ming's first acquisition of star points, he was eager to explore their potential. According to the system's description, star points could be utilized for various purposes: training, attacking, repairing the body, and enhancing physical strength. Clearly, his current focus should be on training and strengthening his physique. Without hesitation, Su Ming opted for training. Styles Bundles Celestial Technique. This was the martial arts Su Ming had been cultivating for over a decade, confined within the system. He had long mastered it to perfection. At this moment, he effortlessly activated the starless, boundless celestial technique. Soon, wisps of starlight descended from the heavens into Su Ming's chamber, subsequently being absorbed into his body. Whether day or night, starlight was ever present. The rays of stars, including sunlight, were indeed forms of starlight. As this starlight flowed into Su Ming's being, it began to circulate in a specific direction. This movement possessed an enigmatic rhythm, rendering Su Ming's physique increasingly robust and resilient. Su Ming opened his eyes, a contemplative expression gracing his features. At this rate of cultivation, it would likely take him 2 weeks to ascend to the rank of a superior genetic warrior. The ranks of genetic warriors are divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 times genetic locks within the human body are unlocked. Each new genetic lock requires the accumulation of substantial energy. Once a certain threshold is reached, the next genetic lock will be activated. With the unlocking of genetic locks, genetic warriors gain even greater strength. Currently, Su Ming was a mid-level genetic warrior, which meant he needed to amass enough energy to reach the superior level before unlocking the next genetic lock and becoming a second-tier genetic warrior. Surui, 2 years his senior, had unlocked her genetic locks 2 years earlier than him. Over these 2 years, she had advanced from a first-tier genetic warrior to a fourth-tier genetic warrior, a pace remarkably swift, even within the Empire. At his current cultivation rate, it was uncertain if he could catch up to Su Rue. In their future encounters, he might even find himself unable to best her. After all, in addition to a conducive training environment, Su Rue benefited from the resources provided by the Collin family, significantly accelerating her progress. Even though Su Ming's aptitude surpassed hers, surpassing her without such resources was a daunting prospect he could hardly accept. With Su Ming's character being one that seeks retribution for grievances, he was determined to reclaim his standing. He recalled how Su Rue had overshadowed him since childhood, and in the future, he would undoubtedly seek to rectify that imbalance. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ming did not hesitate to expend 5 star points for the purpose of training. Almost immediately, 5 exceptionally pure strands of starlight surged from the system into Su Ming's body. Perceiving this vast and refined starlight energy, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with contemplation. His 9 radiant star body was a unique constitution, composed of both starlight and flesh. The reason star points could aid his training in strengthening and attacking was precisely due to his body's composition of starlight energy. Thus, an influx of starlight energy would certainly facilitate his endeavors. Without delay, Su Ming began to circulate his technique, absorbing the exchanged starlight into his being. The immense starlight enveloped every corner of his body, becoming part of him, fortifying his physique. Upon opening his eyes again, a flicker of joy danced within them. Each star point contained starlight equivalent to an hour's worth of energy absorption. This meant that by exchanging 24 star points, he effectively completed a day's worth of training. Su Ming silently noted the characteristics of the star points and subsequently converted the remaining points back into starlight energy, gradually absorbing it into his body. By the end of the night, as cultivation, Su Ming's physique had begun to grow increasingly resilient. The following morning, he awoke early, refreshed himself, and made his way to the mechanical repair workshop. "Master Su Ming, you've arrived." "Good morning, Master Su Ming." The mechanics in the workshop had not forgotten the astonishment Su Ming had brought the previous day. Upon seeing him, smiles adorned their faces as they greeted him. Su Ming, remaining humble, returned their nods with a smile before approaching his workstation. He deftly picked up a basket of mechanical parts and immediately commenced disassembly. Chapter 7. The Marketplace. Click, click, click. Su Ming immersed himself in the task, skillfully dismantling each mechanical component. While disassembling mechanical parts might seem tedious to others, for Su Ming, it had become the essence of his daily existence over the past decade. It was a part of him. Without the act of disassembling mechanical components or engraving circuits, he would feel an unsettling sense of discomfort. His speed increased as he recognized these mechanical parts as ones he had previously dismantled. A mere glance allowed him to precisely identify their hidden joints. Time and again, he felt no irritation. Whether dismantling mechanical components, engraving circuits, reassembling machinery, or even delving into the intricate assembly of an entire machine or mech, each step demanded significant mental focus to maintain concentration. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his mental fortitude and focus. Throughout this process, Su Ming's brain domain energy level gradually improved with each moment of concentration. There are no shortcuts to enhancing brain domain energy levels, nor could star points serve as nourishment. It required gradual accumulation and incremental improvement. Even Su Rue, immersed in various superior resources, had to earn her progress step by step. Su Ming concentrated on the mechanical components in his hands, clearing his mind of all distractions. He had an inkling that while he was currently engaged in the most fundamental tasks, these very actions would one day lead to a tremendous transformation. By that time, it was anticipated that he would be able to assemble his own, the most formidable mechanical equipment in the world, the Mecha. In no time, the 20 mechanical components in Su Ming's hands were deftly disassembled into a myriad of mechanical parts. Witnessing Su Ming's remarkable efficiency in dismantling these components, the nearby disassembly technician could not help but display a look of reverence in his eyes. "Master Su Ming, are you planning to repair and reassemble them?" Mon, observing the scene, spoke up with a smile. Su Ming had effortlessly disassembled the 20 mechanical components in less than an hour, a speed that surpassed that of other technicians by 4 or 5 times. Having witnessed Su Ming complete the disassembly, Mont eagerly anticipated seeing Su Ming's repair and reassembly process. He understood that if his mechanical workshop could consistently produce such high-quality mechanical parts, it would soon attract the attention of soldiers on the front lines. This would lead to a surge of requests specifically for repairs from soldiers, showcasing the workshop's capabilities to superiors, which would greatly benefit Mont's prospects for advancement. However, to Mont's surprise, Su Ming shook his head, set down the mechanical components, and addressed Mont. "Captain Mont, I have completed my task for today. After receiving my payment, I would like to explore the nearby shops." Although the logistics planet differed significantly from the residential planet, the inhabitants here also required normal avenues for leisure and consumption. Thus, the planet naturally boasted shops, taverns, and a variety of establishments such as battle rooms and internet cafes. Since his rebirth in this world, Su Ming had been living within the estate of the Korin family, leading a rather aimless existence, unaware of the simple pleasure of strolling through the streets. Thus, he had never truly explored this world. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he was eager to wander and witness the diverse facets of this realm. After collecting his wages, which, combined with the previous day's earnings, amounted to over 40 star coins, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. Star coins served as the universal currency in human society, accepted across various nations. Although 40 star coins was not a substantial sum, Su Ming possessed far more than that. The considerable amount he had previously acquired from Servant amounted to a staggering 200,000 star coins. This amount was equivalent to the typical expenses of an average family over 2 or 3 years, highlighting the wealth of the Korn family. Having received his payment, Su Ming departed the mechanical workshop and made his way towards the nearby commercial district. Despite the planet being primarily focused on logistics and mechanical repairs for frontline warriors, a significant 60% of the area was designated for commerce and residential purposes. Mechanical apprentices wanted, with meals and accommodation provided, plus a monthly stipend of 50 star coins. Check out the new firearms produced by Nock Technology Company. Among the bustling shops, numerous vendors were calling out their wares. However, most of these establishments were related to machinery and weaponry. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly heard a vendor nearby proclaiming, "Zex, 30 leper mechanical arm on sale today. Purchase 1 and receive 3 energy bars for free." Intrigued, Su Ming promptly entered the shop. "Excuse me, could you show me the mechanical arm?" he inquired. The proprietor, a blue-skinned human likely not from the Montcur Empire, brightened at Su Ming's request and cheerfully retrieved a mechanical arm from the back. The ZX-30 leper mechanical arm is equipped with an anti-gravity system, ensuring that even when attached, it feels weightless and remains exceptionally agile. The owner explained with enthusiasm as he handed over the arm. Su Ming accepted the mechanical arm and, utilizing his enhanced vision system, scrutinized it thoroughly. Each component revealed no secrets to him. It was evident that this was a standardized mechanical arm produced by a technological company, with every part exuding the mechanical precision of assembly line production. Though Su Ming was not particularly fond of such assembly line machinery, he could not deny that certain aspects of this mechanical arm possessed unique craftsmanship, making it quite appealing to him at this stage. Feeling a surge of excitement, Su Ming inquired further, "What is the energy capacity range of this mechanical arm? Does it have a built-in anti-modification system?" The shopkeeper, taken aback by Su Ming's knowledge, raised an impressed eyebrow and gave thumbs up. "A connoisseur, it seems you are considering modifying this mechanical arm. It supports modifications. With an energy capacity range of approximately 20 to 80, the longer Su Ming examined the mechanical arm, the more he appreciated it. "How much does it cost?" "Straight price, 13,000 star coins." 13,000 star coins? Su Ming was taken aback. This was no trivial sum. Such an amount could sustain an ordinary family for several months. However, he understood that prices for mechanical weapons were generally steep, and this one was not overly inflated. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming looked at several mechanical components on the counter and proposed, "In that case, I will buy it for 13,000 star coins if you could throw in a neural enhancement component." "A neural enhancement component? Are you a genetic warrior?" The shopkeeper was astonished. The neural enhancement component was specifically designed for genetic warriors, capable of connecting with their neural domains to amplify the energy levels of mechanical weapons. If the mechanical arm's energy range was 20 to 80, combined with Su Ming's own 25 points of neural energy, it could potentially unleash an energy level exceeding 40 to 100, greatly enhancing its power. The shopkeeper studied Su Ming, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely replied, "All right, although I won't make much profit, fostering a good relationship with you seems worthwhile. I'll sell it to you for 13,000 star coins." Chapter 8, Danger approche. Having purchased the mechanical arm, Su Ming felt no desire to continue exploring. He returned to the mechanical workshop, carrying the large arm. However, instead of heading straight to his dormitory, he made his way to his workstation. By this time, dusk had settled, and most technicians had finished their shifts, enjoying post-work leisure. Only a few remained in the workshop, diligently working overtime. Su Ming discreetly approached his workstation, only to be met with a curious glance from a nearby youth. The boy, with an expression of intrigue, momentarily fixated on Su Ming's mechanical arm before ceasing his work entirely, captivated by Su Ming's presence. Ignoring the boy, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm onto his workstation and proceeded to take out the neural enhancement component gifted by the shopkeeper, focusing intently on disassembling it. Although these components were already complete products, they still required his meticulous attention. However, as Su Ming contemplated, he felt an utter indifference towards the standardized mechanical components produced on the assembly line. Even though this particular component was relatively mature in its assembly form, it still fell short of his expectations. In a matter of moments, Su Ming deftly disassembled the brain domain amplification component before him into its constituent parts. As a component exclusively used by brain domain developers, the intricacies of these parts far surpassed those of ordinary components. Nonetheless, this posed no challenge for Su Ming. His extensive experience allowed him to effortlessly dismantle mechanical components, even 10 times more complex than this one. The young boy beside him watched in increasing fascination. Su Ming's fluid movements akin to a mesmerizing art form in the eyes of other disassemblers. This was a significant undertaking. After dismantling the brain domain amplification component, Su Ming meticulously dissolved all the circuits of each individual part and subsequently engraved new micro-level and nano-level circuits onto them. Time slipped away, and nearly 3 hours had passed by the time he stood up, feeling a slight weariness wash over him. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that he would not be able to complete the subsequent assembly today. Working in a fatigue state could lead to errors, even for someone as skilled as Su Ming. He stowed the mechanical arm and parts into the storage cabinet below and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the boy had not yet departed. Instead, he was gazing at Su Ming with an expression of admiration. Su Ming paused. "Aren't you off work yet? It's quite late." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the boy's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He seemed to struggle with communication, taking quite some time before he finally spoke in a soft voice. "Your disassembly and engraving skills are truly remarkable. I couldn't help but watch." At the boy's words, Su Ming smiled and replied, "All right, it's getting late. I need to rest. You should do the same." With that, he made ready to exit the mechanical workshop. The boy stood there, staring at Su Ming, hesitating to speak, feeling a touch of social anxiety. Finally, just as Su Ming was about to push the door open, the boy found the courage to ask, "Su Ming, could you teach me about mechanical technology?" It seemed this question had drained the boy of all his strength. By the end, his voice had grown faint and barely audible. Su Ming turned back in surprise and curiously inquired, "You wish to learn mechanical technology?" Seeing that Su Ming did not immediately decline, a glimmer of hope ignited in the boy's heart, and he quickly nodded, "I want to learn. Can you teach me? I don't need you to do it for free. I can assist you with your disassembly work." Su Ming pondered for a moment and then nodded. "All right. While I'm engraving and assembling, you can observe. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly." Hearing Su Ming's words, the boy was overjoyed. Bowing repeatedly in gratitude, Su Ming, witnessing the boy's reaction, found it rather amusing. "It's just a small favor. No need to thank me. By the way, what is your name?" "E.M. Warren," the boy replied promptly. Su Ming repeated the name in his mind and smiled at Warren. "I've noted it down. Rest well today, and feel free to ask me anything tomorrow." With that, Su Ming pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving Warren standing in the workshop, his face alight with excitement. He glanced at Su Ming's departing figure, not following him out, but instead returning to his workstation. From the scrap box beneath, he retrieved a discarded mechanical part. Mimicking Su Ming's earlier actions, he erased the original circuits and replayed the day's operations in his mind. He then carefully engraved new circuits onto the component. However, as it was his first attempt at engraving, each effort ended in failure. Nevertheless, a glimmer of determination shone in Warren's eyes as he continued to emulate Su Ming's technique. Throughout the mechanical workshop, circuits flickered to life only to extinguish swiftly, continuing into the late hours of the night. Little did Warren realize that this day's inquiry, combined with his daily diligence, would, years later, lead to the emergence of an invincible powerhouse known as the mechanical god Warren in the cosmos. Of course, that is a tale for another time, and we shall not dwell on it just yet. As for Su Ming taking Warren as an apprentice, it caused him neither inconvenience nor trouble. Warren was quite adept at gauging the right moments, only approaching Su Ming with questions during his breaks, ensuring he did not disturb Su Ming while he worked. In fact, with Warren as an assistant, Su Ming could delegate some of the basic disassembly tasks to him. These tasks had become somewhat trivial for Su Ming, and continuing to perform them felt like a waste of time. Thus, Warren was able to take on part of the workload. Su Ming was quite satisfied with Warren as an assistant and paid more attention during their teaching sessions. Days passed in this manner, with Su Ming spending his days repairing and reassembling damaged mechanical parts from the battlefield, thereby accruing numerous starlight points from the system. After work, he would modify his mechanical arm, transforming it into a circuit pattern he was familiar with, and installing the brain domain amplification component. His days were fulfilling and structured. However, unbeknownst to Su Ming, at this very moment on Claire's star, one of the 5 main stars of the Moncal Empire, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Su Ming wore a smile on his lips. "Excellent. My father has finally left. I can discreetly eliminate some of the family's useless elements now." Chapter 9. The mechanical arm is complete. Claire's star, renowned for its prosperity and extravagance, is one of the 5 major stars of the Moncal Empire and holds a significant position within the empire. Although this planet may not excel in technology or military prowess compared to the other main stars, and even falls short of half their standards, it has developed an extreme level of luxury, entertainment, and indulgence. This has led many prominent families and powerful clans within the Empire to establish their bases on Claire Star. Despite its low military standing, Claire Star is teeming with powerful individuals, including founders of families, prodigious talents, and imperial dignitaries. The Corrin family is one of the larger families on Claire Star, with its patriarch, Corrin Clarence, being one of the 99 apocalypse-level invincible powerhouses of the Empire. In a universe-level empire, the vastness is unimaginable. Even using trillions to describe its population would barely capture a fraction. With such a staggering population base, there are only 99 apocalypse-level strongmen, underscoring the daunting rarity of such power. At this moment, within the Corrin family, the eldest son, Suri, was smiling as he looked at a casually dressed man before him. Once the task is completed, the subsequent star coins will be deposited into your account. I have also prepared the gene modifications, cosmetic surgery, and a new identity card for you. As long as you remain incognito, no one will trace it back to you. Su Rue toyed with the cup in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, the man in plain clothes nodded impassively and replied, "Rest assured, young Master Su Rue, with my intervention, Su Ming is as good as dead." Su Rue cast a glance at the man, noting that he was a third-class low-grade gene warrior. Although he had not awakened his cerebral domain energy level, his physical energy level exceeded 400 points. This level of physical prowess, when tasked with eliminating a fool, felt somewhat like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Were it not for the need for caution, Su Rue felt utterly confident. Even if the man stood still for Su Ming's attack, Su Ming would likely struggle to even scratch his skin. The overwhelming energy level left no room for unexpected outcomes. "Go forth," Su Rue said, his spirits lifted, as he stood up and addressed the man in plain clothes with a smile. The man nodded lightly and, with a swift motion, departed from the Cologne family estate, heading straight towards the spatial transmission station. "Please present your pass. Where are you headed?" The man in plain clothes glanced at the staff member, then chuckled softly, slowly uttering 4 words, "NOP planet." Meanwhile, Su Ming was diligently working in the mechanical workshop. After a week of relentless modifications, his mechanical arm had undergone a complete transformation. The revamped mechanical arm was denser and appeared far more formidable. Most importantly, this mechanical limb could be amplified through cerebral domain energy. What does the amplification of cerebral domain energy signify? It means that if a normal person wielded this mechanical arm with a power rating of 5 points, a cerebral domain developer with a rating of 5 points could utilize the cerebral amplification system to elevate the arm's power to around 10 points. The cerebral domain energy level could essentially be transformed into actual combat prowess, allowing mechanical weapons to unleash tremendous force. Naturally, the amplification was not absolute. Energy losses from the amplification system had to be accounted for, meaning the actual boost could only approach the cerebral domain energy level without reaching it entirely. Furthermore, the inherent material of the mechanical arm imposed a limit on the energy level it could accommodate. For instance, if a mechanical arm had a maximum energy level of 100 points, a powerful user with a cerebral domain energy level of 10,000 points would simply shatter the arm. As Su Ming gazed at the successfully modified mechanical arm in his hands, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Warren, standing nearby, leaned in closer, caressing the arm as if it were a piece of fine art. Warren harbored an immense fascination for machinery. The more intricate the design, the more enamored he became. "Su Ming, what is the energy level of this mechanical arm? Hurry and measure it," Warren exclaimed excitedly. Su Ming shook his head, then smiled at Warren, saying, "We won't measure here. Let's go outside." "Not here." A hint of confusion crossed Warren's face. The workshop was equipped with the necessary measuring systems. Why not utilize them? Although puzzled, he suppressed his curiosity and followed Su Ming outside. As they walked, they unexpectedly arrived at an exceptionally desolate area. This wasteland was devoid of any structures, a barren expanse. However, Su Ming seemed quite content with the environment. Upon arriving, he stood still and began calibrating the mechanical arm. Warren's confusion deepened, and he couldn't help but inquire, "Su Ming, what are we doing here? This desolate place has no testing equipment." Su Ming merely smiled in response, and before Warren could speak further, the mechanical arm erupted with an astonishing surge of energy. Without hesitation, Su Ming unleashed a punch towards the front. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and the slight figure of Warren was flipped backward by the force of the shockwave. When he finally regained his bearings and beheld the scene before him, his mouth fell agape, staring in disbelief at the deep crater. This pit was over a meter deep, and it was clear that the stones at its center had been pulverized. Just moments ago, there had been no crater, yet it now lay before Warren. A testament to Su Ming's recent strike. Warren suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You're a Gene Warrior?" The term Gene Warrior felt both distant and aspirational to Warren, and he never expected to encounter one so close. Su Ming nodded with a smile, then gently touched the mechanical arm, murmuring, "Not bad. The arm's intrinsic energy level has reached 130 points after modifications. The power of my recent attack should be around 350 points. 130. 350? Warren muttered in astonishment, but soon his eyes widened as he looked at Su Ming. "You're also a cerebral domain developer? Chapter 10, Danger Approche." The mechanical arm originally had an energy level of 130 points, yet it delivered a blow with a force of 350 points. This could only mean one thing. Su Ming was indeed a cerebral domain developer, with a cerebral domain energy level surpassing 120 points, enabling a mere 130-point mechanical arm to unleash 350 points of power. Now, as Warren gazed at Su Ming, words escaped him. He felt that Su Ming was shrouded in mystery, possessing an astonishing grasp of mechanical fundamentals while also being a cerebral, domain-developing Gene Warrior. This was nothing short of an extraordinary feat. Even achieving a cerebral domain energy level above 120 points fell within the realm of a second-level Gene Warrior, implying that Su Ming had already attained that status. It was nearly impossible to excel in both disciplines simultaneously, even if one began training from birth. Warren was left in a state of disarray. It was important to note that Gene Warriors were classified into two categories: those who had developed their cerebral domains and those who had not. Those who had developed their cerebral domains could pilot mechs, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Conversely, those without cerebral development relied solely on their physical strength, which, while competitive with mech warriors, ultimately fell short of the advantages conferred by cerebral domain energy. "Is it so strange?" Su Ming asked, looking at Warren with surprise. Shaking his head. "Strange beyond measure." Warren nodded earnestly, then asked, "You're clearly a Gene Warrior capable of aiding the front lines without adhering to legal constraints. Why waste 5 years of your time here?" Upon hearing Warren's question, Su Ming fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I am not wasting my time here." Warren was taken aback. Catching a glimpse of the unspoken burdens Su Ming seemed to carry, he quickly adjusted the topic with a smile. "I truly envy you. I also wish to become a Gene Warrior, but, Su Ming looked at Warren with curiosity. Warren sighed, then explained, "My family lacks the funds to afford the medication required to unlock the gene lock. I have already passed the optimal window for activation. It seems this is my fate." A hint of melancholy clouded Warren's eyes. However, Su Ming quickly shook his head, voicing his disagreement. "The gene lock merely symbolizes a barrier. The timing of its unlocking is of no consequence. As long as you consistently maintain your training regimen, the genes within your body will continually accumulate energy. And when the moment to unlock the gene lock arrives, all that energy will surge forth." Warren was momentarily taken aback, then skeptically inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Su Ming nodded earnestly. This perspective starkly contrasts with the prevailing belief in interstellar society, which posits that only upon unlocking the gene lock can one expect to see tangible results from their training. Prior efforts are merely foundational. However, having practiced an unconventional method of cultivation, Su Ming has developed a unique understanding of genetic matters. The gene lock is merely a lock. Its existence does not preclude the body from continuing its training. In that case, I shall resume my gene cultivation regimen starting today. If what you say holds true, once I save enough money, I will procure a gene serum to unlock my gene lock. A glimmer of hope ignited in Warren's eyes, imbuing him with a renewed vitality. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Let's return." "All right." Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm beside him, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He was quite pleased with this mechanical arm. In such a tumultuous star system, possessing a mechanical arm for self-defense provided a sense of security. He then delved into his own body, observing the changes in his internal strength. Warren's conjecture was not misplaced. After a week of rigorous training, Su Ming had ascended to the realm of a level 2 Gene Warrior. The enhancement provided by the Starlight Points had accelerated his training speed by more than tenfold. What previously required 1 or 2 months to achieve now took merely a week. Currently, Su Ming's physical energy level and cerebral energy level stood at 131 and 124 points, respectively. Ultimately, the advancement of his cerebral energy level was relatively sluggish. even though Su Ming's mechanical skills were robust enough to facilitate rapid improvement. They paled in comparison to the enhancements in physical energy derived from starlight points. Su Ming shook his head, his mind focusing as he prepared to enter his daily training session. The day's labor, dismantling, sculpting, and reassembling, had garnered him over 40 starlight points, sufficient to sustain his training for another night. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. What is happening? He thought, alarmed. However, thanks to his training in the Starry Infinite Heaven technique, Su Ming had honed an acute sense of awareness regarding aura and danger. He distinctly sensed an ominous presence drawing nearer. No longer daring to continue his training, he grasped the recently modified mechanical arm beside him, warily eyeing the door. The unsettling sensation emanated from outside. Although he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, his feeling of vigilance remained undiminished. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from outside, reminiscent of a trigger being pulled. This sound was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been nightfall with a lack of surrounding noise, Su Ming would likely have missed it entirely. In an instant, a wave of dread washed over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly evaded to the side. The next moment, his bed exploded behind him, flames engulfing the room in an instant. Clink! Without a moment's pause, Su Ming equipped his mechanical arm, shattered the window, and leapt out. He rolled upon landing, stabilizing himself on the ground. Behind him lay a raging inferno. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have surely been shot dead, leaving no trace. A shiver of fear coursed through Su Ming, prompting him to hasten towards the mechanical workshop's exit. Just then, he heard a soft gasp reach his ears. A man clad in plain clothes, his expression calm, emerged from the shadows. He glanced at the fleeing Su Ming, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Isn't this Su Ming supposed to be a fool? Has the young master been deceived by him? Fortunately, the young master had remained cautious, specifically instructing me to deal with him. Today, I shall assist the young master in eliminating this threat. The man muttered to himself, then vanished into the darkness. Chapter 11. Pursuit and Mechanical Arm. Su Ming sprinted desperately forward, striving to escape the pursuer behind him. He had no intention of seeking help from the mechanics within the workshop. After all, most of these mechanics were ordinary individuals without any training, merely adept at mechanical repairs. If they had undergone training, they would not have been dispatched by the Empire to labor here. What assistance could they possibly offer? Self-rescue was his only option. Su Ming's mind was remarkably clear at that moment. He cast a glance behind him. A shroud of darkness enveloped everything, obscuring his view. Yet, he understood that a presence was tightly fixated upon him, never wavering. The assassin trailing him was relentless. In an instant, Su Ming deduced the identity of his pursuer. It could only be that despicable Su Rue, sent to assassinate him. After all, for over a decade, he had lived in a daze, having not offended anyone. The only one intent on eradicating Su Ming was none other than his own brother, Su Rue. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Damn it! Initially, he had felt conflicted, but believed that he need not seek Su Rue's demise. However, it was evident that Su Rue had other plans, wishing to eliminate him outright. Given this, what was there to hesitate about? Once an opportunity presented itself, Su Rue would surely meet his end in my hands. Bang! Whoosh! Another faint gunshot resonated behind him, accompanied by the sound of a bullet slicing through the air, reaching Su Ming's ears. In an instant, he swiftly pivoted, deftly executing an intricate maneuver to evade the bullet aimed at him. The windbreaker pistol had an effective range of 300 meters, with a magazine capacity of 6 rounds. Instantly, Su Ming deduced the model and specifications of the weapon based on the sound of the bullet and the resulting explosion. There were 4 rounds remaining. The assassin behind him had 4 bullets left. The pursuer, unaware that Su Ming had instantaneously discerned the remaining ammunition, trailed him like a phantom. His eyes devoid of emotion as he observed Su Ming. He raised his pistol once more, preparing to fire another shot at Su Ming's back. As a professional assassin, he specialized in long-range firearm kills and would never engage in close combat. Moreover, he possessed unwavering confidence in his marksmanship. Do not be deceived by the seemingly simple act of firing a shot. Each bullet is meticulously aimed, anticipating the opponent's movements and locking onto their aura to constrict their mobility. However, what astonished him was the surprising agility of the foolish second son of the Collin family, who deftly twisted his body once more, evading his 3rd shot in an instant. If the first 2 dodges were mere luck, then successfully evading this 3rd shot raised serious concerns. He squinted his eyes, replaying the scene in his mind, and a glimmer of realization flickered within him. This second son was no ordinary foe. That seemingly simple twist had allowed him to slip through the barrier of his aura, letting the bullet fly harmlessly into the void. Such remarkable reflexes and evasive capabilities were not typical of an ordinary individual. The underestimated second son was evidently a master. What he remained unaware of was that Su Ming's series of evasive maneuvers had been instinctual, rooted in muscle memory and subconscious reflexes. Over the course of 16 years, Su Ming's consciousness had been confined within a closed space, compelled to train relentlessly. However, training could not be limited to a single technique. Otherwise, the monotony would drive his mind to madness. Beyond honing martial skills, the system had imparted various footwork techniques and trained his evasive abilities. Even his shooting skills had undergone rigorous training. For a staggering 16 years, he spent 8 hours daily evading a barrage of simulated gunfire set by the system. In the later stages, the intensity escalated to an extreme, with Su Ming once dodging attacks from 1,000 different angles for 5 continuous minutes. This was an extraordinarily formidable achievement, and it was likely that few in the entire empire could match such prowess. It signified that through 16 years of continuous training and the acquisition of new techniques, Su Ming had evolved into a formidable warrior capable of evading attacks even when besieged in the vastness of space. Within the recesses of his mind, a formidable muscle memory had taken shape. At this moment, despite the assassin's exceptional marksmanship, striking Su Ming had become an exceedingly improbable feat. The young man wore a resolute expression. His mechanical arm remained poised and unmoving. He sprinted forward, skillfully evading the aura's lock from behind. Su Ming was waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. When a hunter fixates on their prey, the prey, too, cannot help but observe the hunter. At last, after a series of gunshots, the assassin in casual attire ceased his firing. He realized that no matter how many bullets he discharged, unless he employed a large area weapon, the boy ahead would effortlessly evade them. It sounded incredulous, yet he was compelled to accept the reality before him. He shook his head, holstered his handgun, and in an instant, his form shifted, moving with remarkable speed towards Su Ming. Since long-range firearms proved ineffective, he opted for close-quarters combat. As a level 3 genetic warrior, with a physical capability of 400 points, he assessed that the boy opposite him was merely a little over 100 points, with a disparity of 300 points in capability. A crushing victory seemed inevitable. What he did not realize was that Su Ming was eagerly anticipating his approach. Judging that the pursuer was now less than 20 meters away, Su Ming halted abruptly, pivoted, and activated his mechanical arm, which whirred to life, the circuits crackling with a terrifying force. Upon seeing the raised mechanical arm, the assassin's pupils constricted in shock. He sensed an ominous threat emanating from it. However, due to the overwhelming inertia, halting abruptly would surely result in injury from the mechanical arm. Reluctantly, he summoned all his strength and launched a powerful punch toward it. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, a level 3 genetic warrior clashed with a level 2 genetic warrior. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and both figures were propelled backward in unison. Su Ming fell to the ground, feeling a searing pain coursing through his body, aware that he had sustained severe injuries in this confrontation. However, the assassin fared far worse. As he staggered to his feet, one of his arms dangled limply from his shoulder, devoid of strength. That arm had been shattered during their clash. The assassin gazed at Su Ming in astonishment, fixating on the mechanical arm in his grasp. You are merely at brain domain level 3, yet you possess such formidable offensive power. Confusion flickered in the assassin's eyes. He had never fathomed that Su Ming had elevated his brain domain level, transforming into a genetically enhanced warrior capable of tapping into advanced brain domain abilities. It was indeed astonishing that a level 2 warrior could confront a level 3 warrior head-on, resulting in the latter's arm being broken. Yet, this was the reality of their era. While personal combat prowess held significant importance, the fusion of technology and brain domain capabilities could also manifest dazzling brilliance. A level 2 genetic warrior wielding a mechanical arm with an energy level of 130 could contend with a level 3 genetic warrior. Physical strength was no longer the sole determinant. Machinery, materials, technological advancements, and brain domain capabilities all played crucial roles in the dynamics of battle. A level 3 genetic warrior, regardless of physical might, would ultimately find themselves at a stalemate against a level 2 warrior who had developed their brain domain. This outcome sent shockwaves through the psyche of the lower-tier level 3 assassin. At that moment, Su Ming furrowed his brow and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this, the assassin's expression shifted, and he quickly grasped the implications. I had thought you had outperformed me. but it seems you merely leveraged the mechanical arm's material to avoid a fracture. However, the immense backlash has undoubtedly inflicted severe internal damage. Your organs must be ruptured, and your arm is losing strength. The assassin's face lit up with a cold exhilaration as he lunged towards Su Ming once more. Even with only one functioning arm, what did it matter? As long as he could eliminate his opponent, modern medical technology would make regrowth of severed limbs a trivial matter. Would he truly concern himself over a broken arm? Su Ming regarded the assassin with a grave expression. He knew the assassin spoke the truth, despite appearing unscathed. His insides had already been battered and broken, though a level 2 genetic warrior could withstand a level 3 warrior's assault through the mechanical arm. The substantial gap in their respective levels remained a formidable obstacle. Even if Su Ming had not modified the mechanical arm to a formidable level of 130, the original power of 80 would likely have been sufficient to fracture bones with just a single strike. Your options have been exhausted. Even if you desperately wield the mechanical arm, you pose little threat to me. Ultimately, you will perish at my hands. The assassin exuded confidence, having taken countless lives. Observing Su Ming's current state, he discerned the waning of any resistance. He charged towards Su Ming, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that moment, a brilliant starlight erupted from within Su Ming's body. Under the illumination of the starlight, Su Ming's injuries miraculously healed in an instant. Vitality level at 45. Full recovery requires the consumption of 30 starlight points. Would you like to proceed with the consumption? Yes. An unspoken dialogue unfolded quietly within Su Ming's mind. After the starlight faded, Su Ming's physical condition returned to its peak state. With a cold glint in his eyes, he turned to face the charging assassin, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical arm reactivated, electricity coursing through it fiercely. In the next moment, Su Ming raised the mechanical arm, and with a swift motion, struck the assassin with a powerful punch, who was now filled with abject terror. Boom! One punch. The assassin, reduced to a single arm, was instantly shattered by the mechanical arm, his body torn asunder by the overwhelming force, his eyes wide in irreversible death. Su Ming detached the mechanical arm, breathing heavily. The final blow had indeed delivered a strong recoil. Fortunately, most of the force was absorbed by the mechanical arm, leaving little for Su Ming to endure. Thus, he was spared the violent expulsion of blood he had experienced moments prior. Dragging the mechanical arm, Su Ming approached the assassin's remains and began to search through them. A spatial watch? After a thorough search, Su Ming found nothing of interest. Just as he was puzzled, his gaze fell upon a severely damaged watch on the assassin's arm. He promptly picked it up. This was a spatial watch, one of the most remarkable inventions of the new cosmic era. Do not be deceived by its small size. It contains an independent spatial system, likely housing over 10 cubic units of space, capable of storing a vast array of items. Moreover, it is conveniently portable, making it ideal for clandestine activities. However, upon inspecting the watch, Su Ming discovered that no matter how he adjusted it, there was no response. With a wry smile, he surmised that the watch had been damaged during their earlier confrontation, rendering it inoperable. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that as long as the core of the spatial system remained intact, the contents would not be lost. Once he repaired the watch, he would be able to access its contents. Su Ming glanced at the assassin's corpse, contemplating before using the mechanical arm to dig a substantial hole and bury the body within. As for whether anyone would discover it and the potential troubles that might ensue, he felt indifferent. Nort Planet, being in close proximity to the front lines, was a chaotic place. Such planets are typically uninhabitable and rife with disorder. Furthermore, due to their proximity to the front lines, even law enforcement could only ensure the safety of commercial and factory zones. In these remote areas, it was entirely normal for several people to die each day. Who had the time to intervene? As long as one did not commit murder in front of witnesses, trouble would not find them. If it weren't for the fear of Su Rue unearthing evidence and causing him further complications, Su Ming would have had little motivation to bury the body at all. Chapter 13, Agreement. The following day, under Monty's arrangement, Su Ming moved to a different dormitory. Your previous dormitory was attacked by unidentified assailants, and yet you emerged unscathed. Truly a stroke of good fortune. Monty grinned as he spoke to Su Ming. He then led Su Ming to another dormitory, where he would temporarily reside. Su Ming had no objections, glancing around the new environment. It's not much different from the previous one. Monty has done a commendable job. What happened yesterday? Has anyone investigated? I was out for a stroll and returned to find a dormitory like this. Su Ming felt relieved that the dormitory area had no surveillance cameras to ensure employee privacy. Had it been in the workshop area, where cameras were ubiquitous, everyone would have likely discovered his identity as a genetic warrior. Although this incident bore little significant impact, it was wise to remain discreet on a logistics planet. After all, Su Ming had heard tales of genetic warriors being discovered on logistics planets, only to be forcibly conscripted to the front lines and meet their demise. Although he considered himself vastly superior to ordinary individuals, personal capability was often eclipsed by luck on the battlefield. He was not yet inclined to engage in battle. Monty scratched his head, then shook it with a wry smile. Who can say for sure? While logistics planets are not as perilous as the front lines, they're still quite chaotic, and accidents can happen. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Monty glanced at Su Ming, then lowered his voice, addressing him. Master Su Ming, have you given any thought to our previous conversation? Su Ming was taken aback. Monty continued. To be frank, the mechanical components you repaired have caught the attention of some soldiers after they reached the battlefield. Now everyone knows that there's a highly skilled mechanic in my workshop. Recently, many have inquired if I take on private jobs. Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, I'm not opposed, but I have 3 conditions. Monty's face brightened. Speak, speak. Su Ming smiled as he declared, first, I desire a private dormitory equipped with an independent workstation. After all, I cannot conduct private work in a public area, as it would not bode well for you if discovered. Su Ming had longed for a dormitory with a dedicated workstation. For working alongside ordinary mechanics in the production area was convenient during work hours, yet cumbersome when he wished to pursue personal projects, like assembling mechanical arms. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, Monty grinned widely. That's no issue. With my authority, arranging such a dormitory is a simple task. Su Ming nodded, then continued, second, please ensure my identity remains concealed. I do not wish for too many to be aware of my skills. Monty nodded affirmatively. That is also manageable. Lastly, I expect to receive half of the profits from any private work. Monty hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, all right, you can have half. Satisfied with Monty's assurance, Su Ming smiled broadly and said, then it's settled. For future private work, just let me know. Monty, beaming with delight, nodded eagerly. Master Su Ming is a straightforward person. If you wish to accomplish anything on your planet, feel free to approach me. I do have some influence here. If all goes well, the private dormitory should be arranged by tonight. For now, make do with this one. Montelaft e artidi. Su Ming nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. During the day, he went about his work, as usual, diligently performing mechanical repairs and reconstructions at his workstation. By nightfall, Monty had reliably secured a promised private dormitory for him, granting Su Ming his own personal workshop. Aside from the occasional trip to the factory during working hours, he could now craft his mechanical weapons in the comfort of his private studio. That evening, he retrieved the spatial watch acquired from the assassin and carefully began its restoration on the workbench. Before long, he successfully detached the spatial core from the watch. He then took an inconspicuous pendant, hollowed it out, and placed the spatial core into a circuit he had previously prepared. In no time, the former spatial watch transformed into a pendant adorning Su Ming's neck. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly, and with a surge of mental energy, he activated the pendant with a mere thought. Inside the pendant, he discovered an array of items, various bank cards, a brand new identity card, a direct contact mobile phone, and an assortment of miscellaneous mechanical weapons. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a standalone star coin card among the bank cards, and a flicker of delight crossed his face. The other bank cards were unusable to him, as only the assassin could withdraw the funds contained within. However, independent star coin card was anonymous, allowing anyone to extract its coins. With renewed determination, Su Ming retrieved the direct contact mobile phone from the spatial core. Upon opening it, he found a message awaiting him. How is everything? The message was anonymous, yet the phone's single-line connection indicated that it could only communicate with the sender. A flash of realization crossed Su Ming's features as he recognized the implications of the single-line phone and the new identity card. It was likely the assassin's means of contact with their employer. After sending a terse reply stating, "The target is deceased. Do not contact me again," he promptly destroyed the phone, ensuring to inspect its components for any tracking devices before discarding the remnants into the waste bin. With these actions complete, Su Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was highly probable that Su Rue believed him to be dead. Even if there were lingering doubts, any investigation into his status would likely take considerable time. By then, he hoped to possess a degree of self-defense capabilities. Chapter 14. Planetary-level mechanical components. The arrival of the assassin seemed merely a minor interlude in Su Ming's otherwise routine life. He appeared unaffected, continuing his daily tasks in the workshop by day and indulging in mechanical research, reading, or tackling side projects brought by Monty during the evenings. After confirming Su Ming's commitment, Monty began to introduce him to various side jobs, such as repairing mechanical arms and sniper rifles. These side projects proved more challenging than his daytime work, providing Su Ming with opportunities for significant growth in his mechanical skills. After all, his daytime responsibilities typically involved repairing standard mechanical components for frontline soldiers, where the repetitive nature of the work offered little in terms of personal advancement. In contrast, the modifications arising from side projects were vastly more diverse and enriching. As the days passed, 2 weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye. Su Ming's life returned to a semblance of normalcy, and his abilities steadily improved. He progressed from being a second-tier low-grade genetic warrior at the time of encountering the assassin to a second-tier high-grade genetic warrior. Just one step remained before he could ascend to a third-tier genetic warrior. His physical and mental energy levels surged to 260 and 225, respectively, almost doubling from 2 weeks prior. Amidst this rapid advancement, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware that, despite his desire for anonymity, his reputation was gradually growing as Monty continued to secure various side jobs for him, all of which resulted in remarkably satisfactory modifications. Word spread that a highly skilled mechanic resided within Monty's managed workshop. This burgeoning fame would subsequently bring both beneficial and detrimental consequences for Su Ming. Meanwhile, in a certain sector near Nopa Planet, a spaceship sped through the cosmic void with an air of desperation. Within the vessel, several powerful individuals sat at a large round table, their expressions grave as they deliberated. Who could have anticipated that the aquamarine people would prove so troublesome? This time we miscalculated. A middle-aged man sighed, speaking with a tone of regret. They were a band of cosmic mercenaries, engaged in missions for hire. This particular task involved seizing a certain energy crystal, but they had underestimated the combat capability of the aquamarine people and were forced to flee in disarray. Have we managed to shake them off? Someone inquired nearby. The middle-aged man shook his head. The ship's detection system is damaged, so we cannot ascertain whether they are still pursuing us. However, given the sensations of the past few days, we should have eluded them. At that moment, another individual beside him spoke with a furrowed brow. The pressing issue is that the ship has sustained significant damage, and many of our mechanical weapons were severely compromised in the last encounter. We must find a place to effect repairs quickly. We cannot continue like this. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively nodded in agreement, understanding the precarious situation they faced. If they continued flying without addressing the damage, they risked encountering danger in space, or worse, the ship could disintegrate due to its compromised state, placing all aboard in jeopardy. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Harriet, search for nearby logistics and repair planets." Upon hearing the command, Harriet immediately activated his electronic device, though his expression soon darkened. "Captain, there are 2 nearby logistics and repair planets. Nopu, a first-tier repair planet, and Zhonghai, a third-tier repair planet." With Harriet's revelation, the group visibly relaxed. The existence of a third-tier repair planet in the vicinity was fortuitous news. Logistics and repair planets are classified by tiers, reflecting the technological standards, the skill levels of the mechanics, and the equipment available on the planet. A first-tier planet is the lowest quality, while a fifth tier is the highest. Given the caliber of their vessel, a visit to a third-tier logistics and repair planet would be more than adequate. However, the expression on Harriet's face was anything but clear. With a bitter smile, he began to speak. Although Zhonghai Star is a nearby planet, it is still approximately 2 light-years away from us. The spaceship's spatial jump capability has been damaged, rendering us unable to traverse space. In contrast, the planet known as Nopu is merely hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. In fact, you can even see Nopu from here. Upon hearing Harriet's words, everyone was taken aback, their expressions swiftly turning grim. The captain pondered for a moment before addressing the group. "In that case, let us venture to Nopu, and perhaps we might find a mechanic who can repair the spatial jump system. Once it is restored, we can then make the jump to Zhonghai Star." After the captain's remarks, the crew exchanged glances and gradually nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, this was their only option. With the captain's command, the spaceship immediately altered its course and set off towards Nopu, unbeknownst to both the captain and the other crew members. Shortly after their departure, another spaceship swiftly appeared at the location they had just vacated. Detection indicates that an enemy has changed course here. Should we pursue? The electronic voice echoed within the ship, soon followed by a deeper voice that resonated within the vessel. "Chase them." Whoosh. The spaceship sliced through the sky and quickly descended onto Nopu. Under the guidance of the personnel on Nopu, the ship gradually docked in an industrial area. As the captain disembarked, He sought out the person in charge of Nopu. "Excuse me, sir, is there a mechanic on Nopu capable of repairing a planetary-class spatial jump system?" The captain inquired politely, adding, "Rest assured, we will compensate Nopu and the mechanic for the repair costs." Planetary class? The staff member was taken aback upon hearing the captain's request. Finding a mechanic qualified to handle planetary-class components on a primary logistics repair planet is quite a challenge. "Perhaps you could have a component custom-made from elsewhere and sent here for us to replace?" The staff member said with a wry smile. Just as gene warriors are graded by levels, so too are mechanical components and weapons. The mechanical parts that Su Ming and his companions had previously repaired were mostly the lowest tier, known as surface level. This designation implies suitability for warfare on the planet's surface, with both functionality and performance being rather ordinary. Planetary class components, on the other hand, are a level above surface level, denoting machinery appropriate for interplanetary warfare. Such components are infinitely more complex and intricate than their surface-level counterparts, demanding exceptionally high skill from the mechanics who repair them. Ordinary mechanics are almost never equipped to handle planetary-class machinery. Upon hearing the staff member's words, the captain's expression turned to one of disappointment as he shook his head, saying, "We don't have the luxury of time to wait. We'll likely be too late." Witnessing the captain's response, the staff member appeared troubled and suggested, "Why not seek out Monty? I've heard that there is a highly skilled mechanic in his workshop who might be able to assist you with the planetary class components." Chapter 15. Assembling the sniper rifle. Knock, knock, knock. Monty rapped on Su Ming's dormitory door. Captain Monty, what brings you here?" Su Ming asked, curious. Monty grinned widely and replied, "A job has come up, my friend." Having collaborated with Su Ming several times, they had grown quite familiar, often exchanging lighthearted banter. "A job, you say?" Su Ming is curiously piqued. Normally, Monty would merely leave the mechanical weapon needing modification at Su Ming's doorstep. So his direct visit suggested that this task was of considerable importance. "Planetary class, are you confident?" Monty asked with an air of mystery. "Planetary class?" Su Ming was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before responding, "I can handle it. What needs repair?" Monty's face lit up with joy. "I knew you could do it. Follow me. A spaceship's spatial jump system is malfunctioning, and they're looking for someone to fix it." Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming's expression turned curious, and he set aside his current work to follow Monty outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the spaceship, where the crew regarded them with intrigue. Especially Su Ming, who appeared quite youthful, around 16 or 17 years old, prompting a flicker of skepticism in their eyes. "He looks so young. Can he really manage it?" Harriet murmured doubtfully to a nearby crew member. The other crew member scrutinized Su Ming and shook his head. "He is too young, even with extensive practice. He likely lacks the capability to repair planetary-class machinery at such an age." Even the captain furrowed his brow, uncertainly addressing Monty. "Mr. Monty, is this the mechanic you mentioned?" Monty flashed a proud smile and nodded affirmatively. Observing Monty's demeanor, the captain hesitated, then spoke up. "Mr. Monty, it's not that I doubt you, but this mechanical component is critical. If this young mechanic accidentally damages it beyond repair, it could be disastrous." The captain's tone clearly conveyed his skepticism without him needing to say more. In response to the captain's concerns, Su Ming shook his head and calmly stated, "If you have reservations, you could first let me repair a planetary-class weapon, and then you could decide whether to proceed with the repairs." Su Ming was not particularly concerned about the promised compensation. He had accumulated substantial wealth with little use for it, and the remuneration was merely symbolic. Had it not been for the allure of a planetary-class mechanical component, he would have had no inclination to leave his dormitory to assist others with repairs. Upon hearing Su Ming's proposal, the crew members exchanged glances, and the captain chuckled. "Please don't take offense, young master. It's only natural to have reservations since we Haven T worked together before. However, we happen to have a planetary-class sniper rifle on board that requires repair. Why don't you start with that? Of course, the payment will be more than fair." The captain then retrieved a sniper rifle from the ship's internal storage and placed it on the central workbench. Upon seeing the sniper rifle, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his focus drawn entirely to the weapon. The Tianqing Sniper, a planetary-class sniper rifle, boasted an effective shooting range exceeding 100 kilometers and a power level of 2,000 points. He felt an overwhelming obsession with machinery. The sight of the planetary-class sniper rifle ignited a thrill within him, causing him to disregard the earlier doubts cast upon him and concentrate intently on the rifle before him. Without hesitation, he began to disassemble the sniper rifle in his hands. Planetary-grade mechanical weaponry necessitates a certain finesse and technical expertise for disassembly, as the intricacy of its mechanical components far surpasses that of terrestrial-level weaponry. A moment's inattention could result in irreparable damage to the delicate parts within. However, Su Ming possesses the system's X-ray vision function, which allows him to perceive the internal structure of the sniper rifle with crystal clarity. Without utilizing any external devices, he commenced disassembly with his bare hands. The crew aboard the spaceship exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared sense of dissatisfaction as they witnessed Su Ming's audacity to begin disassembling without first employing a scanner. As gene warriors, they had a modicum of understanding regarding machinery and were acutely aware of the risks associated with bypassing the scanning phase. In their eyes, Su Ming appeared somewhat amateurish and reckless. Paying no heed to the crew's disapproving glances, Su Ming remained engrossed in his task, methodically dismantling the rifle piece by piece. It was evident that this sniper rifle had suffered significant damage, with its energy power system incapacitated beyond 80, rendering it non-functional. With clarity of vision, Su Ming began formulating a repair strategy in his mind. Each component was flawlessly disassembled under his deft hands. As Su Ming continued his work, the crew's initial dissatisfaction gradually transformed into astonishment. They held their breath, fearful that any sound might disrupt Su Ming's delicate procedure. Even the captain, his eyes wide with disbelief, was taken aback by the sight before him. Despite his extensive experience, he had never witnessed such a breathtaking feat, a young individual dismantling a planetary-grade sniper rifle without the aid of a scanner, doing so with absolute precision. The boy's technique resembled a dance upon a piano, infused with an artistic flair that left onlookers in awe. Upon completing the disassembly, Su Ming did not pause. He extended his hand and began to dissolve the original circuitry and energy systems of each component. "Ah, no," a crew member exclaimed instinctively. If he were to dissolve the circuits and energy systems, the repair process would become exponentially more complicated, and the rifle might lose its planetary-grade potency altogether. Yet, before he could elaborate, the captain silenced him with a pointed look, his gaze laced with an unusual intrigue directed at Su Ming. He recalled observing renowned mechanical masters who, when repairing machinery, would dissolve all markings, circuits, and energy systems, ultimately re-engraving their unique insignia. This was a testament to the master's distinctive interpretation of markings and circuits. The engravings were unparalleled, impossible to replicate. Furthermore, any repairs necessitated complete dissolution, allowing for the re-engraved markings to coalesce into a cohesive system. Typically, such repaired mechanical weapons would exceed their original power, evolving into even more formidable constructs. Could this young prodigy also be poised to carve his own mark upon this weapon? The captain's heart began to race with excitement. If this young man truly possessed such capabilities, then the sniper rifle would not merely appreciate in value due to its enhanced power. Preserving it would also signify that, based on Su Ming's current mechanical prowess, he had a substantial likelihood of becoming a renowned mechanical master in the future. At that juncture, this sniper rifle could be regarded as one of Master XX's early works, its value potentially skyrocketing beyond tenfold. Mercenaries prioritize profit. Thus, in the captain's eyes, if this sniper rifle could indeed be successfully modified, it would be treasured like a gem. As Su Ming dissolved the markings, circuits, and energy flow systems, he swiftly moved the engraving apparatus from the nearby workbench. One by one, he began to meticulously re-engrave the markings upon each component. This was a complex and monumental task, akin to providing Su Ming with mere components and allowing him to independently assemble a planetary-grade sniper rifle. Should he succeed, it would signify that this mere 16-year-old possessed the ability to create a planetary-grade mechanical weapon entirely on his own, a feat rarely seen in the annals of the Empire's history. The crew held their breath, mesmerized as Su Ming focused intently on the engraving instrument, gradually etching the markings onto each part. Time slipped away, and nearly an hour elapsed without pause. The crew's expressions shifted entirely to one of reverence. For even the most mechanically astute member amongst them could not fathom the significance of each marking and its intended function. Su Ming's arms remained remarkably steady, comparable to the most precise mechanical instruments. "He is engraving at the nanoscale," murmured one member, his eyes wide with astonishment. The intricacy of nanoscale engravings far surpassed that of microscale, infinitely more challenging and refined. A craftsman capable of such precision would easily surpass even Tier 3 logistics repair planets. It was beyond belief that they encountered a master capable of nanoscale engraving on a Tier 1 logistics repair planet. As the final component was engraved, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crew, as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. They exhaled deeply, having held their breath in anxious anticipation, fearful of disrupting the young mechanic's delicate engraving process. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's brow furrowed with concentration. The crew's hearts skipped a beat, apprehensive that he might announce a failure in the engraving. However, their trepidation dissipated as Su Ming straightened, turning to the captain with a query. Do you have a nebula-grade brain amplification component? According to the markings I've engraved, this sniper rifle can easily withstand the nebula-grade brain amplification. What? The captain gasped in astonishment. Nebula-grade mechanical components were a tier above planetary-grade components, representing a more advanced class of machinery. Typically, planetary-grade sniper rifles could only endure the amplification of planetary-grade components, exceeding that threshold risked catastrophic failure. Yet here was Su Ming, proposing to integrate a nebula-grade brain amplification component into a planetary-grade sniper rifle. This would mean that, once successfully installed, the rifle could accommodate even more formidable brain energy levels, potentially unleashing nebula-grade capabilities while maintaining its planetary-grade classification. The captain's breath quickened, and without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a brand-new nebula-grade brain amplification component from the ship's storage space. While individual components were not overly expensive compared to complete mechanical weapons, the ship was stocked with high-grade mechanical parts for just such occasions. The captain, with nimble hands, swiftly passed the brain domain amplification component to Su Ming, as if fearing that a moment's delay might impede Su Ming's restoration efforts. Su Ming received the brain domain amplification component and, employing his usual tactics, immediately transformed it, adorning it with his unique insignia patterns. He then picked up other mechanical components, meticulously beginning to reassemble them one by one. Gradually, a sniper rifle took shape in Su Ming's hands. As Su Ming commenced the modification of the sniper rifle, a spaceship suddenly burst forth from the depths of space, appearing instantaneously in the starry sky above Nopu planet. A voice chimed, indicating that a target had successfully landed on the planet. Initiate a scan of this planet's defense level, commanded a deep voice once more. After a brief pause, the electronic voice resounded again, scanning complete. The planet's defense level is classified as Level 1, characterized as a surface-level defense system. Risk level low. A surface-level defense system merely denotes the overall capability of the planet's defenses, which is limited to surface-level adequacy. Upon hearing the electronic report, the deep voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Excellent. These individuals have stolen our crucial energy crystals. Such an offense is unforgivable. Since this planet's defense system is merely surface level, we shall invade the planet, locate those who have absconded with the energy crystals, eliminate them, and retrieve our property. With the utterance of this command, the spaceship gradually approached Nopu planet, and soldiers clad in cosmic battle suits leapt from the ship, using the planet's gravitational pull to descend freely. Commence the invasion of Nopu planet. Target: eliminate 30 inhabitants and reclaim the energy crystals. The cold electronic voice resonated within each soldier's communication system. Remarkably, the mercenaries observing Su Ming's assembly of the sniper rifle remained entirely oblivious to these developments, as did Su Ming, who was wholly engrossed in his task. At that moment, Su Ming's entire focus was devoted to the assembly of the sniper rifle, undistracted by the events unfolding around him. Piece by piece, he meticulously assembled the components, ultimately crafting a sniper rifle that radiated a potent energy level response. Assembly complete. Host receives a reward of 30 starlight points. Chapter 17, The Aquamarine Beings. Upon receiving the notification from the system, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled with satisfaction. Clearly, the sniper rifle in his hands was complete, and in addition to the substantial system reward for finishing the assembly, he also received corresponding starlight points for each component modified. Altogether, assembling a planetary-level weapon netted him over 80 starlight points, an astonishing yield compared to assembling a surface-level weapon. With a smile, Su Ming lifted the sniper rifle and addressed those around him. The modifications are successful. This sniper rifle, originally effective at a range of approximately 100 kilometers, should now reach up to 200 kilometers. Moreover, its energy level has increased from 2,000 points to 2,500 and potentially up to 5,000 points. Of course, exact measurements would require professional testing equipment. This was merely an estimation. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, gasps of astonishment echoed from within the spaceship. According to Su Ming's modifications, the sniper rifle's performance had seemingly doubled. That was rather frightening. Even a master of mechanical modifications might struggle to achieve such an enhancement. Could it be that this young craftsman surpassed even the mechanical modification masters? Unbeknownst to the crowd, Su Ming's system granted him the ability to discern the interconnectivity within the insignia patterns, enabling him to pinpoint the optimal configurations that elevated the sniper rifle's performance. The captain was utterly astonished. A 5,000 energy level. What an extraordinary concept. This level had already entered the realm of nebula-class energy. Naturally, this was merely the maximum potential range. The reason for Su Ming's estimation of such a vast energy level discrepancy lay in the brain domain amplification component. The disparity in performance between an individual with a weak brain domain energy level and one with a strong brain domain energy level could nearly reach a factor of 2. However, this was still remarkable, indicating that this sniper rifle could be wielded effectively by individuals with significantly more powerful brain domain energy levels. It could almost be classified as a semi-nebula class weapon. What a profit! If one were to seek such a master outside, it would undoubtedly require a considerable price. Yet now, the group merely needed to pay a modification fee to acquire such a formidable weapon. The captain felt as though he had uncovered a treasure of a mechanic. He was about to speak when, suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from outside the spaceship. Boom! A massive wave of energy instantly enveloped the entire ship, nearly toppling it over. Even if it did not flip, the occupants within were thrown off balance, tumbling haphazardly around the interior of the craft. Warning: the spaceship is under attack. Activating energy shield system. Remaining energy, 64. An electronic voice soon sounded, and a pale blue shield manifested around the ship, encasing it within. Damn it! It's the aquamarine beings. Harrod exclaimed in a state of panic after glancing outside. What? Didn't we shake them off? How'd they catch up? The captain's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed out the spaceship's window. He beheld numerous aliens clad in cosmic battle suits surrounding the ship, over 200 of them. These extraterrestrial beings bore no resemblance to humans. They appeared akin to centaurs. Despite their relatively small number, the captain understood all too well. Given Nopu planet's current defense capabilities, it would likely struggle to contend against even these 200 aliens. This was a stark disparity in technological advancement and physical prowess. The aquamarine beings before them, at their weakest, were at least level 3 genetic warriors, with some possessing the might of level 4 genetic warriors. The leader among them was even a level 5 genetic warrior. Such power rendered any hopes of resistance futile. Even a bombardment from Nopu planet's weaponry would likely fail to pose any threat to the strongest of these genetic warriors, whose energy levels exceeded 3,500. Only weapons with energy levels above 3,500 could threaten a level 5 genetic warrior. This is dire. They must have installed a tracking system at some point. Now, they have caught up to us. What should we do? The energy shield could only last for about 10 more minutes, after which the ship will be devoid of any protective capability. The mercenaries wore anxious expressions, glancing at the captain with worry etched on their faces. The captain's demeanor grew grave. Among the mercenaries, he was the strongest, yet he was merely a level 4 upper-tier genetic warrior. Among the 200 soldiers of the opposing side, there exists a formidable 5th-level genetic warrior. In contrast, our contingent consists of just over 100 individuals. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome would undoubtedly be overwhelmingly one-sided. As for seeking assistance from Nopu planet, that notion is laughable. Nopu planet lacks even the capacity for self-preservation in the face of such an invasion, let alone the ability to extend aid. The captain, feeling cornered, reluctantly inquired, "How many functional firearms do we still possess?" "Report, Captain, there are 58 left." The captain gritted his teeth and continued, "We shall utilize the ship's protective shield to our advantage, eliminating as many of the enemy as possible. Once the shield's energy is depleted, we will engage them directly." With no other recourse, the crew, trapped within the confines of the ship, resolved to resist fiercely, clinging to the slender hope of survival. As the mercenaries aboard the vessel busily prepared, arming themselves and stepping outside to shoot at the aquamarine beings while sheltered by the ship's protective barrier, Su Ming and Monty, having emerged from their initial state of confusion, exchanged glances, each recognizing the grim irony in the other's expression. Once again, they had been swept into the maelstrom of war. A scenario not unfamiliar to them during their time on the logistics planet. They never anticipated that today they would find themselves in such a predicament. Clearly, Su Ming and Monty were now inexorably tied to these mercenaries. The aquamarine beings did not regard them as mere technicians, but rather as combatants. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Monty." "Young Master Su Ming, it seems we have inadvertently implicated you in our plight. I, Captain Highman, vow that if we reach the last moment, I will ensure your safe passage to a secure area." Captain Highman turned, his face etched with profound regret as he addressed Su Ming and Monty. He then extended his hand towards Su Ming, saying, "Young Master Su Ming, please hand me that newly assembled sniper rifle. It may be our key to turning the tide." To Heyman's surprise, Su Ming did not immediately comply, but instead grasped the sniper rifle firmly. He looked at Heyman and replied calmly, "Allow me to take charge. I am not accustomed to entrusting my life to others." Chapter Osamist, Su Ming's marksmanship. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Heyman was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. "Young Master Su Ming, this is hardly a time for jest. Quickly, hand it over. We may not have a moment to spare." While he respected Su Ming's mechanical prowess, he firmly believed that matters of combat should be left to trained soldiers. Gradually, a note of seriousness crept into Heyman's voice as he shook his head internally, pondering the mindset of this mechanic named Su Ming. His mechanical skills were indeed exceptional, yet this was warfare, a deadly arena where mistakes could prove fatal. How could a mere mechanic be so cavalier? Nonetheless, Su Ming remained resolute, clutching the sniper rifle with conviction. He then addressed Heyman seriously, "I, too, am a genetic warrior, and only I can fully unleash the potential of the sniper rifle I assembled. Now, open the hatch and let me out." Upon hearing Su Ming's declaration, Heyman was momentarily speechless. There was something undeniably convincing in Su Ming's tone that compelled him to acquiesce. He opened the hatch. In an instant, Su Ming slipped through the opening. Once outside, Heyman, regaining his senses, felt a surge of urgency and followed closely behind. "Hand me a weapon. You return to the ship." Upon stepping outside, Heyman refrained from immediately stopping Su Ming. Instead, he called out to a nearby soldier. The mercenary, caught off guard by Heyman's command, hesitated but ultimately relinquished his planetary-grade weapon. Grasping the firearm, Heyman's neural energy surged, instantly enhancing its capabilities. Bang! A shot rang out, and a third-level genetic warrior from the Aquamarine forces was obliterated, leaving a massive crater in the earth. Setting down the weapon, Heyman realized the terrifying power it wielded. Even the firearm required a moment to recover, or else continuous fire could lead to its destruction. At that moment, Heyman heard a thunderous sound nearby. Buzz! The dull thud unmistakably signified an attack from a sniper rifle. Alarmed, Heyman quickly turned his gaze to the young man beside him. The recent shot had emanated from this very boy's firearm, and the energy released was astonishing. Over 800 points. Haunted by astonishment, Heyman contemplated Su Ming's true identity as a genetic warrior. Given his remarkable energy output, he was likely not far from becoming a third-level warrior. How had this youth achieved such prowess at such a tender age? Before Heyman could gather his thoughts, buzz! Another shot resounded, claiming the life of yet another third-level Aquamarine soldier. Stunned, Heyman regarded Su Ming with awe, particularly the sniper rifle in his hands. This weapon, astonishingly, required no recovery time. Such firearms existed, but they were rare and demanded a robust and scientific energy system. This rifle, modified by the youth, evidently possessed extraordinary attributes that significantly enhanced its value. In the midst of his reverie, a third shot thundered forth. Buzz! The sound echoed like the harbinger of death on the battlefield, effortlessly eliminating yet another third-level genetic warrior from the opposing forces. The consecutive shots drew the attention of the Aquamarine commander, who frowned and peered into the ship. But the energy shield obscured his view, preventing him from discerning the source of the attacks. "Be cautious. There is a skilled sniper aboard their ship," he commanded. "Adopt a single-soldier strategy, disperse, and find blind spots for cover." This fifth-level genetic warrior, seasoned in battle, quickly assessed the situation and directed his troops to modify their tactics accordingly. With such a formidable sniper on the opposing ship, a frontal assault would be unwise. Finding cover and constantly altering positions would make it difficult for the sniper to pinpoint their locations. Soon, the Aquamarine soldiers, with their horse-like legs, surged forward at remarkable speed, creating significant challenges for the mercenaries aboard the vessel. The adversary began to maneuver, increasing the difficulty of hitting their soldiers. Just then, a muffled sound reverberated, once again stabilizing the atmosphere. Buzz! A rapidly pivoting third-level gene warrior was instantly obliterated, his body reduced to mere fragments, utterly evaporated. Upon witnessing this shot, the fifth-level Blue Star Commander's pupils constricted sharply. He had clearly observed that the third-level warrior was already in the midst of a rapid change in direction. Soldiers in such a transitional phase possess an erratic aura, making them exceedingly challenging to target. Yet in that fleeting moment, the formidable sniper had managed to lock onto his comrade with astonishing precision, decisively firing a shot. Such incredible targeting ability, remarkable marksmanship, and unwavering confidence. Although he sensed that the sniper S level was not particularly high, the opponent wielded an extraordinarily terrifying shooting capability, landing every shot with deadly accuracy. Buzz. Another shot rang out, instantly turning a soldier into a mere pulp. Take cover behind the obstacles. Create a visual blind spot, the commander urged, furrowing his brow. However, almost immediately, a Blue Star soldier who had sought refuge behind cover, already within the blind spot, was shot dead along with the obstruction. What? The commander was genuinely astounded. Did the enemy's sniper not require aiming? Did they not need to visually lock onto a position? How could they still deliver a precise shot that obliterated a soldier while he was in a blind spot? Little did he know, years of training in mechanical disassembly and reassembly had endowed Su Ming with an eerily acute ability to predict trajectories within blind spots. The moment the Blue Star soldier entered the blind zone, Su Ming's mind instantly conjured the potential movement path of the soldier. With a swift pull of the trigger, he executed a lethal shot. Moreover, Su Ming's marksmanship had been honed to a terrifying degree over 16 years of rigorous training in confined spaces. The synergy of these two elements forged an exceptionally formidable sniping capability. Not to mention, at this moment, Su Ming's vision was gradually enhanced by the system's functions, allowing him to effortlessly see through the obstacles concealing the Blue Star soldiers. Chapter 19. Elimination of the 4th level Gene Warrior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battlefield erupted with a series of deep, resounding thuds. Each sound accurately claimed the life of a Blue Star soldier. No amount of evasion proved effective. Who is it? Do we have such a powerful sniper in our mercenary group? Their accuracy is extraordinary, Herod exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he scanned the area. Feeling invigorated by the sniper's performance, each shot instilling a sense of calm assurance. With such a teammate, anyone would feel reassured. Herod was Su Ming's junior mentor. One of the nearby team members glanced toward a young boy not far off and promptly informed. What? Su Ming's junior mentor? ISN Teehee mechanic? Herod gasped in astonishment. Just then, Hyman slowly interjected, being a mechanic and a gene warrior are not mutually exclusive. In fact, some exceptionally powerful gene warriors pilot mechs. They have modified themselves. Mechs are weapons of such might that they are beyond the grasp of those at our level. It is said that formidable mech warriors are also skilled mechanics. As 1S level increases, the competition shifts to understanding and compatibility with the mechs. Only a mech that one has personally modified can be perfectly suited to oneself. What? Herod and the others were taken aback, gazing incredulously at Su Ming, murmuring, could it be that Su Ming's junior mentor has a chance to become a mech warrior in the future? Hyman shook his head and addressed the group. These are uncertain matters, but it must be said that Su Ming's shooting capability seems to possess the potential to alter the tide of battle. Though he spoke thus, Hyman was acutely aware that the real linchpin of the enemy was undoubtedly the 5th level Gene Warrior. Even if Su Ming's accuracy was astounding and his marksmanship exceptional, the 5th level Gene Warrior's power was far too overwhelming. Even if hit by the Sniper S rifle, it would not inflict substantial damage. Unless the 5th level Gene Warrior was neutralized, should the enemy breach the energy shield, they would still face a fierce battle. How much energy remains in the energy shield? At that moment, Su Ming, who had been silently sniping, suddenly inquired. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, the others did not dare to delay and hurriedly checked the energy reserves of the ship's energy shield. Master Su Ming, there are still 27 left. Herod replied gravely. The 5th level Gene Warrior's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, and a significant portion of the ship's energy shield had been depleted by this Blue Star commander. Upon learning that only 27 remained, a sense of urgency surged within Su Ming, and his gaze shifted towards the Blue Star soldiers besieging the ship. It was insufficient. Despite his relentless output, he had only managed to eliminate over 30 3rd-level Gene Warriors. Such an achievement, when attributed to a 2nd-level superior Gene Warrior, would indeed be considered formidable. A normal person would feel satisfied with such a feat, however. Su Ming did not. He was acutely aware that, despite having directly killed over 30 Blue Star soldiers, the true core of this Blue Star team consisted of the 5th-level Gene Warrior, followed closely by more than 20 4th-level Gene Warriors. Only then came the other 3rd-level Gene Warriors. At present, their mercenary force numbered just over 100. Since the onset of the conflict, including Su Ming's eliminations, the enemy's count was still under 50. Even if they fully depleted the energy shield's remaining time, they could at most eliminate another 50 soldiers. This group of mercenaries still stood no chance against their foes. To truly turn the tide, the 4th, and 5th-level Gene Warriors were the key. Su Ming took a deep breath. In that moment, he made a significant decision. He raised his sniper rifle, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. For at that instant, he was adjusting his breath, attempting to lock onto a 4th-level Gene Warrior amidst their rapid movements. The 4th-level Gene Warrior had already reached a power level of approximately 1,000 to 2,500 points. Such a level, even if struck directly, would likely result in severe injury rather than instant death. Nevertheless, Su Ming steeled himself to make this choice. He aimed to eliminate the 4th-level Gene Warrior. With narrowed eyes, Su Ming sought to stabilize his breath amidst the erratic auras, honing in on a 4th-level Gene Warrior. Just then, Su Ming's eyes shot open, filled with piercing determination. His mental acuity erupted at that moment, and in less than a second, he swiftly fired his sniper rifle once more. Buzz. The sound that erupted seemed distinct from all prior echoes, imbued with profound resolve and tenacity, resonating cleanly across the battlefield. Upon hearing the sound of gunfire, the commander of the Ocean Blue Star suddenly underwent a dramatic change in expression as he effortlessly sensed the gravity of the situation. The shot had been fired towards one of his 4th-level Gene Warriors. Instantly halting his actions, he directed his gaze towards the 4th-level warrior, who appeared to have realized that he was being targeted. Yet, despite his frantic movements, he remained firmly locked in the crosshairs. A terrifying bullet struck him with ferocity, sending him staggering backwards. Oh! The 4th-level Gene Warrior screamed in madness, unleashing the full potential of his physical prowess. The veins in his body threatened to burst, and amidst the struggle of energy levels, despite being battered and bleeding, he managed to withstand the lethal shot from the Grim Reaper of Sniper. Well done. Splendid. The Ocean Blue Star commander exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight. He had already discerned that although the sniper possessed remarkable shooting skills, his energy levels were somewhat lacking. Even when striking his soldiers directly, the attack had been mitigated. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a second ominous shot rang out in quick succession. The interval between the two shots was minimal, with the second round following closely after the first. Upon hearing the second shot, the commander's pupils constricted sharply, and he was incredulously witness to the sniper's second shot striking precisely at the same spot as the first. 2 attacks, both landing flawlessly on the same mark. While the first hit had been endured, it was impossible for the warrior to remain unscathed. Some of his cellular structures had already succumbed to death from the impact. The second shot met no resistance from the now compromised tissues, instantly obliterating the 4th-level Gene Warrior into pieces. In that moment, both the commander of Ocean Blue Star and the mercenaries felt a chilling wave of terror wash over them. They gazed in disbelief at Su Ming. Was such marksmanship achievable by an ordinary human? Chapter 20. The Terrifying Su Ming. This sniper was undeniably fearsome. His shooting capabilities seemed beyond the realm of normal human capacity. How could he possess such formidable talent for locking onto targets? The Ocean Blue Star commander felt a chilling dread enveloping him. The loss of a 3rd-level soldier stirred no sorrow within him. But each 4th-level soldier constituted a vital resource for the Ocean Blue Star. Losing one would deeply wound him. The energy shield is depleting. He thought furiously. We must shatter that accursed shield. I will personally eliminate this sniper. His eyes burned with crimson fury as he stared towards the ship's energy barrier, as if he could penetrate it and glimpse the formidable sniper within. As the Ocean Blue Star forces pressed their assault, the energy shield's remaining power plummeted. Buzz! Buzz! 2 more shots rang out, claiming yet another 4th-level Gene Warrior's life. 15 buzz! Buzz! 10 buzz! Buzz! The energy shield continued its rapid decline, and 4 additional 4th-level Gene Warriors fell to Su Ming's hand. Su Ming gripped his sniper rifle tightly, his gaze unervingly calm as he resolved to focus. He crouched within the ship, maintaining his shooting stance, utterly motionless at the ship's forefront. 5. The energy shield's power dwindled to 5. Yet this time, Su Ming refrained from pulling the trigger, instead locking onto the 5th-level Gene Warrior's aura. The Ocean Blue Star commander seemed to sense Su Ming's targeted focus. Furrowing his brow slightly, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. Did he dare to attack him? The audacity of the sniper was astounding. Did he believe that after eliminating a few 4th-level warriors, he could aspire to challenge a 5th-level warrior? Such naivety. If anyone had been beside him at that moment, they would have noticed the commander's body subtly swaying, almost imperceptibly. Yet this minuscule movement allowed him to effortlessly evade Su Ming's attempts to lock onto his presence. Though his form appeared to be in motion, at any moment he could evade from any direction, rendering the sniper's aim exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Su Ming stood immobile. But beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His mental fortitude was pushed to its limits. There was no denying the vast disparity in energy levels between them. Even if Su Ming unleashed the full power of his cerebral domain, it remained exceedingly challenging to pin down his opponent's aura. Failure to lock on implied that any shot fired would inevitably be dodged. Hitting him was implausible, let alone inflicting damage. However, Su Ming showed no signs of surrender. 16 years of rigorous training had instilled in him a profound understanding of the interplay between locking and counterlocking. It was a contest not merely of energy levels, but of endurance, strategy, and psychological warfare. Until the final moment, no outcome could be determined. He persisted, employing every means at his disposal to pinpoint the fifth-level Gene Warrior. At that instant, alarms blared from within the energy shield. Only 3 left. 2. 1. With each successive alarm, it felt as if the footsteps of death were approaching, suffocating and tense. The surrounding mercenaries instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Faces etched with solemnity as they gazed at the energy shield. Yet Su Ming remained in his resolute posture, resembling a statue, devoid of any change. At that moment, he felt as if he had entered a state akin to when he disassembled and reassembled mechanical equipment. Focused, steady, and utterly undistracted. The accumulation of past experiences would one day erupt, and today was that day. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his cerebral domain energy surged dramatically during the standoff with the 5th-level Gene Warrior, escalating to an astonishing level. The energy shield's power was exhausted. Just then, an alarm echoed from the energy shield, and in that instant, it shattered. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes widened, a fierce brilliance igniting within them. Now, in the moment the energy shield fractured, the 5th-level Ocean Blue Warrior experienced a fleeting shift in his psyche. It was this slight change that allowed Su Ming to successfully lock onto him. 100 points of energy expended, successfully converted into starlight. A torrent of starlight surged into Su Ming's sniper rifle, causing it to erupt with a dazzling radiance that illuminated the entire battlefield, astonishing everyone present. The next instant, a low, resonant sound reverberated through the air. However, this time, all present felt as though the sound of the gunshot reverberated within their very souls. Merely hearing this sound sent chills down their spines, causing their spirits to tremble. The commander of the Ocean Blue Star sensed an overwhelming and terrifying aura surging towards him like an unstoppable tide. A resolute force locked onto him with an unyielding grip. No matter how he tried to evade, that bullet was destined to find its mark. How could this be possible? His pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, he was engulfed by a fear that emanated from the depths of his soul, sweeping over him like a tempest. The next moment, the commander found himself surrounded by a dazzling sea of starlight, as if submerged in an ocean of stars. Following the brilliance of the starlight, darkness enveloped his vision, and his mind could no longer conjure any thoughts. Boom! A terrifying sound resonated throughout the industrial zone, felt even by those several kilometers away, who sensed a powerful tremor emanating from a certain direction. The thunderous noise marked the demise of the Ocean Blue Star's 5th-level genetic warrior, who was reduced to ashes with no chance of survival. As Su Ming perceived the fleeting presence of this 5th-level genetic warrior vanish amid the starlight, he felt an immense wave of relief wash over him, only to be followed by an excruciating pain radiating from every corner of his body. The starlight points he had just exchanged from the system had far exceeded what his body could endure. Such colossal energy threatened to tear Su Ming's form asunder. He gradually felt his head become heavy and dizzy. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Su Ming spoke to the system in his mind. System, allocate the final starlight points to restore my vital organs. 12 starlight points remain, currently repairing internal organ damage. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming felt a wave of relief, but darkness suddenly engulfed him, and he collapsed in front of the spacecraft. Quickly, Mr. Mont, take Su Ming to the hospital for treatment. We will escort you out. His entire being was overwhelmed by energy beyond his physical limits, causing his body to crack and sustain injuries everywhere. Be cautious with your movements. A little too much force could very well cost him his life. Enough with the chatter. Their leader is dead. We must break through the battlefield with our young master Su Ming. Upon witnessing Su Ming fall, the mercenaries were immediately alarmed, frantically carrying Su Ming as they made their escape. Chapter 21. Awakening and Advancement. Light gradually seeped into the dark world before Su Ming's eyes. His consciousness began to return. He opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and then glanced at his own body. At this moment, his injuries had largely healed. Given the medical standards of the cosmic era, a full recovery from his physical wounds would likely take less than a day. Moreover, he had previously utilized the last of his starlight points to protect his damaged internal organs. However, while his injuries had healed, his body felt remarkably weak. Furthermore, his head throbbed as if it contained a durian, swollen, painful, and extraordinarily heavy. Su-Ming could not help but let out a wry smile. He had been far too reckless. He had directly exchanged 100 starlight points as a means of attack. When the energy from those 100 starlight points surged through his body and was unleashed, it caused immense damage. Yet, that overwhelming energy nearly tore him apart. Had he exchanged even a few more starlight points, he had no doubt that his body would have been completely ripped asunder, obliterated by the energy. It seemed that in the future, when using starlight points as an offensive measure, he would need to consider the maximum levels his body could withstand. Nonetheless, the results were undeniably impressive. That strike surpassed Su-Ming's expectations, exhibiting extraordinary power. Even a 5th-level genetic warrior, with an energy level around 5,000 points, was dispatched with a single shot. Just then, Su-Ming heard a voice beside him. "You're awake?" Su-Ming turned his head. "Mr. Mont?" Mont stood up, flashed a smile at Su-Ming, and then complained, "You're quite the formidable genetic warrior, capable of taking down even a 5th-level genetic warrior. Who would have thought such a master was hidden on Nopa planet?" Su-Ming chuckled wryly. "I shot him down, but I'm nearly dead myself." Mono dead. Then walked towards the door. "Wait here. I'll call a doctor." "You're quite lucky. When you were brought in, you were barely clinging to life. Thankfully, your internal organs were not severely damaged. Otherwise, you might not have pulled through." Upon hearing Mont's words, Su-Ming inwardly smiled bitterly. He had sustained serious damage to his internal organs. The moment he fired that shot, he felt excruciating pain within, most likely from the energy causing internal ruptures. Had he not used the system to treat his organs first, he would have undoubtedly perished from that shot. Shortly thereafter, Mont returned with a doctor, accompanied by the mercenary Hyman. "Mr. Hyman, how are the Ocean Blue Star personnel faring?" Su-Ming inquired curiously upon seeing Hyman. After confirming that Su-Ming's condition was stable, Hyman smiled and replied, "What do you think? You've already taken out their leader. The remaining soldiers are nothing but a scattered bunch. They were already terrified by your marksmanship, unaware that you had lost consciousness, and panicked to the point of being easily wiped out by us." After a moment of contemplation, Hyman tentatively asked, "Master Su-Ming, would you be interested in joining our mercenary force?" Su-Ming was taken aback, then slowly shook his head. "I apologize, Mr. Hyman, but I currently have no intentions of joining the mercenaries." Although Su-Ming could navigate around some of the Empire's legal constraints with his abilities, leaving Nopa planet was still quite feasible. However, he was not yet ready to depart from this place, which offered him abundant opportunities for mechanical repairs. While he could claim to have the ability to eliminate 5th-level genetic warriors, it was only under specific circumstances. The 5th-level genetic warrior had been shielded by the energy barrier of the spacecraft. In a direct confrontation, Su-Ming would be swiftly dispatched without any opportunity to lock onto or snipe at his opponent. Leaving Nopa planet was still fraught with danger. Placing himself in peril without adequate self-defense capabilities would be an unwise decision. Upon hearing Su-Ming's response, Hyman could only sigh in disappointment. Su-Ming's worth far exceeded that of any member of a mercenary group, not to mention his extraordinary sniping skills. Even his remarkable mechanical modification abilities would greatly enhance any team fortunate enough to have him, providing immense boosts to their overall strength and mechanical supply. A versatile talent like him was a coveted asset anywhere. Despite his premonition of rejection, Hyman still felt a profound sense of regret upon being turned down by Su-Ming. A bittersweet smile graced his face, and he soon began to self-deprecate, saying, "Indeed, Master Su-Ming, with your exceptional abilities, could easily find a more formidable team. It was my folly to assume otherwise." Shaking his head, Hyman extended a card to Su-Ming, saying, "Master Su-Ming, this is the expense for the modifications. I took the liberty of adding a little extra as a token of gratitude from our small team. My contact information is included. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Upon receiving the card, Su-Ming looked at Hyman and nodded slowly. "Well then, our mission deadline is approaching. Since it has been confirmed that you are well, we shall take our leave." Hyman smiled, aware that Su-Ming had been unconscious for 3 days. During this time, he had successfully procured a flawless space junk component from another location and had already replaced it on the spacecraft. After exchanging farewells with Mani, Hyman departed from the planet Nopu with his mercenary team. Meanwhile, Su Ming proceeded to complete his discharge paperwork with Monty and return to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, he eagerly opened his system panel. First, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 410. Brain domain energy level, 570. Gene lock activation level, low 3rd grade. Physical vitality, 92. Body refinement level, 1st grade. Stars needed for next level, 100. Stars owned, 0. Seeing that he had indeed ascended to a low 3rd grade in genetic level, Su Ming felt no surprise. During his confrontation with the 5th grade gene warrior, he had sensed a rapid enhancement in his brain domain energy level, and, spurred by the pressure, his physical energy level had also experienced a notable breakthrough. It could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. The significant increase in his brain domain energy level exceeded his expectations. It was the first time it fully surpassed his physical energy level, leading the ladder. However, what left Su Ming with a wry smile was the fact that his stars had dwindled to 0. Having witnessed the utility of the stars, he was now eager to acquire more. It seems I must devise a way to accumulate additional stars, he murmured to himself. Chapter 22. The Evolution of Warren. As Su Ming was discharged and redirected his energy towards mechanical disassembly, a significant yet subtle upheaval occurred in a distant star system, one that would have far-reaching implications. The Bander star system, located on the fringes of the Busa Free Federation, is a member of this interstellar alliance. The Busa Free Federation stands as one of the 5 foremost supergalactic powers in the human world, comparable in stature to the Montcoli Empire. What defines a supergalaxy? It is an immense celestial organization composed of multiple star systems akin to the Milky Way. When several galaxy clusters coalesce, they form a supergalaxy. The classification of cosmic powers is determined by the vastness of the territories they occupy. Planetary surfaces, planets, star clusters, galaxies, galaxy clusters, and then the supergalaxy level. Within an entire supergalaxy, there exist thousands of star systems. Among them, the Bander star system is but a rather inconspicuous fringe system. Yet at this juncture, the Loser Party within the Bander star system allied with forces from over a dozen surrounding systems to instigate a coup. The Bander star system, leading the other 10 systems, expressed skepticism towards the free will of the Busa Free Federation, asserting that should the Federation fail to amend its democratic structure, the Loser Party would lead the surrounding systems to secede and establish an independent supergalactic power. Such coups tend to occur periodically within the cosmic human powers. After all, the larger the power, the broader the territory, making it challenging to cater to the needs of many fringe systems. Moreover, the Busa Free Federation differs from the other 4 supergalactic powers in that its core principle is free will, meaning governance is managed by multiple political parties. This results in a coherent overall federation, yet many independent autonomous regions exist beneath it. The coup in the Bander star system had long become commonplace for the Busa Free Federation, eliciting a somewhat indifferent response. The core party of the Federation, following established protocol, began to respond with perfunctory conciliatory measures, assuring the Loser Party of its rightful political benefits. However, the Loser Party remained unresponsive, even detaining officials dispatched by the core party within the Deban star system. This sparked dissatisfaction among the core party, a quintessential case of ingratitude. In comparison to the core party's power, the Loser Party's influence was almost negligible. Such a stark disparity in strength rendered the core party increasingly impatient, and they gradually began to exert pressure on the Loser Party. Both sides exhibited a rigid stance, creating a tense atmosphere within the Free Federation. None of this was originally pertinent to Su Ming. However, coincidentally, Nopu, where Su Ming resided, was in close proximity to the Deban star system, merely a distance of less than 5 light years. At first glance, 5 light years appears quite far. However, even a standard planetary space jump system can traverse that distance in under an hour. This implies that should any unrest arise in the Deban star system, it is highly likely that individuals from that system could utilize spacecraft to directly leap through space into the borders of the Montcoli Empire. Such occurrences are strictly prohibited by the Montcoli Empire, as any outbreak of war or unauthorized crossings must be averted to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings with the Busa Free Federation. For the time being, these events had yet to impact the residents of Nopu, and even Su Ming remained oblivious to them. At this moment, Su Ming gazed solemnly at Warren and softly said, "All right, now that we are alone, you may proceed to inject the gene agent." Warren appeared anxious, clutching a gene agent he had just acquired. Having saved enough money for the purchase, he now requested Su Ming's presence for protection before unlocking his gene lock. Approaching 17 years of age, Warren had long surpassed the ideal age for the injection, adding to his nerves. With a glance at Su Ming, he took a deep breath, and with encouragement from Su Ming, injected the gene agent into his arm. Exhaling, Warren closed his eyes and sat down. Shortly thereafter, a faint green light emanated from his body. The energy within him began to surge, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from some restraint and erupting forth. This was indicative of the process of unlocking the gene lock. The more the moment approached, the more Su Ming felt the weight of responsibility and the need to remain vigilant. The peculiar circumstances encountered while unlocking the gene lock are indeed numerous, and the gene serum carries certain risks, especially one procured from the Nopa planet, where the safety of such serums cannot be guaranteed. Su Ming had already mentally prepared himself to rush Warren to the hospital at any moment. Fortunately, after enduring the initial phase of discomfort, Warren's condition stabilized. Subsequently, a surge of formidable energy erupted within him. Although this energy was significantly inferior to Su Ming's, it was immensely more potent than Warren's energy level prior to the injection of the gene serum. Upon sensing this surge of energy, a glimmer of joy appeared on Su Ming's face. It worked. Warren had successfully unlocked his gene lock. Moreover, based on Su Ming's perception of Warren's energy levels, he realized that Warren's physical and cerebral energy levels were now both around 30. Typically, when an individual unlocks their gene lock, their energy level hovers around 10 points. Su Ming himself had only reached 25 points at that time. However, given that Warren was nearing 17 years of age and had trained for an additional year compared to an average person, it was not surprising that his awakened energy level was considerably higher than normal. This situation also validated Su Ming's previous theories regarding the relationship between gene locks and training. Effective cultivation is not solely reliant on unlocking the gene lock. The training undertaken prior to unlocking can manifest as physical energy levels within the body. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, this seemingly inconspicuous theory of his would, in the unfolding cosmic saga, profoundly alter the trajectory of human genetic evolution. Chapter 23, Body Refinement. Warren opened his eyes, and they sparkled with unrestrained joy. Su Ming, I have become a gene warrior. Oh my, does this mean I can pilot mechas in the future? He exclaimed excitedly, extending his hand and gesturing casually, managing to exhibit a semblance of might. Su Ming chuckled lightly. That's just the beginning. Mechas, at their weakest, possess stellar-level combat power, while you're merely at the surface level for now. Let's take it step by step. Warren grinned, playfully retorting, no worries, there's plenty of time. A gene warrior's lifespan far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and as a mechanic, my chances of becoming a mecha warrior are quite substantial. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded slowly. The combination of mechanic and a gene warrior almost guarantees a future as a mecha warrior. The reason not every gene warrior becomes a mecha warrior, aside from cerebral energy levels, is largely due to whether the gene warrior is a mechanic. Powerful mecha warriors must assemble their own mechas to ensure compatibility and minimize the risk of vulnerabilities being discovered by others during assembly. Unless it is a standard mecha, most formidable mecha warriors are indeed mechanics. Conversely, if one is an adept mechanic, the likelihood of Warren becoming a mecha warrior in the future is exceedingly high. As Su Ming noticed Warren's excitement gradually waning, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Warren, I plan to leave Nopa planet. Warren, previously immersed in the euphoria of becoming a gene warrior, was taken aback by Su Ming's words. What? You're leaving Nopa planet? Why? He asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Su Ming smiled lightly and replied, Nopa planet is fundamentally too low in tier, being a surface-level planet, and the mechanical components available here are also only surface level. There is little room for my advancement. I wish to explore planets of planetary tier or even higher. Su Ming was not deceiving. The recent incident on Hylon Star had instilled in him a desire to depart from Nopa planet. The catalyst was not the inhabitant of Hylon Star, but rather that sniper rifle. It was only after assembling the sniper rifle that he truly comprehended the immense enhancement offered by planetary-grade mechanical components. Moreover, the benefits of assembling planetary-grade weapons were substantial. The star points gained from crafting a single planetary-grade weapon could rival those obtained from assembling 5 surface-grade weapons. Now, with the elevation of Su Ming's energy level, his demand for star points during training had significantly increased. Previously, assembling surface-grade components sufficed for his needs, but it was now evidently inadequate for his cultivation. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren fell silent for a moment before looking up and suggesting, Su Ming, perhaps I should accompany you, now that I am a gene warrior. According to Imperial law, I am not obliged to serve on logistics planets. I can go with you. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Warren's choice was unexpected. However, upon meeting Warren's resolute gaze, he understood that this decision was not made impulsively. After some contemplation, Su Ming nodded in agreement. In the future, he would indeed require assistance with various mechanical tasks, and he had come to regard Warren as a friend. Naturally, he would not reject Warren's request. Agreed. Let us pack up. We will leave Nopu planet together in 3 days, Su Ming said with a smile. That evening, Su Ming returned to his dormitory, collecting various mechanical components he had purchased for practice into his spatial pendant, before sitting cross-legged on his bed. Over a week had passed since the Hylon Star incident, and during this time, Su Ming had diligently engaged in mechanical disassembly and reassembly, not for work, but primarily to accumulate star points. Having exhausted his star points in one go, he had swiftly recognized their immense value. Now, as he prepared to leave Nopu planet, he had amassed a considerable reserve of star points for emergencies. 400 points. This was the result of Su Ming's frenzied mechanical assembly, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. However, today, after his routine cultivation, he gazed at his system panel with a contemplative expression. Star points, aside from being utilized for cultivation and offense, possessed another function that Su Ming had previously overlooked: body refinement. Previously, with his low energy level, he had concentrated his star points and energy on cultivating techniques. Yet now, realizing that he could not achieve a qualitative leap in energy level in a short span, he gradually began to pay attention to this aspect of the system. Host body refinement level. 1. The star points required for the next level of body refinement. 100 points. This was the information regarding Su Ming's progress in body refinement within the system. A hint of puzzlement crossed Su Ming's face. In the current interstellar society, the concept of body refinement was virtually unheard of. He had never encountered any masters with such a practice. This discrepancy might stem from the differences in the overall cultivation framework of genetic evolution in interstellar society compared to the system provided. The interstellar society widely holds the belief that as one's energy level increases, both bodily resistance and cellular durability are enhanced, rendering physical training unnecessary. Indeed, this assertion is substantiated by countless testing instruments that have long detected improvements in various aspects of physical quality alongside energy level advancements. Much like a surface-level weapon, it is impossible to harm a genetic warrior of level 4 or above without infusing it with brain domain energy. Given that an increase in energy level can similarly elevate the body's capabilities, one might wonder why physical training is still pursued. This conundrum has long perplexed Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming expended 100 starlight points from the system to exchange for the physical training option. The host has exchanged for the physical training option, consuming 100 starlight points. Training in progress. Soon, Su Ming felt an intense surge of starlight emanating from a profound depth within his body, swiftly coursing through every corner of his being. A slight tension flickered across Su Ming's face. 100 starlight points were not to be trifled with, as they represented a formidable energy capable of instantaneously eliminating a level 5 genetic warrior. Previously, merely releasing this energy had nearly overwhelmed him. Now, as it surged into his body, he wondered if he would face a similar predicament once again. However, at that moment, Su Ming sensed a sudden insatiable craving within his cells, gradually absorbing strands of starlight into their structure. His expression shifted. Now, as a 9-radiant star saint body, half of his being was composed of starlight, implying that his cells also contained corresponding starlight material. The cell's gradual absorption of the starlight resembled a thirst quenched by water, replenishing their vitality. The principle was the same. Before long, an intense yearning sensation arose within his cells, rendering the flow of starlight unnecessary. As the cells instinctively absorbed the starlight, Su Ming's expression shifted once again, and he began to gently cycle through the stellar boundless heavenly technique, driven by the primal craving emanating from his cells. Under the technique's operation, the starlight exhibited an even more efficient absorption rate, with a substantial volume being drawn into Su Ming's cells. Soon, he felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness, a bloating that gradually enveloped his entire body. Su Ming furrowed his brow. The discomfort was akin to every part of his body swelling. Yet, as the technique continued to operate and starlight was absorbed, the cells that had amassed a considerable amount of starlight seemed to desire to create more space for it, as if the energy provided by the starlight had spurred their evolutionary potential. In essence, every cell within Su Ming's body underwent rapid transformation, becoming more resilient, more vibrant, and increasingly adept at energy absorption. This process persisted for over 10 minutes. Eventually, a layer of dark filth was expelled from his skin, With the release of this grime came an exceptionally refreshing sensation, akin to a person who had not bathed for 16 years suddenly undergoing a thorough cleansing. This feeling stemmed from the very core of life itself. Without hesitation, Su Ming rose and made his way to the bathroom, washing himself from head to toe. A substantial amount of dirty water flowed down the drain, and the filth upon his body vanished. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes, savoring the changes brought about by the physical training. He perceived his body had grown substantially more resilient, with enhancements to his recovery ability, stamina, resistance, and adaptability across the board. Moreover, his bodily energy level had directly increased by a remarkable 100 points during the training process. While enhancing one's energy level could also yield training benefits, these were two entirely different processes. The elevation of energy level and its resultant training were passive and gradual, following the natural ascent of energy. Conversely, utilizing Starlight for physical training proved to be active, allowing for rapid advancement. And the effects were significantly superior to those achieved through mere energy level enhancement. The results were essentially double that of conventional physical training. In other words, with the same energy level increase, Su Ming's resilience and overall capabilities post-training were more than double those of his peers at the same level. A look of joy spread across Su Ming's face. While the initial difference might not be glaring, as time progressed, this advantage would exponentially increase, ultimately establishing a significant gap between him and others of equal standing. Host's physical training level has risen to level 2. The next level of training requires 500 Starlight points. The system soon emitted a notification sound, and upon hearing it, a hint of regret crossed Su Ming's face. The requirement of 500 Starlight points exceeded his current total, leaving him no choice but to earn more before contemplating further advancements. 3 days later, Monty gazed at Su Ming and Warren, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Even Warren has quietly unlocked his genetic lock. You too. I can tell you won't linger here for long. Well then, off you go. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Su Ming and Warren exchanged cheerful farewells with Monty before heading to the official office of Nopu Planet. To depart from Nopu, they needed to prove their status as genetic warriors at the office, thereby exempting themselves from mandatory labor service under Imperial law. Following the staff's instructions, they stood atop an energy level testing apparatus. Testing subject, Su Ming. Su Ming's bodily energy level, 510. Brain domain energy level, 570. Su Ming is classified as a low-level genetic warrior of level 3. Qualified. Testing subject, Warren. Warren's bodily energy level, 35. Brain domain energy level, 37. Warren is classified as a mid-level genetic warrior of level 1. Qualified. As the two stood on the testing apparatus, it quickly measured their respective energy levels. Level 3. Low. The staff members' eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Su Ming. 16 years old and already at level 3. Low? How is that possible? The staff member was astonished, momentarily stunned as they stared at Su Ming, only recovering after a prolonged pause. While level 3, low, was not particularly remarkable, attaining such a status at the age of 16 was indeed formidable. Furthermore, according to Su Ming's records, he had only turned 16 2 months prior, indicating that he had ascended from a state of merely awakening his genetic lock to level 3, low, in just 2 months. Such a rate of advancement was likely unmatched even among the Empire's most exceptional youth. Sir, according to Imperial law, I kindly request that you keep my energy level and genetic ranking information confidential. Su Ming glanced at the staff member. Had it not been for his desire to leave Nopu Planet, he would not have bothered to measure his energy level. His astonishing pace of cultivation was such that few within the Empire could possibly rival it. Such matters, Su Ming preferred not to broadcast, for it would be rather unwise to attract attention before his wings had fully developed. The staff member swallowed hard, then managed a wry smile as he addressed Su Ming, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Su Ming, we will certainly not disclose your information." However, he shifted his tone and looked directly at Su Ming, continuing, "I wonder if you might be interested in joining the temporary military? Fear not, this is not a mercenary force, but rather a temporary army established in the name of the Empire. The situation in the Banderstar system is tense, causing a ripple of anxiety here in the Empire as well. We are forming a temporary military to address the chaos resulting from the Free Federation's coup, and we are in need of genetically engineered warriors skilled in machinery. Would you care to participate?" Chapter 25. Temporary Military Number 32. Temporary military? Su Ming was taken aback, preparing to shake his head in refusal. However, upon seeing Su Ming's expression, the staff member quickly added with a smile, "The temporary military is not as you might imagine. The benefits are quite substantial. By joining, you will enjoy a military honor system akin to that of regular forces, and once your term is complete, you may depart at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Su Ming did not hastily decline, but instead asked, astonished, a military honor system? The staff member replied with a grin. Indeed, it means you will be treated equally to regular troops when it comes to accruing military honors, which can be exchanged for a plethora of rewards. The staff member paused, realizing that recruiting soldiers likely contributed to their performance metrics. Thus, they endeavored to persuade fervently. I see both of you are genetically engineered warriors well-versed in machinery. Surely you aspire to assemble your own mechas. Within the military honor system, as long as you meet the requirements, you can exchange military honors for knowledge and blueprints on mecha assembly. The more honors you accumulate, the more advanced blueprints you can obtain. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, each recognizing the spark of interest in the other's eyes. Mechas. For those adept in machinery, the allure was boundless. Even the most skilled mechanics could not conjure a mecha from thin air without the requisite knowledge. After all, many intricate patterns within mechas were exceedingly complex. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Throughout humanity, as hundreds of thousands of years of interstellar development, mechas had only been created through the collective wisdom of countless individuals in later stages. It was utterly impossible for an individual lacking mecha knowledge to fabricate such a sophisticated system from scratch. For both of them, mecha knowledge and blueprints were indispensable to their future as mecha warriors. Thus, the prospect of acquiring such knowledge and blueprints through joining the temporary military was immensely appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming curiously inquired, "Is it difficult to earn military honors while in the army?" Noticing the burgeoning interest in Su Ming and Warren's expressions, the staff member's eyes gleamed with delight as he elaborated further. There are numerous ways to earn military honors: defeating enemies, assembling machinery, repairing equipment, and so forth. Given that you are both mechanics, your opportunities to earn honors will far exceed those of others. You should definitely consider it. After pondering the staff member's words, Su Ming glanced at Warren, who nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Ming addressed the staff member. "Very well, we shall join the temporary military. However, could we be assigned to the same unit?" The staff member's face lit up with joy, promptly nodding. "Rest assured, this will be no problem at all. In fact, a contingent of 1,000 personnel is set to pass by NOP planet in 2 hours. I will register both of you with that unit." Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded and, along with Warren, found a spot to sit and await the arrival of the temporary military. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. If he were still the second son of the Corn family, he would have had access to a wealth of mecha knowledge. As one of the Empire's premier families, the Corn family likely possessed tens of thousands of mecha-related documents. The resources of a prominent family could rival that of some star system-level powers. Should Su Ming desire to acquire more advanced mecha knowledge, the Corn family would undoubtedly have the means to facilitate this. However, now that he had been disowned by the Corn family, all the privileges typically reserved for legitimate heirs were solely enjoyed by Su Rue. Su Ming shook his head, harboring no resentment. These matters were never truly his to claim. The Corn family had effectively severed ties with him. In the future, it would not be he who regretted this decision, but rather the Corn family. Approximately 2 hours later, a colossal starship precisely landed before the office building. Su Ming gazed in astonishment. A stellar-class starship. It far surpassed the vessels operated by the previous mercenaries. It was no wonder, as this was an official military unit of the Empire. Even the hardware facilities starkly contrasted with those of ordinary mercenaries. Soon, an officer sporting a mustache descended from the starship. His chest bore military insignia, prominently displaying the name, Lieutenant Walker. Although termed a temporary military, the upper echelons or decision-makers were assuredly composed of officers from the regular army. The Empire would never appoint someone outside the official ranks as the commander of a temporary military. Upon stepping down from the ship, he cast his gaze upon Su Ming, Warren, and the staff members standing at the entrance. "Are these the 2 mechanics intending to join the temporary military?" Lieutenant Walker inquired directly. The staff member nodded and, with a smile, handed over Su Ming and Warren's identification documents to Lieutenant Walker. HM, 16 years old, 3rd-tier low-grade, genetically engineered warrior? Lieutenant Walker was taken aback upon reviewing Su Ming's information, regarding him with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny. He shook his head. While this was somewhat difficult to believe, it was, in essence, a matter of personal circumstance for the soldiers, and he had no authority to question how swiftly Su Ming had advanced. For him, the temporary military was not the regular army. Not every soldier's background was known. "Both of you have mechanical skills, Atten?" Planetary level? That's quite impressive. Lieutenant Walker continued to examine the documents, his eyes lighting up as he noted that both Su Ming and Warren had indicated their mechanical proficiency as planetary level. Smiling as he spoke, discovering 2 planetary level mechanics on NOP planet was akin to striking gold. Though their starship was stellar class, most mechanical weaponry still fell under the planetary category. If these two joined the military, they would undoubtedly be invaluable assets. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared excitement. Under Su Ming's guidance, Warren's mechanical skills had improved dramatically, and he was now capable of repairing certain planetary-level mechanical components. While still in the process of mastering this, he could indeed be classified as a planetary-level mechanic. As for Su Ming, he glanced at the stellar-class ship before him and confirmed that he too could likely repair the very vessel standing before him. In practical terms, Su Ming might already be a stellar level or even a higher-grade mechanic. However, due to the absence of any tasks or mechanical components exceeding stellar grade on the planet NOP, he is yet to engage in stellar-level mechanical repairs, and thus has temporarily designated his rank as planetary level. Nevertheless, this has proven sufficient to astonish Lieutenant Walker immensely. Every military force is in dire need of mechanics, particularly those of notable caliber, who are a rare commodity. The unexpected arrival of 2 such individuals has certainly delighted Lieutenant Walker. Come now, esteemed mechanics, no need to dawdle. Aboard the ship we go. Welcome to the Imperial Star Domain S Temporary Military Corps Number 32. Chapter 26, Lock. Thus, Su Ming and Warren were invited aboard the temporary military flying ship No. 32 by Lieutenant Walker. Zhongli, we have 2 new planetary-level mechanics. Kindly assist in arranging accommodations. Upon stepping onto the ship, Walker addressed a nearby young woman. This girl, named Zhongli, exhibited a healthy, wheat-colored complexion, her neat and tidy short hair imparting her with a refreshing demeanor. As she approached and beheld Su Ming and Warren, her eyes lit up, and she smiled as she spoke. Wonderful. We are in dire need of mechanics at this moment. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Follow me, and I shall escort you to your quarters. Nodding in agreement, Su Ming and Warren followed Zhongli deeper into the ship. Shortly thereafter, a slight tremor reverberated through the vessel. Su Ming turned his gaze to the window, witnessing the buildings of NOP gradually diminishing in size. Clearly, the ship had taken flight and was departing the planet at remarkable speed. This is the mission hall. Feel free to take a look. Zhongli's voice echoed. Upon hearing her, Su Ming and Warren directed their attention to a spacious hall adjacent to them. In the center stood a colossal LCD screen, flanked by a myriad of tasks scrolling across its display. Zillion Star has encountered an attack by space bandits. Task: eliminate the bandits. Recommended personnel: 10 to 20. Recommended level: level 3 gene warriors and above. Military merit: 100 points per individual. Repair: 20 planetary grade weapons. Requirement: complete within 10 days. Personnel limit: none. Recommended mechanic level: capable of repairing planetary grade and above. Military merit: 400 points per item. Suspected interstellar black market traders passing through Dongwang Star Domain. Task: capture the interstellar black market traders and escort them back to the homeland. Recommended personnel: 5 to 10. Recommended level: level 4 gene warriors and above. Military merit: 300 points per individual. These are merely a few examples. There are likely countless similar tasks. The sheer volume is terrifying. Within the hall, numerous soldiers wandered, seemingly grappling with which tasks to undertake. Su Ming and Warren stood momentarily stunned by the array of tasks. Zhongli, noticing their astonishment, cheerfully elucidated. The temporary military corps operates with a relatively relaxed management structure. Accumulating over 200 military merit points in a month is sufficient. These tasks represent the entirety of the tasks available in the star system. Not only can we accept them, but other temporary military units can as well. The first to complete the task receives credit for it. The ship is equipped with small crafts available for soldiers to execute missions. When you have a task, you can borrow a small craft from the mission center, and thereafter, you can depart independently to complete your task. Zhongli explained with a smile. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting dawning realization. They had been puzzled by how a temporary military unit of 1,000 could possibly handle over 10,000 tasks. Now it made sense that all tasks within the star system were available for everyone to pursue. At that moment, a man's voice broke through. Zhongli, I heard that 2 new mechanics have joined us. Are these the 2 gentlemen? The trio turned to see a man in military garb approaching. His expression won of surprise and delight as he gazed at Su Ming and Warren. Locke, Zhongli exclaimed, taken aback. Gentlemen, you're the new mechanics, correct? Locke smiled at Zhongli, then turned his attention to Su Ming and Warren, inquiring amiably. Yes, Su Ming replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the man's enthusiasm. Upon learning that Su Ming was a mechanic, Locke's face lit up with joy. Fantastic. The temporary military corps number 32 finally has additional mechanics. With that, he excitedly produced a mechanical combat knife, his expression brimming with anticipation as he addressed Su Ming. Could you please assist me in repairing this planetary-grade superheated blade? Su Ming and Warren exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond to such a forward request. Observing the odd expressions on their faces, Zhongli let out a wry laugh and explained, please don't take offense. Previously, there was only one planetary-level mechanic aboard the ship. Whenever a planetary-grade weapon malfunctioned, everyone had a queue for repairs, often waiting several days. Now that the two of you have joined, the pressure on that mechanic will be alleviated significantly, and the queue will be a thing of the past. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Locke nodded repeatedly, then sheepishly added, I apologize for my eagerness. I was too hasty. Without my blade repaired, I can't participate in missions. After understanding the situation, Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, realizing the scarcity of mechanics. Are mechanics really this rare? Su Ming inquired with curiosity. It's not that mechanics are scarce, it's that planetary-level mechanics are, Zhongli clarified. Surface-level mechanics are plentiful, but they rarely get the opportunity to work on planetary-grade machinery, often spending their entire lives repairing only surface-level equipment, which contributes to the scarcity of planetary-level mechanics. Locke chimed in, it's not entirely that simple. Most planetary-level mechanics come from affluent backgrounds, possessing the financial means to practice mechanical disassembly extensively, which enables them to develop into planetary-level mechanics. Hearing their explanations, both Su Ming and Warren felt a strange sensation. Coincidentally, Su Ming hailed from a prominent family. Albeit having been ousted, yet he had indeed dismantled numerous mechanical components. Meanwhile, Warren had been fortunate enough to become Su Ming's assistant on NOP, gaining invaluable knowledge about planetary-level mechanics. Thus, they had not fully comprehended the rarity of planetary-level mechanics until now. All right, Locke, our new mechanics have just joined the Corps. According to protocol, they must first activate their military merit system before you can use your merit points to have them assist you. Asking them for repairs now would not be fair. Zhongli interjected, stepping forward to decline Locke's request on behalf of Su Ming and Warren. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Locke displayed a look of disappointment and chuckled ruefully. I was too hasty. My apologies for the intrusion. He grasped his combat knife and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly spoke up. No worries, repairing the battle blade won't take much time. I'll assist you right away. Chapter 27, Planetary Mechanic. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, both Zhongli and Locke were taken aback. Su Ming smiled at Locke and added, however, you'll need to guide me to the workbench. I'm not yet familiar with this place. Locke snapped back to reality and eagerly replied, no problem. The workbench is just over here. Follow me. With that, Locke led Su Ming and Warren into the mechanical repair chamber aboard the spaceship. As Su Ming surveyed the room, he noticed that it was filled with surface-level mechanical components undergoing repairs. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes upon witnessing this scene. Noticing his reaction, Locke chuckled and explained, planetary mechanics each have their own independent workshops. You will have one too. This is a communal repair area designated for surface-level mechanics. Upon hearing Locke's explanation, understanding dawned on Su Ming's face. Without further ado, he approached a workbench and retrieved Locke's battle blade. The weapon, a thermal combat knife produced by the Warriors Company, was a planetary-grade weapon with an energy level of approximately 2,000, categorizing it as an entry-level model. A single glance was all it took for Su Ming to assess the condition of the thermal battle blade, and he muttered to himself. Locke nodded along as he listened to Su Ming, but unfortunately, Su Ming had already immersed himself in the mechanical repair process and did not intend to engage Locke in conversation. With deft movements, Su Ming began to meticulously disassemble the mechanical battle blade before him. However, he was so engrossed in the disassembly that he failed to notice several soldiers wandering about with damaged weapons. Upon realizing that no new mechanics had joined the spaceship, they ventured into the mechanical repair chamber in hopes of finding assistance. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar face diligently dismantling the battle blade, along with Zhongli and Locke observing nearby, the soldiers quickly recognized that this mechanic was the newly arrived planetary mechanic. Their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly gathered around to quietly observe Su Ming as he worked on the repair of the battle blade. The blade had warped, and the reinforcement system of the handle had sustained damage, rendering the weapon exceedingly fragile. It could not withstand any significant energy levels during use, or it would shatter instantly. With a mere glance, Su Ming diagnosed the issue with the battle blade. The reinforcement system is the most critical component of melee weaponry. This system allows melee weapons to become incredibly durable, enabling them to endure various energy levels. For Gene warriors lacking brain domain capabilities, melee mechanical weaponry is the most commonly utilized. The state of the reinforcement system ultimately determines how much physical energy the weapon can handle. Given the current damage to the reinforcement system and the original material of the battle blade, it was likely only capable of withstanding energy collisions below 200 points. Any higher, and the mechanical knife would fracture. Estimating Locke's energy level to be around 800 or 900 points, he classified him as a high-tier 3 gene warrior. Such energy levels would likely cause a mechanical blade, without a reinforcement system, to break upon a single swing. It was no wonder that after the battle blade was damaged, Locke found it difficult to undertake missions. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly dismantled the battle blade, separating each component with precision. Hundreds of parts were laid out upon the workbench, numbering 5 to 6 times that of a surface-level weapon. Planetary-grade mechanical weaponry is inherently more complex than standard surface-level types. However, for Su Ming, this complexity posed no challenge. He completed the disassembly of the mechanical battle blade in under 10 minutes. As the onlookers exchanged astonished glances, they recognized that such speed would be unattainable for another mechanic aboard the ship, especially Zhongli, who had frequently observed the original planetary mechanic on the spaceship disassembling mechanical weapons. That mechanic not only required a scanning device, but also encountered secondary damage in approximately 5 out of every 100 parts during disassembly, taking nearly half an hour to complete the process. For a planetary mechanic, that was already considered a commendable pace. Yet here was Su Ming, dismantling the weapon without a scanning device, accomplishing the task in less than 10 minutes, with 0 damage to the components. Witnessing this, Zhongli's gaze towards Su Ming was imbued with a peculiar mixture of surprise and admiration. Unfazed by the spectators, Su Ming remained engrossed in his mechanical repair process. Soon, he followed his usual practice of erasing all the markings and patterns from the battle blade. Locke's eyes widened, but recalling Su Ming's agile movements, he dared not speak up. After dissolving all the markings, Su Ming picked up the nearby engraving tool and focused on etching his unique insignia onto the battle blade. As the number of engravings increased, Su Ming developed a distinct style of carving. Half an hour later, he had inscribed special patterns onto each of the over 100 components. Next came the most critical step, reassembly. After scrutinizing the components of the mechanical battle blade for some time, Su Ming raised his head to look at Locke. "What's the matter, Master Su Ming?" Locke's heart tightened at Su Ming's expression, fearing something was wrong with his battle blade. "Do you have a stellar grade blade?" Su Ming inquired curiously. "Huh?" Locke was taken aback, then asked with intrigue, "Well, I could purchase a stellar grade blade. Wouldn't it be a waste to combine it with planetary grade components?" Su Ming shook his head. "With me, there's no waste. Just buy it directly." Locke, filled with confusion, hesitated, but remembering that Su Ming was repairing his weapon for free, he reluctantly agreed and, following Su Ming's suggestion, spent a significant amount of military merit to acquire a stellar grade blade. "Here you go, Master Su Ming." A few moments later, Locke retrieved a stellar grade blade from his storage space. Su Ming was astonished. "Huh? You acquired it so quickly?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhongli and Locke burst into laughter. "Master Su Ming, this is a compact spatial transmission device provided to military personnel by the Empire. Anything exchanged with military merit will be delivered directly to the storage space via spatial transmission. It's incredibly convenient." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't he help but marvel at the wealth of the Empire's officially organized military. Just the cost of this spatial transmission device likely exceeded 100,000 star coins. And each soldier had one. In contrast, mercenaries were truly the neglected orphans of the universe, relying entirely on their own efforts for everything. "All right, now that you have the blade, I'll install it for you." Su Ming wasted no time and promptly retrieved Locke's stellar grade blade. Chapter 28, greatly popular. With a sense of assurance, Su Ming began to methodically reassemble the components in his hands. The atmosphere in the repair room was so tense that one could hardly breathe, as everyone watched Su Ming with expressions of astonishment. They had never witnessed such a rapid and seemingly effortless assembly. Su Ming deftly picked up a piece, effortlessly connecting it to others as if he were playing with a toy. Could this really work? A soldier swallowed nervously, his heart racing as he observed Su Ming's actions. Each step of the assembly required utmost caution and precision. Yet Su Ming appeared remarkably relaxed, even before the components were fully assembled. His gaze drifted toward other parts on the workbench. It was reminiscent of a child at play, prompting onlookers to anxiously speculate about the possibility of a mishap. However, each time, amidst the tension, the mechanical components came together successfully. After witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of astonishment. Achieving this level of proficiency indicated that Su Ming's mechanical skills likely surpassed that of a planetary-grade technician, creating an impression of effortless mastery. Approximately 15 minutes later, the mechanical warblade was completely reassembled. The blade now emitted a powerful energy signature, its edge unmistakably crafted from stellar-grade material. Su Ming had flawlessly integrated planetary-grade components with a stellar-grade blade material. Upon seeing this, the eyes of all present gleamed with admiration. Could Master Su Ming's skills truly be this exceptional? Locke, beaming with joy, seized the warblade and swung it fiercely at the testing device. The result was an astonishing 1,400 points of energy output. It was noteworthy that Locke himself possessed an energy level of just under 900. He had managed to achieve an additional 500 points purely through the mechanical enhancements. This energy range was typically associated with a level 4 genetic warrior. Locke was elated. Previously, his maximum output with the warblade had been just over 1,000 points. Now, with a mere casual swing, he had reached 1,400 energy points. Only he understood how extraordinary Su Ming's mechanical reassembly skills truly were. After witnessing this, Su Ming nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad. You should test the specific data of the warblade yourself when you return. It should be impressive." While Su Ming had a rough estimate of the output, precise measurements were best left to the system for accuracy. After completing the assembly of the mechanical warblade, Su Ming exhaled lightly, stood up, and prepared to leave the workbench. However, upon raising his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Around him stood approximately 40 to 50 soldiers, encircling him in eager anticipation. These soldiers gazed at Locke with envy before turning their longing eyes towards Su Ming. Taken aback, Su Ming realized he had been so engrossed in repairing the warblade that he hadn't noticed the crowd forming around him. "We want Su Ming instinctively inquired." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers, forming a human wall, looked at Su Ming with fervent admiration, as if beholding a rare beauty. They then clamored to approach him. "Master Su Ming, I have a planetary-grade energy rifle. Could you assist in its repair?" Call him Master Su Ming. He should be addressed as Master. "Master Su Ming, my anti-energy battle armor is damaged. Could you help repair it? Do you all intend to take advantage of him?" "Master Su Ming, I possess a stellar-grade mechanical arm. Can you fix it? Just let me know how many military merits you require. I have plenty. I also don't lack military merits and am willing to pay. I even have several stellar-grade mechanical components. Would you be able to assist me in installing them?" Although these soldiers were not mechanics, their discerning eyes recognized Su Ming's prowess. They had just witnessed him directly utilize stellar-grade components for modifications, and it was clear to them that even if Su Ming was not a stellar-grade mechanic, he was certainly on the verge of becoming one. Such mechanics were rare and valuable, and the ability to assist in modifying mechanical components was a significant favor. Everyone had clearly observed Su Ming's entire repair process. While it was termed repair, it bore little difference from creating anew. Seeing Locke's face radiating joy, the crowd understood that the modified results would far exceed what an ordinary planetary-grade mechanic could achieve. Their initial expectations had merely been to restore the equipment to its original state, but Su Ming had surpassed those expectations, igniting a fervor among the soldiers. Acquiring a superior piece of equipment would not only enhance their combat capabilities, but also ensure that the equipment would remain relevant even as they grew stronger. Such a boon was enough to excite them. At that moment, Su Ming found himself overwhelmed by the throng of soldiers, helplessly gazing at the wall of faces, desperately wishing to find a gap to escape. Fortunately, Zhongli noticed Su Ming's plight and loudly intervened. "Make way. Make way. Su Ming has yet to collect his military identification badge. You can't offer him military merits just yet. Wait until I escort him back to his quarters to complete the formalities, then you can seek him out." After saying this, Zhongli effectively parted the crowd and smiled at Su Ming and Warren, saying, "Let me take you both to your dormitory." Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Su Ming and Warren breathed a sigh of relief, hastily moving to her side, fearful of being surrounded by soldiers again. Su Ming was sweating profusely. The earlier scene had been quite overwhelming. He would prefer facing the Habelands again rather than endure that chaos. Essentially, Su Ming was accustomed to quietly repairing machinery and had a touch of introversion and social anxiety. Zhongli, observing the expressions of Su Ming and Warren, couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the situation amusing. She then led them to their dormitory. It was a spacious double room, with 2 workbenches set in the center, clearly designed for planetary-grade mechanics, perfectly suited for Su Ming and Warren's research and work. After glancing at them, Zhongli smiled and said, "Please wait here a moment. I'll retrieve your identification badges. With these, you can access tasks and the military merit system." Chapter 29, Knowledge of Mechs. Shortly thereafter, Zhongli returned with 2 wrist-like identification rings and handed them to Su Ming and Warren. "Here are your identification badges. They come with numerous functions. Feel free to explore," she said with a smile. "All right, I'll take my leave now. I've left my contact information in the badges. You can reach out to me if you need anything." After saying this, Zhongli closed the door behind her, leaving Su Ming and Warren in their dormitory. Su Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, and soon excitement illuminated Warren's face as he retrieved his identification badge to inspect it. "I've heard there are mechs available for exchange within the military merit system. Let me take a look," Warren exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming promptly reacted, hastily picking up his own identification badge to examine it. Within the wristband, there were 4 main functional categories: tasks, military merit system, contacts, and assistants. The 4 functions were immediately clear. Su Ming, intrigued by the military merit system, promptly delved into it for further exploration. Instantly, rows of exchange options appear before him, presenting an extensive array of choices. From potions and mechanical components to everyday supplies, techniques, and blueprints, everything one could imagine was available, including the ability to spend military merit to issue tasks within the task system. In addition to these functions, there were the spatial teleportation and spatial storage functionalities that Locke had previously demonstrated. Any item exchanged would arrive in a remarkably short time via the spatial teleportation feature, ensuring the privacy of soldiers' exchanges while providing highly efficient logistical support. Su Ming's expression shifted as he clicked on the blueprint option within the military merit system. Instantly, various pieces of knowledge materialized before him. Planetary-level disassembly techniques, stellar-level pattern fundamentals, magnetic energy circuit assembly techniques, among others, created a compendium of mechanical knowledge authored by various schools of mechanical masters. Even knowledge exceeding stellar level, such as cluster level and galaxy level mechanics, was included. It was akin to a treasure trove of mechanical wisdom. Although Su Ming was already capable of assembling stellar-level machinery and was exceptionally skilled in planetary-level mechanics, these diverse techniques and methodologies held significant reference value for him. After all, his mechanical knowledge had been gradually gleaned from extensive exposure to numerous mechanical components within the Colin family, while he possessed his own understanding and style. Acquiring the mainstream mechanical knowledge of interstellar society would undoubtedly yield a synergistic effect, proving beneficial to his growth. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement akin to a passionate gamer suddenly presented with 100 skins of their favorite design. Naturally, one would invest. This was precisely Su Ming's current state. Purchasing this knowledge was tantamount to engaging in a dialogue with the masters who authored these systems, and if investment was required, he was prepared to commit. However, in the military merit system, currency was equivalent to military merit. Each piece of knowledge demanded a substantial amount of military merit in exchange. To acquire this knowledge, Su Ming realized he would need to diligently earn military merit. At this moment, a flicker of regret washed over Su Ming. He lamented his prior lack of understanding regarding the significance of military merit, having naively acquiesced to Locke's request. In hindsight, he should have insisted on receiving some military merit from Locke. Yet, the deed was done, the repairs were completed, and he felt too embarrassed to ask Locke for military merit again. With a wry smile, Su Ming contemplated his situation. Just then, a gasp escaped Warren nearby. Goodness, the knowledge and blueprints for mechs are exorbitantly priced. Upon hearing Warren's exclamation, Su Ming's expression turned to one of surprise as he shifted his gaze downwards to the mech knowledge section. WASP type basic flight mech X1. Type knowledge blueprint. Required military merit 80,000. Minimum mental domain level required 3,000 points. Humanoid E-class advanced mech. Type knowledge blueprint. Required military merit 150,000. Minimum mental domain level required 4,000 points. Upon seeing these 2 models, Su Ming was taken aback. These mechs were quite basic, serving as the entry-level models for anyone aspiring to learn about mech knowledge. However, he was astonished that even the foundational models demanded such a significant amount of military merit. Previously, Su Ming had observed task prices within the task hall. Ordinary tasks, even if completed smoothly, yielded only a few hundred military merit points, while high-level tasks might offer a bit more, totaling only a few thousand points at best. At this rate, accumulating enough military merit to afford a single mech blueprint seemed an insurmountable task. Su-Ming took a deep breath. This was unavoidable. After all, mech knowledge constituted the true core knowledge of every nation, and the circulation of mech knowledge in the market was strictly prohibited. It was an invaluable asset, with access limited to either illegal channels or special official permissions. Private transactions were not permitted. The exchange within the military merit system represented one of the officially sanctioned avenues. By purchasing through the military merit system, it ensured that one was registered with the authorities, preventing any future issues when assembling similar mechs. Su-Ming inhaled deeply and redirected his gaze downwards, preparing to examine the pricing of the highest-tier mech models. Honor S-Class Nuclear Mech. Type, Knowledge Blueprint. Required military merit, 20,000,000. Minimum driving level, 400,000 points. Upon reading this mech's description, Su-Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. If he recalled correctly, his estranged father, Clarence Collin, the head of the Collin family, piloted this very series of mechs, though his father's mech was even more advanced and powerful. It seemed to be the Honor SSS-class Ultimate Mech. With this realization, Su-Ming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It became evident that he had a long journey ahead to catch up with the Collin family. At present, he hadn't even laid eyes on a single mech, let alone an ultimate model. Shaking his head, Su-Ming resolved to start from the most basic mech and work his way up. Unbeknownst to him, in the near future, his reputation would soar aboard the spaceship, all stemming from the mechanical battle knife he casually modified for Locke. At this moment, Locke stood alongside several soldiers, holding a brand new mechanical battle knife. Mission objective, Muta Planet, Cosmic Life Invasion, request assistance from the Empire. Difficulty, level 4 low. Alright everyone, let's set off towards Muta Planet. One of the formidable soldiers beside Locke spoke in a calm tone. The group nodded in agreement and boarded a small spacecraft. Moments later, the small ship detached from the main vessel and sped towards an inconspicuous planet. Chapter 30, Muta Planet. Whoosh! The spacecraft sped past, and a few figures leapt from the ship. Activating the flight mode of their space combat suits, they descended directly onto Muta Planet. At that moment, Muta Planet was swarming with hundreds of tentacled, orb-like creatures, continuously ensnaring humans with their appendages and drawing them into their gaping maws. These were one of the many cosmic lifeforms. The universe is indeed vast beyond comprehension. Within the cosmic expanse, there occasionally emerge life forms capable of adapting to the void of space, drifting aimlessly through the ether. These entities do not belong to any specific biological classification. They are collectively referred to as cosmic organisms. The strength of these beings varies, yet due to the limitations inherent to individual organisms, they remain adrift in the cosmos, entirely unable to forge their own technology or civilization. Thus, while cosmic life often surpasses ordinary humans in strength, it pales in comparison to the prowess of those who possess technological advancements and cultivation systems, such as cultivators or gene warriors. They occupy a middle ground between the two. Behold the furball monsters. Upon their arrival on the planet Mu Tower, the soldiers observed these peculiar creatures and their expressions shifted to one of understanding. The furball monsters, characterized by their spherical bodies and tendrils, are a common sight among cosmic life, often found drifting in groups through the void. Typically, these creatures curl into a ball, wandering aimlessly to conserve energy. However, upon discovering a life-bearing planet, they descend upon it, consuming its inhabitants to replenish their own vitality. The average combat strength of a furball monster falls within the range of 2nd to 4th tier gene warriors, posing a terrifying natural disaster for a low-level planet like Mu Tower. Yet for the soldiers who had just landed, it was hardly a cause for concern. These soldiers were in fact Rock and his comrades, who had received a mission to detach from the temporary army number 32. At this moment, their small team comprised approximately 15 members, each averaging 3rd-tier gene warriors, with their captain being a 4th-tier low-grade gene warrior. This configuration was more than sufficient to eradicate the furball monsters. After all, the combat capabilities of technologically advanced humans do not solely stem from bodily energy levels. A significant portion derives from the enhancement provided by weaponry. It is entirely plausible that a 3rd-tier low-grade gene warrior, equipped with a formidable mechanical battlesuit, could rival the combat prowess of a standard 3rd-tier high-grade gene warrior. Upon sighting the furball monsters, a collective sigh of relief escaped the soldiers. Excellent. These are not perilous cosmic beings. The furball monsters can be dispatched with ease. Immediate action is imperative. Any delay would result in greater casualties on Mu Tower. The captain spoke calmly, then swiftly moved towards the direction of the furball monsters. In the process, he retrieved a ray gun from his storage space, aimed, and unleashed a barrage of shots at the creatures. As the strongest member of the team, and also a brain domain developer, the captain's use of firearm weaponry significantly amplified its power. In an instant, one furball monster after another was obliterated by the captain's ray gun, vanishing into nothingness. This display of power drew the attention of numerous furball monsters nearby. Instantly, they abandoned their prey and charged towards the captain. Each furball stood approximately 5 to 10 meters tall, with hundreds surging in his direction, creating a spectacular sight. However, this did not intimidate Rock's team. The members of the squad exchanged indifferent smiles at the unfolding scene. Subsequently, each soldier retrieved their mechanical battle suits from their storage spaces and began to engage the furball monsters in close combat. For soldiers without developed brain domain energy levels, utilizing melee weapons would yield greater combat strength than firearms, including Rock, who now brandished a recently repaired and modified thermal battle knife. He dashed toward a furball monster exhibiting the strength of a third-tier mid-grade gene warrior. With a fierce swing of his weapon, energy surged within him, enhancing the blade. In an instant, the knife glowed a fiery red, radiating an intense heat as it cleaved through the furball monster, slicing it cleanly in half. The searing temperature ignited the surrounding air, causing it to become unbearably hot. The third-tier mid-grade furball monster was swiftly consumed by the overwhelming thermal energy. Its remains reduced to ashes. This terrifying display of heat startled several nearby teammates. "Rock, what just happened? Have you experienced a breakthrough?" A few familiar comrades inquired, astonished by the spectacle. However, Rock stood in disbelief, gazing at the thermal battle knife in his hand. Previously, he could never have dispatched a third-tier mid-grade opponent with a single strike. Such a feat typically required a prolonged struggle. Yet, the moment he swung the blade, it felt as if the furball monster was naught but a bubble, offering no resistance as it was effortlessly cleaved in two. The sensation of fluidity was something Rock realized he hadn't experienced in ages. He contemplated the weapon in his grasp, understanding that the smoothness with which he had dispatched the furball monster owed much to this battle knife. To his astonishment, he realized that the knife possessed the power of a stellar-grade weapon. Most astonishing of all was that the usage threshold for this knife was merely that of a third-tier gene warrior. Every weapon has a usage threshold, which does not imply that those with lower energy levels cannot lift or wield it. Rather, it denotes the minimum energy level required to fully unleash the weapon's potential. For instance, a second-tier gene warrior would be unable to manifest the thermal energy of the knife, relegating it to that of a mere sturdy weapon. In such a case, its power would diminish by more than fivefold. Additionally, there have been instances where individuals with significantly lower energy levels have been killed by the recoil of firearms far beyond their capabilities. The principle of what energy level, what tier, one should wield weapons of corresponding grade is a timeless truth. Yet at this moment, Rock keenly perceived that the mechanical battle suit modified by Su Ming, despite its stellar-grade might, had a mere planetary-level threshold for use. This was akin to a child wielding a handgun, capable of slaying even the strongest of adults. If this were indeed the case, Rock sensed that Su Ming's skill far surpassed that of an ordinary stellar-grade mechanic. Only true masters of machinery could achieve such feats. Chapter 31. Fifth-Tier Cosmic Beings. Armed with such a formidable thermal battle knife, Rock soon garnered significant attention during this mission. The blade was exceptionally sharp. Any furball monster that fell into Rock's hands was swiftly dispatched. A sense of quiet joy welled within him as he realized that as a third-tier, mid-grade gene warrior wielding this stellar-grade mechanical knife, he could unleash the combat power of a fourth-tier low-grade warrior. Even third-tier mid-grade furball monsters fell before him with a single stroke. Enthralled by the thrill of battle, Rock and his teammates rapidly annihilated the advancing furball monsters. Rock's performance naturally drew the attention of the entire team. Being seasoned collaborators, each member had a clear understanding of their strengths and weaknesses within the group. When they witnessed Locke's sudden surge in power, their focus was irresistibly captivated by him. What was happening? This fellow, Locke, had evidently become significantly stronger. No creature could withstand his strike. Had he consumed some sort of power-enhancing elixir? How could he have gained such strength so suddenly? No, his physical energy level did not seem to have increased, but his attack power had undoubtedly escalated. Could be his weapon? I recall that his previous battle blade was damaged. How is he able to wield it again? Has it been repaired? Upon hearing this remark, the others swiftly turned their gaze towards Locke's thermal battle blade. Curiosity evident in their eyes. Was the enhancement truly a result of this weapon? At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, followed by the horrifying sight of a soldier being impaled and dragged into the sky by a thick, menacing tentacle. The sight left everyone in shock. The soldier who had been pierced was a third-tier elite genetic warrior. While not the strongest, he certainly ranked above average among them. How could such a formidable warrior be instantaneously dispatched by a creature? Alarmed, the team directed their attention towards the direction from which the deadly tentacle had emerged. What they saw was a dreadful sight. A monstrous creature, towering over 20 meters high, descended upon them. The very tentacle that had just claimed a teammate belonged to this abomination. The sight of the creature cast a shadow of dread across the faces of the team members. Typically, these creatures stood at a maximum height of 10 meters. What could account for this aberration? This creature must have been contaminated by some form of radiation or energy, resulting in its mutation. At that moment, the captain regarded the creature with grave concern and solemnly commanded, "Shao Ku, assess this creature's energy level." Hastily, a young team member produced a measuring device and aimed it at the colossal creature. Beep. Shortly, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. 5,200. The revelation stunned everyone, their eyes widening in disbelief at the display. 5,200 energy points. How could this be possible? That was a 5th-tier, low-level genetic energy reading. How could such a high-level creature exist among them? The faces of the team members paled. Even their strongest captain was merely a 4th-tier, low-level genetic warrior. Although he had mechanical weapons to aid him, the disparity in energy levels was insurmountable. One had 2,000 points, while the other boasted a staggering 5,200. Even if the captain's weapon could augment his energy by approximately 1,500 points, it was still far from being a match for the creature. This was dire. Although the ship was docked above, the creature's energy level indicated it could easily catch up with the vessel. In the vast emptiness of space, their combat capability would diminish significantly, rendering them even less capable of confronting the creature. A team member's face turned ashen upon witnessing the beast, as if staring into the abyss of doom. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting the despair that had taken root in their hearts. If only they had stellar-grade equipment, there might still be a chance. One murmured. However, upon hearing this, the captain shook his head, saying, "Stellar-grade weapons have an exceedingly high threshold. One needs over 4,000 energy points to wield them. Even if we had such weapons, we couldn't utilize them." At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. "I possess a stellar-grade weapon, and it requires only 800 energy points to wield." The team members were taken aback and turned to see who had spoken. It was none other than Locke. He stepped forward, holding a mechanical battle blade with a serious expression, offering it to the captain. The captain furrowed his brow and shook his head, responding, "Impossible. No stellar-grade mechanical weapon could require only 800 energy points. Locke, now is not the time for false reassurances." In the midst of their conversation, 2 more soldiers, lacking any means of resistance, were swiftly pierced by the 5th-tier creature, their bodies dragged away. Witnessing this scene, the captain's eyes blazed with fury and helplessness. They had to devise a means of resistance. They could not simply await their demise. A resolute determination flickered in the captain's gaze. Just then, Locke stepped boldly before him, forcefully presenting the battle blade. "Captain, trust me this once. Once you wield this blade, you will understand its true power." The captain hesitated, observing the unwavering conviction in Locke's eyes. A wave of doubt washed over him. He knew Locke well and recognized him as someone who rarely boasted. Was it possible that this blade held some extraordinary power? The captain took the weapon, gritting his teeth as he searched Locke's eyes and asked, "Are you certain this is a stellar-grade weapon?" Locke, equally resolute, nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. I would never jest with my life." Upon hearing Locke's assurance, the captain gazed deeply at him before unleashing a formidable energy from within himself. "Very well, I believe you." With that, the captain turned, channeling every ounce of energy into the thermal battle blade he now held. In an instant, an astonishing event unfolded before all eyes. The weapon erupted with a tremendous wave of heat and a blinding brilliance, as though it were cleaving the very night sky. The energy emanating from the blade surged to a level that left everyone astounded. What a magnificent blade! The captain reveled in the newfound strength that surged through him. He leaped into action, wielding the thermal battle blade as he charged towards the towering creature. Chapter 32. The Blade's Might. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the thermal battle blade, now in the captain's grasp, unleashed a power that far surpassed what Locke had previously demonstrated. The blade released an extraordinary energy, casting the world in a fiery crimson hue. Vehicles and structures on the streets began to show signs of melting under the intense heat. With a single decisive strike, the captain swung the blade at the monstrous creature, igniting the mechanical edge in a blaze of scorching energy that cleaved through the sky like a colossal crescent moon. In that moment, the once formidable creature was violently sliced open, a gaping wound appearing on its body. The rich aroma of roasted flesh wafted from the creature's injury. As they witnessed this successful strike against the beast, the captain and all the team members were filled with astonished delight. This demonstrates that, although the captain wielding this mechanical battle blade does not surpass the level of the furball monster, he has nonetheless reached the same tier. It is precisely this that allows him to inflict harm upon the creature. "Cover me. I shall slay this furball monster," the captain bellowed to his comrades behind him. Without hesitation, the team members unleashed their full might, fervently attacking the tentacles of the furball monster. While their levels did not match that of the creature, focusing their efforts on its appendages proved to be effective in some measure. Soon, at the cost of 2 team members' lives, the captain, with the assistance of his comrades, successfully cleaved the furball monster in two. The most formidable of the furball monsters thus met its demise. The remaining monsters posed no significant threat to the soldiers, who easily annihilated them. After slicing through the creature's body, the captain retrieved a piece of its flesh for research purposes. He felt an unsettling sense that this furball monster's size was anomalous. It could not have grown to such proportions without some external stimulus. He resolved to take the specimen back to the temporary military ship number 32 for further examination. Once this was accomplished, the team members returned to the ship. The captain handed the battle blade to Locke, his eyes betraying a deep reluctance. "Locke, would you consider selling this battle blade? I would pay a handsome sum for it." The captain ventured, a glimmer of hope in his tone, though he was usually reluctant to ask his team for their belongings. The allure of this mechanical blade was too intoxicating to resist. Even wielding a planetary-level energy, one could harness the power of this weapon. It was nothing short of a planetary threshold with stellar might. Such a weapon would make anyone envious, should he acquire this equipment. He could genuinely wield the strength of a low-tier level 5 genetic warrior, transcending an entire level. The temptation was undeniably strong. Upon hearing the captain's words, Locke clutched the battle blade protectively, casting a wary glance at the captain. "Captain, for us soldiers, weapons are akin to our wives. Brothers do not covet each other's possessions." Locke retorted, eyeing the captain with suspicion. Initially, he had been willing to lend the blade to the captain for the sake of the team's survival, but now he felt an unsettling possessiveness. However, given their amicable relationship, neither took the matter too seriously. Disappointment flickered in the captain's eyes as he sighed, expressing, "What a shame. This battle blade is truly remarkable. Its worth could rival some of the finest stellar-grade equipment." Upon hearing this, a glint of pride sparkled in Locke's eyes as he replied, "Indeed, it was crafted for me by Master Su Ming." "Master Su Ming?" The captain was taken aback, curiosity piquing his interest. "Who is this Master Su Ming? Perhaps you can introduce us. I would like him to forge a mechanical battle blade for me as well." Locke chuckled incredulously. "Captain, you've been cooped up in the ship for far too long. Master Su Ming is a newly joined mechanic in the temporary military number 32. My weapon was modified by him." The surrounding team members were taken aback by Locke's revelation, gathering around him to chatter excitedly. "I seem to recall that 2 new mechanics joined the ship recently. So it is they? I thought both were planetary-level mechanics. How could they possibly modify such formidable equipment?" At that moment, one individual chimed in proudly. "You're all unaware, but when Locke had his blade modified, I was right there. This Master Su Ming may be young, but he possesses remarkable skill. He completed the repairs in around 40 minutes. "What? 40 minutes?" Another exclaimed in disbelief. "The previous planetary-level mechanic took 3 to 4 hours just for repairs, and that was not even a modification. This Master Su Ming managed to complete the modifications in just 40 minutes? Impressive. Huh. I once sought out Harry the mechanic for repairs, and it cost me 4 credits. Not to mention his dreadful temperament. Dealing with him was a trial in itself." Another scoffed. Harry was the only planetary-level mechanic previously associated with the temporary military number 32. As the crew began to voice their grievances about Harry, the captain remained silent, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he glanced toward his previously damaged planetary-grade firearm, an undercurrent of anticipation flickering in his gaze. Several hours later, the team piloted their vessel back to the main ship. After returning the ship to the custodian, the captain hurriedly descended and made his way toward the dormitory area. "Captain, where are you headed? After completing the mission, shouldn't you relax a bit?" One of the team members joked from behind. Turning with a smile, the captain replied, I have a matter to attend to. You all go ahead without me." Though these soldiers could amass substantial wealth in a short time, it often came with considerable risks of death. 4 team members had perished on the planet of Mu Tower, never to return. Thus, it was customary for those in the temporary military to indulge in revelry after completing their missions to alleviate the pressures of military life. However, this time, the captain chose to abstain from participation. The others exchanged knowing glances, understanding his intent. "Let us go." After witnessing Master Su Ming's modification skills, the captain is likely making a beeline for him. Chapter 33. A Rising Reputation. Their speculation proved accurate. After experiencing Locke's mechanical battle blade, the captain felt an overwhelming desire for it. He alone understood the true value of this weapon. Even standard stellar-grade equipment paled in comparison to this mechanical blade. Upon returning to the main ship, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Su Ming. After inquiring about the location of Su Ming's dormitory, he proceeded directly to it. Upon arriving, the captain was taken aback. A throng of soldiers had gathered outside Su Ming's door. "Master Su Ming, please assist me in modifying this firearm after you finish. I'm willing to offer 300 military credits." "Master Su Ming, I've been waiting for ages. Please help me with a modification. I'll give 400 military credits." The soldiers at the door craned their necks, eagerly calling out. Observing this scene, the captain felt a surge of astonishment and rushed to the entrance to peer inside. He beheld a young man standing at a workbench, intently focused on the mechanical components in his hands. His fingers never ceased their movements, assembling the mechanical components with a speed that suggested no need for contemplation. A glimmer of immersion flickered in the boy's gaze, undeterred by the soldiers gathered outside the door. His focus unwaveringly fixated on the workbench before him. It seemed as if nothing in his surroundings could disrupt this young man's concentration. The captain observed this scene, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The boy's cerebral energy was remarkably active during the assembly process, akin to a continuous mental workout. The captain couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon witnessing this. This was a unique method of cultivating cerebral energy exclusive to mechanics, one that others, even those adept at cerebral development, could not emulate. Furthermore, this young lad appeared far more engrossed than his peers, suggesting that his efficiency in honing his cerebral energy would be significantly enhanced in such a state. At that moment, the soldiers surrounding them erupted into exclamations of astonishment, prompting the captain to shift his gaze towards the weapon in the boy's hands. What had once been a planetary-grade firearm was now adorned with several stellar-grade mechanical components, elevating its capabilities to a terrifying level. It appeared that this young boy had employed a unique assembly technique, enabling a weapon to harness stellar-grade combat power while remaining usable by planetary-grade individuals. A flicker of admiration crossed the captain's eyes as he squeezed his way through the crowd, smiling as he addressed the young craftsman. "Master Su Ming, would you be so kind as to assist me in repairing and modifying my firearm? I'm willing to offer 500 military merit points." Upon hearing the captain's request, Su Ming looked up, casting a curious glance at the captain before shaking his head and replying, "Please wait in line." The captain was momentarily taken aback, only to notice the soldiers behind him stifling their laughter. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he obediently moved to the back of the line. Su Ming stretched lazily and turned his attention to the soldiers waiting outside his dorm. This scene had unfolded just a few hours earlier. Within half an hour of his and Warren's arrival, a throng of soldiers had come seeking his expertise to repair their mechanical equipment. However, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite his frenzied repairs over several hours, the queue showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it seemed to grow longer. Even Su Ming, after enduring hours of intensive repairs, began to feel a twinge of fatigue. Since his arrival, he had repaired and modified a total of 12 pieces of equipment, dedicating a full 8 hours to this endeavor. It was undeniable that the starlight points garnered from planetary-grade machinery were quite substantial, calculating at 100 starlight points per piece. Those 12 items had afforded him a remarkable total of 1,200 starlight points. Had they been ground-level equipment, it would have taken him days to amass such a fortune in starlight points. Indeed, departing from Nort Planet had proven to be a wise decision. In addition to starlight points, Su Ming had also accumulated a significant amount of military merit. Almost every individual who approached him for modifications willingly offered between 200 to 400 military merit points. The 12 pieces of equipment had earned him approximately 3,000 merit points. From this perspective, acquiring enough military merit to purchase knowledge and blueprints for mechanized suits did not seem overly challenging. He estimated that a few weeks of such work would suffice to amass the 150 000 merit points necessary to procure the E-Class advanced mech suit. Turning to the soldiers still waiting at the door, Su Ming brought Warren to the forefront and announced, "This is my companion Warren, who possesses remarkable mechanical skills. If you cannot wait, feel free to seek his assistance." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd's eyes turned towards the unassuming Warren. For the first time, he found himself under the scrutiny of so many, leaving him somewhat anxious, standing next to Su Ming with a sheepish grin. "Since Master Su Ming has recommended you, I trust there will be no issues. Please, young Master Warren, repair this mechanical blade for me, and I am willing to offer 200 military merit points." A voice emerged from the back of the queue, and an individual stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. Among those seeking Su Ming's services, some wished to enhance their weapons for greater power, while others merely sought to restore their damaged equipment to working order without any particular desire for increased combat effectiveness. However, they were aware that the queue for the mechanic named Harry would take longer, while Su Ming's efficiency surpassed Harry's by a considerable margin, making it more expedient to wait for Su Ming. Now that Su Ming had introduced Warren, the crowd suddenly recalled that there were indeed two mechanics who had joined the temporary military Unit 32. The frail-looking boy, who had previously blended into the background, was also a mechanic. Warren believed his skills paled in comparison to Su Ming's, yet he felt satisfied simply to be sought after for repairs. As for the offered military merit points, Warren did not dare to expect too much. When he learned someone was willing to pay 200 points for his services, his face lit up with joy. He eagerly accepted the mechanical blade from the individual and approached the workbench, ready to begin the repairs. Su Ming observed Warren's reaction with a gentle smile. This lad had become his apprentice in mechanics, yet his humble beginnings had instilled a lack of confidence in him. What he did not realize was that the status of mechanics in interstellar society was significantly higher than that of many others. Almost every genetically enhanced warrior would seek a mechanic for repairs when their weapons were damaged. Ground-level mechanics were plentiful, but the status of planetary mechanics began to rise dramatically. Warren, at present, simply lacked the confidence to see this for himself. Once he transitioned into a regular order-taking mode, he would soon grasp the popularity that planetary mechanics enjoyed among the soldiers. Chapter 34, An Unusual Occurrence. After a few hours of waiting, the captain of Team Locke successfully received his modified weapon. He then uploaded a video documenting their mission on Mutaplanet to the public network. The public network served as a shared system for the soldiers of temporary Unit 32 aboard the spacecraft. Every team was required to set up automatic video recording before embarking on a mission to document the process. This was a regulation of the Empire's temporary military forces. Due to the looser management structure compared to regular troops, the Empire mandated that temporary units use automatic recording devices to capture the mission's proceedings to prevent any soldiers from being lackadaisical in their duties. The captain had naturally recorded the mission on Mutaplanet, and the video was now accessible to everyone aboard the spacecraft. The public network resembled a forum, allowing other soldiers to comment and share their thoughts. At this moment, soldiers familiar with Team Locke saw the captain's newly updated post and began to leave amusing comments. "Oh, have you secured your military merit? Isn't it a shame not to invite a few brothers to celebrate after achieving military merits?" What began as a casual banter among acquaintances suddenly took a turn when the familiar soldiers clicked on the video. They were taken aback. How could there be a level 5 furball monster? This furball monster was far from ordinary. What was going on? Such a situation surely warranted a report. Otherwise, we would be in peril during our missions due to misinformation. A portion of the soldiers' attention was captivated by the furball monster, while another group was drawn to the battle blade in Locke's hand. This blade boasted stellar-level prowess, yet could also be wielded at a planetary level. Upon hearing the soldiers' analysis, everyone was astonished and began to engage in a lively discussion about the mechanical battle blade, whose craftsmanship had transformed this blade. "We seek an introduction." Upon noticing a friend in the comments, Locke's squad leader promptly elaborated that the mechanical blade was modified by Su Ming. "What? So mean? The new mechanic aboard the ship? Isn't he planetary level?" Quite the contrary. Many mechanics nowadays are quite low-key and reluctant to undergo certification. Master Su Ming is undoubtedly a stellar-level mechanic, merely disinclined to authenticate his status. Goodness, a stellar-level mechanic aboard our ship? I must seek him out for modifications. Word spread rapidly, and soon the entire vessel was abuzz with the news of Su Ming's stellar-level mechanic status. Consequently, soldiers began to line up outside Su Ming's dormitory, eagerly awaiting repairs. Some even entrusted him with their stellar-grade mechanical equipment for repairs. Remarkably, Su Ming managed to restore these stellar-grade items, further solidifying the soldier's belief in his status as a stellar mechanic. Instantly, Su Ming's standing and earnings aboard the ship surged. Previously, he earned around 200 to 400 military merits for repairing a single mechanical item. However, upon the soldier's revelation of his stellar-level prowess, the price for each modified mechanical item skyrocketed to between 1,000 and 1,200 military merits, a five-fold increase. The value a stellar-level mechanic could generate was indeed quintuple that of a planetary-level mechanic, if not more. Even some external stellar mechanics struggled to secure appointments. In the eyes of the soldiers, having a stellar-level mechanic aboard the ship was akin to a boon for the temporary military. Consequently, they all clamored for Su Ming's assistance with repairs and modifications. During this period, Su Ming's income soared, with daily earnings reaching approximately 20,000 military merits. At this rate, within a week, he could finally obtain the mech knowledge and blueprints he had long coveted. However, the task video uploaded by Lock Squad sparked more than just the fervor surrounding Su Ming's mechanical prowess. Soon, the ship's true commander, Lieutenant Walker, came across the video and shifted his gaze to the level 5 furball monster. He had no interest in stellar-grade mechanical equipment. After all, it was relatively easy for someone of his rank to find a stellar mechanic. Yet the level 5 furball monster piqued his curiosity. It was peculiar. Why were so many bizarrely leveled cosmic creatures emerging lately? This was not the first incident of its kind. Lieutenant Walker furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes, while others might merely find the situation curious. He connected it to the recent coup within the Lozer Party in the Bander Galaxy, sensing a vague correlation between these unusual occurrences and the political turmoil. Standing up, Lieutenant Walker sought out Locke's squad leader. "Lieutenant, is there something you require?" The captain, intrigued by Walker's visit, inquired. Walker nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Based on the task video, it appears that the slain level 5 furball monster had a piece of its flesh removed by your team. "Would you kindly hand that piece over to me?" Startled by the lieutenant's seriousness, the captain replied, "Of course, that piece was specifically harvested for research. Submitting it to you is indeed a favorable course of action." After speaking, the captain retrieved a chunk of meat preserved within a refrigeration device from his storage space and handed it, along with the device, to Lieutenant Walker. The lieutenant nodded and instructed, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone." The captain was taken aback. "Lieutenant, is there something amiss with this level 5 furball monster?" Shaking his head, Walker replied, "I cannot say for certain. However, something feels off. I must investigate the flesh of this furball monster to draw any conclusions." The captain opened his mouth, ultimately nodding in silence, understanding the lieutenant's gravity. Since Walker had voiced his concerns, it was likely that the matter involved sensitive issues, and the captain felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Chapter 35. Redemption of Mech Knowledge as time passed. A week had swiftly gone by since Su Ming's meteoric rise in status. During this week, he accumulated a staggering amount of military merits, approximately 160,000 points. Similarly, the Starlight points had also multiplied significantly. After deducting the daily required points for training, Su Ming managed to save around 400 Starlight points each day, totaling 2,800 points over the week. Today, Su Ming excitedly accessed the military merit system. With his merits finally amassed, he was ready to redeem the coveted E-Class Advanced Humanoid Mech Knowledge. To this end, Su Ming even set aside a day of work, intent on dedicating his time to studying the E-Class Advanced Humanoid Mech Knowledge in his dormitory. Please confirm, Soldier Su Ming, if you wish to expend 150,000 military merits to redeem the E-Class Advanced Humanoid Mech Knowledge and Blueprints. Once redeemed, your military merits will be non-refundable. The system prompt echoed in Su Ming's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed his choice. Beep. Soldier Su Ming has spent 150,000 military merits to successfully purchase the E-Class Advanced Humanoid Mech Knowledge and Blueprints. The items are now being transmitted to Soldier Su Ming. Beep. The redeemed items, E-Class Advanced Humanoid Mech Knowledge and Blueprints, have been deposited into Soldier Su Ming's storage space. Please check. As the electronic notifications resonated, Su Ming's face lit up with excitement. He promptly retrieved the blueprints from his storage space. A thick book and a collection of blueprints materialized in his dormitory. Nearby, Warren observed with evident envy glimmering in his eyes. The knowledge and blueprints acquired by Su Ming are classified as core imperial knowledge, safeguarded and regulated by the Empire's laws. Even Su Ming himself is prohibited from sharing the purchased books and diagrams with Warren. Otherwise, they would violate the Empire's core knowledge protection law, and both would face imprisonment. Unless Warren were to acquire the corresponding knowledge independently, the matter would be rendered moot. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly opened the book and began to read. Mechas. They represent the ultimate aspiration of every mechanic. Only those capable of assembling a mecha can truly be considered adept, enjoying a prestigious status within interstellar society. Mechas are classified as strategic weapons, distinct from ordinary arms. Each mecha holds significant strategic value for military forces, possessing unparalleled strength. To illustrate, every component of the human form E-class advanced mecha is no less than stellar-grade mechanical parts, with certain critical systems utilizing cluster-grade components. Successfully assembling a mecha is tantamount to enshrouding oneself in myriad stellar and cluster-grade mechanical weaponry. A single stellar-grade mechanical weapon can enable Team Lock to reverse battlefield dynamics, allowing a level 4 genetic warrior to triumph over a level 5 fuzzball monster. The sheer force unleashed by countless stellar and cluster-grade mechanical weapons would be extraordinarily formidable. Even a solitary cluster-grade mechanical weapon pales in comparison to a mecha. If Su Ming were to successfully assemble this mecha, he could navigate the Bender system with impunity. Even Lieutenant Walker, a powerful level 6 genetic warrior, would be compelled to yield in the presence of such a mecha. However, after several hours of studying, Su Ming grasped a general understanding of mecha assembly. He couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing culmination of countless minds throughout the universe. The knowledge and blueprints for this mecha are such that a solitary individual might take thousands of years to unravel them. The complexity is staggering. If assembling a single weapon is akin to mastering a singular academic discipline, then assembling a mecha encompasses knowledge from dozens of fields, multiplying the intricacy manifold. The assembly of a single weapon is trivial compared to the complexities of constructing a mecha. Moreover, Su Ming suddenly realized with a rueful smile that, with his current brain domain energy level, he is unable to wield this foundational mecha. Mastery over this basic mecha would necessitate elevating his brain domain energy level to that of a level 5 genetic warrior, affording him the capacity to control the mecha. Yet, there is no cause for concern. Su Ming's forte lies in modifying high-threshold mechanical equipment into more accessible forms. By simplifying certain mechanical components, he could lower the entry requirements for this mecha to a level commensurate with his abilities. Furthermore, throughout the assembly process, he would undoubtedly enhance his own capabilities, thus facilitating an easier mastery of the mecha. Without hesitation, Su Ming, with over 10,000 military merits remaining, promptly expended a substantial amount within the military merit system to acquire a plethora of mechanical equipment essential for mecha assembly. However, despite spending over 10,000 military merits, he only procured less than 1/10 of the required mechanical components. The true components necessary for a mecha are exceedingly intricate and exorbitantly priced, demanding substantial military merits even within the exchange system to obtain a complete set. Currently, Su Ming's military merits are insufficient, compelling him to initially exchange for a portion of the mechanical parts to assemble one component, with plans to gradually purchase additional mechanical parts as his military merits accumulate. Soon, the mechanical components he had exchanged for were transported into a storage space via spatial transmission. Su Ming methodically retrieved the components, placing them within his dormitory, and without a moment's hesitation, he set about disassembling and re-engraving the mechanical parts. As Su Ming entered the assembly phase, his order-accepting mode was reactivated. There was no alternative. Military merits must be earned, as mechas are notoriously resource-intensive, requiring upwards of 100,000 military merits for assembly. Thus, Su Ming resumed his operations, assisting others in modifying mechanical equipment for military merit compensation, using the earnings to procure a vast array of mechanical components to sustain his mecha. Nevertheless, Su Ming found solace in the fact that as he delved deeper into mecha research, his mechanical skills advanced at a remarkable pace. Previously, modifying a single mechanical device took 40 minutes. Now he had reduced that time to 20 minutes, a speed that would leave most mechanics in awe. Concurrently, assembling a mecha is an incredibly laborious endeavor. Su Ming himself was unaware that his brain domain energy level was rapidly escalating during the process of researching and assembling the mecha. Chapter 36, The Lhasa Alliance. As time flowed, it has been over a week since Su Ming exchanged for the mecha and commenced his studies in mecha assembly. During this interval, a significant event transpired within the Bender system. The Lhasa party within the Free Federation, during negotiations with the core party of the Free Federation, reached an impasse. Ultimately, the Lhasa party, along with 10 surrounding star systems, declared their secession from the Busa Free Federation, establishing a cluster-level nation known as the Lhasa Star Cluster Alliance. With the formation of the Lhasa Alliance, the tensions among the neighboring star systems escalated dramatically. At that moment, within the parliamentary hall of the core party of the Busa Free Federation, several prominent figures sat in discussion regarding this matter. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the Lhasa alliance? A formally attired legislator inquired in a neutral tone. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding legislators exchanged subtle expressions, seemingly unconcerned about the issue at hand. Does such a trivial matter warrant a dedicated discussion? Another legislator, appearing relaxed, rose to address the assembly. The Lhasa alliance lacks even a single apocalyptic-level combatant and dares to proclaim itself a cluster-level power. They are truly oblivious to their impending demise. Firstly, we must understand that the Lhasa alliance does not exist in the universe. Rather, it is a violent criminal organization leading armed factions in rebellion. Countless citizens within the Federation are currently being forcibly reclassified by the Lhasa Party's armed forces, severing their ties with the Federation. Now is the time for the Federation to deploy military forces to eliminate these violent elements and liberate the populace from the Lhasa alliance's control. The legislator spoke passionately. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding legislators exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Brooke, you shall lead the military to eradicate the traitors, one legislator declared to a nearby colleague. Beside him sat the formidable legislator known as Brooke, whose very presence exuded a potent aura, as if he were imbued with the essence of a star, radiating explosive power. This man was indeed one of the elite, apocalyptic-level masters of the Free Federation. Upon hearing the legislator's words, he let out a soft chuckle and slowly nodded in agreement. This matter was exceedingly simple for him. The so-called Lhasa alliance lacked even a single apocalyptic-level adept. With his intervention, he could effortlessly crush the rebels within the Lhasa alliance. Truly, a star cluster-level power devoid of an apocalyptic master was nothing short of a farce within the realm of cosmic civilization. Any moderately powerful faction could dispatch a legion led by an apocalyptic master and easily breach the entire star cluster. To those present, the Lhasa alliance was merely an unremarkable farce, lacking any semblance of intrigue. Very well, esteemed colleagues, let's cast aside this trivial jester. Shall we not turn our attention to the matter of the mining vein star domains and the recent elections for the ruling party? The legislator gradually settled into his seat and addressed the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the council members visibly stirred, straightening their postures and engaging in fervent discussion. The universe is vast, with mining vein star domains as numerous as the stars themselves. Yet the discovery of such domains is no simple feat, as it pertains to the challenges of exploring the farthest reaches. The areas that technology can explore are nearly exhausted, while the uncharted territories often harbor unfathomable dangers. Whether from extraterrestrial races or cosmic hazard zones, these unexplored regions are fraught with peril. Moreover, there exists a limit to what can be explored. Surpassing this threshold means that humanity's standard technological capabilities and energy supplies, along with their detection methodologies, become compromised, rendering further exploratory endeavors impossible. Thus, each time a mining vein star domain is uncovered, it signifies a monumental breakthrough achieved through years of advancement in human civilization. Once identified, these domains become focal points of contention among the great powers. He who secures these mining resources will possess an abundance of mineral wealth for future endeavors across various fields, including construction, military, and healthcare. This presents an opportune moment to widen the gap with surrounding forces. Consequently, when a new mining vein star domain is discovered, the gaze of humanity across the cosmos is invariably drawn to it. In contrast, the affairs of the Lhasa alliance seem rather inconsequential. At this moment, the apocalyptic master, Brooke, observed that the discussion had shifted towards the mining vein star domains, and with a faint smile, he rose to his feet. Continue your deliberations. I shall proceed to eliminate the Lhasa alliance. With that, the formidable Brooke made his exit from the assembly hall. The attendees were accustomed to such behavior. Brooke's disposition was one of unyielding independence. However, there was little concern for his safety. An apocalyptic master is invincible in such conflicts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fleet of ships soon ascended in the territory of the Free Federation's core political faction. Numerous soldiers, exuding powerful auras, boarded the vessels in droves. The ships then launched into the sky, disappearing from the planet in an instant. Leading the charge was a mech radiating an exceptionally terrifying aura, moving at an alarming speed ahead of the fleet. The very void through which the mech sped appeared to warp under the influence of its terrifying energy. The pilot of this mech was none other than Brooke, the so-called God of Slaughter, an invincible apocalyptic-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, as the Free Federation commenced its various operations. A ship drifted within a nearby star system close to the Bander system, where a vessel floated serenely, occasionally sending out smaller crafts manned by soldiers to execute missions. This vessel was the temporary military ship number 32, carrying Su Ming and Warren. At this moment, the No. 32 ship lingered in the border zone between the Empire and the Bander star system, patrolling for potential criminals and smugglers who might exploit the chaos. However, just as Brooks' forces departed, the number 32 ship found itself facing a significant danger. A cosmic creature resembling a sea turtle silently glided around the vessel, seemingly treating it as prey. Chapter 37. The underlying currents on this day, Su Ming, as was his custom, spent the daylight hours repairing mechanical equipment for the soldiers. As dusk approached, he began assembling mech components. The mech before him was nearly 80 complete, with the core components assembled. Only a few external parts remained to be added. At this stage, the assembly of the mech could be deemed nearly finished. Completing this mech would signify a profound enhancement in both knowledge and technical capability for Su Ming. He sensed that upon successfully assembling the mech, his cognitive capacity would experience an explosive surge under its influence. Although he had already witnessed significant growth during the assembly process, the moment of final success felt like a culmination that would yield a spectacular increase, an eruption of progress. However, just as Su Ming excitedly prepared to continue his assembly, the ship suddenly shook violently. Alarms blared throughout the vessel. Warning: encountering an attack by a cosmic organism. Energy level range: 15W, 2W. Assessment indicates assailant is a level 6 organism. The ship's protective shield has been activated, with remaining energy at 70. Warning: the ship can withstand only 4 more attacks. Please issue appropriate commands swiftly. Upon hearing the alarm, the crew was taken aback, hastily emerging from their quarters into the corridor. Lieutenant Walker also exited his quarters. Gazing gravely out the window, there, a colossal, turtle-like cosmic creature hovered in the void, its red eyes fixed menacingly upon the ship. In the next instant, the massive creature opened its jaws and lunged at the vessel. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated, accompanied by another violent tremor, and the ship's alert indicated that energy reserves had dwindled to 50. Su Ming was taken aback. It was a cosmic dragon turtle, a type of cosmic organism possessing an extraordinarily formidable biting capability. Yet, as previously noted, without genetic enhancements or systematic training, cosmic organisms struggle to transcend genetic limitations and evolve into high-energy beings. Typically, the energy level of a standard cosmic dragon turtle hovers around level 3 to 5. Yet, why was there a level 6 dragon turtle present? Lieutenant Walker cast a grave gaze upon the dragon turtle before him. This creature evoked memories of the high-energy cosmic entities encountered in the surrounding star domains recently. Its anomalous level of power could not possibly have arisen from normal growth. Just like those previous cosmic beings, this cosmic dragon turtle posed a significant problem. Damn it. Had the Research Institute yet to analyze the flesh and blood of the furball creature I sent earlier? Their efficiency was appallingly low. Gritting his teeth, Lieutenant Walker declared the situation's urgency, elevating it from ordinary to critical. After executing this operation, he inhaled deeply, donned his space combat suit, and swiftly propelled himself outside the ship. Lieutenant Walker was the sole 6th-level genetic warrior aboard the vessel. Naturally, when confronted with the assault of a 6th-level creature, only he could resolve the issue. Fortunately, the dragon turtle's kin resided in the vast emptiness of space, lacking any civilization or technology. Bolstered by human civilization, Lieutenant Walker felt confident in facing a cosmic entity of equal rank. He soon retrieved a stellar-grade cannon from his storage space. The Star Destroyer XZ, Model 71, produced by the Rod Technology Company, possessed an elite stellar-grade energy level. Upon witnessing this formidable cannon, the crew aboard the ship gasped in astonishment. Even Su Ming found himself captivated by its presence. Though classified as stellar grade, the cannon's energy level exceeded 8,000 points, combined with Lieutenant Walker's own energy exceeding 10,000 points, allowing for an instantaneous eruption of approximately 20,000 points. This exemplified the might of a brain domain developer, capable of augmenting mechanical weaponry with brain domain energy to unleash tremendous combat power. Those with insufficient brain domain energy could only resort to melee weapons, thereby placing genetic warriors of that ilk at a disadvantage in interstellar warfare. Silence enveloped the cosmos. Yet, this did not impede the crew aboard the ship from perceiving the terrifying energy erupting from Lieutenant Walker's body, nor the cataclysmic strike brewing within the cannon's barrel. Enraged, the dragon turtle lunged toward Lieutenant Walker. However, as the creature moved, a horrific attack erupted from the cannon. The mere shockwave compelled the ship to activate its energy shield, guarding against the onslaught. A silent conflagration swiftly engulfed the dragon turtle. The silence of space rendered this assault even more fearsome. Cloaked in flames, the dragon turtle thrashed violently. As the flames dissipated, the crew was astounded to find a massive gash torn into the creature's head, its eyeball shattered. In agony, the dragon turtle opened its maw, revealing an expression of profound suffering. Yet, Lieutenant Walker paid no heed to the creature's pain. His own abilities surged once more, channeling energy into the cannon. A second shot. It erupted quietly into existence. The explosive force illuminated the nearby star domain, the brilliance of the fire blinding. Although both were 6th-level beings, Lieutenant Walker wielded a mechanical device that could effortlessly turn the tide of battle. This was the culmination of civilization, the enhancement bestowed upon him by countless years of human societal development, enabling him to suppress the dragon turtle with ease. Before long, the dragon turtle's body was mercilessly shattered by Lieutenant Walker's cannon. Massive chunks of flesh now drifted silently in the cosmic void, destined to either be consumed by other cosmic beings or drawn to a planet, colliding with its surface. Lieutenant Walker selected a piece from the remains, placed it into a preservation device, and returned to the ship. Amidst the crew's cheers, Lieutenant Walker's expression remained devoid of the elation typically associated with victory. His countenance was solemn as he held the piece of flesh, retreating to his quarters. Glancing out the window, the cosmic void appeared as tranquil and mysterious as ever. Yet for reasons unknown, Lieutenant Walker sensed that beneath this tranquility and mystery, a terrifying undercurrent was gradually surging. Chapter 38, The Coming Storm. Lieutenant Walker's premonitions proved accurate. Upon returning to the ship, he received a message from the Imperial Laboratory. Walker, the flesh you sent from the furball creature contains anomalies. Upon reading the Imperial message, Walker's heart raced, and he promptly replied, "What anomalies? Many components within the flesh do not belong to the furball itself. They originate from external interference. Additionally, traces of a special genetic agent have been detected within the blood." Get to the point. Walker frowned, urging the staff member to speak plainly. After a brief pause, the staff member spoke gravely. The mutation of the furball is man-made. Furthermore, based on the recent frequency of high-energy events involving cosmic entities, this mutation is localized near the Banderstar system. This implies that the Banderstar system is likely responsible for the mutations of these cosmic beings. What? The Banderstar system? Walker inhaled deeply, sensing the gravity of the situation. The disturbances recently emanating from the Banderstar system were indeed alarming. Whether it was the defection of the Free Federation or the ability to unite with other star systems to form a stellar cluster-level force, one should not underestimate the Banderstar system simply because the Empire and the Free Federation appear dominant. After all, the Banderstar system was also a stellar-level power, a colossal entity when considering individual strength. Even a being of apocalyptic caliber could easily be annihilated by the might of the Banderstar system if they did not lead an army into battle. Now, around 10 such colossal entities had formed a stellar cluster-level force. Although lacking the support of apocalyptic-level beings, they still appeared somewhat thin. If Brooke did not lead the Free Federation's army alongside him, he might lack the courage to even launch an attack. There was no way to consider the leader of the Rosa Party as a fool. After all, he had dared to lead a star system to defect from the Free Federation, which meant he had his trump cards. Now, it seemed that these anomalous cosmic beings might indeed be those trump cards. What should our temporary army do now? Should we withdraw? Walker posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind, feeling that this matter had surpassed the scope of what their temporary forces could handle. The overall strength of the 32nd Temporary Army could at most address a stellar-level upheaval. However, the current turmoil clearly escalated to a stellar-level magnitude, far surpassing the previous disturbances. In the face of such a level of chaos, any misstep could lead the 32nd Temporary Army into peril. Upon hearing Walker's inquiry, the official of the Empire fell silent for a moment before finally addressing him. "I have inquired about the Empire's stance, and they have instructed that you remain on standby, maintaining your current patrol rhythm. In 3 days, the Empire will dispatch more elite forces to take over your duties, at which point you shall be able to return." Upon hearing these words, Walker's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed with indignation, "3 days? The Free Federation's Brooke has already marched its troops towards the Banderstar region today. War is imminent." And you suggest I remain stagnant in this damn star region for 3 days? What if the war spills over? The official quickly sought to assuage Walker's fury, saying, Lieutenant Walker, I comprehend your anger, but you must understand one crucial point. War cannot encroach upon this territory. Although this star region is near the Banderstar region, it remains within the Empire's domain. As long as you are within Imperial territory, neither Brooke nor the Lhasa Alliance would dare to fire a single shot in this region. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Empire. The official's tone was resolute, underscoring the Empire's unwavering authority in such matters. Understanding this, Walker's expression softened slightly as he reflected on the rationale. While the surrounding star regions were indeed chaotic, it was highly improbable that the war would extend into Imperial territories. At worst, they might contend with a few smugglers requiring investigation. However, he could not shake the concern regarding the anomalous energy levels of the cosmic creatures they had encountered nearby. What if they encountered a creature with energy levels far exceeding his own? Walker spoke solemnly. The official shook his head and replied, At present, there have been no reports of cosmic life forms exceeding level 6, so you need not worry. With such assurances from the official, Walker felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. He closed his mouth, sighed, and acquiesced. The communication between Lieutenant Walker and the Empire remained unknown to the other soldiers aboard the ship, including Su Ming and Warren. Yet, as Su Ming gazed at the corpse of the cosmic dragon turtle floating in the void, he fell into deep contemplation. Theoretically, a cosmic dragon turtle should not reach level 6, yet they had encountered one. A sense of foreboding began to loom within Su Ming's heart. His gaze then shifted to the mech standing before him, towering approximately 3 meters high. The mechanic's quarters contain a workbench, necessitating a higher ceiling than usual. Otherwise, it was doubtful that Su Ming's quarters would accommodate the mech. Observing that the overall framework of the mech had nearly been assembled, with only a few components remaining, Su Ming's expression shifted. He promptly switched his quarters to private mode, disabling the order acceptance feature, ensuring that no one outside could glimpse the interior. He then placed the unfinished components onto the workbench and focused intently on the mech's assembly. He sensed that the situation with the dragon turtle was somehow linked to the serious expression he had seen on Lieutenant Walker's face. Coupled with the recent news events in the Banderstar system, it seemed likely that the Free Federation was on the verge of declaring war against the Lhasa Alliance. Should war be declared, this star region would undoubtedly descend into chaos. He needed to expedite the repairs on the mech before any potential crisis arose. It might prove to be the key to his survival in the turmoil to come. Chapter 39. The mech is complete. Su Ming's urgency also influenced Warren. Noticing Su Ming had disabled the order acceptance feature, Warren did not hesitate and followed suit, closing the order window before entering a state of focused practice. Although the war was merely a topic in the news, it loomed dangerously close, and even Warren felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. He glanced at Su Ming, who remained intensely absorbed in the mech assembly, utterly undistracted. A hint of envy flickered across Warren's face. Su Ming possessed an extraordinary ability to instantly enter a state of concentration, a talent that was not overtly manifest. For a mechanic, the ability to achieve such focus was a rare gift envied by many. With a sigh, Warren looked at the over 10,000 military merit points in his system. There was a significant disparity between his earnings and Su Ming's. Su Ming had already accumulated enough points to exchange for mech knowledge, while Warren had barely managed to gather a fraction. Gazing at the merit points, he gritted his teeth and made a bold decision to temporarily forego mech knowledge and exchange those points for mechanical knowledge instead. He understood that much of his high-level mechanical knowledge had originated from Su Ming. Warren realized that if he continued to rely solely on Su Ming's guidance, his future in mechanics would be limited. He needed to learn beyond what Su Ming had taught him to carve out a unique path in the field, ensuring a more expansive future. In contrast, while the allure of mech knowledge was tempting, he resolved to first enhance his mechanical skills step by step before pursuing other ambitions. Without hesitation, Warren exchanged a substantial amount of planetary and stellar mechanical knowledge, then immersed himself in study. Both Su Ming and Warren unwittingly entered a state akin to seclusion. Consequently, soldiers seeking repairs for mechanical parts over the past 2 days found themselves turned away, departing with expressions of frustration. However, on the afternoon following the ship's encounter with the cosmic dragon turtle, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Su Ming's quarters. Passers-by couldn't help but glance curiously towards his room. "Is everything all right with Master Su Ming?" inquired a soldier familiar with him, peering in with curiosity. At that moment, Warren poked his head out of the room, smiling warmly at the concerned soldiers. "All is well. Su Ming has been focusing on breaking through his limits these past few days. The energy fluctuation was merely a result of his breakthrough. There's no need for concern. Upon hearing Warren's words, the soldiers' expressions shifted to understanding, and they began to smile, exclaiming, Master Su Ming truly is a genius mechanic, repairing our equipment while simultaneously achieving breakthroughs. No wonder he hasn't been accepting orders lately. He's striving for advancement. Warren scratched his head, chuckling, before retreating back into the room and re-establishing the privacy mode. Observing this, the soldiers could not help but chuckle, and they casually dispersed. After closing the external display function of his quarters, Warren sighed in relief, glancing towards Su Ming's workspace. At this moment, the room lay in utter disarray, as if a formidable force had wreaked havoc within its confines. The source of this chaos was a mech standing at the center, radiating potent energy fluctuations. The relentless waves of energy emanating from the mech transformed the room into a tempestuous storm, with terrifying energy surges sweeping aside all objects in their path. Warren gazed at the mech with astonishment, never having anticipated that, upon its successful assembly, it would seemingly come to life, imbued with a distinctive sense of breath. Waves of energy pulsed from the mech, as if celebrating its newfound existence. It was utterly unbelievable. Without the aid of sight, one might easily mistake it for a living being, possessing its own life, consciousness, and breath. So this is the experience of assembling a mech, Su Ming. You have created life. Su Ming? Warren murmured, and then excitedly addressed Su Ming. To Warren's surprise, he found Su Ming with his eyes closed, sitting cross-legged before the mech. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Su Ming's breathing rhythm matched the pulsing frequency of the mech's energy. The two seemed interconnected in some profound manner, their energy pulses synchronizing flawlessly. Moreover, Su Ming's aura began to thicken, indicating a significant surge in his energy level. What is happening? Guarin gasped, incredulously observing Su Ming. This was bewildering to him. The cold, mechanical construct had forged a connection with Su Ming. This bond resembled the resonance between beast tamers and their beasts in the civilization of beast gods. Beasts? Mechs? The two entities seemed utterly incompatible. Additionally, beasts are undeniably alive, whereas mechs are merely lifeless machines. At that moment, Warren abruptly turned his gaze towards Su Ming and the mech. Their energies appeared to be on the verge of reaching a climax. This is bad. Activate the protective mode. Shield energy detection. Noticing the changes in the two, Warren's expression shifted, and he shouted to the ship's system. Protective mode activated successfully. Just as the ship's system confirmed, the energies of Su Ming and the mech peaked. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from both, engulfing the entire room in an extraordinary tempest of energy chaos. Warren struggled to brace himself against the force, laboriously directing his gaze towards Su Ming. As Su Ming's energy peaked, it gradually receded back into his body, and, astonishingly, the mech's energy also began to retract. Slowly, Su Ming opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering like starlight, illuminating the room. Chapter 40. The Beast Tide Erupts. Su Ming? Warren cautiously inquired upon seeing Su Ming's eyes open. Su Ming, with the brilliance in his gaze subsiding, stood up and smiled at Warren. What's the matter, Warren? Warren swallowed hard, gesturing toward the mech as he tentatively asked, Is the mech successfully assembled? Su Ming glanced at the mech, then returned his gaze to Warren, nodding with a smile. Indeed. It is successful. My goodness. This is the first time I've seen a mech outside of television. Warren exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stared at the mech before him. Although this mech appeared far more rudimentary compared to those piloted by prominent figures on screen, its overwhelming aura filled Warren with exhilaration. Su Ming, did you feel anything peculiar when the mech was just assembled? Warren inquired, eyeing Su Ming with curiosity. Su Ming chuckled. You mean the sense of breath and life, right? Warren nodded eagerly. Su Ming glanced at the mech and began to speak slowly. I'm not entirely certain, but there seems to be an enigmatic essence within it. There's a saying that goes, the end of science is theology. The mech bears a certain resemblance to this. Each mech that is assembled possesses a degree of spirituality. Particularly for us mechanics, upon successful assembly, the mech reciprocates, greatly enhancing our spirit and vitality. Warren nodded, indeed feeling a profound shift within Su Ming, as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. Clearly, Su Ming's cultivation had significantly advanced alongside the successful assembly of the mech. So, if one keeps assembling mechs, wouldn't one continue to grow stronger? Warren's eyes lit up as he spoke. Are you searching for bugs? Su Ming checked reproachfully. Each different type of mech only produces spirituality and feedback upon its first assembly. Subsequent assemblies will not yield such effects. Thus, every mechanic's first assembled mech is the most formidable one they can create, and even with enhanced mechanical skills, replicating such a level becomes exceedingly challenging. Warren was left stunned by Su Ming's words, struggling to comprehend the implications. Observing his friend's bewilderment, Su Ming shook his head and looked at the disordered room. Feeling a slight headache coming on. "Let's get the cleaning robot to tidy up," Su Ming murmured, releasing energy from his mind domain to manipulate the mech's storage function, shrinking it down into a compact ring. Every mech is equipped with a storage function for ease of transport, allowing it to be stored conveniently. The ring in Su Ming's hand was the newly assembled humanoid mech. "I shall call you Xiao Yi," Su Ming declared silently. Subsequently, Su Ming delved into his system panel. After nearly 2 weeks of cultivation, coupled with the feedback from the successful mech assembly, Su Ming experienced a staggering enhancement in his cultivation level. His panel read as follows: Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 3,700. Mind domain energy level, 5,000. Gene lock activation level, upper level 4. Physical vitality, 100. Body refinement level, level 2. Next level refinement requires 500 star points. Star points accumulated, 4,300. Gazing at his panel attributes, Su Ming inhaled deeply. The growth was astonishing. The benefits derived from assembling a mech were immense. Previously, Su Ming had only reached upper level 3, with an energy level around 500. But now it had surged to 3,700, and due to the mech's feedback, his mind domain energy level skyrocketed to 5,000. An energy level of 5,000 already fell within the realm of level 5 gene warriors. However, since his physical energy level had not kept pace, his panel still classified him as an upper level 4 gene warrior. Without hesitation, Su Ming decided to spend 2,500 star points to elevate his body refinement to level 4. With a triumphant beep, the body enhancement system was successfully upgraded to level 4. As the system's voice resonated, coupled with the immense transformation Su Ming sensed within himself, his physical energy level surged dramatically from 3,700 points to an impressive 4,600 points. This remarkable energy level was tantalizingly close to that of a level 5 gene warrior. Moreover, Su Ming was astonished to discover that the enhancements from his physical training seemed to be calculated separately from his genetic upgrades. In other words, even though Su Ming was merely a level 1 gene warrior at present, his physical enhancement could still bestow upon him an energy level surpassing 1,000 points. He could even choose to refrain from upgrading, thereby becoming the most formidable level 1 gene warrior. Yet, Su Ming harbored no such morbid curiosity. Nevertheless, this revelation was far from inconsequential. It implied that Su Ming's actual energy level and combat prowess were significantly superior to those of his peers among gene warriors. Furthermore, the resilience of his physique was markedly greater than that of other gene warriors at the same rank. Just as Su Ming completed the assembly of his mech, an astonishing news event unfolded within the Lhasa Alliance. Against all odds, the Lhasa Alliance had successfully repelled the Free Federal Army, led by Brooke. Observing the current situation, it seemed they were managing the conflict with surprising ease. This news sent shockwaves throughout the universe, drawing the attention of all to the Lhasa Alliance. Everyone was eager to uncover how the Free Federal forces had been thwarted by the Lhasa Alliance. After all, aside from Brooke himself, the mechanical weaponry and mechs wielded by the ordinary soldiers of the Free Federal Army vastly outclassed those of the Lhasa Alliance. It was utterly unexpected for such a well-equipped military force to be halted by the Lhasa Alliance. However, the Free Federal Army was unlikely to publicly disclose the specific reasons for this occurrence, as the true trump-cards of the Lhasa Alliance were known only to a few of the major human factions. At that moment, Lieutenant Walker received an urgent call from the Empire. "This is Temporary Army Number 32. What are your orders?" Lieutenant Walker spoke softly. To his astonishment, an anxious voice crackled through the line. "Lieutenant, we have identified the source of the abnormal cosmic creatures. It originates from the Lhasa Alliance's research into super genetic serums." Following the assault led by Brooke, the Lhasa Alliance was compelled to unleash the experimental subjects from their laboratories. Some of these subjects successfully repelled the Free Federal soldiers, while others scattered and fled. Upon hearing this information from the Imperial staff, Walker was taken aback. "What is the current situation?" he inquired. The staff member replied gravely. "A multitude of cosmic creatures are fleeing, including high-level life forms. Lieutenant, while the situation has not yet escalated completely, you must withdraw your forces immediately." Chapter 41. Level 7 cosmic beasts. After hanging up the phone, Lieutenant Walker's expression turned exceptionally grave. He promptly ordered the ship to return to a safe star domain. However, the outbreak of the supergenetic research incident far exceeded the expectations of both the Free Federal Army and the Empire. The research into supergenetic technology had not yet stabilized, forcing the initiation of this experimental plan. Even the Lhasa Alliance itself likely struggled to comprehend the ramifications of this event. Consequently, a vast quantity of genetic serums was extracted from laboratories by various cosmic creatures. This was akin to a virus, capable of transmitting from one cosmic being to another. The actual number of mutated cosmic creatures was far greater than anticipated. What exactly had they been researching? This was unmistakably not supergenetic technology. It was a virus capable of inducing biological mutations. Despite Lieutenant Walker's orders for an expedited withdrawal, he was a moment too late. Approximately 20 minutes into their flight, he could clearly see that the ship was now surrounded by a multitude of mutated cosmic creatures. These beings varied in appearance, yet all shared a common trait. They exhibited a level of aggression and capability that far surpassed that of ordinary cosmic creatures. Intriguingly, these creatures did not attack others that had been infected by the virus. Instead, they set their sights on other targets traversing the cosmos. Temporary Army No. 27 has been completely annihilated. Lieutenant, how is your situation? The Empire's operator quickly inquired. The 27th Temporary Army, having penetrated deep into the Lhasa Alliance's territory, was the first to be struck by the onslaught of cosmic creatures once the super-virus outbreak occurred, resulting in their total destruction before they even had a chance to react. Now, the outbreak of cosmic creatures was gradually encroaching upon every temporary military unit. We may not be far behind. Lieutenant Walker's expression darkened as he gazed out the window, where he could see that they were entirely surrounded by mutated cosmic beings. The average energy level of these creatures was around 4 to 5, with occasional 6s mixed in. Although Lieutenant Walker was a level 6 gene warrior, facing tens of thousands of level 4 and 5 cosmic creatures would likely result in being overwhelmed in an instant. For reasons unknown, these creatures did not immediately attack, as if they were waiting for something. The atmosphere aboard the ship was tense, with everyone mirroring Lieutenant Walker's grave demeanor as they anxiously looked out the window. Should these cosmic creatures unite in their assault, the 32nd Temporary Army would be torn to shreds in an instant. At that moment, everyone, including Lieutenant Walker, felt their pupils constrict in shock. The cosmic creatures parted, revealing a being that exuded an aura of terror. It was a creature resembling a lizard, covered in sharp spines. The steel lizard. This was a rare species among cosmic beings. Upon sighting the steel lizard, alarms blared throughout the ship. Warning: high-energy life form detected. Energy level: 41,000 points. Warning. Warning. This life form's energy level exceeds the estimated overall combat power of Temporary Army number 32. Warning. The cacophony of alarms sent chills down the spines of everyone aboard. An energy level of 41,000 points. A low-level level 7 cosmic beast. Despair flickered in the eyes of the crew. If they thought they could hold their ground against a high-level level 6 cosmic beast with mechanical weaponry, they were sorely mistaken. A low-level level 7 was beyond the compensation of mere machines, with this low-level level 7 cosmic beast appearing alongside the surrounding lower-level creatures. The chances of survival for the crew were virtually non-existent. What should we do? Am I to perish here? One officer muttered, his face pale with dread. At that moment, the level 7 cosmic beast unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, directing a devastating beam toward the ship. As the ray struck, it shattered the ship's energy shield, nearly capsizing the vessel within. We cannot remain idle. We must confront them. If we stay aboard, we will only await our demise. Lieutenant Walker shouted decisively. Without hesitation, he took the lead, donned his cosmic battle suit, and charged forth. He hoisted the enormous cannon in his grasp and unleashed a fierce barrage upon the cosmic creature. However, the steel lizard cast a disdainful glance at the incoming projectile and, raising its head, deflected the shot with the sharp protrusions atop its skull. Almost immediately, it emitted a terrifying beam, sending Lieutenant Wachter hurtling through the air, shattering the protective shield of his battle suit in the process. Should another attack strike, it was likely that Lieutenant Wachter would meet his demise within the jaws of the steel lizard. The crew aboard the spacecraft felt their hearts constrict in unison as they witnessed Lieutenant Wachter's flight, cold sweat trickling down their spines. Brothers, we must venture out to provide support, or we shall await our doom. A soldier braced himself to charge out of the ship. Yet at that moment, a flicker caught his eye, revealing a figure darting toward the ship's exit. Huh? The soldier paused, and as he discerned the identity of the figure, his eyes widened in disbelief. Master Sumin? He gasped, instinctively wanting to stop Su Ming. After all, to him, Su Ming was merely a mechanic, albeit presumably a genetic warrior, but of a likely low rank. Mastering the intricate art of machinery would undoubtedly consume much of his focus. And while such expertise could enhance one's mental capacity, it would not augment physical prowess. Thus, Su Ming's reckless venture outside, while valiant, seemed unwise. The soldier, now frantic, called out, "Master Su Ming, return. It's dangerous outside." However, before he could utter the word danger, his eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before him outside the spacecraft. The other soldiers shared his shock, their expressions mirroring his as they turned to gaze at the figure at the ship's entrance. At that moment, a mech, gleaming with a silver radiance, slowly emerged from the ship. Chapter 42. The emergence of the mech. At this juncture, Lieutenant Voctor's battlesuit had completely lost its energy shield, and a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, igniting a fiery ache. Although the blow was mitigated by the shield, the sheer force of impact left him disoriented. Yet he had no time to dwell on his pain as his desperate gaze fell upon the steel lizard, which was poised to unleash another devastating attack. His mind blank. He could only watch in helpless horror as the beam of energy surged forth from the creature's maw, rapidly expanding in front of him. He had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. But in the next instant, a flash of silver light enveloped him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a shift in his surroundings. When his vision cleared, he found himself saved, positioned beside the beam, just evading its deadly trajectory. Feeling the overwhelming force brush past him, Voctor broke into a cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death. His gaze shifted to the figure that had rescued him. Upon recognizing the silver mech, relief washed over him, and he exclaimed, "Has the Empire finally come to our aid?" However, to his astonishment, a familiar voice crackled through the communication system of his battlesuit. "Mr. Voctor, stay alert. The Empire has not come to rescue us. It is I, Su Ming. The crisis is not yet averted. Do not let your guard down." Voctor's eyes widened as he turned to the silver mech. "Su Ming? How is this possible? Do you pilot a mech?" Voctor remained incredulous. The mech was a luxury even his rank could scarcely hope to command, yet the seemingly unassuming Su Ming now operated one. "We'll discuss this later." Su Ming's voice was laced with urgency as the silver mech suddenly vanished from sight, launching itself at the steel lizard. Having witnessed the mech save its intended target, the steel lizard had long regarded the machine with contempt. It writhed its body, lunging at the seemingly diminutive mech with ferocity. Once more, a torrent of energy beams coalesced and surged towards the silver mech. Yet, the mech, as if possessing the foresight to anticipate the creature's assault, deftly swayed from side to side, effortlessly evading the onslaught of beams. Inside the mech, Su Ming wore a grave expression as he maneuvered the machine with precision. His mental capacity had fully merged with the mech, allowing him to react instinctively. Beams of energy erupted toward him at an alarming rate. Even the surrounding cosmic entities turned their attention to Su Ming, opening their maws to unleash their own terrifying beams. Energy beams were the hallmark of cosmic creatures, evolved from lifetimes spent in environments saturated with radiation. While such radiation proved lethal to ordinary life forms, for these beings, it was as natural as fish in water. The crew aboard the spacecraft watched in horror as countless beams surged from every direction toward the silver mech. "It's over. With such a dense barrage, Master Su Ming won't be able to evade them." Panic spread among the soldiers, their palms slick with sweat and despair etched across their faces. However, as the beams rained down, the silver mech executed a myriad of agile maneuvers, seamlessly dodging the relentless onslaught with astonishing finesse. "What? How is this possible?" The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. This feat was beyond the capabilities of even the Empire's most elite soldiers. It required an extraordinary level of focus to simultaneously account for every angle, quickly identifying and evading the weaknesses within the barrage. They speculated that even if a powerful being of apocalyptic rank were to artificially lower their capabilities to match Su Ming's, they might struggle to replicate such extraordinary skill. Su Ming's movements captivated the soldiers, akin to the most exquisite artistry. In that moment, regardless of the inappropriateness of the term in such dire circumstances, it was a sensation that subtly blossomed within the hearts of all the soldiers. Su Ming's performance was so mesmerizing it sent shivers down their spines. While the soldiers were awestruck, Su Ming's gaze remained chillingly composed. His mental faculties were operating at their peak. The scene before him evoked memories of the 16 years spent training within the system, where he had honed his skills in dodging and shooting within an impossibly confined space, facing countless diverse scenarios designed to challenge him. At the outset, Su Ming was exceedingly awkward, often getting hit even by single-shot attacks. However, after experiencing pain and following the guidance of the system, he discovered methods to evade further hits. One attack would no longer land. 10 attacks would miss. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands. A brilliant silver light erupted from Su Ming's eyes, a manifestation of his brain domain energy reaching its zenith. Indeed, Su Ming was now filled with exhilaration. The blood coursing through his veins began to boil, yet his mind remained serene. The youthful spirit soared high. After 16 years of rigorous training, Su Ming was confident that, under equal energy levels and mech conditions, even a master of the apocalypse level would be no match for him. Countless attacks surged forth like celestial fire, descending upon the earth. Every nerve in Su Ming's body tensed. Exchange 100 starlight points. His calm voice resonated within the mech. In that moment, surrounded by a vacuum, he had no fear of being overheard. He could finally communicate with the system freely. Exchange of starlight points successful. The system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind, unwavering regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of starlight energy flooding into his body. With a cold glare, Su Ming maneuvered the mech with fervor, deftly dodging the barrage of attacks. Amidst the sparks of countless assaults, he fixed his icy gaze upon the steel lizard ahead. The aura he projected caused the steel lizard to writhe uneasily. It attempted to twist and free itself from a mech's lock, yet the mech remained terrifyingly stable. Even when faced with thousands of attacks, it maintained an unwavering focus on the steel lizard. A dreadful energy brewed within the mech's arm-mounted Star Destroyer sniper rifle. What is a Star Destroyer? It is a weapon capable of extinguishing a planet with a single shot. Of course, whether the manufacturing company exaggerated its capabilities remains uncertain. However, at this moment, the steel lizard sensed an intensely uncomfortable aura approaching. Within the mech, Su Ming multitasked, evading a storm of attacks while fiercely locking onto the steel lizard with his presence. Although the explosive power within him was formidable, Su Ming kept it firmly contained, ensuring not a single ounce overflowed. Su Ming was no longer the same individual from Norplanet. Both his physical training and enhancements had enabled him to effortlessly wield the power equivalent to 100 starlight points. Now was the moment. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he precisely identified a vulnerability in the steel lizard. In an instant, the Star Destroyer's barrel unleashed a shot infused with intense starlight energy. The attack surged directly towards the steel lizard. At that moment, the steel lizard felt as if the armor on its back had stood on end. With a crimson gaze, it observed the impending strike. Feeling that no matter how it maneuvered, it could not evade this shot. The silent attack struck the steel lizard, sending it hurtling backward, its scales cracking under the force. The soldiers aboard the ship erupted in cheers at this sight. However, Su Ming's thoughts were not as exuberant as those of the soldiers. Although he had struck the steel lizard, the damage inflicted was minimal. A disparity in energy levels still existed between them. While Su Ming had enhanced his capabilities significantly with the mech, even combined with the power from 100 starlight points, he could only unleash approximately 37,000 energy points. This was indeed a terrifying amount. It is worth noting that Su Ming's original energy level was merely over 5,000 points. Yet, it was still insufficient. The steel lizard boasted an energy level of 41,000 points. There was a gap of 4,000 points. Such a significant difference in energy was enough for the steel lizard to mitigate a portion of the damage it sustained. Nevertheless, the starlight in Su Ming's eyes did not wane. Energy levels were crucial in determining strength, but they were not the entirety of the battle. Otherwise, one could simply compare energy levels in a duel, and the lower energy individual might as well end their own life. In combat, factors such as execution, temperament, judgment, and technique also played vital roles. There was a difference between 37,000 and 41,000 energy points. However, it was not so vast as to render one completely crushed. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the spot where he had just struck. Indeed, although the wound was small, it had been inflicted by him. As long as he could wound it again, Su Ming was confident he could slay the steel lizard. The silver mech darted through the cosmic entities like a streak of silver light. System, exchange 100 starlight points. Su Ming stativ comedy. In the next moment, A torrent of starlight energy surged into the mech. Su Ming's eyes sharpened as he focused on the steel lizard. Honing in on the spot he had previously struck amidst the barrage of attacks. Starlight flickered again within the gun barrel, and the next instant, a terrifying attack slammed into the very spot where the steel lizard had previously been hit. Su Ming's marksmanship was impeccable. The onlookers aboard the ship were awestruck by Su Ming's second shot. This time, his shot landed with precision in the same spot as the first. The first shot had already dislodged some of the steel lizard-esque scales, exposing the relatively softer flesh beneath. The second shot struck true, tearing into the flesh and causing severe injury to the steel lizard. The crew aboard the ship bore expressions of exhilaration. They now saw a glimmer of hope. Su Ming's performance far exceeded their expectations, executed with remarkable stability and artistry, almost flawless. If Su Ming could defeat the steel lizard ahead, the crew could leave the ship to support him. Otherwise, if the steel lizard remained unvanquished, rushing out of the ship would only hinder Su Ming. Amidst their astonishment, the silver mech continued its relentless assault on the steel lizard. One shot, two shots, three shots, one after another, it unleashed a steady barrage upon the steel lizard. Before long, an aura of dread enveloped the steel lizard. The pilot of this mech possessed a shooting prowess that reached a terrifying level, no matter how it attempted to evade. The mech could accurately lock onto its position. There was nowhere to escape. Even hiding behind cosmic entities, the mech could discern its location amidst the throng of beings, targeting it along with any that obstructed its path. Piercing through the cosmic entities in front, it directly attacked the steel lizard at its wounded location. One attack after another relentlessly tore a horrific gash into the iron lizard's flesh. System, how many starlight points do I have left? Su Ming's voice resonated calmly within the mech. He gazed at the wound, which was now a staggering 1/20th of the iron lizard's entire body, a clear indication of severe injury. In that moment, Su Ming sensed the opportunity to vanquish the iron lizard had finally arrived. Only 1,200 starlight points remaining. The system's voice whispered quietly in Su Ming's mind. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression shifted. Previously, he had possessed over 3,000 starlight points, yet now he found himself with a mere 1,200. Calculating that each attack cost 100 points, he had unleashed approximately 20 shots upon the iron lizard, each strike aimed at the same vulnerable spot. No wonder the iron lizard was now displaying signs of retreat, yearning to flee. Witnessing the creature's growing trepidation, Su Ming inhaled deeply. Sheathing his sniper rifle and drawing forth an immense mechanical battle axe, Bloody Wave, XAZ, number 071. Chapter 44, Bloody Wave. As Su Ming brandished the battle axe, a slight gravity settled upon his countenance. This weapon, a pinnacle of stellar-grade craftsmanship, was on the verge of reaching the cluster level. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming's current energy capacity would render him incapable of wielding such an axe. However, with his recent modifications, the threshold for its use had been significantly lowered. Moreover, thanks to the mech's enhancements, Su Ming could barely manage to swing the axe. Yet, to fully unleash its formidable power, he required an additional 400 starlight points. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming exchanged 400 points from the system. Given his current physical conditioning, the upper limit of energy his body could endure hovered around 350 points. Exceeding this threshold would inflict damage upon his physique. Nevertheless, 400 points was not excessively beyond this limit, and even if it caused some harm, it would not lead to his body's immediate collapse. As long as his body remained intact, he could utilize the starlight points to restore himself. To ensure the stable defeat of the iron lizard, Su Ming was willing to risk significant energy damage to deliver a blow of unparalleled potency. With a surge of energy coursing through him, the battle axe erupted in a dazzling radiance. A crimson aura swirled around its blade, exhibiting an exquisite and vibrant spectrum of colors. It resembled a wave of blood, undulating along the surface of the axe. Thus, the name was aptly bestowed. Now infused with starlight energy, the axe shimmered with a brilliant silver amidst the red halo, creating an enchanting, almost otherworldly spectacle. However, for the iron lizard, locked in the axe's menacing aura, the radiant display was anything but beautiful. A profound sense of impending doom washed over the creature. Startled, the iron lizard prepared to flee. Yet at that moment it caught sight of the silver mech charging directly at it. To the iron lizard's astonishment, this was a cause for elation. Fortune favored it, as the mech had finally opted for close combat. Although the creature was unaware that Su Ming had been compelled to engage in melee due to a depletion of starlight points for ranged attacks, it nonetheless reveled in the opportunity. The iron lizard's true strength lay in its prowess for close-quarters combat. Its claws posed a more significant threat than the rays it could emit. The name Iron symbolized its formidable melee capabilities, unyielding and robust, akin to a fortress with astonishing defense. Previously, it had sought to close the distance to the mech, but each time the very thought crossed its mind, it found the mech slipping away like a fish melding into a school of cosmic life forms, rendering close engagement impossible. Yet now, the mech had relinquished its advantage and ranged firepower to engage it in a brutal melee. Was this not an invitation to certain death? The iron lizard, emboldened, abandoned its retreat, baring its fangs as it lunged at the silver mech. At that moment, Su Ming, piloting the silver mech, unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. The battle axe in his hands, now brimming with starlight energy, radiated even more magnificently. Su Ming felt an unusual warmth and heaviness coursing through the mech's hands. This sensation was no illusion. Upon linking with the mech's neural interface, he received some of its unique sensory perceptions. The two entities exchanged sensations in that instant. The heftiness stemmed from the axe's energy level exceeding Su Ming's control limits, which could lead to a loss of control, an unfavorable situation in battle. Nonetheless, Su Ming gritted his teeth, forcefully binding the axe's energy with starlight, compensating for his own deficiencies. Finally, he managed to lift the weapon. The red and silver luminescence erupted with palpable lethality, surging forth like a brilliant crimson tide aimed at the iron lizard. At that moment, Su Ming's body began to bleed from the overwhelming starlight energy, yet he endured the onslaught. A silver gleam flickered in his eyes, and under the control of his neural interface, he activated the nuclear power acceleration device. Instantly, an immense propulsion force erupted from the mech's back, propelling it to speeds exceeding tenfold. This was the reason mechs surpassed conventional mechanical equipment in power. Mechs operated on multiple fronts. Their defense, charge, speed, attack, and agility were all enhanced, whereas ordinary mechanical devices possessed only singular capabilities. Boom! A powerful thrust jolted through the mech. For those with lesser physical capabilities, the force could have been lethal. Fortunately, Su Ming's physique was formidable enough to withstand it. The sudden acceleration of the mech disrupted the iron lizard's rhythm. It had been preparing to unleash its own attack, but was forced to prematurely release its energy due to the mech's advance. This was an utterly unpleasant sensation, almost inducing it to spit blood. Moreover, Su Ming's rapid increase in speed perfectly evaded the iron lizard's targeting, allowing him to slip out of its range. Evasion encompassed more than merely dodging bullets and collisions. It also involved sidestepping the very essence of an opponent's aura. In an instant, Su Ming eluded the iron lizard's lock, leaving the creature grasping at nothing. As for Su Ming, he seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the newly born steel lizard's moment of vulnerability, fiercely striking his battle axe down upon the wound he had previously inflicted. The silence of the cosmic void was deafening, yet the sound of flesh being cleaved reverberated through bone conduction into Su Ming's ears. He roared, as his body erupted with ruptured flesh, his eyes gleaming with a silvery light. All the stellar energy within him surged forth in a magnificent release with this single blow. Pain coursed through him, but he resolutely forced himself to disregard it, focusing his gaze ahead. The system's X-ray vision instantaneously activated within his eyes, tracing the sinewy patterns of flesh as if unraveling a mechanical construct, employing a certain finesse. With practiced precision, Su Ming found the natural grain of the steel lizard's flesh, effortlessly slicing through it. At that moment, a wildly beating heart leapt into view through the system's perspective, startlingly vivid. Without hesitation, Su Ming raised his axe and struck forcefully at the heart of the steel lizard. Chapter 45. The Demise of the Steel Lizard. Under normal circumstances, even when gravely injured by the colossal axe, the steel lizard should not succumb instantly. However, a blow aimed at the heart would inevitably seal its fate. In an instant, the axe plunged into the heart. To Su Ming's eyes, the steel lizard's heart was cleaved in twain, shattering into fragments. The rupture released a torrential cascade of blood, gushing forth like a fountain and staining the silver mech of vivid crimson. Yet, Su Ming did not revel in his victory. Instead, he expended 50 stellar points to mend his ravaged body and, manipulating the mech, swiftly retreated from the scene. Indeed, his judgment proved astutely correct. Following the heart's destruction, the steel lizard, bolstered by its formidable vitality, managed to survive for another 3 minutes, thrashing and roaring in a frenzy, tearing apart surrounding cosmic creatures before gradually falling silent. The soldiers aboard the ship witnessed this spectacle and erupted into collective cheers. Incredible. That maneuver, I am in awe. Record it. We must share this online. It could garner a wave of followers, a textbook example of the weak triumphing over the strong. Forget the recording, comrades. The steel lizard is dead. We must rush out to support Master Su Ming. The soldiers shouted excitedly, each donning their space combat suits and bursting forth from the ship with palpable enthusiasm. Master Su Ming, fear not. We are here to assist. The eager voices of the soldiers echoed through the mech's communication system. Su Ming's expression shifted as he turned to face the ship, and indeed, he beheld a multitude of soldiers emerging, armed with mechanical gear, charging into the throng of cosmic creatures. Countless laser missiles rained down upon the horde of cosmic beings. There were simply too many. The soldiers needed not even to aim. As every attack struck true, Su Ming, undeterred, wielded his mechanized axe, transforming into a fleeting red specter, deftly maneuvering among the cosmic entities. Each pass through their midst resulted in the effortless dispatch of the surrounding creatures. A multitude of cosmic beings fell to Su Ming's mech, and the expanse of the starry sky soon bore witness to a deluge of blood. Faced with such a terrifying mech, akin to a reaper of death, the cosmic beings were overtaken by a profound sense of dread. This mech was overwhelmingly powerful, elusive yet devastatingly lethal. In the face of such an adversary, anyone would feel fear. Moreover, the leader of their ranks, the steel lizard, had just been slain by this very mech. Without their commander, the group of cosmic beings devolved into chaos. Lacking any semblance of organization, panic ensued, and as news of their brethren fleeing spread, the remaining creatures, gripped by terror, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Before long, all the cosmic beings scattered in every direction, vanishing without a trace. In the void, only the soldiers of the temporary 32nd Division remained amidst the carnage of bodies and blood. Su Ming exhaled in relief, finally allowing the tension in his body to dissipate. He recalled the mech into his storage space, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Both his body and mind were engulfed by a profound fatigue, as if he could no longer summon strength. A rueful smile crossed Su Ming's face. Realizing this was the consequence of excessive exertion, his body had borne a heavy burden. He had been too focused to notice his fatigue earlier. Now, with relaxation came the inevitable weariness. Little did the cosmic beings know that had they persisted for just a little longer, Su Ming might have succumbed to fatigue, his condition deteriorating rapidly. Yet being cosmic beings, their intellect paled in comparison to that of more sentient life forms. With the battle concluded, Su Ming paid no heed to the discomfort. Such sensations were a sign of recovery. He anticipated a significant boost once his body and mind recuperated. The crew returned to the ship, surrounding Su Ming, their faces alight with excitement as they prepared to shower him with praise. However, Su Ming merely chuckled wryly, pushing through the crowd and retreating to his quarters, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. Even at elevated levels of existence, the need for sleep persists. It is not as the tales of immortal heroes suggest, where greater strength begets lesser need for rest. Sleep is paramount for bodily restoration, and, paradoxically, the higher one's realm, the more judiciously one must utilize sleep. The crew exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before understanding smiles spread across their faces. None had anticipated that a mere mechanic aboard the ship would be the one to navigate them through such peril. A sense of survival washed over everyone. Yet, despite the uplifted spirits, there was no desire to celebrate. The crisis was not yet averted within this starfield. They remained vulnerable to assaults from cosmic beings infected with a virus. After all, once infected, these beings not only gained enhanced energy levels, but also exhibited heightened aggression and infectious capabilities. Who could say what further horrors awaited from the cosmic entities beyond? Thus, the crew hastily piloted the ship, speeding towards the nearest star system, eager to escape. Shortly after their harrowing encounter with the cosmic beings, news broke that the Lhasa Alliance had been investigating super-gene medications, an affair now exposed to the public eye. While such research might be commonplace among various factions, bringing it to light, especially in the wake of a cosmic upheaval, was a precarious endeavor. After the emergence of side effects, such as aggression and infectiousness from the drug, the citizens of the universe experienced a profound aversion. Regardless of the prosperous advancements in technology, the specter of the virus remains a source of pervasive fear among all citizens. The panic instigated by the virus is undeniably potent. In an instant, the Lhasa Alliance became akin to a rat scurrying across the street, with cries for its downfall echoing everywhere. Even from the Imperial side, denunciations were voiced, coupled with intentions to dispatch troops to subdue the Lhasa Alliance. However, it was evident to astute observers that the Empire, at this juncture, had ulterior motives regarding the super-gene drug being developed by the Lhasa Alliance. Chapter 46, The Empire's Stance. On the Empire's third military planet, Connaught, a formidable general, imbued with a powerful aura, pushed open the door to the chamber and entered. Ladies and gentlemen, we have secured the latest intelligence. The Empire's Research Institute has conducted an in-depth study of the Lhasa Alliance's supergene drug and has acquired some of its data. Within the room, several individuals were seated at the conference table, and upon hearing the general's words, they began to engage in animated discussion. This supergene drug has a certain probability of accelerating the growth of gene warriors. Although it may impact aspects such as intelligence, it can be harnessed for our advantage, potentially providing the Empire with a secret weapon in the future. Recently, intelligence revealed that the Lhasa Alliance successfully resisted Brook's offensive with cosmic creatures spawned from the superdrug. While Brook may not be particularly formidable among the apocalyptic ranks, he is still a force to be reckoned with. The fact that they managed to withstand his onslaught is astonishing. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, the general who had initially entered frowned and spoke. Everyone, silence. Upon hearing his command, the assembly quickly hushed, and the conference room fell into a profound quietude. All present regarded the general with a solemn demeanor. This individual was no ordinary general. He was General Hill of the Empire's 36 Pillars. His combat prowess had long reached the apocalyptic level, and although he seldom engaged in battle now, no one would question his abilities. Hill scanned the assembly hall and slowly began to speak. This matter has already been deliberated by the Empire's higher-ups. We are preparing to head to the Banderstar domain to seize the supergene technology. If the Free Federation acquires this technology, it could lead to a series of unnecessary complications in the future. Although the relationship between the Free Federation and the Empire is not one of outright enmity, competition in certain fields is unavoidable. Military confrontations between the two sides are not uncommon, so the Empire is naturally reluctant to see the Federation gain a new technological advantage. They have one apocalyptic-level warrior. We shall deploy two to crush them, Hill declared emphatically. Upon hearing Hill's proclamation, the expressions of those in the conference room varied. A female officer rose and inquired, "General Hill, the public sentiment surrounding this matter is unfavorable. We must proceed discreetly." But many temporary military personnel in the vicinity of the Banderstar domain have witnessed the emergence of super events. I fear for the indiscretion of the temporary troops. The assembly turned their gazes towards her, and a hint of concern flickered in their eyes. The female officer's concern indeed raised a serious issue. Currently, the entire universe harbors a strong aversion to the Lhasa Alliance's supergene technology and supervirus. If the Empire wishes to acquire this technology, it must not be publicized, lest it incite public discontent. The regular military personnel are bound by confidentiality agreements, so there is little concern about leaks from them. Even if information were to leak, there are measures in place to address it. However, the temporary military lacks such constraints, and once disbanded, the soldiers could scatter without a trace, rendering them unmanageable. If someone were to disseminate this information online, it could spell trouble. A glint of cunning flashed in General Hill's eyes as he coldly scoffed. Everyone here has emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Should we really fret over such trivialities? It is simple. Dispatch two military units, one to seize the supergene technology and the other to silence any witnesses. Hill stated matter-of-factly. The assembly displayed no surprise at his words. They aligned with what they had anticipated. The temporary military, in essence, bears no distinction from civilian militia. Such forces, even if entirely eradicated, would elicit no sympathy from the Empire. Moreover, the attendees were unconcerned about potential repercussions, as individuals who join the temporary military typically lack significant connections or influence. Otherwise, they would have been directly integrated into the regular army. These individuals could be eliminated without anyone batting an eye. Very well. We need not dwell overly on these temporary troops. The average combat strength of their ranks does not exceed the mid-level of Grade 7. We can easily deploy 50 Grade 7 mech warriors to accomplish the task. An officer rose, the commander responsible for the lower-grade mech warriors. Upon hearing this, he promptly pushed open the door and strode out with determination. Soon, a battleship soared into the sky, carrying 50 Grade 7 mech warriors as it ventured into the cosmos. At this moment, aboard the temporary military ship number 32, a throng of soldiers crowded at the door of Su Ming's quarters. However, this time, they sought not Su Ming for mech repairs, but rather Warren. Following his recent awakening, Su Ming had faced an avalanche of mechanical repair orders. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, he delegated these to Warren, as he needed to attend to his own mech repairs and simply lacked the time to address more mechanical equipment. To his surprise, Warren's repair results were commendable. Over the past 10 days, he had diligently exchanged military merit for mechanical repair knowledge. His mechanical skills had significantly improved, and his approach to repairs began to subtly diverge from Su Ming's methods. Su Ming felt a sense of satisfaction in this development. If Warren continued to learn solely from him, he would merely tread the same path, never forging his own identity. Now, with a breadth of knowledge and skill, he performed admirably, earning the respect of the soldiers. Su Ming retrieved a pristine component and deftly commenced disassembly. His focus was unwavering. He entered a state of complete absorption. In this recent battle, while his mech had not been directly struck, the prolonged exposure to various energy beams had undeniably placed a burden on it. Internally, the mech had sustained some hidden damage. Though it did not impair operation, neglecting these issues could jeopardize the mech's longevity. Following the harrowing battle, Su Ming's brain domain energy levels had surged to their peak. Consequently, he experienced a monumental breakthrough, propelling his brain domain energy levels from 5,000 points to an astounding 7,000 points. The cerebral domain level of 7,000 points has already reached a moderate 5th level, and when combined with the mech and starlight points, is likely to unleash a terrifying power comparable to a high-level 7th. In contrast, Su Ming's physical level has become a hindrance, merely standing at 5,200, just surpassing the threshold of a low-level 5th genetic warrior. Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. While others were troubled by how to elevate their cerebral domain levels, he found himself preoccupied with how to enhance his physical prowess. Chapter 47. Something awry the following day. Lieutenant Walker promptly reported the relevant incident to the Imperial Station. After a moment of contemplation, the staff at the Imperial Station addressed Lieutenant Walker, saying, "Lieutenant, remain stationary. We have obtained your coordinates and dispatched a rescue team. The rescue mechs will soon arrive at the coordinates of temporary military base 32. Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Walker's face. The Empire had indeed sent mech warriors for assistance. It seemed they took this matter quite seriously. Feeling a surge of relief, Walker, without a second thought, ordered the ship to remain in place, awaiting the Imperial military's rescue. However, he overlooked one crucial point. If the Imperial rescue team were truly en route, they would typically guide him to fly toward the Empire's domain while coordinating a pickup along the way. Yet, the Empire's directive for him to stay put clearly indicated a desire to prevent the temporary military Unit 32 from returning to the Empire's core territory. As time passed, following the recent skirmish, the cosmic entities seemed to develop a fear of the ship, keeping their distance from the nearby star systems. After receiving the signal from the Imperial rescue team, Lieutenant Walker felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, calmly docking the vessel in the void to regroup his troops. Before long, a few hours had slipped by. Su Ming straightened up, smiling as he patted the mech before him. After several hours of diligent work, the damage to the mech had finally been repaired, yielding nearly 500 starlight points, greatly replenishing the losses incurred in the previous battle. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted within the ship. The Imperial reinforcements had arrived. The faces of the crew instantly lit up with joy. At that moment, the mech warriors dispatched by the Empire were approaching rapidly. Upon careful counting, they realized there were about 10 mech warriors. Clearly, the Empire regarded this matter with considerable importance by sending mech warriors for rescue. A robust-looking man gazed eagerly at the mech warriors racing toward them. Each mech warrior had been meticulously trained at great expense by the Empire, requiring not only genetic warriors to activate their cerebral domain levels, but also substantial investment in crafting standardized mechs. Su Ming, having assembled mechs before, was acutely aware of the staggering costs involved. It was almost equivalent to purchasing mech knowledge outright. These 10 mech warriors were akin to flying coins of the Empire. Each of these approaching mech warriors radiated a formidable aura, rivaling the steel lizards encountered previously. Such power, if truly intended for rescue, would be more than sufficient. Lieutenant Walker's excitement was palpable as he beheld the mech warriors. After waiting so many days, they had finally arrived. Moreover, it was directly the mech warriors sent for rescue, indicating the Empire's significant concern for this operation. Without hesitation, Walker donned his space combat suit and stepped out of the ship, ready to welcome the mech warriors. "Su Ming, the Empire has dispatched mech warriors to rescue us," Warren exclaimed, visibly relieved at the sight of so many mech warriors. Anyone witnessing the mech warriors would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of security. As Warren spoke, Su Ming curiously turned his gaze toward the ship's window. Indeed, outside, 10 white mechs were emitting powerful energy levels as they sped toward the temporary military base 32. Su Ming smiled, feeling a sense of reassurance. and was about to focus on the mechanical equipment before him. However, just as he extended his hand to retrieve the gear, his arm abruptly froze mid-air. He lifted his head again, studying the mech warriors more intently. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. Something was amiss. Su Ming murmured to himself. What is amiss? Warren inquired curiously from the side. These rescuers have not brought a support team. At the level of the Empire, they had established protocols for military rescues. It was not merely about dispatching powerful individuals to extricate trapped soldiers. A genuine rescue would involve a comprehensive support team, complete with medical assistance, mechanical repairs, spare ships, energy blocks, and other supplies to mitigate the risks of damaged vessels, severely injured personnel, or energy shortages. While it was conceivable that Lieutenant Walker had communicated in advance about the absence of casualties, surely a mechanic should have been included to carry spare parts. After all, this ship had been attacked by steel lizards, and no one could guarantee that hidden damage did not exist within the vessel. Only mechanics could accurately assess such conditions, and relying solely on the ship's onboard mechanic would undoubtedly be insufficient for a timely evaluation. The Empire, as humanity's pinnacle civilization, would hardly commit such a grave oversight in their rescue protocols. Now, with no rescue team in sight, only these 10 mech warriors remained, raising a sense of unease in Su Ming. This shouldn't be the case. Perhaps the Empire had diverted their rescue teams elsewhere. Nonetheless, with these 10 mech warriors, we could still safely return to the Empire. Warren, seemingly unconcerned, believed that citizens living under the Empire would never suspect ill intentions from their government. Hearing Warren's words, Su Ming muttered, "Let us hope so, but it's always wise to be cautious." Deep down, Su Ming sensed something amiss. He was not a native of the Empire, but a traveler from Earth, and he had little faith in the Empire's assurances of citizen safety. After concluding his thoughts, Su Ming stood up, stowing the recently repaired mech into his storage space. He made sure to set the mech for immediate readiness, ensuring he could don it at a moment's notice. Subsequently, he approached the front desk, borrowing a small spacecraft, which he also stored in his space. With these preparations complete, a measure of calm settled within him. Just then, a sudden gasp echoed throughout the ship. Su Ming's expression shifted, and he looked out the window, his pupils contracting sharply. There, drifting silently in the void, was a body, grotesquely disfigured and marred by violence, surrounded by the lingering smoke of a recent explosion. From the tattered garments of the corpse, Su Ming could faintly deduce that it belonged to Lieutenant Walker. Chapter 48, The Destroyed Spaceship. Upon witnessing Lieutenant Walker's lifeless body adrift in the void, Su Ming felt a chill seep into his heart. Walker had been murdered. The assailants, evidently, were none other than the so-called rescue team. These 10 mecha warriors, as Su Ming had anticipated, were not there to provide aid, but rather to silence witnesses. Almost instantaneously, Su Ming grasped that the Empire was likely still intent on the supergene technology and under the pressure of public opinion from the cosmic citizens. It had no choice but to eliminate certain informants to ensure that the information would not leak. For a colossal empire, an advanced technology was undoubtedly worth far more than the lives of its citizens. Before Su Ming could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed multiple powerful energy signatures locking onto the spaceship. This was dire. Panic surged within him, leaving no time for further contemplation. He swiftly seized Warren beside him, and in an instant, his mecha enveloped his body. With a swift motion, he shattered the spaceship's window and leaped into the abyss. Just as Su Ming propelled himself through the broken window, a torrent of terrifying energy erupted forth. A barrage of fierce attacks overwhelmed the spacecraft. The ship's shield barely had a moment to resist before it was shattered by the onslaught of overwhelming force. This power did not cease after breaching the shield. It utterly tore the entire vessel apart. A dazzling blaze erupted from the ship, which was swiftly obliterated in the cosmos. The soldiers aboard the ship had no time to react, finding themselves entombed in the horrific assault. It was estimated that fewer than 20 survived. The 10 mecha warriors opposite them were no less formidable than iron lizards. This terrifying lineup had, in a mere instant, dismantled a spaceship renowned for its impressive defenses. Observing the survival of a few, the mecha warriors exchanged commands, swiftly locking onto these survivors, preparing to unleash a second wave of attacks to annihilate them. However, at that moment, one of the mecha pilots suddenly sensed an ominous threat locking onto him. The pilot was alarmed and prepared to maneuver his mecha within a limited range. Yet, just then, a fearsome attack silently descended upon his mecha. Boom! The pilot felt a terrifying force propel his mecha away. In an instant, the mecha's energy shield lost 40% of its power. The Imperial mecha warrior was taken aback, his gaze darting towards the source of the assault. where he beheld a silver mecha quietly hovering in the void, brandishing a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed directly at him. Before he could issue a warning to his comrades, he saw the sniper rifle emit a vibrant crimson glow once more. Boom! Another shot, perfectly locking onto the Imperial Mecha warrior. This shot completely shattered the Mecha's shield, and the residual force twisted the Mecha itself. The warrior's heart raced to his throat. Fortunately, while the strike had distorted his Mecha, the inherent hardness of its material had prevented him from being obliterated in a single blow. From this, the Mecha warrior deduced that the pilot of the silver Mecha was likely not exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, 2 direct hits would have surely annihilated him. Nonetheless, he realized that the next shot from the silver Mecha could very well claim his life. Beware, there's an enemy Mecha warrior, he managed to exclaim hastily. In the next instant, he felt the opposing Mecha lock onto him once more. A primal instinct for survival surged within him, and he immediately maneuvered his Mecha, attempting to evade the locking mechanism. However, despair washed over him as no matter how he moved, the enemy Mecha consistently maintained its lock on him. It was as if every move he made fell within the predicted trajectory of his adversary. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The shooting prowess of the opposing Mecha warrior was unparalleled. Even his comrades, renowned for their marksmanship, paled in comparison. He could not afford to remain passive. Gritting his teeth, the Imperial Mecha warrior unleashed a surge of formidable energy. In an instant, his Mecha wielded an electromagnetic pulse weapon, intending to force the enemy to reposition, thereby creating an opening in the lock, allowing him to escape the enemy's grasp. To his astonishment, the silver Mecha seemed to remain stationary, focused intently on aiming, providing him a clear shot at its position. Boom! A ferocious attack was unleashed from the electromagnetic pulse weapon. But at that moment, the Imperial Mecha warrior's expression shifted dramatically. As he executed his attack, he sensed that the silver Mecha had suddenly broken free from his lock. How could this be? His pupils constricted in disbelief. In that instant, he recalled hearing of a particular maneuver among elite Mecha warriors, a technique that allowed one to escape from a lock just before an enemy's attack. Typically, mastering this skill ensured that one could evade an attack with absolute certainty. Once the locked target disengaged just before the attack was released, the assailant would have already initiated their assault, unable to retract it. Regret would be futile. Moreover, as the attack was unleashed, a significant opening would inevitably arise. Should the locked target manage to escape, they could swiftly turn the tide and eliminate the attacker with ease. However, this technique was exceedingly difficult to master, necessitating an operator's exceptional timing, agility, and judgment regarding the attack. Only under critical circumstances would even the most skilled Mecha warriors dare to employ such a risky maneuver. Those who could wield this technique effortlessly were undoubtedly individuals brimming with profound self-confidence. Chapter 49. Surrounded. Indeed, without any unexpected turn of events, the attacks from the Imperial Mecha warriors were effortlessly evaded by Su Ming. Su Ming hesitated not for a moment. At this juncture, the adversary had just unleashed an attack, exposing a critical vulnerability. His eyes ignited with a blinding silver radiance, and in an instant, his mental energy surged, conjuring a terrifying offensive within his sniper rifle. The fleeting moment demanded decisive action, and Su Ming unleashed his assault without a second thought. Should he delay even a heartbeat longer, the other Imperial Mech warriors would undoubtedly respond and render it nearly impossible for him to eliminate this particular Mech warrior. With a silent flash of fire, the opposing Mech warrior was engulfed in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the Imperial Mech warrior emitted no sound, obliterated by Su Ming's single shot. Only then did the other Imperial Mech warriors react. Although a significant tactical struggle had just unfolded, the exchange had transpired in mere seconds. After just 3 shots, Su Ming had annihilated one Mech warrior. Upon witnessing this, the remaining Imperial Mech warriors were struck with astonishment, abandoning their intent to eliminate the temporarily stationed soldier number 32. And surged towards Su Ming with lethal intent. Multiple, formidable presences fixed their gaze upon him. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming promptly released a spacecraft from his storage space and bellowed at Warren, "Get inside the ship and flee." Without further ado, Su Ming soared into the sky, striving to draw enemy fire away from Warren. Warren, initially bewildered by the unfolding chaos, was suddenly thrust into action by Su Ming's urgent command. Recovering from his stupor, he hastily entered the spacecraft and activated its systems. This vessel, rented by Su Ming upon sensing the imminent danger, now became the linchpin for their escape. As Su Ming piloted his mech, he ascended, distancing himself from the spacecraft, effectively diverting the attention of the Imperial mech warriors away from it. His objective was clear: to attract enemy fire. Instantly, a barrage of terrifying attacks erupted from the remaining mech warriors' cannons, their mental energies locking onto Su Ming with deadly precision. These mech warriors accelerated, closing in on him. At this moment, Su Ming's focus was razor-sharp. He sensed each hostile presence targeting him. His sole desire was to escape. For he faced 9 formidable foes, each on par with a steel lizard in combat prowess. United, they posed an insurmountable threat. And Su Ming harbored no illusions of confrontation. His only aim was to buy time for Warren to activate the spacecraft's jump function. These Imperial mechs were basic models, lacking the capability for spatial traversal. In contrast, the spacecraft possessed such functionality. Once initiated, its jump would span light years. At that distance, no matter how swiftly the mech warriors pursued, they could never catch the ship. A relentless barrage of attacks ensued, each one honing in on Su Ming. His gaze remained unervingly calm as he unleashed his mental prowess, maneuvering the mech with a frenzy to evade the onslaught. "This one is skilled," remarked one Imperial mech warrior coldly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent and rage. The humiliation of allowing an enemy to snatch one of their own right under their noses was intolerable. Consequently, the 9 Imperial mech warriors developed an unwavering determination to eliminate Su Ming. However, they soon discovered that the driver of the silver mech possessed extraordinary skills, evading their attacks with the grace of a slippery fish, rendering it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint his location. Under normal circumstances, such adept maneuvering would elicit admiration, but now, this elusive mech warrior was their adversary. To them, his remarkable evasion techniques were nothing short of infuriating. Striking him was a futile endeavor, igniting a profound frustration within the group. Forces movement and tighten the encirclement. The Imperial mech warriors quickly devised a strategic plan. They split apart, surrounding Su Ming from all directions. 9 mech warriors converged upon him, relentlessly pressuring him with their attacks, gradually tightening the noose around him. Su Ming furrowed his brow. They held a numerical advantage, and each warrior was formidable, a powerful mech fighter. Even if he attempted a breakthrough, it would require precious time that the other mech warriors would not afford him. As the encirclement shrank, Su Ming's room for maneuverability diminished correspondingly. He was not a deity. In the absence of significant mobility, he too would be struck and unable to evade. Should the encirclement constrict to a critical point, Su Ming would face grave peril. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Warren piloting the spacecraft, which began to emanate a soft blue glow, a precursor to initiating a spatial jump. Elated at the prospect of the ship's impending leap, Su Ming quickly activated his communication device. "Warren, can you break free?" Warren's anxious voice crackled through. Upon hearing this, Su Ming replied urgently, "Proceed with the jump. I'll emerge at the last moment. Just remember to open the door for me." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He feared that once the spacecraft activated its jump function, it could not be aborted. If, at that critical moment, Su Ming failed to breach the encirclement and board the ship, it would leap into the void, leaving him to confront the 9 mech warriors alone, a scenario Warren could not accept. "Warren, trust me." Su Ming's voice resonated with conviction. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination sparked within Warren's eyes. "All right, I believe in you." Without further hesitation, he pressed the button to activate the spacecraft's jump function. The vessel began to tremble, poised to tear through the fabric of space and escape this star system. Meanwhile, Su Ming found himself increasingly encircled by the relentless Imperial mech warriors. Chapter 50. The Battle Axe Opens the Heavens. The surrounding mech warriors tightened their grip, their mental energies firmly locking onto Su Ming. With limited mobility, escape from the relentless pursuit of the mech warriors became exceedingly arduous. Yet, Su Ming's gaze remained devoid of panic, his communication device relaying Warren's countdown with clarity. 30 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. Su Ming took no additional action, continuing to evade the incoming attacks with a chilling calmness. "Su Ming, 10 seconds left. Hurry." Warren's voice gradually trembled with the onset of tears. Upon hearing that only 10 seconds remained, a fierce brilliance erupted in Su Ming's gaze. "Exchange 400 starlight points for me." Su Ming spoke in Akadmiton. Instantly, an immense power surged into every corner of his body. As always, the capillaries within Su Ming's physique were overwhelmed, bursting open, and threads of blood seeped forth from his form. Yet, he remained undeterred by the swelling sensation within his body, his mind racing to analyze the situation. Without hesitation, He ceased evasive maneuvers and charged directly toward one of the mech warriors, braving the incoming fire. Electromagnetic shield, Su Ming shouted, releasing a torrent of starlight energy. And a brilliant radiance erupted from the left hand of his mech, summoning a massive electromagnetic shield. Bolstered by the starlight energy, this shield ignited with a formidable energy reaction. Boom! The attack from the opposing mech warrior was deflected by the electromagnetic shield, but it diminished the shield's durability to about 60. There was still room for 2 more strikes, Su Ming thought to himself, as the nuclear propulsion system behind him roared to life. In that instant, rather than being sent flying by the enemy's attack, his mech harnessed the nuclear propulsion, unleashing a terrifying speed that propelled him forward, charging toward the attacking mech warrior. This is bad. The enemy intends to break through. Quick, provide support. The other Imperial mech warriors swiftly realized Su Ming's intentions and wasted no time rushing to assist him against the mech he was targeting. However, their response was a beat too slow. Su Ming's mech surged forth at that moment, reaching the front of the enemy mech in a heartbeat. Bloody wave quizás zeta, no 071. The bloody battle axe that had slain the steel lizard materialized in Su Ming's grasp. His eyes gleamed with silver light as he channeled all his starlight energy into his arm and the axe. Celestial Boundless Technique, Combat Edition. Martial Skill, Open Heaven. This marked Su Ming's first use of the martial skill Open Heaven from the Celestial Boundless Technique. Legend has it that Pangu wielded a colossal axe of chaos that cleaved open the heavens, thus separating the pure from the turbid. The name Open Heaven is derived from this tale. This martial skill requires a battle axe to unleash, boasting formidable penetrating and defensive breaking capabilities, making it perfectly suited for the current scenario. Observing the vibrant glow of the protective shield on the opposing mech, Su Ming did not hesitate. He raised a massive axe, his gaze fixed on the enemy's shield. As a mechanic, he understood that machines have patterns and energy flows possess their own rhythms. Within the ebb and flow of energy, there would undoubtedly be fleeting gaps and moments of frailty. It was in these gaps that the key to breaking the stalemate lay. With keen eyes, Su Ming focused intensely on an inconspicuous spot. Open Heaven. In an instant, a tremendous burst of energy erupted, and Su Ming seemed to transform into a colossal figure emerging from chaos, wielding the great axe with an earth-shattering momentum, striking directly at the weakest point of the mech warrior's energy shield. Open Heaven. Physical Penetration 70. Energy Might 30. Defensive Breaking Ability 50. In a heartbeat, the Bloody Wave battle axe unleashed a vivid crimson brilliance, enveloping the mech as though it were drowning in a sea of blood. When the other mechs regained their sight, they were horrified to find the attacked mech cleaved in two, the pilot within brutally shattered by a single strike, dead beyond recovery. Su Ming's mech, unrelenting, seized the opportunity created by the dismemberment of the Imperial mech warrior, breaking free from the encirclement of enemy mechs. He surged forth. 4, 3. Even at this moment, within the cockpit, Su Ming remained chillingly composed, continuing to count down the spacecraft's teleportation sequence. 2. As he uttered this number, he propelled himself into the open hatch of the spaceship. 1. The hatch closed instantaneously, and a peculiar spatial fluctuation erupted from the vessel. 0. A wave of spatial distortion enveloped the spaceship, and just as the other mech warriors rushed toward this direction, the spaceship vanished from sight, leaving behind a silent void. The ship successfully executed a spatial leap. The remaining Imperial mech warriors exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. Anger, resentment, frustration, and helplessness. A medley of feelings. Why did the temporary military have such a formidable mech warrior? Where did his mech come from? And from whom did he acquire such extraordinary piloting skills? A profound chill washed over them. This mech warrior had swiftly eliminated one Imperial mech and then, amidst their encirclement, effortlessly dispatched another, leaving with a nonchalant air. If the first kill was due to their carelessness, then the subsequent breakthrough and instantaneous execution left them utterly powerless to react. Including the seamless coordination with the spaceship, this mech warrior's timing was impeccable, catching them off guard as he entered the ship's spatial jump. They were left grasping at empty air. The mission could be deemed complete, as the majority of the 32nd temporary military personnel had been annihilated, and the few remaining posed no threat. However, in their hearts, they felt the mission had ultimately failed. Their adversary, a solitary figure, had managed to turn the tide, eliminating two of their own, despite being of lesser energy capability than any of their mechs, leaving an indelible impression of the silver mech warrior in their minds. Chapter 51. Escape. In the silent expanse of the cosmic void, a spatial ripple announced the sudden appearance of a spaceship. Inside, Su Ming removed his mech suit and exhaled a sigh of relief. He turned to the side, momentarily taken aback. Aside from Warren, there were other surviving soldiers from the 32nd Temporary Military. Excluding Su Ming and Warren, there were a total of 7 survivors aboard the vessel. It seemed that after the explosion, these soldiers had been fortunate enough to survive and had been rescued by Warren. To his surprise, among them was his old acquaintance, Locke, the very individual who had once sought his assistance in modifying a battle axe. Sadly, the other members of Locke's squad, including their captain, had perished in the conflagration during the assault. At this moment, the survivors exchanged glances, their faces reflecting bitter smiles. It dawned upon them that they had been abandoned by the Empire. If the Empire were to discover their whereabouts, they would not receive aid but rather face another onslaught. Truly unfortunate, a sergeant remarked with a wry smile. I never expected to encounter such a situation. Beside him, Locke shook his head, stating in interstellar society, this is the norm for soldiers. Now, we must contemplate our next course of action. Upon finishing his words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Ming. Within the confines of the spaceship, it was Su Ming who had rescued them all, and he was also the most formidable among them. Consequently, the group naturally regarded Su Ming as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I have seldom ventured beyond the Empire, and I am not well versed in the circumstances of interstellar society. Do any of you have suggestions? After a brief reflection, he added, in any case, our options are to either conceal our identities or seek refuge in a lower-tier civilization. We cannot appear in higher-tier civilizations, lest we risk being discovered and hunted. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group nodded in unison. They had effectively become fugitives. In fact, they were even less than mere outlaws, for should their identities be exposed, they would undoubtedly face the Empire's relentless pursuit. No one could escape the wrath of such a vast cosmic power, not even those of the apocalypse level. Locke's expression shifted to one of contemplation. He then raised his head and addressed the group. I know of a place where we can find shelter, and it will not lead to our discovery. Hearing Locke's words, the group turned their curious gazes toward him. Locke smiled and continued, I visited this place in my youth, but it became too perilous. One of the nearby soldiers, suddenly intrigued, interjected, you mean the Dark Domain, right? Locke nodded in affirmation. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound bewilderment. Having spent their lives within the Empire, they had not ventured far beyond its borders, unlike these seasoned soldiers. Their understanding of interstellar society was limited to the publicly accessible knowledge provided by the Empire. Clearly, such special places as Locke described would not be found in the Empire's textbooks. Only those who frequently traverse the cosmos would possess such knowledge. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Locke chuckled and explained, the Dark Domain exists as a gray area beyond the interstellar society. Given the vastness of the interstellar realm, there are those who, for various reasons, cannot establish themselves within it, and must instead seek refuge in the Dark Domain. It is a place rife with both danger and opportunity, where no one will concern themselves with your previous identity. However, the perils of the Dark Domain are significantly greater. Upon hearing Locke's elucidation, Su Ming and Warren's expressions shifted to one of realization. After contemplating the proposal for a moment, Su Ming concurred with Locke. Currently, the Dark Domain indeed seemed the most suitable destination for them, given the necessity to keep their identities concealed. Although it was fraught with danger, it was preferable to being pursued by the Empire. Do you have the coordinates for the Dark Domain? We should set course immediately. Su Ming declared. In response, the others quickly entered the coordinates into the spaceship S-systems. Oh wait, Su Ming suddenly recalled, retrieving the identity card issued by the Temporary Military Unit 32. He accessed it to exchange for a multitude of mechanical components, depleting the card of its military points entirely. Subsequently, he cast the card into the furnace, incinerating it completely. Observing this, the others marveled at Su Ming's audacity. He dared to use an identity card to procure mechanical equipment while being hunted by the Empire. After all, once the Empire Supply Department dispatched materials via spatial transmission, they would ascertain the group's coordinates. Yet, perhaps the flaw of such a colossal system lay in its communication. It was an exhausting endeavor. The military department might already be aware of the order to eliminate Su Ming and his companions and had issued a bounty on them, while the supply department remained oblivious, continuing to distribute military supplies as if all were normal. Without hesitation, the others followed suit, redeeming their military points for various equipment before incinerating their identity cards as well. Do not underestimate this detail. These mechanical devices and components could become crucial for their survival in the Dark Domain. Even Su Ming's mech, without spare parts, would be rendered nearly useless if damaged. Preparing for the worst was vital for those fleeing from danger. Unidentified spaceship detected ahead. At that moment, a soldier piloting the craft abruptly turned to Su Ming and the others. Startled by his words, they hurried to the cockpit. Through the ship's scanners, they indeed detected the fluctuations of a vessel several 100,000 kilometers away. In the vastness of space, this distance was negligible, and, at the speed of their ship, they could reach it in mere hours. The group exchanged glances, then looked expectantly at Su Ming, awaiting his decision. Su Ming deliberated, inclined to avoid conflict, and prepared to instruct the pilot to turn back. However, at that moment, the pilot's voice rang out again. It seems they have already spotted us and are approaching. Chapter 52. The strange ship. A vessel surged towards Su Ming's ship at an alarming speed. The occupants squinted, their expressions turning somber. In the cosmos, a ship approaching yours uninvited was never a good omen. Instinctively, they reached for their mechanical equipment, bracing themselves with heightened vigilance. Soon, the mysterious ship came to a halt directly in front of Su Ming's vessel. The two ships suspended in the void, facing each other. Suddenly, without warning, the ship launched an aggressive assault on Su Ming's craft, its cannons locking onto their ship and unleashing a formidable barrage. In an instant, Su Ming's vessel was rocked violently. The energy shield significantly compromised. Witnessing the unprovoked assault, both Su Ming and the soldiers in the cabin were consumed by a surge of anger. What madness is this? What do they intend to accomplish? One soldier stood, brow furrowed, speaking coldly. If they were dealing with space pirates, the usual protocol would involve dispatching Gene warriors to board before launching an attack, as pirates typically viewed any encountered vessel as a potential treasure. Damage resulting from their own attacks was something they sought to avoid. Yet, this foe had chosen to attack outright without sending personnel aboard. Clearly, they were not pirates. But if they were not pirates, what did such immediate hostility signify? The crowd was somewhat irked, and without hesitation, Su Ming took the lead, donning his mech armor and soaring out from the spacecraft. The others, equally vexed, followed him off the ship. From the recent barrage, it was evident that the energy levels of this vessel were not particularly formidable, indicating a lack of powerful individuals aboard. Despite this, the audacity of the enemy to launch an attack was nothing short of suicidal. Clad in his mech, Su Ming charged towards the vessel, igniting the nuclear propulsion system on his back, propelling him to extraordinary speeds. In the blink of an eye, his silver armor had breached the front of the spacecraft. Upon noticing his approach, the ship redirected its firepower towards him, unleashing a barrage of mechanical gunfire. While deftly maneuvering to evade the onslaught, a peculiar expression flickered in Su Ming's eyes. It was rather comical that not a single shot was consciously aimed at him. Instead, the ship fired wildly in his direction, akin to a child with a gun panicking and shooting at a battalion of well-armed soldiers before they even realized he was there. Rather than hitting the soldiers, he merely expended all the bullets in his firearm. This was Su Ming's most immediate impression of the vessel. Confounded, he abandoned his initial plan to obliterate the ship with a few well-placed shots and instead moved swiftly towards the main hatch of the spacecraft. As he approached, the ship seemed to panic, for it could no longer target Su Ming, who was nearly pressed against its hull. He had perfectly positioned himself within the ship's blind spot. In a turn of events that left Su Ming both bemused and amused, the spacecraft opted to flee. It rapidly retreated in the direction from whence it came. Typically, a properly armed vessel encountering an enemy breaching its perimeter would have numerous methods to counter the situation, such as unleashing powerful electrical currents to repel intruders or deploying genetic warriors for combat. Yet, this ship chose a rather laughable escape. Observing this spectacle, Su Ming could ascertain with certainty that the individual piloting the craft was a novice, one utterly devoid of basic survival knowledge in the cosmos. Intrigued, he swiftly retrieved a bloody battle axe from his mech's storage and, raising the formidable weapon, cleaved down towards the vessel before him. With a resounding crash, the powerful recoil reverberated through him, yet Su Ming remained unfazed, his arms steady as if no backlash had occurred at all. With a strike, the energy shield of the ship shattered effortlessly. He then raised the axe once more, this time not exerting all his strength, but merely slicing through the ship's outer shell. A dull thud echoed in his ears as he created a sizable breach in the hatch. Instantly, the pressure and oxygen within the ship surged out into the void. Without hesitation, Su Ming reached through the gaping hole, tearing away the ship's exterior, and swiftly entered the vessel. Upon entering, piercing alarm sirens blared throughout the craft, as the pressure and oxygen levels plummeted to a point that would be lethal for an ordinary human. While this would typically spell doom for most, it posed little threat to a genetic warrior. However, Su Ming's expression shifted. Surely, the ship was crewed by a host of average individuals? It was quite plausible that they could succumb to the vacuum and be violently ruptured by the pressure. Without a moment's delay, he darted into the ship's cabin, only to be taken aback. Indeed, the interior was populated by a number of ordinary people. Several men clad in lab coats, resembling researchers, had been gruesomely expelled by the vacuum, their innards and blood scattered, rendering the ship a gruesome sight. To Su Ming's relief, the casualties were few. The majority of the crew, donned in space combat suits, had not been affected by the vacuum's harshness. Upon witnessing Su Ming's armored entrance, the suited crew members were gripped by terror, their faces betraying their fear. Su Ming furrowed his brow. These crew members exhibited no significant energy readings. At best, they were at the level of first or second-tier genetic warriors, barely distinguishable from ordinary humans. What puzzled Su Ming was the inexplicable aggression from a ship that appeared devoid of substantial armaments. Those who wish to live, stand down and follow me back to my ship, Su Ming commanded coldly through his communicator. He then turned on his heel and escorted the crew back to his vessel. Chapter 53. A fortuitous misunderstanding. Su Ming's ship sped through the void, having swiftly stowed away the captured vessel within its spatial apparatus. It was imperative to depart quickly. Otherwise, the Empire's mech warriors could arrive at any moment. After all, while this region was technically the Empire's fringe starbelt, it was still within their territory. Who could say whether the Empire possessed any specialized surveillance methods within its own domain? Inside the ship, Su Ming and his soldiers regarded the frail figures before them with a mix of bewilderment. These were the very individuals who had just attempted to attack them. So, you're saying that you mistakenly targeted us? Su Ming asked, somewhat exasperated, as he scrutinized these slender men. Clad in research garb, their energy signatures were weak, revealing them to be at most first or second-tier genetic warriors, with some not even having activated their genetic locks. The leader, looking quite pitiful, nodded in agreement. We detected signals from an Imperial vessel, and assumed you were sent to apprehend us. At this revelation, Su Ming felt a headache brewing. It became clear that after capturing these individuals, he had unraveled the motivation behind their aggressive actions. They had mistaken him and his crew for Imperial forces intent on pursuing them. This misunderstanding had spiraled into a colossal blunder. The Empire had dispatched 2 military contingents, one tasked with obliterating the temporary forces, the very group that had attacked Su Ming and his comrades, and another, far more formidable, aimed at assaulting the laboratories of the Lhasa Alliance to seize supergenetic research data and technology. Faced with simultaneous attacks from 2 cosmic powers, the Lhasa Alliance, despite possessing supergenetic technology, saw its defenses crumble, leading to the disintegration of its leadership as they scrambled to find their own means of escape. Consequently, the Lhasa Alliance fell into a state of anarchy, soon to be reoccupied by the Free Federation. The individuals before me are none other than the researchers who once fled from the Lhasa Alliance's superpower laboratory. Due to their lack of combat experience and training, their knowledge of survival in the cosmos is virtually non-existent. This has led them to execute actions that are both absurd and amusing. Their attack on Su Ming's spacecraft was a hasty decision made upon realizing it was an Imperial vessel, revealing their panic. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Truly, as researchers, their acumen for cosmic survival is alarmingly deficient. Even if Su Ming and his companions were indeed an Imperial force pursuing them, it would be illogical to turn their weapons upon those who might help. A group of frail researchers could hardly stand as adversaries against a well-equipped military. It is no wonder such a blunder occurred. Now, the pressing question arises, how to deal with these researchers. Their own ship had been grievously damaged by Su Ming's bloody wave battle axe, leaving a considerable gash, until they find a planet capable of repairs. Their vessel is clearly rendered inoperative. A glint of intrigue flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he addressed the group of researchers. Are you responsible for the study of superpower gene technology? Which sector do you belong to? With a sheepish smile, one of the researchers hesitantly responded, the core sector. We developed the superpower gene technology. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the other soldiers collectively gasped, their astonishment evident in their exchanged glances. It became clear why these researchers appeared so skittish. 2 major cosmic nations were relentlessly searching for them, eager to reclaim them. Who wouldn't be on edge under such circumstances? It was nothing short of sheer luck that neither of these 2 great empires had captured them, only to be fortuitously discovered by Su Ming and his crew during a spatial leap. Su Ming mused quietly about how they managed to escape, for the difficulty of their flight far surpassed his own escape from the mech warriors. Those elite forces from the two cosmic nations were patrolling with unparalleled vigilance. A veritable assembly of the strongest. Evading the watchful eyes of such formidable individuals was no simple feat. With a bitter smile, one researcher spoke up. In truth, we escaped a long time ago, but we were terrified of being pursued, wandering aimlessly through the cosmos, afraid to land. After speaking, he curiously turned to Su Ming and inquired, "Where are you headed? You're clearly not soldiers of the Empire. Why are you piloting an Imperial ship?" Exchanging glances, Su Ming shook his head and replied, "It's a long story. We are also being hunted by the Empire and are currently en route to the Black Domain to evade their pursuit." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope crossed the face of the leading researcher as he cautiously probed, "Could you take us with you? If we are captured by the two empires, our freedom will be severely curtailed. If you bring us to the Black Domain, I can offer you our expertise in superpower gene technology." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that these researchers wished to accompany him. Moreover, it seemed they intended to remain close by, ready to assist should danger arise. Su Ming found himself intrigued. These individuals, despite their lack of combat prowess, possessed invaluable knowledge that both empires coveted, making their expertise a treasure worth pursuing. It was evident that the caliber of these researchers was indeed top tier in the cosmos. If he could integrate such a group into his team, their future contributions would undoubtedly be significant. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming raised his head and addressed the group. "I can take you with us. But as you mentioned, when I require your technological support, you must comply unconditionally with my requests. In return, I shall grant you a freedom unattainable under the two empires." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the researchers exchanged glances before the leading one stepped forward with a smile, stating, "No problem. As long as we have the necessary conditions for our research, I'm Wang Ku. I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 54, Spider-like Mechanical Arms. The Black Domain lies at the very edge of interstellar society, making it a distant destination for everyone involved. Moreover, the most pressing issue is that Su Ming and his crew are aboard merely a small, makeshift vessel intended for soldiers on temporary assignments. The ship's capacity for travel is significantly inferior to that of a standard spacecraft. A conventional ship can leap several light years in a single spatial jump. However, Su Ming's small craft can manage barely 2 light years at a time. Given the vast distance to traverse, this limitation is quite inadequate. Additionally, the mysterious substances and various electromagnetic storms encountered during spatial travel impose further restrictions, allowing their ship to execute a maximum of 3 jumps per day, with a cooling period of around 7 hours after each jump. Otherwise, the vessel risks sustaining damage. Regrettably, due to the constraints of their situation, Su Ming lamented his earlier decision to breach Wang Ku's ship. Had he refrained, they could have reached the Black Domain within days using their own vessel. However, with the current pace of this temporary craft, it would likely take around 3 weeks to arrive. Nevertheless, having embarked on this journey, Su Ming and Warren soon adapted to life aboard the ship. During this time, Su Ming began to engage in mechanical assembly and repairs continually. He had developed an affection for mechanical assembly. What began as a mere curiosity had blossomed into a passion. He discovered that assembling machinery effectively enhanced his mental capacity, allowing for significant improvement within a short period. Additionally, it provided subtle advantages, helping him maintain composure and stability during combat and improving his overall fighting condition. Though it may not directly enhance his physical prowess, such qualities are crucial for combat personnel, as maintaining optimal combat status becomes paramount in battles of equal caliber and energy levels. Su Ming's ability to triumph over stronger foes stemmed from his calm and steady demeanor during engagements. The enhancement of his combat state correspondingly amplified his combat effectiveness. "Warren, I want to try assembling a mech," he shyly announced to Su Ming one day. Now free from Empire's constraints, the issue of intellectual property rights was moot. Su Ming had long since shared his knowledge of mechs with Warren, who, after extensive practice, felt an irresistible urge to assemble one himself. Su Ming was delighted to hear this. He had witnessed Warren's progress firsthand. After training with the temporary military unit number 32, Warren had reached a level of competence in mechanics that was commendable, while he still needed to hone his skills with some of the more advanced stellar-grade equipment. Assembling other components would pose little challenge. Moreover, Su Ming possessed considerable experience in the assembly of mechas, well aware that during this process, Warren's mechanical skills would experience a significant enhancement by the time he was required to assemble stellar-grade mechanical components. It was likely that Warren would have evolved into a stellar-grade mechanic, fully capable of mastering such advanced machinery. Indeed, be bold in your attempts. Do not fear the possibility of damaging the mechanical parts, for we have an abundance this time. Su Ming remarked with a smile. Simultaneously, Su Ming adeptly affixed a mechanical component to a back-mounted mechanical arm. This was the Spider-type back-mounted mechanical arm, a stellar-grade mechanical apparatus. This arm operates independently of the main body, capable of autonomous movement. Behind Su Ming lay a compact spatial storage unit, and, upon activation, the mechanical arm would spring forth from this small space, transforming into 4 distinct mechanical limbs. True to its name, it resembled a spider. Once the mechanical arm was activated, these limbs moved with the grace of spider legs, assisting Su Ming's mobility while also capable of manifesting as sharp spears for piercing attacks. Furthermore, it boasted kinetic acceleration and laser gun functionalities. With this mechanical arm, Su Ming could free his own arms to execute additional attacks. The capabilities of this arm were impressively versatile. The original intention behind assembling this mechanical arm was to enable Su Ming to navigate through various intricate terrains. Although mechas are formidable, they often require ample space to operate effectively, especially in the vastness of space. On the ground, however, many confined environments are ill-suited for mecha combat. Forcing a mecha into such scenarios would only render the combat clumsy. As they ventured into the Black Domain, Su Ming could not guarantee what peculiar terrains they might encounter. Thus, preparing for contingencies was prudent. Initially, this mechanical arm lacked kinetic acceleration and firearm capabilities, but under Su Ming's modifications, its functionalities were significantly enhanced. This was a testament to his profound understanding of mecha knowledge. Mastery of mecha principles extends beyond mere mechanical expertise. It encompasses numerous fields, allowing for expansive applications. A resourceful mechanic like Su Ming could derive countless innovative uses from a single piece of knowledge. Before long, 3 weeks had passed, and Su Ming successfully completed the assembly of the mechanical arm in his possession. Gazing at the fully assembled arm and sensing the formidable energy emanating from within, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Through 3 weeks of diligent practice and mechanical modifications, Su Ming not only advanced his skills in mechanics, but also assembled a considerable array of mechanical weaponry, thereby endowing the combat personnel aboard the ship with formidable armaments. His starlight points and energy levels also saw a substantial increase. At present, Su Ming's status was as follows. Host: Su Ming physical energy level, 6200 cognitive energy level, 7800 gene lock activation level, intermediate level 5 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level. 4. Next level refinement requires 5,000 starlight points, 4,700 throughout this process. Both his physical and cognitive energy levels experienced notable enhancements, and his gene activation level rose directly to intermediate level 5. With this level, combined with the mechanical arm's inherent energy of 10,000 points, Su Ming could unleash approximately 24,000 energy units in close combat. Although this was incomparable to the 50,000 energy units typical of mechas, the combat prowess of the mechanical arm was undoubtedly formidable in ground-level engagements. Contentedly, Su Ming observed the mechanical arm in his grasp, preparing to don it for a trial. However, at that moment, a soldier in the cockpit suddenly exclaimed, "We've arrived in the Black Domain, brothers." Chapter 55. Arrival at the Black Domain. The Black Domain, a region not mentioned in the textbooks of the 5 great cosmic nations, is a place whose existence is often denied by the interstellar society. Yet, for those who frequently traverse the cosmos, the Black Domain is no mere myth. Occasionally, these individuals engage with it. Nevertheless, if one were to inquire of someone who has ventured into the Black Domain, they would unequivocally advise against visiting lightly, for it is fraught with peril. At this moment, a spaceship emerged from a state of spatial jump, re-entering the cosmic expanse as it breached into the Black Domain. The Black Domain represents a star region, not merely a solitary planet. Thus, the ship's entry went largely unnoticed. After all, countless vessels traverse this region daily, and the vastness of the star domain is such that no one would focus their attention on an ordinary small spacecraft. Inside the ship, Su Ming and Warren curiously surveyed their surroundings in the Black Domain. To their surprise, it was not the perpetually dark expanse they had anticipated. Instead, the environment within the Black Domain, even by interstellar societal standards, could be considered quite hospitable. The surrounding planets emanated a soft blue glow, indicative of adequate water content, suggesting that most of these celestial bodies were indeed habitable. "Which planet shall we settle on?" Warren instinctively inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Locke responded, "The power dynamics within the Black Domain are intricate and convoluted. I cannot ascertain which planet we should approach, but as newcomers, it would be prudent to dock at one of the more peripheral planets. Upon hearing Locke's words, the others nodded in agreement. Typically, in a star system, the planets at the core are the most fortified, possessing greater military strength, while the peripheral planets tend to be weaker and less complex in their power relationships. As newcomers, it was wise to select a peripheral planet, allowing them to acclimatize to the environment of the black domain before making further plans. Su Ming's gaze involuntarily shifted to a planet that exhibited a near-equal distribution of ocean and land. With a smile, he pointed at the planet and declared, "All right, let's choose this planet." The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. None among them were familiar with the black domain. Hence their choice of planet was solely reliant on fortune, devoid of any other criteria, merely a matter of aesthetics. As the spaceship commenced its voyage, it rapidly surged toward the chosen celestial body. However, just as the spacecraft was on the verge of reaching the planet, another ship traversed the distant cosmos. Within this vessel, a man clad in a gray robe chanced upon the sight of Su Ming and his companionship. An Imperial spacecraft? The man mused, taken aback. A smirk soon graced his lips as he muttered to himself, "It seems another group of Imperial refugees has arrived, clearly novices, utterly oblivious to the dangers lurking in the outer planets of the black domain." Contemplating further, he turned to the pilot beside him and commanded, "Ram, follow that ship and navigate toward planet Ab. Upon hearing his superior's instruction, the pilot, known as Ram, chuckled lightly before responding nonchalantly, "Finally, some action. I was beginning to wonder how I would get through this month without any excitement." With that, Ram emitted a peculiar cry, deftly maneuvering the controls to pursue Su Ming's ship toward the designated planet. Unbeknownst to Su Ming and his companions, they were being trailed by a small shadow. The pursuing vessel was significantly more advanced than Su Ming's, rendering it undetectable to them, even as they approached the planet. Su Ming, meanwhile, wore an expression of bewilderment. The black domain was truly peculiar. From the outside, everything appeared perfectly normal, yet as their ship prepared for landing, there was no command broadcast to establish communication, an absence that felt entirely out of place. Despite the notorious chaos of the black domain, one would expect a planetary command center to exist. Perplexed, Su Ming resigned to the fact that their ship had already entered the planet's atmosphere, compelling them to find a place to dock. The spacecraft gradually descended toward the planet's surface. At that moment, all crew members were taken aback, their brows furrowing in unison. Upon landing, they were met with a throng of raggedly dressed individuals, men, women, and children, brandishing firearms and launching an assault on their vessel. Su Ming even spotted a child, seemingly around 10 years old, wielding a lightweight Gatling gun and firing at the ship. The weaponry they employed was decidedly primitive, reminiscent of armaments utilized by ancient cosmic civilizations. To his astonishment, encountering such weaponry in this era was unexpected. In the past, the Gatling gun would have been considered a formidable weapon, but in this third technological age, it was merely a relic of bygone times, possessing a power level of just over 300. Such a level was trivial for Su Ming and his companions. However, what confounded Su Ming was why these seemingly indigenous people resorted to such rudimentary weapons to attack them. Observing the group, he could see that they appeared malnourished, ordinary individuals incapable of unlocking their genetic locks. "Stay here, I will go and investigate," Su Ming said softly, subsequently opening the hatch and stepping outside. At that moment, the energy shield surrounding the ship erupted into a dazzling display of light, a result of the shield absorbing the external onslaught. Su Ming paid little mind to it, estimating that the attackers would need at least half an hour of sustained fire to compromise the ship's energy shield. As the indigenous assailants noticed someone descending from the vessel, their efforts intensified. Su Ming frowned and gestured to indicate his lack of hostility. Yet, it was as if they were completely oblivious to his gesture, continuing to fire relentlessly. This disregard irked Su Ming. Without hesitation, he swiftly dashed out of the protective energy field. In an instant, bullets from the Gatling guns rained down upon him. To the astonishment of the assailants, these bullets did not pierce his body as expected. Instead, they impacted him like iron striking steel, merely indenting his skin before being deflected away. With a physical energy level of 6,200, bolstered by his body refinement, Su Ming could withstand an hour of such fire without a scratch. However, he was not there to showcase his invulnerability. Moving with agility, he lunged toward the indigenous attackers. Chapter 56, A Series of Assassinations. Su Ming surged into the throng of assailants. Bullets struck him, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Without hesitation, He activated his back-mounted mechanical arms, for slender appendages extending from his back to support his form. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This was his first time employing the back-mounted mechanical arms, which were not merely an accessory, but rather akin to an additional set of limbs, a challenge for his cerebral capacity. If he became overly frantic in his movements, it could lead to chaotic results. Yet, for Su Ming, a skilled mechanic, managing multiple components was hardly a daunting task. In an instant, he began to move with rapidity. With the mechanical arms enhancing his speed, he resembled a colossal spider darting forward. Obstacles littered his path, but the mechanical limbs deftly navigated around them. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming was upon the assailants. His mechanical arms danced with precision, swiftly shattering the firearms in their grasp. In the next moment, the arms prepared to strike at the indigenous attackers. A single hit would create fatal wounds. However, at that critical juncture, the mechanical arms halted mid-swing. Su Ming sighed softly. Had these assailants been solely able-bodied men, he would have had no qualms about eliminating them. But among them were children and the elderly, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Yet, in that fleeting moment of indecision, a bizarre energy surged within the bodies of the indigenous people. Sensing this ominous energy, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Simultaneously, his mechanical arms crossed before him, enveloping him in a protective cocoon, while an energy shield erupted forth from the arms, encasing him. In the next instant, the bodies of the indigenous attackers erupted with terrifying energy, a surge of crimson radiance bursting forth as they detonated, releasing their energy in a catastrophic explosion. In that fleeting moment, these indigenous individuals astonishingly detonated themselves. It was apparent that their bodies had been surreptitiously implanted with formidable explosives, which erupted instantaneously under a certain directive. These individuals were clearly doomed. However, Su Ming was also directly struck by the terrifying explosion, his body hurled away violently. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming found himself propelled several hundred meters away, the energy of the protective shield in his mechanical arm completely depleted. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed his entire being. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming managed to rise, feeling as though his body had nearly been shattered by the force of the impact. A flicker of regret crossed Su Ming's eyes. After all, he had emerged from a civilized world, possessing an innate sympathy for the elderly and children. He could not bring himself to kill them without a second thought. Thus, he had hesitated for just an instant. Yet it was precisely this moment of hesitation that led him to fall into the traps set by the bombers. No wonder these indigenous people had attacked him, as if in jest with weaponry from the first technological world. The true lethal strike lay concealed here. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming abruptly realized his naivety. Having ventured into an illegal zone within the Black Domain, he must regard anyone wielding firearms, be they elderly or children, as adversaries. Nevertheless, at present, Su Ming was not overly affected by emotions. He decisively exchanged 100 starlight points, instantly restoring his body. Subsequently, he discreetly examined the condition of his mechanical arms. To his slight relief, only one arm had sustained damage and was temporarily inoperative. The other 3 mechanical arms continued to function normally, thus ensuring that his combat capability would not significantly diminish. Without hesitation, Su Ming executed the sequence of being blasted away, rising, restoring his body, and checking his mechanical arms in a remarkably brief span of time. In the next moment, he exhibited no trace of indecision, swiftly evading from his previous position. Indeed, at the very instant he moved, several terrifying missiles struck the precise spot where he had just stood. Enormous craters appeared instantaneously in the ground. Had he been a moment slower, he might have been severely injured by those missiles. A glimmer of determination ignited in Su Ming's eyes as he locked onto the source of the energy he had sensed moments prior. Without delay, he surged toward the origin of the missile fire. However, at that moment, several figures abruptly materialized around him, lunging towards him with murderous intent. Each of these figures exuded an immense aura, brandishing mechanical equipment, radiating powerful energy levels. The weakest among them was at least a level 5 gene warrior, while the most formidable among them exhibited an energy level nearing 150,000, unmistakably within the realm of a level 6 gene warrior. 4 level 5 gene warriors and 1 level 6 gene warrior. That was the formidable lineup, coupled with the distant snipers targeting and the earlier self-detonating natives. The series of maneuvers had likely claimed the lives of others. However, Su Ming was evidently not among them. Even at this moment, his heart remained largely undisturbed. He compelled himself to maintain an absolute calm. Consequently, his mechanical arms began to move with rapid precision. Two of his mechanical arms intercepted the terrifying blades of the level 6 Gene Warrior, while another arm assisted in executing a bizarre angle of displacement. In an instant, Su Ming successfully thwarted the enemy's assault. At that juncture, Su Ming sensed the presence of a sniper preparing to lock onto him. Instantly, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's thought, he exchanged another 100 starlight points, causing one of his mechanical arms to extend a gun barrel. Channeling formidable energy, Su Ming fired a shot without even aiming, relying solely on his instinct. The resounding boom echoed as the sniper's presence vanished in an instant. Su Ming, leave those snipers to us. Hold your ground. We will assist you as soon as we neutralize them. The anxious voices of Locke and the others crackled through Su Ming's communicator. A sense of relief washed over him. Without the sniper's interference, he could now unleash his full combat potential. A cold glimmer flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he extended his mechanical arm towards one of the Gene Warriors. Preparing to strike. Chapter 57, Slaying the Enemy. The battle was set to erupt, with no concerns lingering in his mind. Su Ming immersed himself entirely in the conflict before him. A mechanical combat knife appeared in his hand, a stellar-grade weapon he had assembled aboard his spacecraft, possessing immense power. Coupled with all his energy levels, it could unleash over 20,000 points of energy. Simultaneously, Su Ming multitasked, activating his mechanical arms to swiftly engage one of the level 5 Gene Warriors. Although one of his mechanical arms had been damaged, the remaining three could still unleash energy levels nearing 190,000. Typically, a standard level 5 Gene Warrior operated within an energy range of 5,000 to 10,000, and with mechanical weaponry, their total might barely reach around 120,000 to 140,000. This stark contrast underscored the advantage of Su Ming's mechanical gear. After all, he too was a level 5 Gene Warrior, but his mechanical arms were stellar-grade equipment, assembled personally by him, achieving a perfect synergy. Ordinary mechanical apparatuses would invariably incur energy loss, but Su Ming's crafted equipment approached the threshold of zero energy loss. The level 5 Gene Warriors wielded only planetary-grade mechanical gear, which could afford a meager boost of around 2,000 points. Compared to Su Ming's potential gains exceeding 10,000 points, it was woefully inadequate. With his mechanical arms, Su Ming could effortlessly contend with a level 6 Gene Warrior without losing ground. With a swift motion, his mechanical arm pierced through the body of a level 5 Gene Warrior. Pain manifested across the warrior's face as he writhed in agony, attempting to extricate himself from the grasp of the mechanical arm. The vitality of Gene Warriors was formidable. Had it been an ordinary person, that strike would have surely resulted in immediate death. Yet this level 5 Gene Warrior still possessed the strength to struggle. However, Su Ming was not surprised. While the penetration of his mechanical arm was indeed potent, its impact area was relatively small, which might not suffice to inflict fatal harm. Thus, he had made certain adjustments when modifying the mechanical arm. Suddenly, a fierce red light erupted from the upper portion of the mechanical arm that had pierced the Gene Warrior. In the next moment, a blinding crimson radiance illuminated the scene, incinerating the Gene Warrior's body into ashes with the searing energy unleashed from the mechanical arm. Thermal Neutron Impact Device. This was one of the devices Su Ming had installed on his mechanical arm, designed to activate whenever it pierced an enemy, provided the enemy had not yet perished. The Thermal Neutron Bombardment Device, mounted on the mechanical arm, was instantly activated, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that incinerated the enemy into ashes in the blink of an eye. Following this successful maneuver, Su Ming did not linger. His other two mechanical arms, having completed their auxiliary movements, swiftly darted forth like phantoms, directly piercing through and eliminating two 5th-level Gene Warriors. Damn it, a tough opponent. Retreat. The sole 6th-level Gene Warrior, witnessing his attacks thwarted, experienced a fleeting change in expression. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the 3 5th-level Gene Warriors on his side were swiftly obliterated by the enemy. Realizing he had struck an impenetrable wall, this 6th-level Gene Warrior immediately prepared to flee. Su Ming cast a disinterested glance at the retreating figure, showing little concern. Extending his mechanical arm, he swiftly dispatched the remaining 5th-level Gene Warrior before retrieving a sniper rifle from his storage space. Crusher 15, Model 02 Sniper Rifle. Level, Stellar. Effective range, 200 kilometers. Energy level range, 5,000 to 16,000. Following Su Ming's modifications, the energy level range of this sniper rifle had been significantly enhanced. At that moment, Su Ming stood firm, rifle in hand, as his mental energy surged forth, locking onto the fleeing 6th-level Gene Warrior with unwavering precision. Upon sensing the rifle's targeting, the 6th-level Gene Warrior was struck with alarm, frantically altering his course and seeking cover behind nearby rocks. Yet to his dismay, no matter how he maneuvered, the sniper's presence remained firmly fixed upon him. With a low hum, the rifle discharged, reverberating through the ground as the mechanical defenses he had employed crumbled under the force of a single shot. The second shot followed swiftly. Only those who had been targeted by Su Ming could comprehend the terror of his aim. Once locked on, no amount of evasive action would suffice. Su Ming's sniper shots could unerringly strike their mark. The second shot sent the 6th-level Gene Warrior hurtling through the air, the immense kinetic energy propelling him away, effectively shattering his defensive energy levels and rendering him unable to regroup his defenses in the immediate aftermath. With a detached gaze, Su Ming pulled the trigger for a third time. The rifle responded with a distinct sound, and after firing the third shot, he nonchalantly retracted the sniper rifle, barely glancing at the 6th-level Gene Warrior. As expected, the third shot found its target before the warrior could even touch the ground, exploding upon impact and transforming him into a gruesome cloud of blood, a fatal blow that left no chance for survival. Meanwhile, the others swiftly dealt with the snipers lurking nearby. Once the immediate threats were eliminated, they gathered together, exchanging puzzled glances. What was happening? Confusion flickered in their eyes. They were entirely ignorant of the Black Domain, and having been attacked upon their arrival, seemed utterly bewildering. At that moment, Su Ming's attention shifted as he noticed a large spacecraft descending rapidly from the sky, gracefully landing before them. Given their recent experiences, a profound sense of vigilance arose within Su Ming and his companions. He subtly positioned his mechanical arms in a ready stance, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. As the hatch opened, a man clad in gray stepped down. Upon witnessing the devastation around him and the group standing before him, his eyes brightened, and he approached with a smile. "Everyone, please remain calm. My name is Walter, and I bear no ill intent." Chapter 58, Merchant Walter. Upon alighting from the spacecraft, he surveyed Su Ming and his companions, particularly focusing on Su Ming. It became evident to him that Su Ming was the leader of this group, a realization that surprised him, considering Su Ming appeared to be merely 16 or 17, yet possessed such formidable energy fluctuations. The recent battle had not escaped his notice. The boy's mechanical arms and astonishing sniping skills left him in awe. Thus, during the journey aboard the spacecraft, Walter had reconsidered his initial intentions. With a smile directed at Su Ming, he spoke. "Sir, please don't be alarmed. I am merely a merchant." "A merchant?" "So meaning guayir intrigue." Walter chuckled lightly before continuing. "Indeed, in the Black Domain, whatever you wish to acquire can be procured through me, even items that are strictly prohibited by interstellar society. Of course, they will be priced approximately 20% higher than the market value. However, do not regard this as excessive. In the Black Domain, anything with a clear price is considered a bargain, for some contraband items are incredibly difficult to obtain." Su Ming understood Walter's words, but remained puzzled as to why a merchant would seek him out at this juncture. He could easily approach others who had already settled in the area for business. Noticing the confusion on Su Ming's face, Walter chuckled softly and elaborated. "As I mentioned, whatever you wish to purchase can be acquired through me, including information. You must be newcomers to the Black Domain. I presume you are in need of intelligence to navigate this place? Fortunately, I have just what you require." A smile graced Walter's face as he produced a storage chip from his hand, presumably containing the information he had mentioned. Su Ming's expression shifted. Indeed, they were in dire need of intelligence. Although they might glean some understanding of the Black Domain through trial and error, this information represented efficiency and safety. It could help them avoid unnecessary detours, particularly steering clear of dangerous zones. After all, in the Black Domain, stepping into a perilous area could very well lead to death, as evidenced by the recent attack upon their arrival. "What is the cost?" Su Ming inquired curiously. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Walter chuckled lightly and replied, 50,000 star coins, or a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment." Su Ming was inwardly taken aback by the steep price. Such a sum for a piece of information was exorbitant. However, compared to the dangers they might face due to a lack of intelligence, he deemed a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment a reasonable sacrifice. With that thought, Su Ming casually retrieved a planetary-grade pistol and handed it over. Walter chuckled again, then returned the storage chip to Su Ming. Within the chip, Walter had included his contact information. In truth, for Walter, a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment was not a significant loss. Initially, he believed that after Su Ming and his companions entered the planet Abe, they would soon be vanquished by the local forces. He had even prepared to reclaim the equipment seized from the intruders. However, to his astonishment, Su Ming and his team swiftly dismantled the local forces' assault and eliminated the Gene warriors, earning Walter's newfound respect for them. This time, when he descended in his spacecraft, his primary objective was not to sell goods to Su Ming, but rather to establish a connection with him. Given Su Ming's impressive performance, it was conceivable that substantial business opportunities might arise in the future that would necessitate his involvement. For a businessman like Walter, establishing contact with potential clients was second nature. Indeed, after receiving the chip, Su Ming pondered for a moment and then inquired, "We are in urgent need of safe haven. Can you assist us in securing one?" Upon hearing Su Ming's request, Walter chuckled and replied, "In the Black Domain, finding a place to settle is quite straightforward. You must seek it out yourself. The power dynamics within the Black Domain are fixed. To ascend, one must eradicate the prevailing forces to claim their position." After Walter's words, a contemplative expression crossed Su Ming's face, leading him to ask, "Which faction was responsible for the recent attack on us?" Walter narrowed his eyes and quietly responded, "This information typically comes at a price, but as it is our first encounter, I shall share it freely. The attackers are likely from the 4th-tier faction on Abe, the York Star Pirates. Only they would resort to such despicable tactics as using human bombs," Walter said with a light chuckle. "York Star Pirates," Su Ming murmured, then curiously asked, "What do you mean by a 4th-tier faction?" Walter shrugged and gestured toward the chip in Su Ming's hand. This information was likely included in the intelligence data contained within the chip. He could simply review its contents later. Walter smiled and added with a hint of gravity, "The 4th-tier factions include 7th-level Gene warriors, so do not underestimate them. Well, my purpose here is fulfilled. Should you wish to procure any goods in the future, you may seek me out, as I can assist you in acquiring a plethora of items." With that, Walter prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly shifted his expression and asked, "Do you also have access to knowledge regarding machinery and mechs, including their components?" Upon hearing Su Ming's query, Walter turned back, gazing at him intently, and replied, "Certainly. Aside from the core mechs of the 5 major cosmic nations, I can procure knowledge on other mechs, provided the price is right." Additionally, he glanced at Wang Ku and the other researchers who had just disembarked from the spacecraft, continuing, "I can also obtain biotechnological and medical knowledge." At Walter's words, Su Ming felt a jolt. Walter's influence was indeed vast, capable of acquiring knowledge on mechs, biochemicals, and medicine. Information that represented the pinnacle of knowledge throughout the universe and was typically safeguarded by every cosmic faction. It was not something one could simply obtain without considerable clout. However, this development was fortuitous for Su Ming, as with the enhancement of his combat prowess, he would inevitably require upgraded mechs and advanced mechanical knowledge in the future. Chapter 59. Intelligence of the Black Domain. After Walter's departure, Su Ming wasted no time in accessing the chip he held, utilizing equipment to extract the knowledge contained within. Soon, a wealth of information about the Black Domain was vividly revealed to all present. The group eagerly gathered around to examine it. Before long, an expression of enlightenment crossed Su Ming's face. Every aspect of the Black Domain operated under its own set of rules and regulations. Although notorious for chaos and crime, the Black Domain also adhered to its own brand of order, one that was far more brutal and sanguinary than the laws and regulations of interstellar societies. In the Black Domain, power was categorized into 5 tiers, from 1 to 5, with 1 being the strongest and 5 the weakest. The faction responsible for the attack on Su Ming and his companions belonged to the 4th tier of the 5th-tier faction, the York Star Pirates. While the complexities of the factions in the Black Domain were immense, they encompassed a diverse array of groups, each with distinct motives for their presence. Some factions comprised criminals, individuals sought after by various cosmic nations, resulting in a more chaotic and violent atmosphere. Others, like Walter's faction, primarily engaged in the black market trade of prohibited goods, thus exhibiting less aggression, although one should not assume they were devoid of malice, as betrayals were not uncommon within the Black Domain. Similar to the York Star Pirates, many factions not only established their bases within the Black Domain, but also frequently ventured into interstellar societies in search of prey. In essence, factions with notoriety in the Black Domain typically arrived for specific interests or reasons, while the true indigenous inhabitants fared far worse. Often reduced to slavery or treated as mere tools, they struggled to secure basic sustenance, with the rampant flow of profits in the Black Domain having no bearing on their plight. With newfound clarity, Su Ming understood the rationale behind the prior attack. Unlike other star regions, The black domain attracted individuals seeking to purchase illicit products due to its involvement in various shadowy trades. Areas of high profit often represented the core regions, making the black domain's outer planets the true heart of its operations, while those closer to the center were mere marginal zones. Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that their initial intent to find a peripheral planet had inadvertently led them to one of the most pivotal planets. This was in stark contrast to the structure of cosmic nations and interstellar societies. It was no wonder that the core planets in the black domain were fraught with peril. They had stumbled into a relatively dangerous star region. What should we do now? Should we leave this planet? Or Warren inquired, his face reflecting uncertainty. A glint of determination flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he spoke calmly. There is no need to leave. Since we have arrived, we shall make ourselves at home. We have received a gift upon our arrival, and now it is time to reciprocate. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the surrounding soldiers were taken aback, and Locke murmured. But Mr. Walter mentioned that the opposing base has 7th-level gene warriors. Everyone was acutely aware that Su Ming possessed a mech, and if donned, his combat power would rival that of a 7th-level gene warrior. However, the enemy would not consist of merely one 7th-level gene warrior within their stronghold. Numerous defensive systems and a multitude of other soldiers would surely be present. This situation is no longer something that can be remedied through mere skill. With an abundance of defensive systems and snipers locked onto them, even if Su Ming possessed exceptional abilities, he would find it nearly impossible to contend with a level 7 gene warrior given the limited maneuverability on the ground. The disparity in strength is evident. The opponent's military might, defensive systems, and cultivation level are undoubtedly far superior to their own. While mechs are formidable, they are inherently constrained when deployed on land. This is something Su Ming is acutely aware of. He harbors confidence, yet is not blind faith. In such circumstances, even the greatest skill would be futile. However, Su Ming took a deep breath, raised his head with a serious expression, and proposed, what if we directly bombard their base with the annihilation cannon? Upon hearing Su Ming's suggestion, everyone was taken aback, instinctively voicing their objections. No way. If the annihilation cannon is unleashed on land, it will certainly devastate the planet's ecological environment. We would attract trouble from more than just the Star Pirate Group. The York Star Pirate Group is merely a 4th-tier power. There are even 3 tiers above that. If the 4th tier is already proving to be a considerable challenge, one can only imagine the difficulties presented by the higher tiers. There is no doubt that within the higher tiers, there are more advanced gene warriors. Perhaps even level 10 gene warriors. Should the ecological environment of Abbey be destroyed, the first to retaliate would undoubtedly be the higher tier powers. If level 10 gene warriors were to come knocking, no matter how skilled Su Ming is, he would be left wanting in their presence. And surely, they would all suffer the consequences. The choice of weaponry is also influenced by the environment. While the annihilation cannon possesses great power, it is ill-suited for terrestrial use. With a mysterious smile, Su Ming suggested, we just need to modify the annihilation cannon. The group was momentarily stunned before they could respond. They saw Su Ming already diving into the spaceship. Exchanging glances, they could only follow him inside. At that moment, on the workbench within the ship, a massive mechanical apparatus lay before them. This was a broad-barreled annihilation cannon, exuding a strong metallic aura that rendered it exceptionally intimidating. As everyone entered the spaceship, they saw Su Ming, visibly excited, meticulously disassembling the cannon piece by piece. The group exchanged puzzled looks. What could possibly be done to modify the annihilation cannon? Even Warren, who was usually confident, felt some uncertainty. Su Ming's mind often brimmed with thoughts and ideas that diverged from mainstream mechanical knowledge, even contradicting at times. This very creativity is what led Warren to believe he could never catch up to Su Ming. It was these fanciful notions that allowed Su Ming's mechanical expertise to yield remarkable results. Silently, the others found a spot to sit, watching as Su Ming diligently modified the annihilation cannon. After all, they had just eliminated a wave of the pirate group, and the York Star pirates were likely still unaware of their losses, granting Su Ming some time for his modifications. Chapter 60, Modifying the Annihilation Cannon. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the soldiers around him, Su Ming focused intently on the annihilation cannon on the workbench. Once he approached the mechanical workstation, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the equipment before him, as if everything else had faded into irrelevance. Success in disassembling mechanical components, gaining starlight points. 1. Before long, the annihilation cannon was being systematically dismantled under Su Ming's deft hands. The starlight points in his system panel continued to rise, with hundreds of components contributing to his bounty. With his mechanical skills continually improving, Su Ming's speed in disassembling parts had reached a remarkable level. What once took him several minutes to dismantle could now be accomplished in mere seconds. To observers, Su Ming's hands became a blur, swiftly transforming mechanical components into numerous smaller pieces. This scene captivated Warren, who watched in awe. To him, Su Ming's hands did not seem to be disassembling machinery. Rather, it appeared as if he were sculpting a flawless work of art, infused with intricate techniques. Soon, the annihilation cannon was reduced to a pile of components. As Su Ming surveyed the pieces before him, he fell into deep contemplation. In his mind, a grand vision was taking shape, an intricate interplay of mechanical parts and their potential combinations. These images played out in his mind, undergoing simulations and assemblages. For a mechanic, the most critical step is not merely disassembly or reconstruction, but innovation. The design of any machine must first be conceptualized within the mechanic's mind before it can be translated into a tangible structure. Rapidly, Su Ming envisioned various assembly methods for the annihilation cannon. One by one, entirely different configurations were dismissed. The same weapon, with variations in parts and construction, could yield different outcomes. Some designs emphasized power, others range, and some focused on sustained output. This time, however, Su Ming aimed to adapt the annihilation cannon for terrestrial use without compromising the ecological balance, leading him to continually adjust his approach. An increase in power would be unacceptable, as it could harm the environment, while a decrease would render it ineffective against the York Star Pirates' defenses, risking a swift counterattack. After extensive reconfiguration, Su Ming began to outline a general plan for the modifications. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he reached for nearby mechanical parts, skillfully commencing the assembly. Warren, fetch me a planetary-class energy thruster. Warren, help me disassemble a sniper rifle targeting system. Su Ming operated like a lead surgeon at an operating table, casually instructing Warren to prepare various mechanical components. If he were to utilize only the original parts of the annihilation cannon, it would merely be a reorganization, not a modification. True modification involves replacing certain functions of the annihilation cannon with other components to gradually shape it into the desired form. Fortunately, Warren and Su Ming had developed an excellent rapport, akin to that of a principal mechanic and assistant, during their time in the repair workshops of NOP Planet. Warren continuously retrieved an array of parts, handing them to Su Ming at the workstation, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the modifications. Approximately an hour later, a smile graced Su Ming's face as he installed the final mechanical component onto the newly designed miniature annihilation cannon. Task accomplished. Su Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction and began to conduct a meticulous inspection of the cannon before him. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the gathered crowd hastily approached, their gazes fixated upon the annihilation cannon before them with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. "This is practically a mini annihilation cannon," one soldier remarked, his voice tinged with awe. Locke cast a wary glance at the weapon and expressed his concern. "Su Ming, we have yet to test this annihilation cannon. Could it potentially malfunction?" In response, Su Ming smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I am confident in its capabilities." The crowd exchanged glances, concern flickering in their eyes. After all, if this annihilation cannon failed to obliterate the enemy's defense systems in one fell swoop, they would undoubtedly face the wrathful retaliation of the York Star Pirates. The survival of many among them would be in jeopardy. Su Ming shook his head, dismissing their apprehensions. It was evident that their mindset had yet to adapt to the gravity of their situation. However, Su Ming understood all too well that their current predicament was far from the superficial tranquility it appeared to be. They were in a state of flight, and without taking risks to secure a foothold, their future would likely be bleak. From the moment they were pursued by the Empire, Su Ming recognized that certainty had become a luxury he could no longer afford. Where there is a possibility, there must be action. This was precisely why, after arriving in the Black Domain, Su Ming had adopted a more proactive stance, seeking to confront the York Star Pirates rather than maintaining his previously laid-back demeanor. His past life on Earth had imparted upon him the lesson that once one steps out of a comfortable environment, one must quickly learn to become formidable, lest they fall prey to disdain and bullying. This is Su Ming's philosophy of survival, ignoring the concerns of those around him. Su Ming dedicated an additional 20 minutes to meticulously repairing his mechanical arm before stowing it in his spatial backpack. He then seized the annihilation cannon and, without a word, exited the spacecraft. Observing this, the others exchanged glances and promptly followed suit, stepping out of the ship alongside Su Ming. Approximately 10 minutes later, atop a mountain on planet Abe, a cannon nearly half a man's height was positioned menacingly at the summit. Su Ming grasped the cannon's handle tightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Behind him, Locke and the other combat personnel stood, armed with mechanical gear and expressions of grave seriousness. They knew that the moment Su Ming unleashed the Annihilation Cannon, their battle against the York Star Pirates would commence in earnest. Chapter 61. The York Star Pirates. With both hands firmly gripping the massive Annihilation Cannon, Su Ming's mental energy began to resonate with the weapon. Although this cannon was substantial compared to other mechanical arms, it was but a diminutive version compared to its counterparts. An Annihilation Cannon is defined as a weapon capable of extinguishing a planet with a single shot. While most Annihilation Cannons do not literally shatter planets, but rather devastate their ecosystems, they remain formidable instruments of destruction on the battlefield. As the energy within Su Ming surged, the onlookers felt a shiver of disbelief. It was utterly insane. The thought of bombarding a military base with an Annihilation Cannon was beyond their wildest imaginations. Yet here was Su Ming, unwavering in his resolve. Soon after, the energy emanating from the cannon began to align with Su Ming's own mental energy, melding into a singular entity, as if Su Ming were the Annihilation Cannon and vice versa. This phenomenon occurs only when there is a nearly perfect synchronization between the user and their mechanical equipment. The crowd cast envious glances at Su Ming, realizing that such synergy could only be achieved by a skilled mechanic wielding their own assembled machinery. At that moment, Su Ming's energy expenditure in wielding the Annihilation Cannon approached zero. Through the cannon's scope, Su Ming surveyed a military base approximately 5 kilometers away, the stronghold of the York Star Pirates. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, resembling an unguarded apartment building, with individuals continuously entering and exiting. Yet, Su Ming was acutely aware that should the base detect any energy signatures targeting it, its defenses would activate in mere fractions of a second, enveloping the entire installation in a protective shield. Conventional mechanical weapons would stand little chance of breaching such defenses. However, the Annihilation Cannon, with its extensive range and formidable power, was far beyond the realm of standard weaponry. At that moment, a subtle glimmer of starlight enveloped Su Ming's eyes. The system. In this instant, the system endowed Su Ming with a vision enhancement, allowing him to perceive the intricate layout of the military base's defensive structures. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he scanned for the most vulnerable point of entry, preparing to strike from that location. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a specific spot, and a smile crept across his lips as the energy response from the Annihilation Cannon intensified. Meanwhile, within the heart of the York Star Pirates' lair, a middle-aged man with a satisfied expression rested his chin on his hand, seated in a prominent chair. This man was York, the leader of the York Star Pirates, a 7th-level Gene warrior. Presently, York was in high spirits, having recently orchestrated the successful hijacking of a substantial shipment of mechanical components. The total weight of this cargo exceeded 100 tons, with an estimated value in the billions of star coins. If he could successfully resell this shipment, the York Star Pirates would undoubtedly expand their ranks. He could even procure some costly 8th-level body enhancement serum, greatly amplifying his capabilities and potentially elevating him to 8th-level Gene warrior status. With such advancements, the York Star Pirates might ascend the ranks within the Black Domain. Just then, York glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. Loff, OL, weren't they supposed to be monitoring the Empire's ship landing for our ambush? It's been over an hour and a half. Why is there no update? York inquired of one of his subordinates. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the outcome, it was customary for his subordinates to report back at least once every hour. The absence of any communication now stirred an ominous premonition within him. Beside him, Loff, a tall and slender man radiating the energy signature of a 6th-level Gene warrior, also frowned upon hearing York's words. He was just about to reach for the communication device to contact OL and the others on their mission. At that very moment, Lav and York simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing toward the distant direction. York, taken aback, stood up abruptly and exchanged a glance with Lav, who, with a tone laced with uncertainty, inquired, "Why do I feel as though I'm being targeted by heavy weaponry?" Upon hearing his superior's words, Lav's heart skipped a beat, and he responded incredulously, "I feel it too." The moment York heard Lav's affirmation, his eyes widened in shock. If it were merely one person's perception, it could potentially be a misjudgment. However, when two individuals sensed the same ominous presence, it undoubtedly signified a grave reality. Was someone locking onto the base of the York Space Pirate crew with heavy weaponry? Who in the world would dare be so audacious? Were they insane enough to use heavy weaponry on Abe Planet? York sprang into action, ready to activate the base's defense systems, overwhelmed by a profound sense of absurdity. Someone was targeting the ground with heavy weaponry amidst the dark domain. The audacity of such an act could obliterate the ecological balance of Abe Planet. It was tantamount to declaring war against the Dark Domain. It took a moment for him to fully comprehend the veracity of the situation. Just as he was about to command the base's automated systems to engage the defenses, a vast brilliance of starlight erupted in the distance, followed by an overwhelming surge of energy that cascaded down upon the York Space pirate cruise base in an instant. The crew had barely a moment to react before being engulfed by the onslaught. Boom! A resounding explosion échoued, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the York Space pirate cruise base. The surrounding area trembled violently, akin to the onset of an earthquake. In the immediate aftermath of the explosion, several potent presences on Abe Planet swiftly locked onto the site of the detonation. Damn it! Was someone firing a planet-destroying cannon at the surface? Was this a declaration of war against us? The cataclysmic explosion stirred powerful energies, igniting a fierce bloodlust among those on Abe Planet, who directed their gazes toward the York Space pirate cruise base. Chapter 62. The Emergence of the Celestial. The assault with the planet-destroying cannon was an unequivocal attempt to annihilate everyone, directly threatening the interests of all involved. In an instant, countless powerful presences descended upon Abe Planet, their sights fixated upon the York Space pirate cruise base. Suddenly, upon witnessing the explosion at the base, a formidable figure uttered a soft gasp of realization. Although it was indeed a planet-destroying cannon, it bore an unusual characteristic. Typically, upon striking a target, the terrifying thermal energy expands rapidly, ultimately engulfing a tenth of a planet, thereby disrupting its ecological system. Yet this expert observed that, upon the detonation of the cannonball within the York Space pirate cruise base, the monstrous heat energy remained confined within a surprisingly limited area, as though an invisible force was restraining it within reasonable bounds. Under such circumstances, the area affected by the cannon strike was likely less than 2 kilometers in radius. Such a limited scope was inconsequential to Abe Planet, let alone capable of disrupting the ecological balance. This planet-destroying cannon had been modified? The expert discerned the underlying nature of the cannon at once, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his gaze. Could the assailant be an exceptionally skilled mechanic? This thought crossed his mind, accompanied by a glint of excitement. At that moment, the might of the planet-destroying cannon began to dissipate, revealing the remnants of the York Space pirate cruise base. What once stood there had vanished, replaced by a vast crater filled with various shattered metal fragments, undoubtedly remnants of the previously intact defense systems, now reduced to ashes by the cannon's blast. Every pirate within the York Space pirate crew had been obliterated in that horrifying strike, reduced to nothingness. Yet, it seemed not all was lost. A battered figure suddenly soared into the sky, its gaze filled with a ferocious intensity directed at the location of Su Ming. You're seeking death. You've destroyed 2 decades of my hard work in an instant. It was York. As a level 7 genetic warrior, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion, York's physical prowess exceeded 40,000 units. Though injured, he was far from dead, his expression twisted in rage, his eyes burning with fury. Despite the decline in his energy, he fixed his gaze upon Su Ming. In an explosive surge, he charged at him. A terrifying surge of energy erupted in an instant. York was truly enraged. 2 decades of effort had been obliterated in a heartbeat, and anyone in his position would be equally furious. His form shot forth like a meteor, colliding fiercely with Su Ming. Su Ming, witnessing York's advance, remained unperturbed. Everything unfolded precisely as he had calculated. In a flash, he retracted the planet-destroying cannon, and a robust layer of armor enveloped him. System, exchange for 200 star points. Su Ming commanded coldly. Almost instantaneously, a torrent of immense star energy surged into his being. Without hesitation, he drew forth a blood-red battle axe, which erupted with a powerful wave of energy. Boom! The blood-soaked wave of the battle axe clashed against York's weapon in a spectacular display of raw power, causing the very mountains beneath them to tremble and crumble. York wielded a mechanical combat knife. In this interstellar era, it was rare for anyone to employ unconventional weaponry. Even swords had become almost obsolete. Weapons demanding excessive finesse had long since been eclipsed by more straightforward, brutal instruments. Axes, knives, and hammers ruled supreme. Their confrontation was fierce yet brief. Both combatants pushed back by each other's formidable strength. A mech warrior? York was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his features. The name mech warrior resonated with such weight that it instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Nevertheless, the vendetta for the destruction of his base could not go unpunished. After navigating through his initial shock, Yurk swiftly regained his composure. He recognized that the opponent's energy output was only slightly superior to his own, albeit in a wounded state. Had he been uninjured, his energy output would likely have matched the mech warrior's. This indicated that the pilot's prowess was likely inferior to his own. The mech's enhancement was what allowed it to rival him. A mech capable of augmenting energy levels by over 30,000 units? This thought ignited a sense of envy within Yurk. Boom! Once more they clashed, the axe and knife unleashing an exhilarating display of primal strength. Su Ming's gaze was icy and penetrating as he continually assessed his opponent's physical condition in his mind. The fierce clash between the two had shattered the very ground beneath them. Locke and his companions had long been compelled to retreat 2 kilometers away, as the shockwaves from their battle had caused the very stones within that radius to splinter and scatter. It had been ages since Abe Planet had witnessed a confrontation of such intense energy levels. Consequently, the various factions on Abe Planet turned their attention towards the site of their duel. The powerful individual who had previously visited the York Pirate Group's base was now filled with overwhelming elation upon realizing that Su Ming was a mech warrior. His eagerness to find a capable mechanic to assemble a mech surged within him. The mech that adorned Su Ming was evidently of his own construction. An extraordinary stroke of fortune for this observer. All that remained was to await the moment when this mech warrior would vanquish his adversary. From his perspective, an uninjured York could still rival this mech warrior. However, after sustaining injuries, York's physical capabilities had evidently diminished significantly. It was only a matter of time before he would be dispatched beneath the might of the mech warrior's axe. Indeed, the observer's assessment proved astute. Just as their combat intensified to an extraordinary degree, the flesh on York's surface suddenly ruptured. The sheer intensity of their struggle had pushed their physical limits to the brink, resulting in substantial strain on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, York's physical vitality would have been more than sufficient to bear such a burden. However, now, with significant injuries, he could not withstand the pressure, causing his body to tear apart spontaneously. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. He promptly exchanged 400 points of starlight energy from his system, channeling it into the colossal axe he wielded. In the next moment, the mech executed a swift maneuver, propelling itself forward. From within the mech, Su Ming, with a keen gaze, uttered 2 words, "Open heaven." The axe's radiance soared into the heavens, seemingly capable of cleaving the very firmament. A rich, blood-red glow erupted at that moment, casting everything around it in a vivid crimson hue. Open heaven. In that instant, the fearsome energy emanating from the bloodthirsty axe reached terrifying heights. Before York could react, the axe descended with brutal force, cleaving both him and his weapon in twain. A formidable 7th-level genetic warrior met his demise in an instant beneath the onslaught of Su Ming's open heaven technique. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from Abe Planet's various powers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Could that axe's energy have reached 550,000? One murmured. Given that this young warrior's physical energy level was at most 7,000, and while his brain domain energy might be somewhat stronger, the sudden eruption of 550,000 energy seemed implausible. The sharp-eyed warriors scrutinized Su Ming incredulously. Could it be the mech? No, that seemed unlikely. The mech he wore appeared to be a basic E-class model from the Empire, incapable of such formidable energy. The only conceivable explanation lay in a battle technique. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals paused, their expressions turning contemplative. Some powerful figures cast glances at Su Ming, a hint of malicious intent flickering in their eyes. Indeed, the existence of battle techniques was acknowledged in this world. However, these techniques differed significantly from those found in martial arts novels. Here, battle techniques referred to specialized methods of exerting force that enhanced physical energy, enabling the body to unleash greater power. Typically, these techniques lacked the flamboyant maneuvers often associated with martial arts, and were often simple muscle movements or specific actions. Yet, precisely for this reason, battle techniques were even more precious to genetic warriors. Due to their rarity, the techniques accessible to most lacked such formidable potency. Consequently, some strong individuals on Abe Planet began to contemplate their designs on Su Ming. The Black Domain warriors, driven by greed, began to make their presence felt, their aggressive auras probing towards Su Ming. Sensing these hostile energies, Su Ming's gaze grew cold as he unhesitatingly radiated his own aura, issuing a warning to the ill-intentioned presences surrounding him. In that moment, He resembled a lion in the wilderness, driving away the encroaching hyenas. Yet among these hyenas lurked other lions, some even more formidable, all eyeing Su Ming with keen interest. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the air around Lu Yuan nearly solidifying. At that juncture, a hearty laugh shattered the oppressive silence, followed by the appearance of a robust figure beside Su Ming. It was a brawny man who, upon his arrival, swept a sharp gaze around the area. "Hu Bing, why is he stepping in for this young man?" murmured the Black Domain warriors, their desirous gazes upon Su Ming now replaced with apprehension. "Stand down. Hu Bing is the second in command of Tianlin, and we cannot afford to provoke him." With Hu Bing's arrival, the suffocating energy enveloping Su Ming gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Su Ming turned to regard the imposing figure, a subtle expression of gratitude crossing his face. Hu Bing's timely intervention had undoubtedly provided Su Ming with a means of escape. At this level of power, it was impossible for him not to sense the shift in energy. His presence had clearly been a deliberate move to aid Su Ming. However, Su Ming was acutely aware that Hu Bing likely had ulterior motives for his assistance, as individuals from the Black Domain were solely driven by self-interest. "Thank you for the timely rescue. May I inquire if there is something you wish for my assistance with?" Su Ming inquired, removing the mech he had been wearing. His curiosity piqued. This formidable warrior exuded an aura that suggested he was at least an 8th or even 9th level genetic warrior. At such levels, the transformation in energy capabilities was indeed formidable. While he could contend with 7th level warriors, he was no match for an 8th level warrior. Should the adversary seek to harm him, even clad in his mech, his demise would be inevitable, rendering the need to wear it for conversation unnecessary. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the brawny man chuckled and replied, "I am Hu Bing. Young brother, your mech maneuvers were quite remarkable, I must say. They left me in awe." Su Ming let out a light chuckle, choosing not to respond, but instead patiently awaiting Hu Bing's next words. As anticipated, Hu Bing, upon noticing Su Ming's demeanor, smiled and continued, "It seems you have already deduced that I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. I wonder if you could assist me in assembling a mech?" Su Ming was taken aback. "Assemble a mech?" Hu Bing nodded slightly. "Of course, this is not the standard mech of the Empire, but rather a blueprint for a mech I previously acquired from someone else. It belongs to the D-class category. I have yet to find a suitable mechanic in the Black Domain to assist me in its assembly. Now that I see that your mech is self-assembled, I wish to inquire if you could help me put mine together." Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming felt a surge of astonishment. A D-class mech is already considered an advanced model. His own humanoid mech is merely an E-class standard mech from the Empire, which is quite basic by comparison. If E-class mechs possess such formidable capabilities, one can only imagine the extent of power that a D-class mech could wield. The man before him, if he possesses a D-class mech, could even rival a Tier 10 gene warrior. No wonder he is so eager to befriend me. It seems his intentions are driven by the mech. This reveals the high status of mechanics within the cosmic society. Forming an alliance with a mechanic would signify a substantial enhancement of one's combat prowess, enabling one to contend with a Tier 10 gene warrior while possessing the strength of a Tier 9 warrior. Who wouldn't want to befriend someone capable of boosting their power without any conflict of interest? Su Ming is beginning to experience the formidable networking power that mechanics possess. After a moment of contemplation regarding the D-class mech, Su Ming lifted his gaze to Hu Bing and stated, "I can assist you in assembling the mech, but I have a few conditions." Chapter 64. D-class mech Hu Bing, upon hearing this, was instantly elated and exclaimed, "Please, do tell me your conditions. I will do my utmost to fulfill them." For Hu Bing, the mech represents his greatest aspiration. As Su Ming had surmised, Hu Bing was indeed a Tier 9 gene warrior. However, the ascent from a Tier 9 to a Tier 10 gene warrior is exceptionally arduous. The only way to enhance his combat strength in the short term is through the mech. Once the mech is assembled, Hu Bing's power could potentially soar to the level of a Tier 10 gene warrior. At that point, as long as the formidable experts in the Black Domain do not intervene, he would be virtually invincible within this realm. It is evident how profound Hu Bing's yearning for a mech truly is. Su Ming smiled and continued, "First, the D-class mech will involve some knowledge of cluster-level mechanics. While it is not extensive, it is indeed necessary, and I may require you to provide this mechanical knowledge." Without hesitation, Hu Bing nodded in agreement. "That is no problem. Although cluster-level mechanical knowledge is not inexpensive, it pales in comparison to the assembly of the mech." Su Ming nodded and proceeded, "Secondly, I need some time to study the mech knowledge. Afterward, I would like to have the rights to disseminate this knowledge." Hu Bing pondered briefly before responding, "That is acceptable, but the mech knowledge must not be disclosed to my adversaries. If they were to learn of it, they could exploit the mech's weaknesses against me. Su Ming nodded in understanding. This concern is common among mech warriors, which is precisely why many are compelled to become mechanics themselves. With a smile, Su Ming added, lastly, could we form an alliance with the force behind you? I do not require you to take any action, merely to leverage your reputation. Upon hearing this, Hu Bing could not help but chuckle. Su Ming was astute, recognizing that his conspicuous entry into the Black Domain would undoubtedly attract attention, thus proposing an alliance to utilize the influence of his backing to deter potential threats. For Hu Bing, this bore no risk and presented an opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Su Ming, a mechanic. Without hesitation, he agreed. He then provided Su Ming with his contact information and the backup blueprints for the mech. I estimate you may need some time to settle in, but that is no concern. I have plenty of time and will wait for you. Oh, by the way, it seems York obtained a decent haul a couple of days ago. You might want to search his remains. Hu Bing remarked with a smile before gracefully departing. Left alone, Su Ming stood in place until Warren and the others arrived beside him. Su Ming, how did it go? The group cautiously surveyed their surroundings, wary of any remaining enemies. Seeing their expressions, Su Ming chuckled. They've all been obliterated. There's no one left. Now we must contend with the aftermath and reconstruction. The group quickly redirected their gaze to the ravaged ground, their faces reflecting a wry smile. The terrain was utterly devastated, having been directly struck by the annihilation cannon and furthermore by the battle between Su Ming and York. It appeared as though it had been plowed. Establishing a base here would be no small feat, even with the assistance of construction robots. In due course, Su Ming delegated the task of rebuilding the base to Warren and Locke, while he himself scoured the battlefield. He recalled Hu Bing mentioning that York had acquired some valuable goods, which piqued his curiosity. Soon enough, Su Ming discovered a small storage ring on York's severed body. Fortunately, when he dispatched York, he had employed an axe rather than firearms. Otherwise, the storage ring might have been shattered beyond recognition. Su Ming promptly opened the storage ring to investigate its contents. To his delight, it was filled with an abundance of mechanical parts. Upon seeing these components, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was a serendipitous find. For a mechanic, the value of mechanical parts far exceeds what others might perceive. If these parts were to be sold by anyone else, they might fetch around 1 billion star coins. However, if Su Ming were to assemble them and sell them afterward, even a fraction of these components could yield the original price. In the hands of a mechanic, mechanical parts can indeed appreciate in value by more than tenfold. Moreover, as everyone prepared to settle down, they would soon need to recruit and build a faction. Possessing these mechanical parts equates to having a significant reserve of capital for the future, compared to the uncertainty they faced upon their arrival in the Black Domain. The situation for Su Ming and his companions was gradually becoming clearer. With the announcement of their alliance with the force known as Tianlin, those who had previously been fixated on Su Ming instinctively withdrew their gaze, no longer lurking with predatory intent. For Su Ming, the matter seemed to have reached a conclusion. The next step was the reconstruction of the base. However, this was a task he need not concern himself with. It could be entrusted to Locke and the others. At this moment, Su Ming sat alone within the spacecraft. Before him lay a stack of mech knowledge and blueprints, the assembly knowledge for the D-Class mech. Overlord D-Class humanoid mech. Energy level range, 60,000, 150,000. Mech abilities, Overlord armor, charge strike. Mecha type, close combat variant. Mecha weapon, Supreme Battleblade. Supreme armor. The Mecha is equipped with a shield capable of absorbing a total energy attack of 25W. The kinetic energy conversion device stores the energy from attacks against the Supreme armor, ensuring that the Mecha is not propelled backward due to kinetic force. Charge strike. This ability releases the stored kinetic energy, augmenting the next attack's power by a one-time increase of 10W. A flicker of intrigue sparked in Su Ming's eyes. Upon advancing to this upgraded Mecha, it possesses unique capabilities. This model is designated as the Supreme Mecha, featuring special energy shields and conversion devices that grant immunity to certain kinetic attacks, rendering it as formidable as an unyielding tyrant. Moreover, the charge strike can serve as a decisive finishing move, delivering an unexpected impact when employed as the final blow. In summary, the performance of this Mecha undoubtedly surpasses that of his previous silver base model, particularly when combined with his own Skybreaker. The potential for unleashing terrifying power becomes evident. Su Ming could not help but feel a stirring excitement upon reviewing the schematics and knowledge of this Mecha. Chapter 65, The Three Great Cosmic Eras. After enduring Su Ming's fierce confrontation, the Black Domain swiftly returned to its previous rhythm. For the Black Domain, such levels of conflict are mere trifles. There have been instances of battles within its starry expanse involving formidable warriors exceeding the 10th level of genetic prowess. The factions rooted in the Black Domain have grown accustomed to such skirmishes. Thus, while the incident involving the planet-destroying cannon startled some, upon realizing it was modified by Su Ming, the unusual gazes were quickly retracted. Conversely, news regarding the arrival of a seemingly skilled mechanic began to circulate among various factions within the Black Domain. Although Su Ming's reputation had yet to ascend, the inhabitants of Abbey Planet were well aware of the presence of such a mechanic on their planet. After Su Ming and his companions eradicated the York Star pirates, they set about establishing a base amidst the ruins. A plethora of discarded mechanical components were excavated from the debris by the local natives, subsequently set aside. These natives had been specifically recruited by Locke to assist in the construction of the base. It became apparent that in the Black Domain, the most inexpensive labor force was not the working robots, but rather the local populace. For mere 1 or 2 star coins, one could hire a robust native for an entire week, remarkably economical. Locke, with a grand gesture, spent over 1,000 star coins to employ more than 500 natives to reconstruct the base atop the ruins. This scene encapsulates the peculiar nature of the Black Domain. Despite being a region of advanced technology, formidable combat prowess, and mature factions, the local natives and other powers within the Black Domain exist in a significant cultural chasm, as everything stems from external sources. Observing the locals feels reminiscent of humanity's early civilization during the first cosmic era, when humankind was still confined to surface-level existence. Su Ming continued to delve into the D-grade mecha knowledge provided by Hu Bing, which proved to be significantly more intricate than that of the E-grade. After all, D-grade mecha knowledge encompasses aspects of the development of second cosmic era technologies. What constitutes second cosmic era technology? Simply put, throughout human development, each substantial technological revolution has been regarded as a milestone. Each revolution has allowed human society to achieve qualitative leaps. From the existing annals of history, 3 major revolutions can be identified. The first revolution marked the transition of surface civilization into the industrial technological era, known as the first cosmic era or the surface era. Although the mechanical equipment Su Ming previously assembled was not solely a product of the first cosmic era, it remained at that technological level. The second Grand Revolution's core technology revolves around the development of spatial technology. Following this, humanity entered the second cosmic era, embarking on the relentless exploration of the cosmos, establishing interstellar civilizations, and transforming planetary topographies to render them habitable. The current 5 cosmic nations are colossal entities that rapidly emerged during the second cosmic era. This supreme D-grade humanoid mecha features energy shields and kinetic energy conversion devices, all products of second cosmic era technology. Every mechanic, upon beginning their studies, must first grasp the foundational knowledge from the first cosmic era. Despite the relative backwardness of first cosmic era technology, it serves as the bedrock for all subsequent knowledge and techniques. This is an unavoidable rite of passage for every mechanic, who must diligently solidify their understanding of first cosmic era knowledge before advancing. Once a firm foundation is established, mechanics progress to learning second cosmic era knowledge. By this stage, the knowledge system expands into a vast and intricate web, where a plethora of imaginative concepts begin to emerge. Each subsequent mecha possesses unique attributes and combat styles, underpinned by these imaginative technologies. Having transcended the level of stellar mechanics, Su Ming gradually approached the realm of cluster mechanics. The hallmark of a cluster mechanic is the initiation of studies in second cosmic technologies. Reaching this juncture signifies a transformation for the mechanic. Cluster-level mechanical equipment far surpasses that of stellar-level counterparts. Su Ming, are you around? I bring you mechanical knowledge. A week later, the base began to take shape. As 5 towering buildings rose amidst the diligent efforts of over 500 natives, forming the foundation for Su Ming and his companions. On this day, a week later, Hu Bing arrived at Su Ming's base, greeted him with a smile, and presented a compendium of cluster-level mechanical knowledge to Su Ming. This was precisely the cluster-level mechanical knowledge Su Ming had previously requested Hu Bing to procure. Intermediate theory of kinetic energy utilization. Upon handing over this knowledge, Hu Bing couldn't help but beam with joy. Brother, this must be the last one, right? Once I finish learning, when can I come to assist you in assembling the mecha? Prior to this, Hu Bing had already delivered 3 previous volumes of cluster-level mechanical knowledge. And this theory of kinetic energy was the final piece Su Ming had requested. Now that all 4 volumes were complete, Hu Bing's excitement began to stir. So means Maïv. Having thoroughly studied the Mecha knowledge during this time, he was merely awaiting this last volume to proceed with assembly. He then replied, "In 2 weeks, I will come find you. At that time, I will assist you in assembling the Mecha at your base." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. In 2 weeks, I shall eagerly await your arrival at my base." With that, Hu Bing swiftly departed from Su Ming's base. After bidding farewell to Hu Bing, Su Ming returned to his workshop, opened the materials Hu Bing had provided, and began to examine them in detail. Beside Su Ming lay several mechanical components, unmistakably parts of a mech. These components belonged to the D-Class Tyrant humanoid mech. Su Ming had audaciously commenced the assembly of the D-Class Tyrant humanoid mech within his own base ahead of schedule, which elucidates the reason for the 2-week delay with Hu Bing. While Su Ming could master the mechanical theories in mere days, the 2-week period was intended for him to assemble this mech first, before assisting Hu Bing with his own. After all, every mechanic imbues the first assembly of a mech with a unique essence, as if granting it a soul and a semblance of life. This notion, though seemingly idealistic, has been validated as a tangible phenomenon since the third technological revolution in the cosmos, ushering in the third cosmic era. The initial assembly of an unfamiliar mech indeed entails a wondrous awakening process, resulting in a mech that typically exhibits approximately 20 superior capabilities compared to its standard counterparts. The pinnacle of technological advancements in the third cosmic era is, after all, the culmination of science and theology. Chapter 66, The Mining Star Domain. Su Ming was resolute in retaining the first mech for himself. He would not allow it to fall into Hu Bing's hands. Although Hu Bing had shown him kindness, Su Ming firmly believed that in the black domain, only interest prevailed, devoid of personal sentiments. After several days of delving into kinetic theories, Su Ming decisively approached his workbench and began assembling the mech before him. Many of the mech components were absent from a base. Yet this posed no challenge for Su Ming. He skillfully disassembled certain independent parts from the vast array of mechanical components obtained from the York Star Pirate Group and reassembled them into new mechanical elements. While the majority of the components from the York Star Pirate Group were planetary and stellar grade, a few were of cluster grade. These mechanical parts had become a veritable treasure trove for Su Ming. Whatever he sought, he could likely find within. Without hesitation, Su Ming engraved his exclusive imprint onto each mechanical component and proceeded to reassemble them. The mech's construction involved a plethora of cluster-grade mechanical knowledge, and during the assembly process, Su Ming naturally organized and integrated this advanced knowledge. For mechanics, the swiftest route to elevating their cerebral capacity is to acquire new, more sophisticated knowledge, focusing intently on the repair and modification of machines. At this moment, Su Ming was in an optimal state for rapid cerebral enhancement, his full attention dedicated to the mechanical workstation as he meticulously connected each component. This intricate process was exceedingly taxing, as even the slightest misstep could result in the total destruction of the mechanical parts. Thus, Su Ming dared not relax, elevating his mental acuity to an exceptionally active state. Soon, his cerebral capacity experienced a remarkable surge amidst this endeavor. At the very moment Su Ming was establishing his roots in the black domain and commencing the assembly of the tyrant mech, a confrontation brewed among the armies of the 5 cosmic nations in a distant star domain, the newly discovered mining star domain. Each planet within this expanse shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, the radiant light of the stars reflecting off the metallic elements within, signifying an abundance of mineral deposits. Such a wealth of resources, rarely encountered even in the third cosmic era, positioned this star domain among the top 10 of all explored mining regions throughout history. The immense value of this mining star domain incited fierce competition among the 5 empires, shifting their focus to this lucrative realm. In contrast, the Lhasa Alliance appeared trivial in comparison. Consequently, tensions escalated within the mining star domain, with each cosmic nation dispatching more than 5 Enlightenment-class mech warriors to this site. Warfare, however, was unlikely to erupt. With 25 Enlightenment-class warriors present, any conflict would likely devastate the region. Their presence served primarily as a deterrent to the formidable forces of rival nations. At this juncture, Colin Clarence, the head of the Colin family, and Su Ming's estranged father, arrived at the mining planet. Although Su Ming had been expelled from the Colin family, the blood ties remained undeniable. Seated within his warship, Colin Clarence leisurely sipped from a fine goblet of wine, acutely aware that, despite the tense atmosphere, conflict was improbable. A confrontation would not align with the interests of the 5 cosmic nations, resulting only in mutual losses within this star domain. Thus, The Enlightenment-class warriors found themselves in a surprisingly relaxed state, even engaging in social visits across different cosmic nations. As Colin Clarence gazed upon the mining star domain, the myriad of shimmering lights caused his eyes to narrow slightly. Everyone present was essentially awaiting decisions from the leaders of the 5 cosmic nations regarding the distribution of resources. Politicians were undoubtedly laboring over the interests of the mining star domain, holding numerous meetings to determine the best approach to extract resources from this area. Ultimately, the decision on how to exploit this mining domain would be a collective one among the 5 cosmic nations, with other cosmic forces likely receiving only a small allocation, perhaps around 5%, while the remaining 95% would be absorbed by the 5 empires. Colin Clarence and his associates awaited the final decision before taking any corresponding actions. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. He set down his goblet and called out, "Enter." A middle-aged man clad in a simple robe stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Colin Clarence inquired, "How is my second son faring on NOP planet?" Despite having expelled Su Ming, Colin Clarence could not entirely suppress the pangs of regret for his impulsive decision. Yet, as the esteemed head of the Colin family, he was reluctant to admit any lapse in judgment, publicly maintaining that he had merely sent his son away for training. Several months after Su Ming was expelled from the Colin family, Colin Clarence dispatched a middle-aged man from his side to locate Su Ming and clandestinely bring him back to the Colin household. At this moment, he was somewhat taken aback by the swiftness of this subordinate's return. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's inquiry, the middle-aged man revealed a wry smile before hesitantly responding. "Great Lord Colin Clarence, I regret to inform you that the second young master, Su Ming, departed from NOP Star over a month ago." Chapter 67. Clarence's regret what? Colin Clarence abruptly rose to his feet, his incredulous gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man. "Mr. Dewey, what transpired? Surely, you have conducted a thorough investigation." A piercing intensity flickered in Colin Clarence's eyes, underscoring his inner turmoil. The man named Dewey felt a twinge of anxiety upon perceiving the gravity of the situation. Before him stood one of the Empire's formidable beings, an awakening-level powerhouse. If Colin Clarence were to unleash his wrath, the consequences could be dire, potentially endangering Dewey's very life. In the Empire, the slaughter by an awakening-level being was typically overlooked unless excessively egregious. As Colin Clarence's calm demeanor belied an undercurrent of suppressed fury, Dewey's heart raced. Without hesitation, he continued, "I have inquired with numerous individuals. It is said that when young Master Su Ming passed through the spatial transmission station, his brain domain energy level registered at 25 points. Evidently, young Master Su Ming had regained his faculties prior to traversing the station." Startled, Colin Clarence's heart sank. A brain domain energy level of 25? Did this not imply that Su Ming was on the verge of shattering the Empire's millennia-old record, potentially becoming the highest achiever post-gene lock activation? How could this be? His own measurements had indicated merely 3 points. How could such a transformation occur so swiftly? If this were indeed the case, Su Ming's talent might reach a terrifying zenith. Colin Clarence, though internally tumultuous, suppressed his complex emotions and urged Dewey to continue. Dewey cautiously glanced at Colin Clarence before elaborating. "Subsequently, I conducted further inquiries on NOP Star. Young Master Su Ming is currently employed as a mechanic under a man named Monty. Upon questioning Monty, he described young Master Su Ming's mechanical skills as exceptional, capable of repairing and modifying even planetary-grade machinery, producing remarkably powerful equipment." And then, Colin Clarence's mood soured further. His son, now a mechanic adept at repairing planetary-grade machinery? Such equipment was not something an imbecile could mend, affirming that Su Ming's intellect had indeed been restored. Although Colin Clarence remained oblivious to the means of this recovery, and suspected that Su Ming may have never truly been incapacitated, he was confounded by the definitive 3-point reading from Hall's assessment. Dewey continued in a hushed tone, "Then, the Sea Blue Star people invaded NOP Star." The Sea Blue Star people? Are they not a minor cosmic civilization? One I could crush with a single hand? How audacious to invade a logistics planet of the Empire. Colin Clarence furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Dewey felt a bitter smile tug at his lips upon hearing Colin Clarence's soliloquy. While it was true that he, as an awakening-level entity, could easily dispatch them, the Sea Blue Star people were a cataclysmic presence for NOP Star. Then young Master Su Ming shot and killed a 5th-level Sea Blue Star being with a sniper rifle. Dewey reported quietly. "What?" Colin Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief. He leaped to his feet, unable to contain his astonishment. In just over a month since departing the Colin family, he had managed to kill a 5th-level Sea Blue Star being. What on earth was happening? Colin Clarence was genuinely baffled. Within a mere month, Su Ming had ascended from a first-level gene warrior to one capable of slaying fifth-level beings. The magnitude of such talent was staggering. His eldest son, Su Rue, had taken over a year to reach fourth-level gene warrior status. Although that year had primarily been foundational training for future rapid advancement, the leap to fifth-level gene warrior within a month was truly extraordinary. Yet this was not the most astonishing part. What shocked my subordinates even more was that young Master Su Ming then enlisted in the temporary military at number 32. During his service, while piloting a mech amidst an onslaught of thousands of cosmic creatures, he killed a 7th-level cosmic being, the Steel Lizard. This has been reported by the number 32 temporary military, along with video evidence. After stating this, Dewey presented Colin Clarence with a video of Su Ming piloting the mech and annihilating the Steel Lizard. Colin Clarence accepted the video with an odd expression, subsequently scrutinizing it intently, as he observed Su Ming's maneuvers, anticipations, and various evasion techniques. Colin Clarence's incredulity deepened. Some of the maneuvers were beyond his own capabilities. While individuals at Colin Clarence's level typically no longer required such techniques, as the dimensions and tiers of combat had ascended to another realm, the skills exhibited by Su Ming suggested extraordinary potential. As a general of the Empire, Colin Clarence's discerning eye quickly deduced that Su Ming possessed expertise that could easily qualify him as an instructor within the mech army. How had he acquired such proficiency? He had not piloted a mech during his time with the family. Colin Clarence found it unfathomable. It felt as though Su Ming had transformed entirely. Such skills could not be honed without extensive practice. Yet, it had been only a little over 6 months since Su Ming's departure from the Colin family. Even if he had trained tirelessly during that time, it seemed implausible to achieve such results. Truly remarkable. A prodigious son indeed. This lad has taken after me in my youth, Colin Clarence mused, increasingly pleased with his son's accomplishments. With such extraordinary talent, surely dreams of him would elicit smiles upon awakening. Yet suddenly, Colin Clarence's eyes widened in realization. If memory served him correctly, the Empire had executed a confidentiality plan, within which the temporary military was to be sealed off and obliterated. Colin Clarence felt his heart race. Chapter 68. The allocation of mines. Colin Clarence sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with fury and panic. Grabbing Dewey by the collar, he snarled through clenched teeth, "Are you implying that my son was eliminated by that damned confidentiality plan?" Colin Clarence's fury surged, causing the glass objects around him to shatter explosively. Had it not been for Colin Clan's restraint in suppressing his overwhelming presence, even a warship might have been violently torn asunder by his ferocious aura. Upon sensing Colin Clan's might, Dewey was immediately drenched in cold sweat. In that moment, he felt a perilous brush with death. Alarmed, he realized that Colin Clan's combat prowess had escalated further. Rumor had it that he had ascended to the ranks of an Apocalypse-class powerhouse. Yet he had somehow managed to enhance his capabilities even more. A master like Colin Clan's could likely contend with newly ascended Apocalypse-class warriors without even donning armor. Dewey swallowed hard, then promptly spoke. "Your Excellency Colin Clans, please remain calm." The second young master did not perish following the eradication plan. He managed to escape. He escaped? Colin Clan's breath momentarily faltered, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dewey. The Empire had dispatched 10 7th-tier mech warriors to surround each warship. How could a Steel Lizard possibly compare? He could eliminate a Steel Lizard, but how could he possibly evade the grasp of 10 7th-tier mech warriors? Colin Clans uttered incredulously. Dewey shook his head. "The facts are indeed, as I say, Your Excellency Colin Clans. However, how the second young master managed to escape is a matter of imperial confidentiality, and I lack the authority to inquire further." Colin Clans set Dewey down, his aura slightly receding. His expression softened as he addressed Dewey with a calm demeanor. "I apologize, Mr. Dewey. I was overly agitated just now. Might you have knowledge of my son's whereabouts?" Upon hearing Colin Clan's inquiry, Dewey offered a wry smile and shook his head. The second young master utilized spatial jump to exit the Empire's star domain. Currently, no one knows where he's gone. Colin Clans nodded, unperturbed by this information. It was entirely expected that the whereabouts of Su Ming remained unknown. Had anyone known, Su Ming would likely have been unable to escape the Empire's relentless pursuit. Colin Clan's expression shifted between shadows and light before he abruptly stood up and declared to Dewey, "This is unacceptable. I must personally visit the Imperial Military Office to demand the immediate revocation of the warrant for Su Ming's arrest. How dare they pursue my son? Please remain here and await the Empire's directives. I shall return at once. Dewey's face betrayed a sense of urgency. How could he single-handedly manage this precarious situation? Just as he prepared to rise and dissuade Clan's expression changed, and he picked up the communication system. At that moment, a call request appeared on the screen. What is it? Clan's furrowed his brow. This was a call from the Imperial Leader's office. The arrival of this call almost invariably signified that the office was poised to discuss strategic arrangements with Clan's. Your Excellency, the conference of the 5 cosmic nations has concluded, and a consensus has been reached. The Empire is to be allocated an 18 share. Clan's was taken aback by the staff member's announcement. 18? What are the other 4? The other 4 nations will also receive an 18 share. This distribution is relatively equitable, Your Excellency. What? So the remaining 10 is to be evenly divided among the other cosmic nations? In human society, apart from the 5 cosmic nations holding absolute dominance, there existed numerous lesser forces, such as cluster-level and galaxy-level cosmic nations. Altogether, there were over 10,000 slightly weaker cosmic nations outside the 5. Whenever a new resource star domain was discovered, a portion was traditionally allocated to these other cosmic nations, albeit symbolically, usually around 3 to 5. Yet this time, a full 10 was to be granted. This perplexed Clan's. In response to Clan's confusion, the staff member chuckled lightly and explained, Your Excellency, you must be aware that the Void Civilization is currently at war with us. Besides the 5 cosmic nations, many other cosmic nations are also deploying significant military resources. If we were to distribute shares in the traditional manner, it would likely provoke discontent among the other cosmic nations. Upon hearing this clarification, Clan's expression shifted to one of understanding. The Void Civilization was a non-human, cosmic-level civilization, vast in scale and territory. The expanse of the universe was so immense that human-occupied regions constituted but a fraction, less than 1/10,000th. In other territories, various peculiar civilizations existed. During humanity's ongoing expansion, they frequently encountered previously unknown civilizations. Naturally, weaker ones were susceptible to invasion, while stronger civilizations exhibited aggression. The Void Civilization, in terms of civilization strength, was somewhat superior to human civilization. However, the two were still comparable. Currently, the Void Civilization and human civilization were embroiled in fierce conflict within a central star domain, fighting for cosmic resources. This struggle had persisted for over a decade, with both sides well acquainted with each other. In the absence of a guarantee for total annihilation of the opponent, a full-scale war was unlikely to erupt. Presently, skirmishes were commonplace, with the majority of combatants being smaller cosmic nations within human society. Thus, during this period, it was essential to allocate more resources to these smaller nations to avert negative public sentiment within human society. Clan's nodded, indicating his comprehension. He then terminated the call, rose, and addressed Dewey. In that case, I shall return to the Empire while you oversee the mining operations in this sector. Once extraction is complete, send the resources back in batches. Suddenly, an idea struck Clan's, and he continued, By the way, I will have my eldest son, Surway, come to manage the transportation of the resources, allowing him to make his presence known within the Empire's upper echelons. You need only hand over the resources to him when the time comes. With that, Clan's departed, leaving the warship behind. Chapter 69. The Tyrant Mech takes shape. Meanwhile, the event occurring in the distant mining star domain had little bearing on the Black Domain. The Black Domain did not belong to the conventional forces of human society. While it was not universally reviled, it occupied a gray area that the authorities preferred to ignore. At this moment, on the planet Abbey within the Black Domain, Su Ming had arrived at a military base. Brother Su Ming, the mechanical components you requested have been prepared. Here is the workstation. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Su Ming. Today marked the day Su Ming had promised to come to Tianlin to assemble the Tyrant Mech. The people at Tianlin could not help but cast curious glances at Su Ming, murmuring their thoughts aloud. So young. Bingji, you must keep your wits about you. Don't be deceived. Can someone so young truly assemble a D-class mech? A somewhat roguish young man curled his lip and then spoke up. Hoping shot a disdainful glance at the youth before scoffing. What do you know? This young brother Su Ming is the very mechanic who previously unleashed the Annihilation Cannon. What? He is a mechanic who deployed the Annihilation Cannon? It appeared that this young brother possessed quite a remarkable prowess to modify the Annihilation Cannon into a compact weapon. Upon hearing Huobing's words, the surrounding members of Tianlin couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Su Ming. They were eager to ascertain whether Su Ming truly possessed the extraordinary skills that Huobing had claimed. After all, most individuals within the Black Domain were rather unrefined. Mechanics were akin to academic elites, while gene warriors were comparable to athletic prodigies. In the realm of machinery, few had the expertise to delve deeply into the subject within the Black Domain. Even among Tianlin, only the stellar-grade mechanics existed. Yet none were capable of assembling star cluster-grade mechas. They observed with anticipation. Should Su Ming indeed have the capability to construct a star cluster-grade mecha, it would undoubtedly demonstrate his remarkable repair skills at that level. Such a mechanic would be highly sought after. In the future, the powerful figures of the Black Domain might seek to cultivate relations with this mechanic named Su Ming. Even within Tianlin, many possessed star cluster-grade mechanical equipment that required maintenance, and it was likely that they would all turn to Su Ming for assistance. At this moment, Su Ming, without hesitation, extended his hand to deftly pick up the mechanical components. Before arriving, he had already assembled the Tyrant Mecha in his base and successfully initiated its awakening. Therefore, for Su Ming, this was merely a routine reassembly, his speed significantly surpassing that of his previous construction. His fingers transformed into a blur, rapidly piecing together the mechanical parts. Ding! Disassembly of mechanical components successful, gaining 1 starlight point. Ding! Assembly of mechanical components successful, gaining 3 starlight points. The process of assembling the mecha was also a frenzied accumulation of starlight points. From the earlier assembly of the Tyrant Mecha, Su Ming had garnered over 3,000 starlight points. Currently, he estimated that this mecha could yield over 2,000 starlight points as well. As for the reason why this mecha would yield fewer points than the first, it was simply due to the extensive modifications Su Ming had made during his own assembly. The original Tyrant Mecha lacked long-range weaponry, being entirely a close combat machine. However, the absence of ranged weaponry was unacceptable for Su Ming. He decisively equipped his Tyrant Mecha with a long-range weapon system. Furthermore, based on his combat style, Su Ming also incorporated a rudimentary spatial teleportation device into the Tyrant Mecha. This device, once activated, allowed for instant relocation within a 2-kilometer radius, significantly enhancing operational capability. Of course, the spatial teleportation device could not be utilized indefinitely, much like a spacecraft could not engage in continual space jumps. During a spatial jump, one would endure the impact of a spatial storm. If jumps were incessantly attempted, both the mecha and Su Ming would likely find it unbearable. Despite the incorporation of such advanced technology into his mecha, Su Ming was reluctant to carry out extensive modifications for Huobing. Completing his mecha to a functional state sufficed. With Su Ming's unique electric etching patterns, once the mecha was successfully assembled, its power would be approximately 10 greater than a standard mecha. This should undoubtedly satisfy Huobing, if not leave him pleasantly surprised. Upon entering the Black Domain, Su Ming maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Shaking his head, he dismissed any extraneous thoughts from his mind and devoted himself entirely to the mechanical components before him. Piece by piece, the parts were assembled. Su Ming worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk at the Tianlin base, then found a place to sleep for about 4 hours before rising to continue assembling the mecha before him. The engineering involved in constructing a mecha far exceeded that of a singular mechanical device, even though Su Ming had previously assembled one, which had significantly improved his efficiency. It still took him 2 full days to complete this mecha. By the afternoon of the second day, as Su Ming inserted the final circuit board into the mecha's frame, a satisfied smile graced his face. The assembly was a success. At the moment of completion, the mecha emitted a substantial surge of energy, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding members of Tianlin, who quickly gathered around, marveling at the imposing Tyrant Mecha. Master Su Ming is incredible. I have witnessed other mechanics assemble mechas before, and even for an E-grade mecha, it took them 3 weeks. Yet, Master Su Ming accomplished it in just 2 days. The previously dismissive young man could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Throughout the 2 days of assembly, he had no lingering doubts regarding Su Ming's expertise. Instead, he was filled with profound respect for him. A skilled mechanic commands respect from all. The crowd gazed at Su Ming's mecha with wide eyes, sensing the immense energy radiating from it, and they couldn't help but exclaim in envy. This mecha looks incredibly powerful. When will I have my own mecha? I truly envy Bingge for possessing his own mecha. It's akin to reaching the pinnacle of life. They all chimed in. At that moment, Huobing's anxious voice rang out from outside. Everyone move aside. I want to see my precious mecha. Shortly thereafter, Huobing pushed through the crowd and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, his eyes were drawn to the dark red mecha before him. Excitedly, He reached out to caress the surface of the mecha. Feeling the powerful energy emanating from within and the cold, intoxicating metallic texture, his eyes shimmering with delight. Acquiring a mecha meant that his combat prowess would dramatically increase in a very short time. In the black domain, combat power was synonymous with status and wealth. One can only imagine the extent of Huobing's excitement. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and sheepishly looked at Su Ming, saying, "My apologies, Master Su Ming. I was so thrilled to see the mecha that I forgot to greet you." At this moment, Huobing had developed a sense of respect for Su Ming, involuntarily shifting from calling him young brother to master. He had resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Su Ming, not just for future modifications of mechanical equipment, but also for the maintenance of his mecha and other matters. This is the status of mechanics in interstellar society. There's no denying that once a constructed mecha sustains wear and damage during battles, it will inevitably require repairs. The other mechanics were not particularly familiar with this mech, and thus, even if they managed to repair it, it may not perform as originally intended. Only the creator of the mech could restore it to its previous standard. Unless they refrained from combat, repairs would inevitably be necessary. For Qiu Bing, the task at hand was not only to cultivate a good relationship with Su Ming, but also to ensure his safety. Should any misfortune befall Su Ming, it would be tantamount to rendering half of his mech useless. He could not allow any harm to come to Su Ming under any circumstances. Su Ming, however, had not considered this layer of complexity. With a smile, he said to Qiu Bing, "No worries, big brother Qiu Bing. You can hop on and test the mech's performance now." Qiu Bing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Right. How could I have forgotten in my excitement? I'll give it a try right now." With that, Qiu Bing moved, and his mental energy surged forth, swiftly connecting with the mech before him. In an instant, the mech split apart and flew directly towards Qiu Bing, combining with him the moment it made contact, forming a cohesive entity. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall mech warrior stood before the onlookers. Witnessing such a magnificent display, the members of Tianlin couldn't help but express their envy. "It's so cool. This mech is incredibly impressive." Once donned in the mech, Qiu Bing wasted no time and made his way to the testing chamber. The testing chamber was a facility constructed by every faction, equipped with a formidable ability to absorb energy. Unless damaged from the outside, it was nearly impossible to inflict harm on the chamber from within. Here, Qiu Bing could unleash his energy to his heart's content. The others followed suit into the testing chamber. At that moment, Qiu Bing drew a mechanical battle blade from his back. The Frenzied Battle Blade. This was the battle blade that accompanied the Overlord Mech Frenzied Battle Blade. Energy range, 50,000, 100,000. Those with energy levels below 30,000 cannot use it. Ability, Frenzy. It converges excess energy overflow to form a secondary attack that strikes the enemy, inflicting 50 damage of the initial attack. The name of the Frenzied Battle Blade reflects its capability. Following the first wave of attack, it rapidly generates a second strike without requiring the user to swing it, delivering a secondary blow. From an observational standpoint, it appears as though the user of the Overlord Mech is mercilessly cleaving at their opponent. The essence of Frenzy lies in the density of its attack frequency. In that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Qiu Bing. Upon sensing this energy, Su Ming's expression subtly shifted. One overwhelming energy response. Su Ming glanced at the nearby detector, where a series of numbers illuminated the screen. 230,000 energy. Su Ming was taken aback. Qiu Bing, without relying on any weapons or mech, could unleash a terrifying 230,000 energy solely from his own energy levels. This meant that if he wished, even while clad in the Overlord Mech, Qiu Bing could effortlessly obliterate him. Jin warriors exhibit such characteristics early on. They can easily enhance their abilities, yet as they progress, particularly at levels 80 to 90, each advancement represents a significant transformation with increasing difficulty. However, once achieved, the metamorphosis is extraordinarily formidable. Over the past 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical energy and mental energy levels had risen to 9, 112,000 points, respectively. Even combined, they amounted to around 20,000 energy, a mere fraction compared to the 9th level Jin warrior Qiu Bing. As Qiu Bing's energy surged, the mech began to exhibit energy fluctuations. In the next moment, Qiu Bing shouted, then drove the mech to strike the testing device with a fierce slash. The violent energy enveloped the entire testing chamber. Had it not been for the chamber's special materials, which possessed energy-absorbing capabilities, this single strike could have overturned the Tianlin base. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. prompting everyone to instinctively turn their gaze toward the testing device. A vivid sequence of crimson numbers appeared. 350,000. 350,000. This indicated that the D-Class Overlord mech had elevated Xiao Bing's energy by a staggering 120,000. Moreover, reaching 350,000 energy meant he had crossed into the realm of a 10th level Gene Warrior. While utilizing the mech, Xiao Bing's combat strength matched that of a 10th level Gene Warrior, spanning an entire dimensional leap. The members of Tianlin in the testing chamber exchanged astonished glances, followed by a chorus of exclamations. That's incredible. I want to develop my mental energy now. I too wish to become a mech warrior. Don't be ridiculous. Developing mental energy isn't that easy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have only 13 members in Tianlin who have unlocked it. Without unlocking mental energy, one is destined to be unable to operate a mech. This is the most crucial threshold for mech warriors. At that moment, Xiao Bing suddenly called out, "Attack me. I want to test the capabilities of the Overlord armor." Everyone paused, then witnessed a thin layer of energy shield manifest around the Overlord mech. This energy shield was the Overlord armor. The Overlord armor could absorb up to 250,000 energy attacks and convert kinetic energy into offensive power, releasing it anew. The members exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they unleashed their attacks against the Overlord mech. As a second-tier force within the Black Domain, the members of Tianlin, though not as formidable as Xiao Bing, were far from ordinary. Among the spectators were several 6th and 7th level Gene Warriors. Hearing Xiao Bing request them to attack the Overlord mech, they exchanged excited glances and quickly drew their firearms, bombarding the mech with a flurry of shots. Yet, in the next moment, they were taken aback. It appeared as though the Overlord mech was completely unaffected by their onslaught, not retreating even a step, maintaining its steady advance. Typically, even if the energy shield mitigated the bullets, the kinetic energy would still push the mech back. But the Overlord mech stood firm. This was all thanks to the kinetic energy conversion device within the Overlord mech. All the kinetic energy was absorbed and converted into the mech's operational energy. Thus, visually, the Overlord mech seemed impervious to kinetic constraints. In the next moment, Xiao Bing shouted, "Enough!" The crowd paused, halting their actions. Although the Overlord mech possessed the Overlord armor, which could absorb up to 250,000 energy damage, Xiao Bing, standing still and taking all their attacks, would soon reach full capacity, causing the energy shield to deplete entirely. At this moment, Xiao Bing regarded the Overlord mech as a treasure possession, and it was inconceivable that he would allow anyone to continue attacking after the energy shield was exhausted. Just then, Xiao Bing called out once more, then swung his blade again. This strike was not aimed at the crowd, but rather at the testing wall behind him. Charge strike! The Overlord mech could convert all the kinetic energy it had absorbed into a powerful attack. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air, startling everyone, who immediately turned to gaze at the nearby monitor. To their astonishment, the figures displayed on the screen had dramatically soared to an astonishing 42W. This represented an increase of 7W from the previous maximum output. Although the description of the charged attack claimed an enhancement of 10W, this was merely in an ideal scenario. Under normal circumstances, an increase of 3 to 7W would be considered remarkable. As he beheld the numbers on the display, a look of ecstatic delight spread across Hu Bing's face. This was a trump card. It could undoubtedly be regarded as the ultimate secret weapon of the Overlord mech. Hu Bing found himself increasingly enamored with the Overlord mech. A mech that could augment his own capabilities was nothing short of a dream come true. Swiftly, Hu Bing removed his mech and stored it in the spatial storage device he carried, carefully threading it into a necklace that he hung around his neck. In moments of peril, he could summon the mech with a mere thought, connecting through his brain's energy level. "Thank you, Master Su Ming," Hu Bing exclaimed with a smile after shedding his mech. Su Ming shook his head, replying, "Brother Hu Bing, you have imparted much knowledge to me as well. This is no great matter. Now that the mech is assembled, I shall take my leave." With that, Su Ming departed from the Tianlin military base. Observing Su Ming's retreating figure, the others at Tianlin wore expressions of thoughtful contemplation. Many among them had already exchanged contact information with Su Ming, intending to seek his assistance in repairing their mechanical equipment when time permitted. In the future, as Hu Bing utilized the Overlord mech more frequently, Su Ming's reputation would undoubtedly spread throughout the Black Domain. In such a brutal realm, individuals who could enhance the strength of others would always be held in high esteem. After leaving Tianlin, Su Ming returned directly to his own base. His visit to Tianlin, where he had witnessed the strength and structure of a second-tier force, prompted him to reflect on his own organization. Currently, his force comprised a mere 20 individuals, including 11 research personnel from the former Lhasa Alliance who had joined mid-journey. This meant that only 9 of them possessed combat capabilities. Such a group would struggle to be recognized even as a 5th-tier force, let alone a 4th tier. The classification of forces was not simply determined by the prowess of the leader. It was impossible to assert that Su Ming, capable of contending with a 7th-level genetic warrior, could thus be deemed a 4th-tier force. In reality, a force's strength was assessed by its organizational structure, influence, operations, and the normal flow of personnel. At present, Su Ming's base was nothing more than a bare structure. It could barely be called a base. Were it not for Tianlin's announcement of an alliance with his organization, he might not have been able to construct it with such stability. Upon returning to the base, Su Ming gathered the core members for a small meeting to discuss 3 matters. Let's get straight to the point, Su Ming stated. Upon hearing his words, Warren, Locke, and the others exchanged glances and curiously inquired, "What is it?" "First, our organization cannot remain nameless. Otherwise, how will others refer to us?" Su Ming asserted solemnly. The group nodded in agreement and began to discuss animatedly. "How about calling ourselves the 32nd Legion?" One suggested. "Are you trying to make it easier for the Empire to find us?" Another replied. As the conversation unfolded, Su Ming listened intently before interjecting. "Let us name ourselves 10,000 Vines. On one hand, each of you hails from different star realms and even distinct factions, yet ultimately, we converge from all directions, intertwining like countless vines into a resilient force. On the other hand, the vines will extend. 10,000 vines will reach into every domain, aspiring to become the dominant force within each. This is the essence behind the name 10,000 Vines." Upon hearing Su Ming's rationale, the group brightened and nodded in unison. 10,000 Vines sounds splendid, and its underlying meaning is truly profound. Let be known as 10,000 Vines. With no objections raised, an organization led by Su Ming, now named 10,000 Vines, quietly took root within the Black Domain. After finalizing the name, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now, we have 2 more pressing issues to address. First, how shall we generate revenue? Second, how do we attract others to join 10,000 Vines?" Upon hearing Su Ming's queries, the attendees wore expressions of contemplation. Revenue and team expansion were challenges that any force, regardless of its nature, must confront. In the Black Domain, while certain factions might operate outside the law, they certainly possessed corresponding revenue streams, commonly referred to as operations. The Yerkstar pirates thrived on space robbery, while Tianlin engaged in mercenary work. Other factions dealt in the trade of various goods, both legal and illegal, such as mechanical components. What would be the operations of 10,000 Vines? Given Su Ming's capabilities, he could undoubtedly work as a mechanic, assisting others in repairing and modifying their mechanical equipment for substantial profit. However, relying solely on the leader's hard work for revenue would render the formation of such a force meaningless. The group needed to identify a business model that engaged everyone, ensuring long-term development. At that moment, Wang Ku, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. "We could sell gene serums and other specialized concoctions, such as enhancements, restoratives, and toxins." As soon as Wang Ku's suggestion was voiced, the others turned their attention to him, their expressions tinged with a hint of unease. They had not forgotten the considerable impact Wang Ku's team had inflicted upon the Bandle Star Domain while leading the Super Gene Serum Initiative. The entire Star Domain's cosmic life forms had fallen victim to the Super Gene virus. Now, hearing Wang Ku propose the development of gene serums, memories of the previous chaos in the Bandle system flooded their minds. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Wang Ku quickly reassured them. "I'm referring to standard gene serums, not those super gene variants. Our technology for super gene serums may still require further refinement, but we are quite adept at producing standard gene serums that unlock genetic locks. We have confidence in our ability to develop other conventional potions as well. After all, we are elite researchers." Upon hearing Wang Ku's clarification, the expressions of the group shifted to one of realization. They finally understood that they had misinterpreted his intentions. The previous upheaval had left a deep impression, leading them to inadvertently associate gene serums with chaos. Nonetheless, the prospect of producing gene serums and various other potions sounded promising, even within human society. The market for genetic potions undeniably holds a significant share. Nearly every star region consumes a substantial amount of genetic potions daily. They are undoubtedly commodities that find buyers wherever they are available. Furthermore, akin to other potions in domains like the Black Domain, where conflicts frequently arise, Their demand is exceptionally high. Conflict implies injury, which necessitates the use of restorative potions, among others. This is a reliable venture. I find it quite promising. Yet aside from genetic potions, we can certainly diversify our business. For instance, Warren, you could assist others in repairing mechanical equipment. In the future, we could recruit a cadre of apprentices and establish a mechanical repair factory. As for you, Locke, you could easily undertake contract work. Su Ming remarked with a smile. The value of researchers is indeed commendable. While they may not substantially enhance a faction's power as combatants do, their contributions are subtle yet profound. A long-term perspective reveals that the value generated by researchers far surpasses that of formidable fighters. The formation of every faction is multifaceted, and within the Black Domain, it is estimated that no more than 10 factions possess researchers, and all are major powers. The presence of Wang Ku and his associates even attracts the attention of the two great cosmic nations, highlighting their esteemed status and strength in the research field. With Wang Ku and his team, future endeavors in medicine and biochemistry will be a source of ease for Wantong. Having identified genetic potions as our primary business direction, the group subsequently deliberated on the third question posed by Su Ming, recruitment. However, recruitment is an ongoing process for any faction, and as a faction grows stronger, it becomes increasingly easier to attract talent. The consensus was that once Wantong is on solid ground and begins selling genetic potions, they can recruit at a premium, ensuring that the recruits are of higher quality. With a clear direction established for future work, the group dispersed from the meeting room, each attending to their respective tasks. After the meeting, Su Ming pondered for a moment before dialing a number. Hello, young brother Su Ming. It has been quite some time since we last spoke. Are you looking to purchase something? A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end of the line. It was Walter, the merchant with whom Su Ming had previously made acquaintance. Upon connecting with Walter, Su Ming directly inquired, Mr. Walter, I wish to purchase a substantial quantity of research and production equipment from you. Do you have any in stock? Walter seemed surprised by Su Ming's request. You brought researchers? What type of production equipment do you need? I can procure anything for you, but as per our usual agreement, it will be at 20% above market price. After all, I must earn my keep. Su Ming chuckled. Understood, that is acceptable. I require large-scale equipment for producing genetic potions, as well as research platforms and nanobiological cultivators. He proceeded to enumerate the mechanical equipment Wang Ke had informed him of. Upon hearing Su Ming's requirements, Walter was taken aback. Genetic potions? Are you preparing to produce them? Indeed, Mr. Walter, you could also serve as our agent. Su Ming replied with a smile. However, Walter's tone shifted to one of gravity. Young brother, let me offer you a word of caution. Genetic potions represent a significant business in the Black Domain, and many eyes are upon this lucrative endeavor. If you enter this market, you may inadvertently encroach upon others' interests. Walter spoke solemnly. In the Black Domain, interests reign supreme. Once one's pursuits threaten another's gains, retaliation can be quite ferocious. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming replied, let us proceed with acquiring the equipment first, allowing our researchers to have tasks at hand. As for when to commence sales, I have a plan. Walter sighed. These devices don't come cheap. They're tightly regulated by the major cosmic nations. I estimate that acquiring a complete set will cost approximately 400 million star coins. 400 million star coins? Su Ming gasped in disbelief. Such exorbitant prices for research instruments? This amount could sustain billions of people on a planet for a day. Even an E-class mech does not cost this much. The staggering figure left Su Ming astounded. Indeed, Walter chuckled ruefully. I wish I could set a lower price, but the legitimate cost of such instruments is inherently high. Otherwise, why are there so many subpar genetic potions produced by small workshops? It's precisely because they cannot afford proper research equipment. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming resolved. I will buy. It is imperative to acquire legitimate equipment, rather than the inferior production tools from small workshops. From the outset, Wantong's reputation must remain untarnished. If we are to produce, it must be high-quality genetic potions. Given the fierce competition in this field, producing cost-effective yet superior genetic potions will undoubtedly attract market favor. Though the investment is substantial, one must spend to gain. With determination, Su Ming inquired, Mr. Walter, do you purchase mechanical components? I have many to offer. Walter chuckled softly before responding, yes, of course. However, let us clarify the terms. I will buy at 80% of market value. Purchasing at full price would leave me without profit. Su Ming was not surprised by Walter's response. This was indeed the norm. Even legitimate institutions typically sell at around 80% of market price. Walter's fees were reasonable and not exploitative. Without hesitation, Su Ming promptly transmitted 1/5 of the mechanical components he had acquired from York through spatial transfer to Walter. After receiving the mechanical parts, Walter assessed them and stated with satisfaction, "All right, these should be worth about 400 million star coins. We can offset this. The equipment you requested should arrive in about 2 days." Su Ming nodded, a wry smile gracing his face. "After this purchase, I will truly find myself in dire straits." Walter, intrigued, responded, "Young brother, would you be interested in a more substantial venture? A larger venture?" Su Ming responded, bewildered. Walter continued in a mysterious tone. "Didn't a new vein of minerals get discovered recently? The 5 major cosmic nations are preparing to transport them back after extraction. This is an opportunity." Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming promptly shook his head, stating, "Mr. Walter, I appreciate your suggestion, but as far as I know, the transport of these minerals is handled by celestial-level experts. I cannot even reach the level of a 10th-tier genetic warrior. Wouldn't I be easily dispatched by a celestial-level being?" "Ha! Do not be alarmed. Allow me to elaborate," Walter said, his voice brimming with intrigue. "Within the transport team, there is a wealthy young heir from an empire, specifically Corin Sue of the Corin family, who has been dispatched for this transport mission. These wealthy heirs, as you might understand, are merely gilding their reputations. However, this development has created a significant vulnerability within the transport team led by Su Rue, one that is not characteristic of the apocalypse level. In previous years, such an opportunity was unheard of. Now, it presents itself as a tremendous chance." Walter exclaimed with excitement. "What? Su Rue of the Corlin family?" Su Ming, upon hearing a familiar name, was taken aback, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Su Rue, his elder brother. He had previously targeted Su Ming multiple times while they were both part of the Corlin family, and after Su Ming's departure, Su Rue had even dispatched assassins to kill him. Had it not been for his awakening consciousness and the timely assembly of a mechanical arm, he might have truly perished at the hands of a mere Tier 3 assassin. Now, upon learning that Su Rue was responsible for escorting this shipment of minerals, Su Ming's interest was immediately piqued. Noticing the shift in Su Ming's tone, Walter was somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't the focus of this matter be on the absence of apocalypse-level powerhouses escorting the minerals? Why did it seem that Su Ming's attention was directed towards a scion of the Corlin family? How curious. Walter shook his head and continued, "Brother, if you're interested, we have contacts within our ranks. I can temporarily disable their warships, allowing you to seize the opportunity. After that, I will arrange a spatial passage to extract you, and we can split the spoils 50-50. Intrigued by Walter's proposal, Su Ming inquired, "Mr. Walter, why choose me? Wouldn't it be more prudent to select an 8th or 9th tier genetic warrior for this task?" Walter chuckled lightly before responding, "On one hand, I have faith in your skills. I have witnessed your prowess in piloting mechs, which is truly impressive. On the other hand, I worry that an 8th or 9th tier genetic warrior might engage in a betrayal." A quiet amusement flickered within Su Ming. Walter was indeed a shrewd businessman, calculating in his approach. He was likely more concerned about the possibility of betrayal than genuinely believing in Su Ming's technical abilities. Walter was well aware of Su Ming's combat prowess and had no reason to doubt his loyalty. Despite the significant advancements Su Ming had made in recent weeks, including a substantial enhancement of his capabilities and the assembly of a new Overlord mech, he understood that his primary objective remained Su Rue, and he was not inclined to engage in any underhanded dealings with Walter over this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming accepted Walter's invitation. "Very well, but you must ensure that the warships are rendered inoperative and that the spatial passage remains unobstructed. Should anything seem amiss, I will withdraw immediately." Walter's face brightened at Su Ming's words. "Rest assured, brother, as a businessman, my reputation is paramount. I am absolutely trustworthy. However, the Empire has only just begun mining the mineral veins, so we will likely have to wait 1 or 2 months before we can intercept them." Su Ming smiled at Walter's comments. For him, a month or 2 was hardly an issue. In fact, he could utilize this time to focus on his training, ensuring he would be ready to surprise Su Rue when the moment arrived. Chapter 74, 5th Level Body Tempering. 2 days later, the research instruments were delivered to Wan Tung's base. Su Ming promptly relocated the equipment to the designated research building assigned to Wang Ku and others. He and Warren then entered into a state of productivity. The base's defensive machinery and systems required construction, and Su Ming busied himself in the workshop, fervently disassembling and assembling mechanical equipment while simultaneously engaging in his training regimen. That night, Su Ming sat alone on his bed, casting a glance at the star points in his system. After a period of accumulation, Coupled with the wealth of star points gained from assembling mechs, Su Ming's star points had amassed to approximately 9,000. Observing this considerable sum, he declared system. Exchange for 5th level body tempering. 5th level body tempering required a staggering 5,000 star points. Had he not accumulated a substantial amount during this time, he would likely have hesitated to proceed with the 5th level body tempering. However, the effects of body tempering far surpassed the ordinary enhancement of physical capabilities. It not only bolstered Su Ming's bodily strength, but also significantly improved his adaptability to stellar energy. Previously, during his 4th level tempering, he could only withstand 500 points of stellar energy before suffering severe bodily damage. Now, with 5th level tempering, he was uncertain of the new limit his body could endure. Suddenly, a torrent of immense stellar energy surged throughout Su Ming's body. As this energy refined him, he felt his physique gradually solidifying and strengthening. Moments later, he sensed a qualitative leap in his physical form. Body tempering successful. Host body tempering level upgraded to 5th level. Next level requires 10,000 star points. The system's voice echoed, and Su Ming opened his eyes, gradually perceiving the remarkable enhancement of his physique throughout this process. The 5th level body tempering had doubled his physical strength compared to the 4th level. Now, he estimated he could endure around 1,000 star points, which could unleash an energy level of 50,000 with just a single attack. This was an exceptionally powerful weapon for Su Ming at this moment. Moreover, with the elevation of his body tempering, his physical capacity also surged from 9,600 to 11,000, officially breaking through the 10,000 mark. He had achieved an impressive increase of nearly 1,500 in his physical attributes, officially entering the realm of 6th-tier genetic warriors. A satisfied expression emerged on Su Ming's face as he glanced at the Overlord mech displayed in his room, only to reveal a faint smile of resignation. The minimum energy level required to operate the Overlord mech was 30,000 points. This meant that Su Ming's combined brain domain energy and physical energy needed to reach 30,000 before he could pilot the mech. Currently, the sum of his energy levels barely exceeded 20,000, rendering him incapable of operating the Overlord mech. Now, Su Ming felt as though the mechanical prowess he had assembled surpassed his own cultivation level, a frustrating predicament indeed. With no choice but to devote himself to intense training during this period, he resolved to make up for his energy deficiencies. With just over a month remaining, he decided to enter seclusion and train fervently. He no longer hesitated to expend his star points, continuously exchanging them, as long as his body could withstand it. He began to maximize his training regimen. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. During this month of seclusion, Su Ming's progress was remarkable, and he advanced to the mid-6th tier. His attribute panel now stood as follows. Host, Su Ming. Body energy level, 21,000. Brain domain energy level, 20,000. Gene lock activation level, intermediate level 6. Physical vitality, 100. Body refinement level, 5. Next level of body refinement requires 10,000 starlight points. Current starlight points, 4,800. After a month of fervent training, his 2 energy levels had nearly doubled. Su Ming's gene level had also ascended to the intermediate level of 6. With both energy levels combined, Su Ming's total energy level had reached an impressive 40,000. Finally, the moment had arrived when Su Ming could pilot the Tyrant mech. A satisfied expression graced his face as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. At the very moment Su Ming emerged, in a distant star domain of the Interstellar Society, a strikingly handsome young man entered this star domain. This young man was none other than the eldest son of the Corlin family, Corlin Su Rue. Upon arriving in a mining star domain, he was immediately greeted by Dewey. "Young master, you have arrived," Dewey said respectfully. Hearing Dewey's words, Corlin Su Rue smiled and replied, "Mr. Dewey, there is no need to call me young master. Simply refer to me as Su Rue." True aristocratic education fosters approachability rather than arrogance. In this regard, Corlin Su Rue certainly excelled in presenting himself. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, a smile appeared on Dewey's face, and he promptly said, "Young Master Su Rue, your father has made all the arrangements, and the mining resources here have been nearly exhausted. You will be able to transport the resources back the day after tomorrow." Both Su Rue and Dewey understood well that Corlin Clarence's arrangement was merely to gild Su Rue's reputation, facilitating his future endeavors within the Empire. Su Rue had arrived on the last day, and this process was merely a formality, upon hearing that he could depart for the Empire the day after tomorrow. A look of satisfaction emerged on his countenance. I appreciate your hard work during this time, Mr. Dewey. I shall take care of the matters that follow. Corlin Su-Rue stated with a smile. He did not come alone. Given the vastness of the universe, one could never guarantee safety against unforeseen dangers, such as space pirates and other criminal organizations. Therefore, Su-Rue was accompanied by an 8th-level Gene Warrior and a team of 7th-level Mech Warriors. With the protection of these skilled individuals, the mining resources could be safely escorted back. When the time came, his father would be able to add a line to his resume. Involvement in the execution of Imperial strategic-level affairs, having achieved successful outcomes in a leadership capacity. As Su-Rue pondered this, a self-satisfied smile adorned his face. Chapter 75. The Strange Shadow. However, unbeknownst to Su-Rue, among the 7th-level Mech Warriors he had brought, one individual maintained a composed demeanor while eavesdropping on Su-Rue and Dewey's conversation. This individual soon made his way to the restroom aboard the warship, where he sent out a confidential piece of intelligence regarding Su-Rue's impending return to the Empire in 2 days, along with the route they would take. The recipient of this information was none other than the merchant of the Black Domain, Walter. At that moment, Walter was piloting his spacecraft, conducting business when he suddenly received a message, prompting a look of intrigue to cross his face. Upon reading Su-Rue's message, a look of delight spread across Walter's features. In no time, Walter dialed the number. Brother, Su-Rue is set to depart for the Empire in 2 days. We should begin our preparations. After hanging up, a satisfied smile graced Walter's face. This was a strategic resource designated by the Empire, indicating the immense volume of wealth involved. Although the ultimate division of profits will be 50-50 with Su Ming, it still represented a substantial sum. Acquiring this batch of goods would allow Walter to effectively shorten his workload by a decade. Such a prospect was unimaginable wealth for him. While Walter was plotting for this operation, Su-Rue leisurely awaited the miners to extract the resources and present them to him. The Empire had allocated 5 transport teams for the conveyance of these resources, with each team tasked to transport minerals valued at nearly 10 trillion star coins. Upon returning to the Empire, these minerals would primarily be used for the manufacture of mechanical components. Additionally, some special minerals with radioactive energy would serve as energy supplements. In summary, the discovery of mining resources would undoubtedly have a profound positive impact on interstellar society, potentially leading to widespread prosperity. Young Master, this is the storage space for non-radioactive minerals, Dewey announced as he carried a half-man-high box into the warship, placing it within the ship's secure system. This colossal storage box was designed to accommodate the vast quantities of minerals extracted. Conventional storage devices, such as rings or watches, were utterly inadequate for such a volume. Only a storage box could adequately contain these minerals. Despite its half-man height, the box housed enough minerals to fill a third of a habitable planet. The value of these minerals was astronomical, capable of sustaining countless planets for an extended period. Moreover, this was not the entirety of the minerals, besides the non-radioactive ones. Radioactive minerals remained to be extracted. Radioactive minerals typically possessed extraordinarily potent energy, and their value far surpassed that of non-radioactive minerals of the same mass. Su-Rue nodded and, with curiosity, inquired, has the extraction of the radioactive minerals not yet concluded? Dewey's face bore a wry smile as he replied. We had initially anticipated it would be completed by now, but it seems we've encountered some resistance during extraction, hence the delay. However, it is nearing completion. Su-Rue's expression turned to one of understanding as he chuckled softly. No matter. I can wait. Take your time. At this moment, neither Su-Rue nor Dewey noticed that during the extraction of the radioactive minerals, one of the workers suddenly exclaimed softly, Old Ma. Did I just see a shadow of a person flash by within that metallic mass? The worker scrutinized the radioactive minerals closely. What are you saying? With such severe radiation, how could anyone be inside? Workers extracting radioactive minerals had to don radiation-proof suits to perform their tasks. Without such protective gear, exposure to the high energy concentration would likely result in instant disintegration. Therefore, these workers were unable to observe the minerals with the naked eye, relying solely on the imaging systems within their suits. Had anyone been able to look at these minerals with the naked eye at that moment, they would have discovered that within the pale red, semi-transparent radioactive minerals lay dozens of crimson figures, quietly resting among the deposits. This scene would leave any observer utterly astounded. The energy emitted by these radioactive minerals was so intense that if anyone were encapsulated within them, even a 10th level Gene Warrior would be reduced to nothing more than a pool of blood. Yet at this moment, Dozens of crimson figures lay peacefully within these minerals. It seemed as though these minerals, which could easily lead to death, were as natural to these individuals as water is to fish, forming their very habitat. Strangely, however, these figures could only be perceived by the naked eye, eluding detection by photographic and surveillance technologies. From the perspective of the workers' cameras, the pale red minerals revealed no semblance of human presence. They appeared entirely transparent. Perhaps I've been working for too many days, and my eyes are playing tricks on me, one worker mumbled. Upon glancing again at the pale red minerals, he indeed found no trace of any figures. Soon, several workers operated machinery to transport the pale red minerals, placing them into specially designed radiation-proof storage boxes. Unbeknownst to them, as they moved the minerals, one crimson figure suddenly opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings with a wary expression. The worker who thought he was imagining things was mistaken. The figure had awakened, and its movement had been captured by the equipment. This crimson figure seemed to be visible to the devices only during its motion. When still, it could only be seen with the naked eye. At that moment, the figure encased within the pale red mineral had just awakened, still unable to fully comprehend its surroundings before being unceremoniously shoved into the storage box. The workers then chuckled and clapped their hands, signaling the temporary end of their labor. They estimated that the next transport would occur in several months, and finally free to rest, they celebrated with a drink. The workers jovially carried the box containing the radioactive minerals back aboard their warship. After passing through the radiation absorption area, which eliminated any residual radioactive elements from the box, they presented it to Dewey. Dewey nodded with a smile and subsequently placed the box into the safety system. Young Master Surue, the minerals have been successfully extracted, and we are ready to set off home. Chapter 76, The Intrusion. 3 space battleships, propelled by a sudden spatial fluctuation, plunged into an expanse of emptiness. Space battleships are not to be confused with spacecraft. Their relationship is akin to that of tanks and automobiles, one serving military purposes, the other for transport. True space battleships, in terms of both functionality and power, far surpass mere vessels. At this moment, the 3 battleships soared through the void at astonishing speeds, leaving behind shimmering phantoms as they raced into the distance. These 3 ships were indeed the ones carrying Surue, tasked with transporting the extracted minerals to the Empire. Presently, Surue sat contentedly aboard the battleship, leisurely engrossed in a virtual mech game, brimming with confidence, convinced that their mission was virtually assured. Despite the absence of an apocalypse-level powerhouse in their ranks, their strength was formidable, comprising numerous level 7 mech warriors and a level 8 genetic warrior. Moreover, Surue himself had made tremendous strides in his cultivation over the past 6 months, attaining the status of a level 6 genetic warrior. Combined with his mech, he could unleash energy equivalent to a level 7 elite. Such rapid progress was rare within the Empire, and with his father's political clout and the gilded opportunities ahead, Surue's ascendance to a figure of considerable importance within the Empire seemed all but guaranteed. A bright future lay before him, and he was in high spirits. However, at that moment, the battleship in which Surue was traveling abruptly came to a halt, while the other 2 continued forward at their normal pace. "What is going on?" Surue exclaimed, removing his gaming headset and rising to his feet, his expression unyielding. "Why has the battleship suddenly stopped?" Dewey rushed in from outside, addressing Surue with urgency. "Young Master, the battleship's power core has experienced an unknown malfunction. It is currently initiating self-repair, which will likely take another half-hour." Upon hearing Dewey's words, Surue furrowed his brow. He preferred to avoid any complications during their journey. Unfortunately, malfunctions were beyond their control. Reluctantly, Surue instructed, "Have the other 2 battleships halt and wait until our ship is repaired before we return together." Dewey nodded and promptly exited to relay the command. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, an inconspicuous dark-colored mech hovered silently. This was the Overlord mech piloted by Su Ming. Originally crimson, Su Ming had painted his mech matte black for this operation. When light struck it, it seemed to merge seamlessly with the dark void. At that moment, Su Ming observed the 3 rapidly flying battleships zooming past him. Suddenly, the central ship came to an abrupt stop, while the other 2 continued on, unaware. "Now is our chance, Su Ming." Walter's voice echoed within the cockpit. With the other 2 ships having already distanced themselves, any attempt to turn back would require precious time. Seizing the moment, Su Ming activated his mech and sped towards the battleship. As he approached, a door large enough for the Overlord mech swung open on the battleship. Su Ming understood that Walter's people had opened the door from within to facilitate his entry. He silently admired Walter's influence, realizing that even a figure of Apocalypse caliber could have an insider among them. This would allow him to infiltrate the battleship with ease. When he was 2 kilometers away, Su Ming activated the Overlord Mech's spatial jump device, vanishing into the void. He reappeared precisely beneath the battleship's hatch. Su Ming, you have 5 minutes left. In 5 minutes, the other 2 battleships will arrive alongside this one. Walter's voice resonated through Su Ming's communication system. Here's the schematic of the ship. The storage room for the minerals is in this chamber. Remember, my people can only disable the security system for 10 seconds. Once inside, you must seize the boxes within that time frame. Acknowledging Volter's instructions, Su Ming replied, "Understood." A glimmer of starry light flickered in his eyes. With the system's X-ray vision capability, he could easily discern the movements of everyone aboard the ship, enabling him to select the most optimal path to his target. Within the perspective of the system, Su Ming discerned the distribution of formidable experts throughout the entire battleship. He narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze towards the central chamber. Inside that room sat a strikingly handsome youth, bearing a resemblance to Su Ming, who was languidly reclined upon a sofa. The sight of this young man ignited a surge of murderous intent within Su Ming. Su Rui, the one who had tormented him during his moment of madness and subsequently sought assassins to bring about his demise. This individual was marked for death by Su Ming. Has he already attained a mid-level rank 6? Su Ming mused, yet he did not allow Su Rui to occupy his thoughts too deeply. Although he too was a rank 6 genetic warrior, on par with Su Rui's cultivation, Su Ming held little faith in Su Rui's ability to assemble a D-class mech. Only a self-assembled D-class mech could be wielded effectively at the rank 6 level. Otherwise, a normal person would be utterly incapable of operating a D-class mech at that rank. Su Rui was undoubtedly utilizing an E-class mech, which meant that in terms of both raw power and skill, Su Ming would utterly dominate him. Su Ming's expression hardened as he rapidly reviewed the layout of the battleship in his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy. The Overlord mech instantly transformed into a shadowy figure, shattering through the battleship's walls and charging in with ferocity. Alert! Detection of enemy incursion. The system blared. The battleship's defense mechanisms automatically activated. Chapter 77. The Charge. Upon hearing the alarm of an intrusion, all personnel aboard the battleship momentarily believed they had misheard. Their minds briefly clouded with confusion. What nonsense! What the battleship's detection system? What of its defense protocols? How could someone infiltrate so silently? Surely an assault on the energy shield would have made some noise. It was conceivable that a malfunction in the power core had incapacitated the entire defense system. One of the crew speculated aloud. Incapacitated, you say? If it were truly incapacitated, the alarms would not have sounded. The only plausible explanation for such a stealthy entry is the presence of a traitor aboard. A mech warrior retorted angrily. At this moment, the Empire was in the process of returning from a mineral transport mission, and the crew bore a heavy burden of responsibility. The intrusion had instantly heightened the sensitivity of every individual aboard the battleship. The security system began to pinpoint the number of intruders, their energy levels, and their locations. An 8th-level genetic warrior, the strongest among the crew, although unable to activate his mental domain and pilot a mech, possessed combat prowess that even ordinary mech warriors could not rival. Calmly, he addressed the security system, his voice steady. His extensive experience informed him that, given the current situation aboard the battleship, it was imperative to ascertain the intruder's strength and position, subsequently blocking them from reaching the core. Should the intruder breach the central area, it could spell disaster for the entire ship. In an instant, the security system relayed Su Ming's location and energy readings to every crew member's communication device. The crew's expressions soured as they observed the rapidly moving red dot. How swift! The intruder moved with astonishing speed. However, this revelation also alerted the crew to Su Ming's position, and they all surged towards him to intercept. 5 of you. Go block him. The other 5 stay behind to guard the core room. We must protect the minerals, commanded Henry, the 8th-level genetic warrior, a blade-wielding combatant, as he led 5 mech warriors towards Su Ming's trajectory. Through the system, Su Ming perceived the movements of his adversaries, realizing that his path had likely been compromised. This was unavoidable. The entire battleship was enveloped by the security system, making his movements akin to traversing a room under constant surveillance. There was no room for stealth. However, this was anticipated. While they could see him, he too could observe them. Moreover, he possessed the advantage of being able to breach the battleship's walls at will, with no regard for the damage inflicted. In contrast, his pursuers were constrained to follow the designated routes laid out by the ship's design. Without hesitation, Su Ming targeted a nearby alloy wall and unsheathed the combat blade from his mech, striking down with force. With a resounding crash, the battleship's alloy wall was cleaved open, and the Overlord mech swiftly slipped through the gaping hole. What? He breached the wall? Damn it! Henry's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the mech's actions on the monitor, his mood darkening. The crew had prepared to pursue through that passage, only to find that the intruder had directly shattered the alloy wall and darted into the adjacent corridor. This was quite the predicament. They had just circled around to surround the invading mech, only to have their efforts rendered futile by the breach. Now, Henry faced two choices: to retrace his steps or to pursue through the opening created by the intruder. Regardless of the decision, he would have to traverse a considerable distance. Pursue. Without hesitation, Henry surged forward along the path, deciding to take one route or the other. Yet this shift transformed the dynamics between the crew and Su Ming. Where they had once sought to block him, they were now in pursuit, left trailing behind by Su Ming. Disregarding those pursuing him, Su Ming accelerated towards the core chamber. In no time, he arrived at the central room, where the mineral storage boxes and Su Rue awaited him. However, before confronting Su Rue, he had to face 5 rank 7 mech warriors. Su Ming's gaze remained calm as he discerned the 5 vigilant warriors stationed at the entrance. They, too, were aware of his location via the battleship's security system. With both sides cognizant of each other's positions, conflict was imminent. Su Ming did not hesitate. He swiftly drew the berserker blade from his mech, though he favored long-range combat. Utilizing high-powered, ranged weaponry within the confines of the battleship would likely result in collateral damage to himself. Thus, he had no choice but to forego his sniper rifle in favor of the blade. System: exchange 800 starlight points. Su Ming remained composed and focused. In his mind, he had rehearsed the impending confrontation with the 5 mech warriors countless times. In an instant, a torrent of starlight, far more magnificent than before, surged into every corner of his being. The youth was no longer the same as before. Now, having undergone rigorous physical training, Su Ming could easily withstand the overwhelming starlight energy that he had once been unable to bear. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the mech's footsteps reverberated throughout the battleship. With each step, the energy emanating from the Overlord mech grew ever more potent. This energy had surpassed 100,000. Upon perceiving the fluctuation in energy levels of the Tyrant Mecha, Henry's expression shifted dramatically. An energy level exceeding 100,000 had already placed it within the realm of an 8th-level Mecha warrior. Confronted by an 8th-level Mecha warrior, even a quintet of 7th-level Gene warriors might falter. Furthermore, this energy was continuously escalating, swiftly reaching an approximate strength of 130,000. Damn it! Wasn't this individual initially recorded at merely 110,000? How could there be an additional 20,000? Henry spoke gravely. Minerals were of paramount importance. Should they be lost, he and his companions would bear significant responsibility. Gritting his teeth, Henry promptly drew his mechanical battle blade and forcefully breached the adjacent alloy wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Su Ming's direction. At that moment, Su Ming had finally arrived outside the core chamber, where he beheld 5 mecha warriors, all poised and alert, directing their attention toward him. Stand azide, Su Ming commandit sharply. Then surged forward. Brilliant starlight erupted within the warship. Chapter 78. The Overbearing Tyrant Mecha. The 5 mecha warriors, upon noticing Su Ming charging toward them, immediately activated their mechs and advanced to meet him. Within the confines of the warship, only close combat weaponry could be utilized. Thus, the 5 mecha warriors brandished their mech's built-in mechanical weapons. Curiously, they noted that their adversary showed no inclination to evade, instead hurtling directly toward them, as if time was too precious to allow for retreat. Upon witnessing this, the 5 mecha warriors were elated, raising their mechanical weapons and striking fiercely at the black mech. However, at that moment, a thin layer of energy shield materialized around the black mech's body. Despite this, the mecha warriors did not cease their onslaught. It was entirely normal for a D-level mecha to possess an energy shield. Relying on their offensive might, they were confident that, even if the shield did not shatter under their initial assault, the sheer force would impede the opponent's advance. Under such circumstances, the momentum of their charge would undoubtedly be affected, allowing for a subsequent attack or a moment to await Captain Henry's arrival. Yet, to their astonishment, upon striking the energy shield with their mechanical weapons, the black mech remained utterly unperturbed, as if the kinetic energy had lost all efficacy against it. How is this possible? The five mecha warriors gasped in disbelief. They had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. It was akin to unleashing their full strength upon an opponent, only to find that not only had they failed to inflict any harm, but they could not even halt their advance by a fraction. The adversary's mech, like a tyrant embodying invincibility, was impervious to their kinetic force, relentlessly charging forward. Shocked, the warriors prepared to launch a second assault. Yet, how could Su Ming allow them a second chance? The initial attack had merely been a facade, intended to absorb their kinetic energy and provide them with a fleeting opportunity. Raising his dark red berserker blade, a faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as all of his starlight energy erupted at that moment. A charged strike, the stellar energy surged, amplifying Su Ming's own strength. In this instant, the Tyrant Mecha unleashed an astounding 170,000 energy points, a mere 10,000 shy of the 9th level Mecha warrior threshold. Such formidable energy was beyond the capacity of these 5 7th level Mecha warriors to withstand. At this juncture, Su Rui had already realized that intruders had breached the warship. He immediately contacted the other 2 vessels to pivot and provide assistance. However, turning the other ships around would naturally require time. Su Rui could only don his mech and urgently press Henry. Hurry over. Captain Henry, they're about to reach my chamber. Do not concern yourself with the damage to the warship. Break through the walls. We are out of time. Su Rui could feel the energy reactions emanating from outside, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Judging by the energy levels, it was evident that the intruder was an 8th level mecha warrior, possessing the power of an 8th level gene warrior. Meanwhile, he, combined with his mech, was merely at the 7th level. Should the adversary breach the defense of the 5 warriors stationed at the door, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Su Rui could only pray that the 5 mecha warriors could delay for just a little longer to allow Henry to arrive. Once Henry was present, he could successfully impede the intruder, granting the other 2 ships the time they needed to intervene. Su Rui's heart was filled with anger and fear. He was acutely aware that if the intruder were to seize his minerals, he would face political repercussions within the Empire. While punishment was not guaranteed, his prospects within the Empire would undoubtedly suffer severe ramifications. Damn it, you must hold them off, Su Rui fervently implored. Yet, evidently, his prayers fell upon deaf ears. In the next moment, a terrifying energy reaction erupted outside the door, leading Su Rui to doubt his assessment that the intruder was merely an 8th level mecha warrior. The intensity of this energy fluctuation rivaled that of a 9th level mecha warrior. In the wake of this energy wave, the fortified walls of the room were instantaneously breached. Su Rui then witnessed the 5 mecha warriors being hurled into the chamber through the gaping hole. 3 of them were rendered utterly mangled, blood seeping from their shattered mechs, clearly indicating that their pilots had perished in the catastrophic impact. The other 2 mecha warriors were also flung backward, crashing against the walls, their vital signs plummeting as they succumbed to unconsciousness. As Su Rui gazed upon the black mech that had invaded his chamber, he felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it, akin to a demon arisen from the depths of hell, intent on annihilating the entire world. At that moment, Su Rui's mind went blank, the specter of death looming before him. He frantically piloted his mech, retreating in desperation. Yet, despair washed over him as the black mech rapidly closed the distance, a tremendous force striking him from behind. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Su Rui felt himself propelled through the air by an overwhelming force. Warning: Mecha shield compromised, damage exceeding 20. Though belonging to the same E-class mecha, it is unmistakable that Su Rui's mech is vastly superior to those of the other 5 mech warriors. In a mere exchange, Su Ming incapacitated the other 5 warriors with a single strike. However, atop Su Rui's mech resided a formidable protective shield, enabling him to withstand the initial assault. Yet, it was only capable of resisting that first attack. The dark-hued mech continued its relentless advance, energy fluctuations emanating from it, gradually intensifying. Chapter 79, The Guardian Corporation. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, despair engulfed Su Rui, yet he understood that remaining idle would only hasten the destruction of his mech. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely extracted a colossal battle axe from within the mech, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped the weapon. Su Rui roared, launching himself at the black mech with ferocious intent. Yet, in that moment, the black mech, like a wraith, evaded Su Rui's axe strike at an inconceivable angle. The maneuvers of both combatants were not of the same caliber. The pilot of the black mech demonstrated a level of skill far beyond Su Rui's comprehension. The black mech toyed with its prey, effortlessly neutralizing Su Rui's assault. In the next instant, Su Rui felt an overwhelming force emanating from the opposing mech, shattering his own into fragments. Warning, mech damage exceeds 60. The mech will automatically disengage to prevent an explosion due to malfunction. Alarms blared within the cockpit. Moments later, Su Rui's mech disintegrated, revealing him within. Upon seeing Su Rui ejected from the mech, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Although this man is his brother, their rivalry over the resources of the Colin family had led to a lifetime of animosity. Su Ming harbored no sympathy for him. Su Ming raised his battle blade, preparing to cleave Su Rui in two. Just as he was about to strike, an unexpectedly intense radiance erupted from Su Rui's form. With a resounding thud, Su Ming felt as though he had struck an impenetrable object. The recoil reverberated through his arms, leaving them numb. Focusing intently, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Before him, Su Rui's body was shielded by a warm, golden energy barrier. As a mechanic, Su Ming knew well the origin of this energy shield. Damn it, Su Ming cursed inwardly. This energy shield was a premium protective device produced by a company known as the Guardian. Although the Guardian solely manufactured protective mechanical equipment, its influence extended across the 5 great cosmic nations. The reason was simple. The performance of the protective gear produced by the Guardian vastly surpassed all other equipment. However, the Guardian catered exclusively to high-end clients and markets, with each piece of equipment being exceptionally powerful yet exorbitantly priced. It's futile. This is the Guardian's Aegis 30 energy shield. Even a level 10 genetic warrior would struggle to breach it within 10 minutes. You cannot hope to penetrate it. Su Rui shouted from within, his expression grim. Indeed, he had reason to appear distressed. The Aegis 30 energy shield was a protective asset he had procured through considerable connections. Such high-level protective gear is single-use. This meant that an item valued at over 100 billion star coins, rivaling the worth of a B-class mech, would be rendered useless after this encounter. The prospect of losing such a fortune left Su Rui feeling as if his heart were bleeding. While he had preserved his life, he felt utterly desolate, lamenting the immense loss. Within his mech, Su Ming was acutely aware of the protective gear's capabilities. He understood that Su Rui was not exaggerating. Given the products from a Guardian, even the most basic models could easily withstand the frenzied assaults of level 9 genetic warriors. Not to mention this version 30. A high-end energy shield. Su Ming Saith. Under the protection of the energy shield, he decisively abandoned his attempt to eliminate Su Rui. There was no way he could take a life that had been purchased with such significant investment. Realizing he could not breach Su Rui's energy shield in the short term, Su Ming redirected his attention toward the mineral box secured within the safety system. Upon observing the movements of the black mech, Su Rui instantly comprehended the pilot's intentions. He erupted into laughter, futile. That mineral box is stored within an Imperial-developed safety system, which even a level 10 powerhouse cannot breach. You stand no chance. His expression twisted in a grimace. After losing a valuable energy shield, a profound sense of resentment surged within him. Witnessing the black mech's intentions toward the mineral box only fueled his mocking laughter. As he had stated, the safety system guarding the mineral box was a creation of the Empire. The technological prowess of the Empire was staggering. It was beyond the capabilities of an 8th-level mech warrior to dismantle. However, Su Ming disregarded Su Rui's taunts, calmly instructing Walter through the communication device, shut down the safety system. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, Walter's voice quickly responded, acknowledged, shutting down the safety system in 3 seconds. With only 10 seconds to disable the system, urgency was paramount. Inside the battleship, Walter's team had already infiltrated the safety system, while Su Ming could not breach it. Shutting it down was a straightforward task. 3 seconds later, the safety system surrounding the mineral box thunderously deactivated, and the atomic protective barrier vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Su Rui stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. No, Henry, where the hell are you? The enemy was about to seize the minerals. Rage flooded Su Rui's vision, turning it crimson as he glared at the unfolding scene. The mineral box represented the most crucial element of his mission, impacting both his future and the prestige of his empire. Should it be taken from him, it would feel akin to losing half his life. Overwhelmed by chaos and desperation, he had long abandoned his usual composure, shouting frantically into the communication device. A profound sense of helplessness coursed through Su Rui. He yearned to engage in battle, yet fear gripped him, fearing for his life. What infuriated him most was not just the impending loss of the mineral box, but also the deep-rooted fear and weakness within himself. At that moment, a formidable figure surged into view. Suddenly, the figure did not pause for a moment. Raising the battle blade in hand, it lunged fiercely towards Su Ming. Chapter 80. Slaying Henry. The master of this ominous silhouette was none other than Henry. Just as the security system was activated, Henry finally arrived, and with a surge of formidable energy emanating from his battle blade, he struck towards Su Ming's mech. Su Ming's gaze was icy. He had already perceived Henry's approach through the system's X-ray feature. Similarly, he raised his own battle blade, clashing fiercely against Henry's. Boom! The terrifying force instantly enveloped the entire room. Henry's assault was exceedingly ferocious. As the most powerful 8th-level genetic warrior aboard the battleship, he unleashed a dreadful killing move right from the start, flames erupting from his blade as he charged towards Su Ming. Unwilling to be outdone, Su Ming had anticipated Henry's onslaught. With a swift movement, his battle blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and he met Henry's strike head-on. The two combatants employed grand and sweeping techniques, igniting a true battle of fire within the confines of the room. However, for Su Ming, he was not inclined to squander time with Henry. After all, the traitor within the battleship could only afford him a mere 10 seconds to seize the mineral box. Once those 10 seconds elapsed, the security system would reactivate, rendering it impossible for Su Ming to infiltrate the secure area. Thus, he had to conclude this combat within 10 seconds. 10 seconds? To vanquish an 8th-level genetic warrior of equal standing? Such a notion was utterly insane. Yet Su Ming remained remarkably composed, replaying the scenario of their confrontation multiple times in his mind. With unwavering confidence, Su Ming never undertook endeavors lacking certainty. 10. In an instant, Su Ming launched himself at Henry, the terrifying blade light reducing a nearby table to ash. Henry sneered repeatedly, his long sword refusing to yield, colliding violently with Su Ming. 9. A brilliant array of starlight erupted from Su Ming, the result of redeeming 600 star points from a system. As he ascended in his assault, the frenzied battle effect activated, unleashing a second wave of attacks. The tyrant mech appeared as a frenzied gladiator, brimming with fighting spirit. Henry's brow furrowed, caught off guard by the subsequent force following the initial blow, nearly losing his mechanical sword from his grasp. Nevertheless, he felt an intense numbness coursing through his grip. 8. Martial technique, wave overlapping. Martial technique, wave overlapping. Effect. The second attack inherits 20 of the energy level from the first strike, and so forth. Stacking limit. 3. Physical penetration. 30. Defense breaking capability. 50. This technique, part of the celestial extremity cultivation, harnesses the potential energy rebound from the battle blade to amplify the strength and energy level of the next attack. If not for the urgency of the situation, Su Ming would not have resorted to this move, as it required the blade's material hardness to counterbalance some of the potential energy, imposing a considerable strain on the weapon. After a single bout, the blade could sustain over 30 damage. Yet, at this moment, Su Ming could not afford to dwell on such matters. He could repair any damage to the blade later. Boom! 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 Su Ming struck thrice, the tyrant mech resembling a maddened swordsman, overwhelming Henry with relentless force. Each strike grew more formidable, each more difficult to withstand. Following the third slash, Henry's long blade was cleaved in two by Su Ming's onslaught. The immense power caused Henry to lose his grip on his weapon, which clattered to the ground. Su Ming's star-tier mechanical blade also bore the scars of this ferocious exchange, its edge visibly damaged, and its energy level diminished by approximately 50. 7 seconds. Ignoring the pang of regret, Su Ming continued his assault on Henry. However, this strike was evaded as Henry deftly sidestepped. 6 seconds. Rather than attacking, Su Ming opted for positioning, forcing Henry to adjust his stance, while simultaneously locking onto Henry's energy signature with fervor. 5 seconds. The energy lock of the long blade bore similarities to that of a sniper rifle, and soon Su Ming successfully pinpointed Henry's presence. As Henry's expression shifted dramatically, Su Ming's long blade descended with an angle that left no room for evasion. For seconds, Henry's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Under the influence of the battleship's gravity system, the ground was stained crimson. 6 seconds. Su Ming had slain Henry in a mere 6 seconds. The swiftness of the conclusion left Su Rue in shock. Su Ming cast a profound glance at Su Rue, and with the remaining 4 seconds, he seized the mineral box from the security system, swiftly retreating along the path he had come. However, Several mech warriors were now positioned along his route to intercept him. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, ready to dispatch these mech warriors. Just then, a voice crackled through his communication device. "No need for you to intervene." It was Walter's voice. Upon hearing it, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he sheathed his battle blade. Indeed, the next moment, he witnessed two mech warriors springing into action, ruthlessly dispatching their comrades behind them. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially believed there was only one traitor embedded within the battleship. Little did he know there were two, explaining the considerable energy at play. Not only had they opened the doors for him, but they had also disabled the security system. After eliminating their surrounding allies, the two mech warriors gestured to Su Ming, saying, "This way. The spatial passage is over here." With that, they led the way, sprinting towards a different exit. Boom! A massive hole was blasted into the side of the battleship. Following this, two basic model mechs, accompanied by a formidable pitch-black mech, surged through the breach. "Activate the spatial passage." The two support mechs shouted through their communication devices, and before the trio, a spatial wormhole materialized. Without hesitation, Su Ming and the two others piloted their mechs, plunging into the wormhole. The silhouettes of the three mechs swiftly vanished. Approximately 1 minute later, two Imperial battleships arrived in proximity to the one Su Rue occupied, with a multitude of combat personnel donning space combat suits, or mechs rushing into Su Rue's battleship. Yet, it was too late. Su Ming had already traversed the wormhole, returning to the black domain with the mineral box in hand.